On August 11th, 2022, in Mukong City. Taking advantage of the last 2 months of summer vacation before the upcoming internship, he could stay at home and enjoy the final moments. Holy crap, what the hell? The summit war has been going on for so long. Ace died, Whitebeard died, Blackbeard got the old man's power and gathered a bunch of scoundrels from Impel down. He became the biggest winner. What's the point? Gong Yifun muttered discontentedly. The Navy is also useless. They saw Red Hair coming, and just because he said give me face they backed off. Idiots. And they let Blackbeard escape right under their noses without daring to strike. What are you afraid of? 3 admirals, 1 fleet admiral, 1 naval hero, and 100,000 elite soldiers just watched him go. Damn it. Only Akainu was actually fighting, the others were just slacking off. Gong Yifun cursed loudly in front of his phone, slapping the table and shouting. Fortunately, he was home alone, otherwise the embarrassment would have been unbearable. However, Gong Yifun did not notice that his phone was charging while he played, and the milk tea on the table was slowly moving to the edge with his hand slapping. Bang! Zzz. Zzz. What fell? Gong Yifun looked down, moved his foot. Zzz. It's over. His vision went black and all consciousness faded away. At Mukong No. 5 Middle School Class 906. The homeroom teacher was lecturing on science at the podium. Gong Yifun beside the trash can groggily opened his eyes. Where? Is this a? He lifted his head, looked left and right, then ahead. Hey, isn't that the junior high homeroom teacher? I didn't expect the homeroom teacher to look quite pretty now, Gong Yifun thought in surprise. No, what am I doing here? Am I dreaming? Gong Yifun muttered incoherently. Gong Yifun turned his head left and right, gazing at the people in the classroom. To his left front. Hey, that's Shui Gu, who later went to Minquan City to take over his father's curtain shop. To his right front. Ah, that's a secret crush of mine. Unfortunately, I never dared to confess and was very insecure. Eventually, in my freshman year of college, I confessed via WeChat, but she thought my account was hacked. I was mortified on the spot and my roommates laughed at me for a whole month. After that, I could only silently watch her moments and be a fool. Thinking of this, Gong Yifun forced a bitter smile. However, Gong Yifun did not notice that while he was looking around, a sharp gaze was fixed on him. Suddenly, a piece of chalk was thrown over clearly from a novice, landing a few dozen centimeters away from Gong Yifun before dropping. Gong Yifun, stand up. If you're not listening, don't make noise and disturb others. There's still 1 week until the high school entrance exam. The homeroom teacher on the podium looked at him sternly. Gong Yifun was stunned and stood up involuntarily. Seeing Gong Yifun stand up, the teacher said nothing more and turned her gaze to the other students. Classmates, there is only 1 week left before the high school entrance exam. For any knowledge points you don't understand, go to good students after class or find teachers in the office. Make sure you understand thoroughly. For English words and vocabulary that you don't know, be sure to memorize them several times. Don't wait until the exam to realize that you regret not using your time well. The homeroom teacher spoke earnestly. Just then a voice of self-abandonment sounded. Exams, sigh. No hope. They'll see what kind of special ability awakens. If it's no good, he'll apply to a technical school and learn a trade, a fat guy next to Gong Yifun muttered. Hey, isn't that Yang Jia? Jiegu, I remember. He went to study auto repair and later went to the University of Electronic Science and Technology. And is this a rebirth? But the timing of rebirth is also wrong. There's only 1 week left until the exam. It's too late to study now. Am I going to score just over 200 points again, be recruited by market-based admissions, and end up in the mechanical class, the all-boys class? Gong Yifun looked at Yang Jia beside him and helplessly thought about the days to come. All right, Yang Jia, don't be so pessimistic. What if you manage to awaken an ability? Give yourself a little confidence, the homeroom teacher consoled from the podium. Okay, teacher, I'm just complaining, Yang Jia replied casually. The homeroom teacher could only shake his head helplessly and look toward the crowd of students below the podium. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. There are only 5 days left before the awakening ceremony begins. The time is set for Saturday at 8 a.m., and we will gather at 7. Those who manage to awaken will already have 1 foot in an ability high school. As for those who do not, don't lose heart. You can still rely on your high school entrance exam scores to apply for the vocation you will work in the future. You can still live brilliantly, as long as you don't step into the other dimension. You won't have to face any danger. The homeroom teacher stood on the podium, encouraging the students below. Meanwhile, Gong Yifun sat there utterly baffled. Abilities. Other dimensions. Wasn't this the kind of plot that only existed in novels? Was I reborn, or was I just dreaming? Gong Yifun wondered. The class soon returned to its usual teaching mode, yet Gong Yifun did not absorb a single word. Even if he listened, he could not understand. The class passed by in this slow, dragging fashion. The bell rang for dismissal. The teacher set the book down and left for his office. Gong Yifun hurried to the restroom, relieved himself, washed his hands, and splashed water on his face. Returning to the classroom, he checked the time, June 18, 2017. So it really was rebirth. Gong Yifun returned to his seat, his face blank with confusion, utterly unsure what he should do. Gong Yifan was not a protagonist from some novel, nor any sort of important figure. He was just a small nobody about to graduate from university and head to an internship. He had never imagined he would be reborn. Although he often read novels and had fantasized about such things, now that it had actually happened to him, he truly had no idea what to do. Yifan, what are you doing? Shuai-Ge suddenly asked beside Gong Yifan. Nothing, Gong Yifan replied, startled. Yifan, you know what? Yesterday in Chocho battle, I ranked up to master, and I even bought the Wolverine skin. It's insanely cool. Every time you devour one, a claw appears. So awesome. Shuai-Ge chattered excitedly beside him, sharing his joy. What's so fun about Chocho battle? Yesterday in Clash of Clans Clan War, we got matched against a bunch of high-level bases, mostly Town Hall 9s and 10s. Damn, they slaughtered us. Hardly anyone in our clan even attacked. Oh, everyone just gave up, someone complained. At that moment, Guan Sheng arrived and sat in front of Gong Yifan as he spoke. A wave of familiarity washed over Gong Yifan as he watched the two of them. Gong Yifan recalled that he had also played Chocho battle a few times, but his skills were poor, and he had given up. Clash of Clans, on the other hand, he had stuck with all the way up until before his transmigration, reaching Town Hall 13. It seemed that at this time the highest level was only Town Hall 11. Gong Yifan reminisced. He looked at Shuai-Ge and said, Chocho is too hard, it wears me out. Then he turned to Guan Sheng. I'm only Town Hall 7, my Barbarian King isn't even level 5 yet. I just do 2 or 3 attacks a day. Right now I'm playing King of Glory, it's pretty good, but I get stuck at Gold I and can't climb any higher. Same here, someone replied. The tallest boy in the class, Zhang Hong, had arrived. Old Gong, let's queue for rank this week and climb some ranks together, Zhang Hong suggested. Gong Yifan glanced at him and said, let's wait until after the entrance exams. I really don't feel like gaming right now. TCH, old Gong, as if I don't know you. You secretly play every day, but when we invite you, you never join, Zhang Hong said, exasperated, looking at him. Fine. After the exams, well, all play together. If I don't show up, I'm a dog, Gong Yifan replied impatiently. You all heard that right. You heard old Gong's words. When the time comes, let's all go then, invite one more person. 5-man queue, 2 months to reach Diamond, Zhang Hong said excitedly. Sure. All right. Hearing their agreement, Gong Yifan felt that familiar feeling he once had returned to him. You still have the mood to talk about games. I'm already worried sick. Ability awakening in 5 days and the entrance exams in 7. Someone else joined in, voicing his anxiety. TCH, you shall, what are you worrying about? Even if you don't awaken an ability, your grades are pretty good. What are you afraid of? Shuai-Ge said, looking at him. Exactly. We haven't even said anything, Guan Sheng chimed in from the side. I'm just thinking about the future. Say if I awaken an elemental type ability, wouldn't I soar to the skies? Yu Xiao indulged in his bright fantasies. Enough daydreaming. You think elemental type abilities are that easy to awaken? Only 4 people in the previous year awakened them. Stop overthinking it, Zhang Hong said, undercutting his hopes. So I'm just thinking about it. After all, if a person has no dreams, what's the difference between him and a salted fish? Yu Xiao spread his hands and laughed. Slowly the bell for class rang again, and everyone returned to their seats. Yet Gong Yifan was still mulling over what Yu Xiao had just said about awakening. Awakening? Wasn't this rebirth? Could they be lying to me? Impossible. Judging from their expressions, that didn't seem to be the case. Besides, the teacher had also mentioned awakening and abilities in the previous class. Could this not be rebirth at all, but rather a transmigration into a parallel world where spiritual energy is reviving and abilities are awakening? Otherwise, how could any of this be explained? Unable to fathom it, he decided to take things as they came, drifting through each day in a daze. On Friday evening during self-study, because the awakening ceremony would begin tomorrow and the high school entrance exam on Monday, there was only 1 day off this week. Classmates, tomorrow is the awakening. The Education Bureau will bring the awakening crystal to the gymnasium podium to help us awaken. Everyone must be prepared and not nervous. The more nervous you are, the more likely you are to make mistakes. Also assemble at the playground at 7 a.m. sharp tomorrow. Don't be late, don't run around. This is the most important moment in life, and it only happens once. Succeed and you'll soar to the skies. If fail, and you'll have to settle for being an ordinary person. After all, the awakening ratio is quite high. 7-1, meaning only 1 in 7 can awaken. Our class has 41 students, so by that ratio, only 6 will awaken. So don't be disappointed. Thinking about killing yourself if you fail to awaken is something only fools would do. Look at me. I didn't awaken either. And I still live a free life. So never do anything foolish. Watching the homeroom teacher on the podium endlessly listing precautions and words of comfort, Gong Yifan suddenly felt a bit nervous. After 5 days of understanding, this world was different from before. Those with supernatural abilities were the elite. Even awakening a useless ability made one more than a match for ordinary people. Only by awakening could one absorb the spiritual energy in the air, thereby enhancing one's physique. From the class monitor, he learned that his father was an awakener said to be of the beast transformation type, though the specifics were unknown. All right, class. Tonight's self-study is free time. Don't make too much noise and relax a bit. I'm leaving. The whole class watched the teacher walk out of the classroom. The next moment, voices erupted with whispers everywhere, discussing the awakening ceremony, fantasizing about soaring to the skies tomorrow. The homeroom teacher in the hallway heard the noise from the classroom and shook his head, helplessly sighing at their youth. He recalled his own past self. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This world was not as wonderful as they imagined. They were all just flowers raised in a greenhouse. Meanwhile, Gong Yifan quickly found himself surrounded by a circle of friends he hung out with daily. Hey, I wonder if he'll make it tomorrow. Soaring to the skies. Guansheng sighed. Hey, don't think too much. We're all ordinary people. Our parents are ordinary too. Awakening abilities and becoming evolvers is too hard, Zhang Hong said, equally dejected. What do you think? Will Zhou Yang become an ability user? His father is one, and I heard he bought a bottle of awakening potion with a 40 chance, Shui Liang said, looking enviously at Zhou Yang in the front row. Now Zhou Yang was also surrounded by a group mostly girls with a few boys. Wow. An awakening potion. How much does that cost? I heard a 20 chance potion costs 5 million, so a 41 must be 10 million, Zhang Hong exclaimed. Not just that. A 40 chance costs 10 times more, 50 million, and can only be bought at the Ability User Guild. I heard there's even a 100 chance potion, but it's priceless and unavailable, Yu Xiao added. Alright, don't envy him. His father earned that by risking his life in the other dimensional space hunting alien beasts. That's how this world is. Too harsh for ordinary people, Gong Yifan consoled. Yeah, there's no fairness in this world. Shui Liang chimed in. Hey, don't be so down. Don't envy them. Let's talk about something cheerful, Zhang Hong tried to lighten the mood. Gradually, Gong Yifan and the others shifted the conversation back to games. No one disturbed them, no one provoked them. Why would anyone cause trouble in reality for no reason? It wasn't like writing a novel that needed exciting moments for the protagonist to save face. At 8:30 p.m., self-study ended, and everyone returned to the dormitory to rest. Gong Yifan, however, lay in bed silently pondering. Since being transported here by an electric shock, he had been wondering why he was brought to this world. Did he have a golden finger? In novels, the standard for a transmigrator was a system, an old master, or some lucky encounter. But after 5 days with the awakening tomorrow, nothing had appeared. Was fate simply asking him to live an ordinary life? Thinking, he eventually fell asleep. At 6:30 on Saturday morning, Gong Yifan was somewhat stunned. After all, they were just 16-year-old youths. Seeing the 7 roommates in the dormitory all dressed up so formally, their hair slick and shiny bodies sprayed with cologne, shoes polished to a gleam, each one looking like a little adult, one might think they were heading to a blind date. Perhaps he had grown old past the age of childishness. Cough, he meant mentally. Just then someone retorted to Gong Yifan. Today is a major milestone in life. How could we not take it seriously? Exactly. The group chimed in unison. Seeing this, he said nothing more. He entered the washroom, brushed his teeth, and washed his face. Gazing at the mirror at his utterly ordinary face that would vanish in a crowd, he then glanced at the hair wax facial cleanser and cologne nearby and found himself unconsciously starting to groom as well. After all, what young man doesn't harbor a bit of vanity? It has nothing to do with age. Opening the door, the dormitory was full of handsome lads, some with slicked back hair, others with middle parts or crew cuts, all tidying up their appearances. When they saw Gong Yifan emerge, they were a bit surprised. The usually plain-looking guy had suddenly turned handsome, which amazed them, but they said nothing more than a compliment. Leaving the dormitory, they all headed to the playground to assemble. Gong Yifan followed the crowd toward the field. As he neared the playground, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Old Gong, over here, over here. Gong Yifan turned his head and saw Zhang Hong, the tall guy, shouting loudly. Instantly, all eyes on the playground were drawn to Gong Yifan, causing him extreme social embarrassment. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It was too awkward. He hurried over. Stop yelling. Are you doing this on purpose? So loud. I couldn't help it. Zhang Hong laughed and apologized to Gong Yifan, but Gong Yifan felt that this guy was definitely doing it on purpose. Having a friend with extreme social butterfly syndrome is truly a torment. All right, students, gather here and listen to the principal's speech. Line up. Boys in one row, girls in another. Same formation as during morning exercises. The homeroom teacher clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention to her. One by one, the students stood on the lawn, quietly waiting for the principal. Dear students, teachers, and esteemed leaders from the Education Bureau, good morning. Today marks the annual Awakening Day. I hope every student can awaken their superpower and become an evolver, continuing to serve the motherland. Even if you don't awaken, strive to contribute to the nation's construction. That concludes my speech. Thank you. Next, the homeroom teachers will lead their classes to the gymnasium. There are 13 classes in total, starting with Class 1. I wish you all a bright future. Thunderous applause erupted. Though the earlier words were cliché motivational speeches, the final remarks were genuinely for the students' benefit, deserving of our applause. Class 906, oh come over here, the homeroom teacher shouted from the back of the gymnasium. The students present, including Gong Yifan, all moved toward her. All right, line up here and wait for instructions. Also Zhou Yang Zhang Jun Kong Shui, come and collect the awakening potion. Watching the potion in the teacher's hands, those whose names weren't called, including Gong Yifan, were filled with envy, their faces showing longing. Damn, how come I never noticed so many rich kids in our class before? When it comes to awakening, they're all splurging. Zhang Hong cursed enviously. People are just incomparable. Some are born with silver spoons in their mouths. Gong Yifan shook his head and sighed. Just then the teacher finished distributing the potions, letting the recipients absorb them on the spot, and walked over. Don't envy them. The world is inherently unfair. Don't resent your parents either. Every family's circumstances are different. The teacher comforted the other students. It was clear she was sincere, not just brushing them off. Yet a few students still had defiance in their eyes. But there was nothing they could do. If they tried to snatch the potion, they'd face serious consequences, no joke. The students who had absorbed the potion returned to the line. It was evident they had rosy complexions, as if they had taken a tonic. Classes 1, 2, and 3, please assemble at the gymnasium, the campus broadcast announced. Since it was Saturday, the first and second-year junior students were on holiday, so no classes would be disrupted. Then the teacher spoke. 3 classes will awaken at a time. The gymnasium has 3 awakening crystals, 1 for each class. When awakening, place your hand on the crystal and focus your concentration. If light emanates from the crystal, it signifies that awakening is in progress. If after 1 minute there is no light, I believe you all understand what that means. If you do not awaken, do not be disheartened. I wish everyone a successful awakening. Yes, the students shouted in unison. Amidst the prolonged wait, the tension grew with each passing moment, and they now felt a twinge of envy toward Class 1. Thus, just before 10 o'clock, the first group finally emerged. Now classes 4, 5, and 6, please proceed to the gymnasium for awakening. Gong Yifan let out a deep breath upon hearing this announcement. He thought to himself, this is the moment. Success or failure, it no longer matters. Following the line, he soon arrived at the gymnasium. As he entered through the main doors, he saw 3 crystals on the stage along with 4 men and 2 women, the ones responsible for this awakening ceremony. The man at the forefront exuded an oppressive aura, causing Gong Yifan's breathing to falter and his rhythm to become disordered. At that moment, his first thought was, is this what an awakener feels like? Then a female voice rang out, Class 6, come forward to me. Line up according to your student numbers. I will call each one up in order to awaken. The students of Class 6 immediately formed a long queue. Gong Yifan was number 31, placing him 10th from the end. Number 1. A boy stepped forward. Gong Yifan had only a vague impression of this classmate. He was something of a wallflower. Awakening failed. Next, number 2. The boy walked down, his face etched with disappointment. Witnessing this, Gong Yifan's heart tightened. The first one had already failed. Recalling the probability of awakening, he realized it was no simple matter. Time passed quickly. The first 11 students had all failed, and even the host of the awakening seemed to grow impatient. Number 12, come up. A stir rippled through the audience. It was Zhou Yang who stepped forward. Silence. No talking from the audience, or you will be expelled from the awakening queue. The team leader, noticing the commotion in the gymnasium, bellowed loudly. All right, number 12, begin your awakening. The female host said once the crowd had quieted down. Zhou Yang placed both hands on the crystal, and immediately activity ensued. Both on and off the stage, everyone watched tensely to see what he would awaken. 1 minute passed, then 2. The awakening grew increasingly intense. Suddenly, Zhou Yang's body began to swell, and in moments, he transformed into a golden eagle 2 meters in length. Everyone present was stunned, including the host. Number 12, retract your wings and stop touching the crystal. The team leader had snapped back to reality, ordering him to cease the beast transformation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang immediately withdrew his wings and reverted to his original form. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he walked off the stage, his elation unmistakable. Next, the female host continued. Soon it was Zhang Jun's turn. Gong Yifan watched her intently as she ascended the stage. She placed her hands on the crystal, and at first nothing happened. Just as the crowd began to anticipate failure, a light emerged, gradually intensifying until the air grew suddenly cold, causing everyone to shiver. It's ice, elemental ice. A previously awakened person in the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Gong Yifan was equally startled. He had never imagined that the girl he had secretly admired in his past life would awaken an ice-type ability. Recalling his former secret crush on her, he felt a flush creep across his face. As Zhang Jun descended the stage, she seemed like a queen receiving the gaze of all present. When she returned to the class, the teacher rushed over to offer congratulations. Witnessing this, the other students understood they no longer belonged to the same world as her. As the awakening continued, Kong Shui from Class 6 also stepped forward. After a few minutes, she too awakened an ability, another elemental-type wind. The homeroom teacher was practically beaming. She was likely calculating that her salary would double this month along with a year-end bonus, having now produced 2 elemental types and 1 beast transformation type, all formidable abilities. As time slipped by, it gradually drew near to Gong Yifun's turn. Soon it was Gong Yifun's turn, but an unexpected event occurred. Shui Liang, who was 2 places ahead of Gong Yifun, awakened something astonishing, a mass of blackness. It looked somewhat like black mist. Shui Liang's awakening was truly surprising. Watching his smug expression and light footsteps, he was ecstatic beyond control. Number 31, come up. Hearing the female host call his student number, Gong Yifun stepped onto the stage with some trepidation. Grip the crystal and focus your concentration. Following the instruction, Gong Yifun grasped it with both hands and felt them grow warm. Opening his eyes, Gong Yifun's spirits soared. There was light. He was safe. No, he mustn't get too excited. He needed to concentrate. Gong Yifun secretly rejoiced on stage. As his hands gradually grew hotter, he thought he was about to awaken a fire-type ability. Suddenly his hands trembled, emitting a white radiance. A sharp pain shot through his wrists, and he released the crystal. What was happening? As he stood bewildered, the female host interrupted his thoughts. Number 31, awakening successful. Step down. Number 32, come up. Gong Yifun walked off the stage and into the waiting room, still pondering the pain he had felt. Whoa, Yifun, you awakened too. Shui Liang said incredulously. Gong Yifun, who had been lost in thought, immediately took offense. Shui Go, what do you mean? You're allowed to awaken, but I'm not. Gong Yifun replied with a dark expression. No, I'm just too surprised. The odds were 1 in 7 for the whole class, and we both made it. It still feels unreal. Shui Liang quickly waved his hands in denial. By the way, Yifun, what ability did you awaken? I awakened Shadow. From now on, he'll be an assassin lurking in the darkness. 1/1 kill. It's totally awesome. Watching Shui Liang gesticulate wildly, Gong Yifun wondered why he had never noticed how goofy he was before. Alright, stop moving. Haven't you noticed people are looking at you like you're an idiot? Gong Yifun quickly pulled Shui Liang, still immersed in his fantasies, close and whispered in his ear. Shui Liang snapped back to reality, quickly composed himself, scratched his head with feigned seriousness, and fell silent. Once he noticed no one was paying attention anymore, he began asking about Gong Yifun's ability again. My ability is vibration. My hands emit vibrations. Gong Yifun answered Shui Liang's question and demonstrated it, letting him experience it firsthand. Well, you could have just said it. Why did you have to use me as a test subject? Shui Liang's entire body began to tremble. Haha, couldn't help it. Gong Yifun laughed without much remorse. Seeing Shui Liang's resentful gaze, he got goosebumps. Hey Xiaofan, Shui Go, I awakened too. Haha, I awakened. While Gong Yifun was chatting with Shui Liang, Yu Xiao came running over. Gong Yifun and Shui Liang were stunned. Out of their usual group of 5 close friends, 3 had awakened. Yu Xiao rushed over and hugged them, both jumping for joy. The 2 hugged back, equally delighted. Then they whispered among themselves, learning that Yu Xiao had awakened diamondization, the ability to turn his body into diamond. Of course, he couldn't fully transform, yet at most he could diamondize one part of his body. Still, it was impressive. By then, all 3 classes had finished awakening. The only pity was that Guansheng and Zhang Hong had not succeeded, and both were deeply disappointed. They were also part of the usual 5-person group. 3 had awakened, but they hadn't. It was hard for anyone to bear. Just then the homeroom teacher arrived. Alright students, this awakening session our class has 8 successful awakenings. Very impressive. I hope you all achieve even greater glory in the future. As for those who didn't awaken, don't be disheartened. In 2 days you'll take the high school entrance exam. Strive for good scores, enter a good high school, or go to a technical school to learn a skill. The teacher's words uplifted the awakened and comforted the ordinary students alike. A well-spoken speech. Alright, it's noon now. Let's go to the cafeteria and eat. Don't go hungry. Those who didn't awaken can go home after lunch. The 8 who awakened come to my office at 1:30 p.m. Watching the teacher walk away after giving his instructions, Gong Yifun and his 2 friends headed to the cafeteria. Saturday afternoon at 1:30 p.m. Gong Yifun and his 7 companions arrived punctually at the office. You're here. The homeroom teacher smiled as he saw Gong Yifun and his group. Here, have some freshly washed green dates, he said, placing the fruit before them. Yu Xiao and Gong Yifun felt somewhat at a loss, staring at the teacher, while the other 6 acted quite casually. You are the best class I've ever taught, even if I've only taught 2 classes, the teacher said with a shrug, looking at Gong Yifun and the others. But from now on I can no longer guide your studies. Becoming an awakener means both opportunity and danger. It means you will head to the battlefield to fight dimensional beasts. These are things I cannot help you with. You must take good care of yourselves. I hope you will support each other since you've been classmates for 3 years and know each other well. Hearing the teacher's earnest words, Gong Yifun felt a warmth in his heart mixed with a pang of sorrow. After all 3 years had passed, and despite his mischievousness, poor grades, and constant trouble for the teacher, those years held meaning. At that moment, Shui Liang patted his chest and declared, "Don't worry, teacher. We'll definitely take care of ourselves." The teacher rolled his eyes. "You Gong Yifan and you Xiao are the ones I worry about most. You're always so unserious, laughing and joking. In the end, you'll be the ones to suffer," he said sternly. "In these 3 years, which of you 5 hasn't caused a commotion in the classroom? Many subject teachers have complained to me countless times. You're 16 now, oh, it's time to grow up. This past week you've done well, especially Gong Yifan. You've been punctual, haven't left early, and haven't caused trouble in class, except for Monday morning." Hearing the teacher's mix of scolding and praise, the 3 of them shared a knowing smile. Still smiling. "Stand up straight." The teacher then looked at the other 6. "And you 6 as well. Zhou Yang is the class monitor, steady and dependable. Keep an eye on them. Chances are you 8 will be assigned to the same school. Helping each other more will do no harm." "Don't worry, teacher. He'll look after them," Zhou Yang assured. The teacher nodded, then turned his gaze to the 2 female students. "You 2 girls must be extra careful out there. When you enter the alternate dimension, stay vigilant and don't trust others easily. As young women, you must protect yourselves. When you choose a boyfriend in the future, be meticulous, be cautious, and guard against deception." At the mention of boyfriends, Zhang Jun and Kang Shui's faces flushed crimson, an utterly adorable sight. "All right, I've said all I need to say. You can go home now. Remember to come back to school on Monday to collect some training supplies. There isn't much, but it's a token of the school's goodwill. That's everything. Go home and share your joy with your families. And be safe on the road." The teacher shook his head as he gave his final instructions. "Okay, teacher. Goodbye, teacher. Bye-bye." The group of 8, including Gong Yifan, bid farewell. Goodbye to you all. Bye-bye. Stay safe on the road." And with that, they parted from their homeroom teacher. Leaving the school gate, they exchanged goodbyes with the class monitor and the others. Gong Yifan took special note of the person who came to pick up Zhang Jun. It seemed to be her sister. Yifan waterdog him off. "Haha, see ya." Yu Xiao shouted as he ran down the path outside the school, hopping into a car, already eager to share the news of his awakening with his family. Xiao Fan, I'm leaving too. Bye-bye. See you. Waiting at the bus stop for his ride home, Gong Yifan wondered what his parents were doing at that moment. Just imagining how overjoyed they would be to learn that he had awakened his powers lifted his spirits. Even the 36-degree heat could not dampen Gong Yifan's mood. As the bus arrived at the stop, Gong Yifan stepped off, surveying the familiar surroundings. He realized that aside from the world now being imbued with spiritual energy and supernatural abilities, everything remained as it was in his past life. Bang! Bang bang! As Gong Yifan knocked on the door, a voice came from the living room, coming. When the door opened, he saw it was his brother. "Brother, you're back." "Yeah. Are you the only one home? Where are Mom and Dad?" Gong Yifan asked his sister. "I'm the only one here. Mom and Dad haven't come back yet," she replied before turning to watch TV. In Gong Yifan's family of 4, his sister had just started 1st grade and would be in 2nd grade next semester. Returning to his room, he lay on the bed replaying the day's events, his mind consumed by thoughts of the awakening. Ever since awakening the power of vibration, Gong Yifan noticed that whenever he activated it, waves of pain coursed through his body. What was the reason for this? He raised his right hand, concentrated his mind, and a white light emanated from his palms, trembling faintly. Gazing at the white light in his hands, a thought flashed through his mind. He sat up abruptly and exclaimed in shock, "Isn't this the power of Whitebeard's devil fruit from One Piece, the world I crossed over from? How did I awaken Whitebeard's ability? Holy crap, doesn't that mean I'm ridiculously overpowered? A single casual strike could cause an airquake. Wahaha, I'm going to become the strongest in the world." Gong Yifan bounced excitedly on the bed, flailing his arms and legs. Click. The door opened. "Brother, what are you doing?" Gong Woody poked her head into the room, looking at him with curiosity. "Awkward. Monumentally awkward." Gong Yifan quickly composed himself, wiped the grin off his face, and said, "Nothing, it's just that your brother awakened a supernatural ability, and I'm overjoyed." "Supernatural ability? What's a supernatural ability?" his sister asked, staring at him with wide-eyed curiosity. "A supernatural ability is just that. You're too young to understand. You'll know when you grow up. Go watch your TV," Gong Yifan said, hastily shooing her out and locking the door. Wahaha wahaha kulala. Gong Yifan was so ecstatic that he leaped 1/2 meter into the air, flailing wildly. "No, I need to study this further," he muttered, lying back on the bed and fiddling with his hands, careful not to exert too much force as the intense vibrations caused him discomfort. After playing around for a while, Gong Yifan soon lost interest and began pondering his future path. What should I do from now on? He looked at his hands again and sighed. Though I've obtained Whitebeard's power, it's so weak in the early stages. Without harming my body, this vibration can only be used for massages. The slightest extra force brings excruciating pain. Until I solve the damage the vibrations cause to my body or strengthen my physique, I must avoid overexerting this ability. Gong Yifan lay quietly on the bed, contemplating his future. Time slowly passed. Click, click. Hearing the sound of the door opening and closing, Gong Yifan knew his parents were back. He quickly got up, opened the door, and walked out. Mom, Dad, you're back. Gong Yifan smiled at his parents. Yeah, Xiaofan, you're back. How did the ability awakening go today? Did you awaken? His mother asked. His father also looked at him with eager anticipation. Beaming with pride, Gong Yifan said, your son succeeded in awakening. Out of 41 people in the class, only 8 awakened. Pretty impressive, right? Seeing their son's proud expression and hearing his words, the parents exchanged a glance and were instantly thrilled. They had only asked casually, never expecting their son to actually awaken, but he had given them a huge surprise. They quickly pressed further, really, son? You're not just trying to cheer us up, are you? What ability did you awaken? A beast type. Seeing his parents even more excited than he was. After all, every parent hopes their child will excel. Gong Yifan replied, yeah? I'm not kidding you. Look, I awakened a special type ability, vibration. I can emit vibrations through my hands. Gong Yifan quickly activated his power, showing it off to his parents. Seeing the white light in Gong Yifan's hands, his parents finally felt relieved, then immediately sprang into action. His mother said directly, honey, go buy some vegetables, meat, and a chicken. We'll have a feast today. All right, I'm on it. His father replied excitedly. Watching his father, who had just taken off his shoes, put them back on, and rush out the door with his phone, Gong Yifan felt a surge of joy. It instantly felt like a festival. Son, you've made it now. You're an awakener. What plans do you have for the future? His mother asked while tidying up the kitchen. I don't know yet. I'll wait until I enter the supernatural high school and see. I still don't know how good my cultivation talent is. If it's good, I'll become a warrior and fight on the front lines. If not, I'll see what jobs the vibration ability can do. If Whitebeard knew this kid had such low ambitions, he'd probably be furious enough to spit blood. You need to think it through for yourself. After all, you have to walk your own path. We can't help much. Plan carefully and stay away from dangerous places. I don't want to see a parent burying their child, his mother nagged, but Gong Yifan was used to it. Mom, what are you saying? Don't worry. I heard that in high school, we mainly study basic knowledge and other dimensional culture with very few battles, Gong Yifan replied. Being cautious is for your own good. Haven't you seen the news? Those other dimensions riot every few weeks or months, and so many awakener die. Don't you know that? Dealing with those alien beasts can only be done by awakener. Now that you're one, you'll have to face them too. How can I be at ease? Seeing his mother's worried expression, Gong Yifan felt helpless. From his memories, he knew that since the other dimensional spaces appeared and spiritual energy flooded out, the entire Earth had become active. Animals went mad and evolved, plants mutated, and the powerful ones were more devastating than nuclear bombs. Those individuals all became national-level pillars. Ordinary people could only live in safe zones established by the government. Some were born and died without ever leaving their designated safe zone. A tragedy and a blessing for common folk. This showed Huasia's spirit of never abandoning or giving up on its people. As for the United States, only the wealthy districts were safe. Places like slums saw deaths every day. It was the same in his past life. After all, happy America gunfights every day. Though the U.S. was like that, it remained the world's most powerful nation with advanced technology and numerous strong individuals. The international situation was the same as before he crossed over. Lost in thought, his father soon returned carrying bags and bundles. Gong Yifan quickly took the items from him and brought them into the kitchen for his mother to cook. Gong Yifan then sat on the sofa with his father, chatting and watching TV. Notably, the show playing was Balala the Fairies, chosen by his sister, who watched it with great interest. After dinner, he took a shower and noticed both his parents on the phone. Listening closely, he realized they were boasting about their son awakening an ability. Hey Dad, Xiaofan has awakened an ability. Yes, it's true. The Gong family has produced a dragon. Yes. Take care of yourself too. Watching his parents make call after call, chatting with relatives, Gong Yifan smiled softly. After all, in this era, one person's awakening brought glory to the entire family. His parents had lived ordinary lives all their days, and suddenly their son had achieved something remarkable. They had to share it. It truly echoed the saying from his past life, the poor rely on mutation. Father Gong, who was on the phone up ahead, spotted Gong Yifan and said, tomorrow evening, I've booked a restaurant. I've invited some relatives and friends to celebrate your successful awakening. A sort of banquet. Hearing this, Gong Yifan felt reluctant, but since the invitations had already been sent, there was no choice. It reminded him of his past life in the countryside, where a college acceptance would also warrant a celebratory feast, an old tradition. All right, Gong Yifan said helplessly. Oh, why the reluctance, child? We're doing this to pave the way for you. Tomorrow your uncle Xiaoling will also come. He's an awakener too, and he'll guide you. At the mention of his uncle, memories surfaced in Gong Yifan's mind. His uncle was named Lin Lang, and because he had awakened the wolf, he had changed his name at the police station. His rank was unknown, but last New Year, he heard his uncle had registered a mercenary group with friends specializing in hunting useful beasts in bronze and silver dimensional rifts for money. He was said to be quite formidable, having made a name for himself in that field. Fine mom, I'm not reluctant. Anyway, I'm exhausted today. I'm going to sleep. Without looking back, Gong Yifan turned and entered his room. Oh, this child, Mother Gong sighed at his attitude. That's enough. He's had a long day today. Don't be upset, Father quickly consoled. Sunday, 9:30 a.m. Oh, what a great sleep. Gong Yifan hadn't slept until after midnight, spending his time scrolling through Douyin, watching girls dance, and learning about the world of awakeners. Mom, is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. Gong Yifan stretched as he stepped out of his room. Oh, so many people, he was stunned. You little rascal, up only now. Come here, this is your aunt, this is your auntie, this is your uncle's wife. Come say hello quickly. Seeing Gong Yifan with his messy hair and sleepy eyes, his mother was exasperated, thinking how spoiled this child was. Gong Yifan was taken aback, but quickly greeted everyone as his mother instructed. Just then his aunt spoke up. Oh, so this is Xiaofan. All grown up now. Haven't seen you in years, and you've become such a handsome young man. Gong Yifan chuckled and rubbed his nose. Handsome. This little brat is never serious, can't focus on his studies, and causes trouble every day. Just because he awakened an ability yesterday, he's getting cocky. Sister, don't praise him, or he'll get carried away. Mother Gong said loudly, glaring at Gong Yifan. Gong Yifan was speechless. His mother was so concerned with saving face that she had to drag him down too. She mentioned the awakening so loudly as if afraid they wouldn't hear. His aunt just smiled. Nearby, his auntie added, Sister-in-law, you should be grateful. Your son has made it. With an awakener's status, what job can't he find? You've weathered the storm. I still have 2 little ones at home. Weathered what? I still have a daughter to raise, and this brat won't be able to support himself for another 2 or 3 years at least. Though Mother Gong's tone was full of complaint, anyone could see the smile on her face. Well, he really can't earn money yet. How about this, let Xiaofan spend this summer vacation with me. My husband can guide him, let him learn the ropes and lend a hand, the aunt suddenly interjected. Yes, he has nothing to do anyway. He graduates next Friday, so let him go train with Xialang's mercenary group. Mother Gong's eyes lit up as she nodded eagerly. Gong Yifan thought, hey, not bad. It's better than staying home for 2 months doing nothing. Seeing Gong Yifan nod, his aunt smiled and said, he'll talk to your uncle. Whenever you're free, have your father bring you over. Thank you, auntie. Gong Yifan smiled back. It's nothing, don't be so polite with your auntie. By the way, where's dad? I haven't seen him all morning, Gong Yifan asked his mother. Your father went to book the hotel, his mother replied. I'm going back to my room. You all chat. Gong Yifan said. All right, go ahead. We won't cook lunch. If you're hungry, have some fruit or snacks. Gong Yifan nodded and left. 4:00 p.m. Ring. Hello. You can come now? Everyone's gathering at Wantai International Hotel. They'll send you the location and share it with them and come together. Mother Gong nodded at the voice on the phone. Let's go, time to eat. Then she called out, Xiaofan, let's go. Oh, coming. Gong Yifan stepped out looking sharp and handsome. Not bad. Today you're the star. Let's go, star, his aunt and Annie chimed in. At the entrance of Wantai International Hotel, they saw Father Gong waving. Over here. Wow, this place is huge. First time here. Dad really went all out, Gong Yifan thought to himself. Come, Xiaofan, help me greet the guests, Father Gong called. Okay. Gong Yifan followed. Soon people arrived. Hey boss, is this your brother-in-law? Hello, brother-in-law, a loud voice boomed from afar. A group of burly men approached, led by Gong Yifan's uncle. Xiaolong, you brought your friends. Come, head inside. Father Gong warmly welcomed them. Sister, brother-in-law, sorry for the trouble. Bringing such a group of brothers. My apologies, the uncle said as he hurried over. Oh, what's the matter? We're all family. Saying that makes it sound so distant. Come on, brothers behind, please come in. Sorry for the poor hospitality, hope you'll forgive us. Forgive us. Father Gong pulled his uncle's hand and walked inside. Haha, big brother, no worries. We're all just a bunch of men. What's there to forgive? The loud voice from before rang out again. Yeah, we're just here with the boss for a free meal. All right, keep it down. Let's go inside and talk, the uncle said, noticing the crowd watching them at the hotel entrance. At the banquet, there were only 2 tables. The event was too hastily arranged, many hadn't come. Little brother, take a look, this is Xiaofan. He was a handful as a child, but now that he's grown up, he's much more well-behaved. Mother Gong pulled Gong Yifan to sit beside his uncle. Yes, sis, when he was little he was so restless. Couldn't sit still for a moment, always bouncing around, Lin Lang said with a laugh. Gong Yifan was instantly embarrassed, unsure of what to say, so he just rubbed his nose. Exactly, he was naughty as a child, but he's better now. And now he's awakened an ability. Quite an achievement, Mother Gong added. Sis, don't worry. Xiao Tsui already told me. Let Xiaofan follow me for 2 months this summer to broaden his horizons, the uncle said. Great. Mother Gong was overjoyed and Father Gong was equally delighted. After that they chatted about family matters. Since relatives rarely met, it was natural to strengthen their bonds. After a while, Mother Gong went to the other table to join the aunt and others. The guests were almost all present, but because the notice was so sudden, many couldn't make it. Gong Yifan sat right next to his uncle. Xiaofan, I heard your ability has awakened. What is it? At his uncle's question, everyone at the table turned to look at Gong Yifan. Suddenly being stared at by a table full of people all burly and robust awakened once his heart tightened. Uncle, I awakened a special type ability, vibration. For now, I can only emit vibrations through my hands. Gong Yifan extended his hand to demonstrate to Lin Lang. Not bad, this ability has great potential. Hearing his uncle's praise, joy swelled in Gong Yifan's heart. I came in a rush today, just emerged from a dimensional realm, and didn't bring any gifts. Here, take these 2 bronze-level energy cores. Watching his uncle's ring flash, 2 dull cores materialized and were placed before Gong Yifan. Gong Yifan was stunned. What was happening? Why the sudden gift? Snapping back to reality, Gong Yifan quickly waved his hands. This is too precious, oh, I can't accept it. The others burst into laughter. The loud-voiced one said, Xiaofan, right. That core your uncle gave you is precious to you, but to him, he wouldn't even bother picking it up off the ground. Yesterday, he heard you awakened, and this morning, he went straight to a silver dimensional realm, killed 2 bronze 9-star giant horned goats, and brought these back as your gift. So just take them. Loudmouth, you talk too much. Always have to stick your nose in. Xiaofan, take them. These bronze cores are useless to us. Lin Lang glanced at Loudmouth, then fixed his gaze on Gong Yifan. Gong Yifan looked at his uncle, then at the others, and accepted the cores. Xiaofan, don't you want to thank your uncle? His father said with a smile beside him. Brother-in-law, there's no need for thanks. We're family. Lin Lang waved his hand dismissively. Xiaofan, these are gifts from the 7 of us. Same as his bronze cores. We couldn't just come for a meal empty-handed. Here, take them. Seeing Gong Yifan accept his uncle's gift, the others also produced their offerings, all energy cores. Father quickly interjected, we're overjoyed that you could come eat with us. How could we possibly accept these? Hey, don't be so formal. If you don't take them, we can't eat in peace. If you refuse, well, leave. The loud-voiced uncle rapped on the table as he spoke. Fine. Xiaofan, thank your uncles. Father nudged Gong Yifan. Thank you, uncles. Gong Yifan happily gathered them, all totaling 9 cores, including the one from his uncle. Xiaofan, you must be careful when absorbing these cores. Too much is as bad as too little. You've just awakened, your body is still fragile. Take it slow. These 9 should last you 2 months. Once you reach bronze level, it'll take you to a bronze dimensional realm to hunt bronze beasts for skill cores. His uncle smiled warmly at him. That's right. We'll take you to the dimensional realm to have some fun. We'll make sure you find a skill you're satisfied with, the other 7 chimed in. Gradually, everyone at the table grew more familiar. The loud-voiced one was called Chung Feng, and he kept the atmosphere lively. By then, all the dishes had been served. Father shouted, dig in, and everyone started eating. Haha, I'm making my brother-in-law spend a fortune today, his uncle said between bites. What fortune? Isn't Xiaofan's awakening worth celebrating? Father laughed heartily. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable. One group had just come out of a dimensional realm, the other hadn't eaten lunch, so they all ate and drank to their heart's content. In the evening at the hotel entrance, brother-in-law, you 2 head back. No need to see us off. Get some rest. Lin Lang waved from the hotel door. All right, take care on the road. Father watched them get into the car, then turned back. After a busy day, he finally arrived home. Gong Yifan hated these social gatherings the most. Back home, he took a shower, lay on the bed, and toyed with the crystals in his hands. Playing with the crystal nucleus on the bed, he held a bronze one in his hand and began to absorb it slowly. Gong Yifan carefully sensed the energy flowing from his hand into his body, the spiritual energy. As he felt the energy slowly converging into his heart, it suddenly began to beat wildly. The energy from the crystal nucleus in his hand vanished rapidly, surging into his heart with a frenzy. Gong Yifan's body underwent a transformation. From the heart, waves of black mist erupted, corroding his entire form. Just as the black mist was about to envelop his whole body, the crystal nucleus in his hand dissipated. The spiritual energy within it had been completely drained. When the dark force halted, a craving sound erupted from his heart, assaulting his mind. Gong Yifan hastily took out another crystal nucleus and absorbed it urgently. Only then did the situation improve. Seizing this opportunity, Gong Yifan carefully examined his body. It was entirely covered in black mist, which continuously surged forth, reminiscent of the sensation he had felt during yesterday's awakening. After absorbing one crystal nucleus after another, he consumed 4 in total before the process seized his body, finally feeling a sense of fullness. Gong Yifan watched as the black mist slowly receded into his body, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Scared me to death. What's going on? Why is there another ability? Gong Yifan fiddled with his hands, trying to replicate the earlier sensation. His left hand gradually emitted black mist again. A thought flashed through Gong Yifan's mind. He noticed a star illuminating in his consciousness. He had advanced, Black Iron 1 star. I suppose him quite fast, he mused. He had reached Black Iron 1 star just a day after awakening. Then suddenly recalling something, he quickly maintained the state and summoned white light with his right hand, the familiar power of the tremor fruit. So his left hand held the power of the dark fruit. Did he now possess dual abilities, just like Blackbeard? He then recalled why he had transmigrated to this parallel world. It seemed to be because he couldn't stand Blackbeard's despicable ways and the Navy's inaction. In a fit of anger, he knocked over his milk tea and died from an electric shock. Gong Yifan felt a surge of joy within. Though he felt sorry for his past life parents, he had to look forward. Then a question arose: why did the power awaken only now, requiring him to absorb crystal nuclei to emerge? Why hadn't it manifested during yesterday's school awakening? Gong Yifan carefully recalled the scene. Suddenly, he remembered that when the tremor fruit awakened, he had lost control of the frequency, overloading it. A sharp pain in his hand made him release the awakening crystal. Thoughts of this filled him with regret. If he had succeeded in awakening yesterday, he wouldn't have wasted these for crystal nuclei today. He sat on the bed wallowing in chagrin. After a while, he rationalized it was better this way. He could keep some cards hidden. He then began to explore the abilities of the dark fruit. To his astonishment, he discovered that whenever he used the energy of the dark fruit, it absorbed spiritual energy from the air. This was practically a cheat device. In this world, there were no cultivation techniques or secret manuals. Evolvers could only absorb crystal nuclei or train their abilities daily, exhausting their power until their bodies slowly absorbed spiritual energy from the air on their own to achieve cultivation. Only high-level evolvers could control their bodies to absorb spiritual energy for advancement. The thought made Gong Yifan tremble with excitement. It meant that even if he never entered an alternate dimension or absorbed skill crystal nuclei, as long as he stayed in the safe zone and quietly absorbed spiritual energy, he could easily reach silver rank. After reaching silver, he would need to absorb a skill to fill the gap left by the bronze skill, or else he would be stuck, unable to advance further. Wait, the dark fruit's ability seemed to be the only one that didn't grant elemental intangibility. Instead, by activating the ability, one could avoid injury. Though it could absorb damage and prevent injury, it inflicted double the pain. That meant he could recklessly overload his power as long as he could endure the agony. Determined to test it, he generated a tremor with his right hand. A piercing scream escaped Gong Yifan's lips. "What's wrong, Xiaofan?" his mother called from the living room, hearing his cry. Gong Yifan quickly suppressed the pain and shouted back, "Nothing, Mom. I just bumped into something." "Sai, you're so grown up and still so reckless." His mother didn't think much of it. "Damn, why does it hurt so much?" "I nearly passed out from the pain," Gong Yifan thought, still shaken. It seemed this ability was only for life or death situations. He decided to use the dark fruit for cultivation and the tremor fruit for combat, never overloading unless it was a desperate fight. Gong Yifan, now calmed after being drenched in cold sweat, thought composedly. Slowly, he activated the dark fruit's power. A faint suction force surrounded him, forming a small vortex. 4 days had passed since he awakened the power of the dark fruit. During this time, he had been using the fruit's unique properties and immense gravitational pull to absorb the spiritual energy from the air. He had already reached the peak of 1 star and estimated that 1 more day of absorption would allow him to advance to 2 star. He still had 5 crystal cores left, none of which he had used, planning to save them for when he attempted to break through to bronze or if his progress stalled. Friday, 7:00 a.m. Arriving at school early in the morning, he looked at the campus he was about to leave after graduation, and a sudden sense of reluctance washed over him. After all, it had been 3 years. He had made many friends, experienced both joy and sorrow, and now looked at the school with a sense of triumph. Having become an evolver, he didn't even need to take the high school entrance exam. Gong Yifan felt relieved. He walked into the campus, navigated the teaching building with ease, and entered the classroom. The moment he stepped in, he saw Shui Liang chattering away endlessly. "Look, my ability is totally awesome, isn't it? I can make my shadow move on its own. Watch it dance." Shui Liang was gesticulating wildly, playing with his shadow in various ways. Everyone around him wore expressions of envy. Even class monitor Zhou Yang was watching with great interest. Setting aside the shadow's combat effectiveness, its visual appeal alone surpassed that of most abilities. Moreover, Gong Yifan felt that Shui Liang's shadow ability was far from simple. Having only awakened a week ago, the way Shui Liang controlled it with such ease and its agile, versatile form suggested it was extraordinary. "Hey Xiao Fan, brother Fan, you're here." Shui Liang greeted Gong Yifan as soon as he saw him, pulling him over to brag together. After chatting for a while, the homeroom teacher arrived. "Classmates, congratulations, you've all graduated," the teacher said with a smile upon entering. As soon as the words were spoken, a stir ran through the crowd below. "All right, let me arrange the schedule for today. At 8 o'clock, we'll go to the gymnasium for the graduation ceremony. At 1:30 p.m., those who haven't awakened will fill in their preferred schools based on their exam scores. Evolvers will wait for further notice." The homeroom teacher laid out the plan. Then they lined up to head to the gymnasium. Upon arrival, rows of stools filled the space below, while a few podiums stood on the stage above. Class 6 over here, a coordinator directed. Under the coordinator's guidance, all 13 classes assembled in the gymnasium. They sat waiting for the principal's speech. As time passed, the principal began to speak. First of all, congratulations to all of you on your graduation. Whether you enter society or continue your studies, I wish you all a bright future, good health and peace. He delivered a long string of polite remarks and blessings. I would also like to congratulate our school. Out of 467 students this year, 96 have become evolvers. Let's give them a warm round of applause. After the principal finished, a thunderous round of applause erupted, congratulating the 96 lucky ones. Once the applause died down, the principal continued. Although you 96 have become evolvers and possess greater resources than ordinary people, remember that greater power comes with greater responsibility. From the moment you awaken, you have shouldered the duty to protect the common people, to protect the nation, and to make due contributions to your country and people. You may be injured, you may die, but everything you do will be sung through the ages. After his speech, another burst of applause erupted. Gong Yifun, standing below, hadn't expected there to be 96 evolvers. As awards were handed out one by one, time gradually passed. After lunch, watching his classmates discuss which school to apply for, Gong Yifun felt a twinge of envy. In his past life, it had always been the schools choosing him. Although things were different now, he would still be assigned by the Education Bureau. Currently, there were only 6 ability-based high schools in Mukong City, and the closest was Mukong No. 2 Ability Senior High School. Barring any surprises, all 8 of them would be assigned to this school. Finally, under the homeroom teacher's confirmation, the Education Bureau's assignments arrived. Zhang Jun and Kong Shui, both elemental type evolvers, were assigned to elemental class 2. Gong Yifun, Shui Liang, and Yu Xiao were assigned to special class 5. The other 3, including the class monitor, were assigned to beast transformation classes. Mukong No. 2 Ability Senior High School had only 12 classes per grade, with 30 students in each class, 2 elemental classes, 4 special classes, and 6 beast transformation classes. This showed that the beast transformation type had the most students, followed by the special type, with the elemental type being the least. Some teachers even said that certain elemental classes might not fill their enrollment quotas. Since last Friday, when he learned he had been assigned to Mukong No. 2 High School, he had been cultivating at home. Now he was already at Black Iron 2 stars. Don't think it's slow. During the college entrance exams, most were at the bronze level, with only a small fraction reaching silver. Most of these people had mediocre cultivation talent, and in their first 2 years of high school, they mainly focused on academic knowledge. Moreover, since most came from ordinary families, even the cheapest bronze-level spirit core cost 10,000 yuan, and black iron-level beasts didn't even have cores. Only those from well-off families or with parents who were evolvers could afford to provide cores endlessly. From this, one could see the gap between rich and poor, especially for those with family legacies. Each scion awakened by drinking a 100 awakening potion, and with the help of their elders, the fastest reached bronze within a year. On the Phone's Evolver forum, there was a genius who with his family's help went from awakening to bronze in less than 2 months. See, that's what it means to be born with a silver spoon. Compared to ordinary people who had to rely on their own instinctual cultivation to reach bronze before hunting beasts in alternate dimensions for cores, and then find a skill core that suited them, it would take at least 2 or 3 years. So to get into university, as long as one reached bronze, basically any second-tier university was an easy pick. Getting into a first-tier university was not easy. There were only 10 in the country, and one would probably need to be around bronze 5 stars to apply. The truly prestigious institutions were only Magic City Martial University and Imperial Capital Martial University, and they required at least bronze 9 stars. They would only consider those who had reached silver. Thinking of this, Gong Yifun felt fortunate again for having the devouring trait, which allowed him to autonomously absorb spiritual energy from the air, and he felt happy. He was ahead of 90% of people. Today was Monday. At 7 a.m., he drove out. As agreed last time, he was going to his uncle's mercenary group. Early in the morning, Father Gong packed everything, put it in the trunk, and headed out of the safe zone. Near the city gate, traffic was slow, and there weren't many people leaving. No ordinary person would venture out for no reason, only evolvers dared to go. For convenience, most evolvers lived in the outer city close to the dimensional spaces. When people gathered in numbers, they formed settlements near the safe zone, gradually building towns of various sizes to protect it and make it safer. After all, which evolver outside didn't have family living in the safe zone? The Wolfpack's base was in a town outside the city near a dimensional space. Almost all evolvers worked there, taking on missions and trading valuable parts from beasts. After leaving the city, he followed the signs and drove for an hour before reaching Tianlan town. He drove in and asked a passerby where the Mad Wolf mercenary group was. At 10 a.m., after driving 3 hours from the safe zone to the town, they finally arrived at their destination. Upon arrival, Gong Yifun and his father were astonished. The base covered nearly 1,000 square meters, enclosed by a wall with a 20-meter-long gate firmly shut at the entrance. Father Gong picked up his phone to call Lin Lang and heard him say arrived. Good. Wait at the gate for a moment, I'll come get you. After a minute, they heard the iron gate creak open. A hearty laugh rang out. Brother-in-law, you're here so soon. I thought you'd come in the afternoon. Drive in quickly. Lin Lang, seeing Father Gong, smiled and directed. Father Gong stepped on the gas and drove into the camp. As soon as Gong Yifan entered, he saw the scene inside: rows of fur horns and beast meat being dissected by various people. Gong Yifan was startled. They were all beast carcasses. He and his father got out of the car and looked at the scene. His stomach churned. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten breakfast, or he would have vomited. Haha, sorry brother-in-law, this is their work. Seeing this, they're all evolvers, but their talent isn't great. They just have brute strength. They help us strip the valuable parts from the beasts and sell them. Ordinary people can't even cut through the hide of these beasts, Lin Lang explained to them. Come, let's talk in the hall. The smell of blood is too strong here, Lin Lang said, leading them into a 3-story building that was spacious, nearly 200 square meters. They went to the sofa and seeing only a few people inside, just the 3 of them. Lin Lang said, come brother-in-law, Xiao Fan, have some tea. Gong Yifan took it with both hands, took a small sip, and set it down. Brother-in-law, since you rarely come, let me play the host. Stay for lunch. We have a dedicated canteen here with fresh meat and vegetables. Let you enjoy a meal of Aleocaniate beast meat, Lin Lang said as he entertained them. Father Gong quickly waved his hand and said, how can this be? You go ahead with your work. I came to drop Xiao Fan off, and he'll be leaving. Xiao Fan, I'll leave him in your care. I want to disturb you. Hey, you're treating me like an outsider. You rarely come, and you want to leave right away. If people hear about this, they'll think I'm a poor host. It'll ruin my reputation, Lin Lang said, feigning displeasure. Father Gong smiled wryly and said, then he'll trouble you. Trouble? What trouble? We're family. Let Xiao Fan stay here. I have plenty of houses in the back. He can pick anyone, Lin Lang said, looking at Xiao Fan. You two sit here, he'll go to the canteen and give instructions, Lin Lang said, hurrying off. Gong Yifan and his father chatted while waiting. A loud voice called out, hey, isn't that brother-in-law here to drop Xiao Fan off today? That booming voice was unmistakably Chung Feng. Yes, Xiao Fan is on summer break, so he's come to learn. Please keep an eye on him. Father Gong quickly stood up, smiled, and shook hands. Oh, what trouble. He can just help out around town when he's here, Chung Feng said, shaking Father Gong's hand. Then thank you, Father Gong replied with a happy smile. Brother-in-law, the food is ready. Let's go eat, Lin Lang called from the doorway. Good. Brother Chin, come too, Father Gong said, pulling Chung Feng along. It'll pass. I just ate and came back to take a nap. I have to go to town later. Chung Feng waved him off. All right, then go ahead. I won't keep you, Father Gong said, no longer insisting. Then Lin Lang, Father Gong, and Gong Yifan went to the canteen together. On the way to the canteen, many people saw Lin Lang and greeted him as chief, and Lin Lang smiled and replied, why is the chief in such a good mood today? A passerby asked another. I heard the chief's relative is here. The chief's relative awakened last week and the chief brought him to broaden his horizons, another passerby answered. Hearing this, the people nearby nodded in understanding and went back to their own business. At the canteen, they saw many people eating, and Lin Lang led Gong Yifan and his father to a private room. Arriving at the banquet, he gazed upon the myriad dishes, none of which he recognized. Come, sit down. I was in such a rush that I didn't prepare much, just made some of our local specialties, Lin Lang said. Gong Yifan felt that both his past and present lives had been wasted. He had thought the meals at that hotel were the best he had ever had. But today his uncle had outdone himself. These were all beast meat, rich with abundant spiritual energy. For cultivators, they boosted cultivation. Even for ordinary people, they were a great tonic, leaving one glowing with health. Oh dear Xiaolang, you've gone to such expense. I'm just an ordinary man, and all this beast meat is useless to me, his father said, looking at the table. Though he didn't recognize the meat, he knew it was from magical beasts, and he felt pained at the sight of so much. Brother-in-law, it's nothing. What's all this? A single beast can weigh hundreds or thousands of caddies, and there's only a few gene on the table. Today we'll eat our fill. If it's not enough, I'll have them make more. It's not worth much anyway, Lin Lang said with a cheerful laugh. Not worth much. Even if I don't know the details, I know this is worth tens of thousands, his father retorted, glaring at Lin Lang. Ah, brother-in-law, you're just used to saving money. That's why you think this way. To you it's precious, to me, whenever I want to eat, I just go catch one. There are plenty in the dimensional space. Lin Lang said, utterly unconcerned. All right then. It's just as well your sister isn't here, or she'd be heartbroken, his father replied. Let's eat. Everyone pick up your chopsticks. Xiao Fan, you need to eat more. You're too skinny. When you fight magical beasts, you might not have the strength, his uncle said, beaming at Gong Yifan. All right, Uncle, Gong Yifan replied, then ate voraciously, his mouth slick with grease and his body drenched in sweat. Though the private room had air conditioning, it couldn't cool his feverish excitement. Watching his nephew devour the food, Lin Lang smiled as he observed Gong Yifan eating. Meanwhile, his father put down his chopsticks after just 2 bites, looking at Gong Yifan with exasperation. As an ordinary person, he couldn't digest it all at once and needed to take a break. Xiaofan, what rank are you now? Have you broken through to 1 star? Lin Lang asked as they ate. Oh, I'm already at Black Iron 2 stars. I just broke through, Gong Yifan replied without much thought. What? You're at Black Iron 2 stars? Lin Lang exclaimed, standing up in shock. He quickly walked over and grabbed Gong Yifan's wrist. Feeling a stream of energy surge into his body, Gong Yifan was startled. What's wrong? His father asked, nervously, noticing Lin Lang's expression. Sensing the feedback from Gong Yifan's body, Lin Lang had to believe it. Gong Yifan was indeed at Black Iron 2 stars with a very solid foundation. No, nothing. I'm just surprised at how fast Xiaofan has broken through, Lin Lang replied. Xiaofan, tell your uncle, how did you cultivate so quickly? Lin Lang asked, full of wonder. Oh, it's like this, I used 4 of the crystals you gave me, Gong Yifan said, quick to respond. He concealed the ability of the dark fruit, only mentioning that he had absorbed the energy from the crystals. Oh, I see, Lin Lang said, relieved. He had feared his nephew had used some evil method to force his advancement. Xiaolang, is Xiaofan all right? His father asked anxiously. It's fine. Xiaofan is a genius. He's already at 2 stars just a week after awakening. He'll surely go far, Lin Lang said, looking at Gong Yifan with admiration. Phew, that's good. I thought something had happened. Talent or not, as long as he's safe and sound, that's all that matters, his father said, relieved. Haha, brother-in-law, that's an interesting way to put it. Your son is cultivating faster than I did back then. It took me over a month to reach 1 star and another 2 months to hit 2 stars. Your son is 2 months ahead of me. Wouldn't you call him a genius? Lin Lang said happily. After all, this genius was his nephew. Gong Yifan, hearing this, laughed joyfully. I don't care if he's a genius or not. You're his uncle, so he still has to listen to you. I'm leaving him in your hands for these 2 months. His father didn't know much about the world of evolvers, but he knew Lin Lang was formidable and his son was even more talented than Lin Lang, which made him very happy. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I promise I'll send him back to you plump and healthy after 2 months, Lin Lang said, thumping his chest. Hey, I'm not asking you to just baby him. Take him to your team, see what he can do, and give him a job. Don't let him be idle, his father said, pointing at Gong Yifan. All right, no problem. Xiaofan has great talent. Let him train here for these 2 months. I'll provide him with plenty of crystals. We'll aim for him to reach bronze in half a year, and then I'll personally take him into the dimensional space to hunt his target, Lin Lang said, taking full responsibility for his nephew. After lunch, Gong Yifan felt a warm sensation throughout his body. Observing more closely, he noticed that his Black Iron 2-star cultivation had become even more stable, a testament to the meal's nourishing effects. After the meal, Lin Lang led us on a tour of the base. After all, his father had to leave by 2 p.m. If they returned too late, darkness would fall, and the night was perilous. Many evolved creatures emerged after sunset, so it was best to head home early. Exiting the cafeteria, they guided everyone to the hall. Upon entering, Lin Lang brought Gong Yifan and the others to a wall adorned with photographs. This is the wall of honor, showcasing the achievements of my team and me. Here are photos of us assisting the military against mutant beasts, participating in competitions, and mostly team-building activities, Lin Lang said, pointing at the wall. It was evident that the wall displayed banners, certificates, and group photos of the team. Come over here. This is our sales department, responsible for selling items we bring back from dimensional rifts. Since we frequently explore these dimensions, many resources need to be liquidated quickly. Thus, we established this department to avoid waste and create jobs. I plan to have Xiaofan train here, Lin Lang explained, leading the way to the 2nd floor. They arrived at a spacious office bustling with employees making phone calls. Xiaofan, how does this look? You could work here with a monthly salary of 3,000. Your duties would involve phone calls and communication. Whether you close a deal or not, you'll receive the base salary with an additional 3% commission on successful sales. Is that acceptable? Lin Lang turned to Gong Yifan. I'm fine with it, uncle. Please arrange it as you see fit. Gong Yifan nodded, eagerly deferring to his uncle's arrangements. All right, you'll start tomorrow. Shall he come here? Lin Lang called out loudly after Gong Yifan agreed. A tall, slender man with glasses approached. The badge on his chest identified him as the sales supervisor, presumably the head of the sales department. Xiaoli, this is my nephew. He'll be interning with the team for 2 months. I'm assigning him to your sales department. Mentor him well, and take him on field visits to broaden his horizons. Xiaofan, say hello to Brother Li. Lin Lang instructed, then introduced Gong Yifan. Understood, boss. Rest assured I'll take good care of him, Brother Li replied. You're Xiaofan, right? Report here at 9 a.m. tomorrow, but come half an hour earlier. You'll shadow me personally. Supervisor Li turned to Gong Yifan. Thank you, Brother Li. He'll be here at 8:30 tomorrow. Gong Yifan expressed his gratitude. No problem, we're colleagues. It's only right, Supervisor Li replied with a smile. All right, you can go back now. He'll continue showing them around. Lin Lang waved Xiao Li away. Supervisor Li nodded and returned to his duties. Come on, let's go outside and see the rest, Lin Lang said, leading the way out. Brother-in-law, here are the dormitories. Xiao Fan will be staying here for the next 2 months. Take a look inside. A cozy single room, isn't it? They exited the hall and arrived at the back of the building where rows of rooms stood before them. These are employee quarters, each with a private bathroom, shower, air conditioning, washing machine, TV, everything you need. Just bring your luggage and move in. Not bad, right? Lin Lang opened a door revealing a room of about 25 square meters. Quite spacious for one person. Not bad at all, Xiao Fan. This is much better than your own little room, his father remarked. Yeah, this room is huge. Gong Yifan exclaimed excitedly. Haha, brother-in-law, rest assured, leaving Xiao Fan with me. As long as he stays within this town, nothing will go wrong. Lin Lang assured with a chuckle. Come on, we've seen the room. Let's check out the rest, he said, waving his hand as he strode forward. Along the way, they saw the mutant beast slaughterhouse, the team's training sessions, and various peculiar goods. Truly an eye-opening experience. At 2 p.m. Brother-in-law, are you leaving already? Why not stay another day? I wanted to take you around town. You could stay a few more days before heading back, Lin Lang urged. Oh no. Having seen your setup here, I'm at ease. As for the town, maybe another time. Besides, I promised your elder sister I'd be back today. I can't have her worrying. His father declined, waving his hand. All right then, take this with you. It's for you and my sister to enjoy, Lin Lang said, quickly loading a large pile of meat. All mutant beast meat, into the trunk. His father immediately tried to stop him. You're giving us so much. How can the two of us finish all this? It's too much. Too much. This is for my sister, so she can have a taste. Don't refuse, Lin Lang insisted, his expression firm. All right. I've already troubled you enough, and now you're giving us such generous gifts. If your sister finds out, she'll probably scold me, his father said, watching Lin Lang load the car. All right, brother-in-law, travel safe. Goodbye. Goodbye, Dad. They exchanged farewells. Come on, Xiao Fan, let's go tidy up your room. If anything comes up, talk to me, or Supervisor Lee, his uncle advised. Don't worry, you'll take care of myself. You go ahead and get back to work. He'll head to the dorm and settle in, Gong Yifan said quickly. After watching his uncle return to the main building, he made his way back to the dormitory. In the morning, it was already 7:30. Gong Yifan glanced at the time. He decided to grab breakfast first. Entering the cafeteria, he saw a crowd of people queuing up. The cafeteria operated on a buffet system entirely free of charge, and even offered exotic beast meat. The variety was quite rich. He got himself a bowl of noodles. The meat inside was unfamiliar, but it smelled appetizing. Finding a corner seat, he scrolled through videos while eating. After nearly half an hour, it was around 8:30. He cleared his table and walked out of the cafeteria. Entering the main building, he went up to the second floor and saw some people organizing documents. Gong Yifan went straight to the supervisor's office and knocked on the door. Come in, Supervisor Lee said upon hearing the knock. Brother Lee, I'm here. Gong Yifan entered with a smile. You're here. Yesterday afternoon, I asked the captain about your situation. Since you awakened your ability to learn, having you work in sales would be a waste of your talent. It's better to let you train. So I suggested to the captain that you first get familiar with our team's work. Do whatever you want, and that way it won't hinder your cultivation, Supervisor Lee explained, putting down his work and clasping his hands as he looked at Gong Yifan. That's great. Gong Yifan nodded eagerly. Yesterday, he had been worrying about how he could possibly cultivate if he had to spend these 2 months running sales. He never expected Supervisor Lee to be so considerate, having already thought of this and even proposed it to the captain. Not bad, truly a talent. Come, let me show you what you can do. Oh, and hey, race your work badge. Supervisor Lee took out the badge and handed it to Gong Yifan. Leaving the main building, they arrived at the training grounds. He saw some people moving equipment, others exercising, and some engaged in sparring. This is where the team members train. You can practice here whenever you're free or find someone to guide you, Supervisor Lee said, pointing at the group training. They walked to another place. Before even reaching the entrance, a strong stench of blood assaulted their senses. This is the slaughterhouse where we butcher the exotic beasts the team hunts. You can come here to observe, get some practice, and steal your nerves. It also teaches you which beasts are valuable and which are waste. You can also ask the workers here about the most efficient ways to hunt and kill them. Supervisor Lee glanced at the workers, then turned back to Gong Yifan. Gong Yifan realized this was the first scene he had witnessed when he came with his father yesterday. Was this what he would have to do from now on? The thought made him feel deeply uneasy. Noticing the change in Gong Yifan's expression, Supervisor Lee understood his thoughts. He comforted him, don't find it disgusting. This job is perfect for novices like you. It helps you build courage and learn the weaknesses of exotic beasts. It can greatly help you overcome your inner fears. Later you can try it yourself or even go hunting. It's excellent practical training. After all, coming from the safe zone, you've probably never even seen blood. This way you won't freeze up in real combat. Freezing up is a small problem, but losing your life is a big one. Listening to Supervisor Lee's words and watching the scene of someone using a cutting machine to slice bones, Gong Yifan suppressed his urge to vomit and nodded with difficulty. Then he made up his mind. He would do this. Seeing Gong Yifun's expression improve, Supervisor Li felt relieved. He then asked Gong Yifun what he wanted to do. I want to learn here. I need to overcome my fear, or it will be too late once I enter another dimension. Seeing the determination in Gong Yifun's eyes, Supervisor Li smiled, handed him over to an elderly master, and left. Following the old master to the slaughterhouse, he came to understand the situation. Those working here were all at the bronze or black iron rank, mostly black iron. These individuals lacked talent, but were all awakened, physically robust, and immensely strong, perfectly suited for cutting up exotic beasts, as machines would easily damage their bodies and cause losses. Inside the slaughterhouse, the old master led Gong Yifun to a washing area where a group of middle-aged men and women were rinsing the hides of exotic beasts. You'll work here from now on. Assist me. They'll do the scrubbing and you'll handle fetching and placing, the old master said, pointing to the area where the hides were stored. Oh, there was so much. Gong Yifun responded and headed toward the pile of hides. And so a day passed like this. Work ended at 5 p.m. Covered in the stench of blood, Gong Yifun felt utterly despairing. He thought, I came here to learn how to use my abilities and fight. How did I end up working as a laborer? With this in mind, Gong Yifun wanted to seek out his uncle, but feared disturbing him, leaving him deeply conflicted. Finally, he resolved to find his uncle tomorrow. Returning to the dormitory, he shut the door, hastily stripped off his clothes, tossed them into the washing machine, and rushed into the bathroom to shower. After bathing, he sat on the bed to cultivate using his second ability to absorb the spiritual energy in the air. Outside the door, Lin Lang, who had been heading back to his own dorm, sensed the spiritual energy drifting in one direction. Curious, he followed it. Arriving before a dormitory door, he glanced at the room number. This seems to be Xiaofan's room. Is he absorbing spirit cores inside? Thinking this, he stepped forward and knocked. Who is it? It's me, your uncle. Oh, okay, wait a moment, I'll open the door. Initially annoyed by the interruption, Gong Yifun's irritation vanished upon hearing his uncle's voice. With a creak, the door opened. He invited his uncle inside. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Lin Lang said, looking at Gong Yifun sitting by the bed. Not at all, not at all. I just finished showering and was about to absorb a spirit core when you arrived, Gong Yifun replied with a smile. It's nothing, I just came to see how you're doing. How was your day? Are you adapting? Lin Lang asked with concern. It's fine, Gong Yifun said somewhat unnaturally. Lin Lang immediately noticed the discomfort on his face and inquired. What's wrong? Has someone been giving you trouble? No. It's just that I spent the whole day helping the old master carry hides, and it feels useless to me. I came here to learn combat and cultivation, but doing this every day seems off somehow. Gong Yifun finally blurted out after holding it in for a while. Oh, is that how you see it? But if you don't do this, there's nothing else for you. To enter a dimensional rift, you need to reach the bronze rank and obtain a certification from the Ability Association. Lin Lang looked at Gong Yifun as he spoke. But uncle, doing this every day is so boring, Gong Yifun said, helplessly gazing at his uncle. All right, how about this? You're a genius, and making you do this every day is a waste of your talent. Work from Monday to Friday. For each week you work, it'll give you 2 bronze spirit cores. After 2 full months, it'll give you a silver grade skill core. Your salary will be 5,000. How does that sound? Lin Lang said, looking at Gong Yifun. Upon hearing this, Gong Yifun quickly agreed. He didn't underestimate these spirit cores. Normally, he relied solely on his ability to absorb spiritual energy and rarely used them. So much so that he hadn't even absorbed the 5 cores he had before. Seeing Gong Yifun's reaction, Lin Lang smiled. To him, bronze and silver cores were easy to come by. He could just kill a few exotic beasts in a dimensional rift whenever he needed. All right, then I'll be off. You've had a long day. Don't cultivate tonight. Just rest for a while, Lin Lang said, patting him on the shoulder before leaving. Watching Lin Lang leave, Gong Yifun lay on the bed pondering the future. He thought about his uncle's mercenary group and decided he would start his own someday. Little did he know then that this thought would one day forge a legend in the mercenary world. As days passed with work and cultivation, 2 months slowly slipped by. During these 2 months, due to his low strength, he could not venture into the spiritual realm, and at the slaughterhouse his weak capabilities meant he could only assist in minor tasks. Since everyone in the team knew he was the captain's nephew, they did not make things difficult for Gong Yifun, and he managed to get along well with the team. However, his cultivation lagged behind. He could only practice for 2 to 3 hours after work, and soon had to sleep, with little time for training outside of that, leading to extremely slow progress. Now he had just reached the peak of black iron 4 stars, and it would probably take another 2 days to break through to 5 stars. As the school opening approached, Gong Yifun had to return home. One day, seeing his uncle return from the alternate dimension, he wanted to say something. In the past 2 months, he had seen his uncle very rarely, almost not at all, as he had been busy hunting exotic beasts and searching for rare materials in the alternate dimension. In this world, the medical field is very advanced, and most spiritual herbs are in high demand. When encountering particularly precious ones, if seen by someone with ill intentions, it could lead to conflict. After all, if someone died in the alternate dimension, no one would know, and even if they did, it would be of no use. In the alternate dimension, killing is treated with a default acceptance by all nations. They won't intervene. If they did, one would be unable to resist, so there are no profound grudges, and deadly battles are rare as life is precious. Of course, if there were a malicious slaughter of evolvers, or evolver teams, in the alternate dimension, the government would issue a manhunt, placing the task with the Mercenary Union, allowing mercenary groups, or the Shura Hall, which enforces laws in China, to track and carry it out. The Mercenary Union is a semi-official and semi-civilian organization monitored by the government to prevent chaos if a bounty for murder were to arise, though bounties issued by the government do not count. Many people usually post bounty information, and the military also issues messages to have mercenaries assist, which is not free. There is remuneration involved. The Suspended Guard Bureau functions like a police station, possessing the authority to arrest all superpowered individuals in China. If there is resistance, they can kill on the spot. Many experts are within. After all, once a person possesses power, they can become lawless, and the Suspended Guard Bureau is like the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all who harbor ill intentions. Arriving at his uncle's office, he knocked on the door. "Come in," Lin Lang said without looking up. Uncle Gong Yifan greeted him. It's Xiao Fan. What brings you here?" Lin Lang asked, looking at Gong Yifan. "It's nothing major, just that school is starting soon, and I have to go back. I wanted to let you know," Gong Yifan replied, looking at Lin Lang. "So soon? I've been in the alternate dimension these days and lost track of time. When are you leaving?" Lin Lang asked. "Tomorrow my dad will come to pick me up," Gong Yifan replied. "All right, tomorrow I'll give you this first," Lin Lang said, retrieving a bag of crystal cores from the first cabinet on his left. "During these days your uncle has been busy, but your crystal cores are all here. 18 bronze 9 stars cores. Your uncle treats you well, doesn't he?" Lin Lang remarked, looking at Gong Yifan. "Thank you, uncle." "Thank you very much," Gong Yifan said with a smile. "Additionally, these more than 20 bronze-level crystal cores are a gift from your uncle. They were all recently obtained from hunting in the spiritual realm. I have no use for them and can't exchange them for much. I've seen your talent over these 2 months. Your talent is definitely better than your uncle's. I don't want your talent to go to waste. This should be enough for about half a year. If it's not enough, just call me, as your uncle has plenty of bronze-level crystal cores," Lin Lang explained. Lin Lang then took out a pile of bronze-level crystal cores from his spatial ring and placed them on the table, speaking to Gong Yifan. From what he learned over the past 2 months, the official price for a bronze 1-star energy crystal core is 10,000, and it doubles for each star increase. By the time it reaches silver, it is 100,000 and continues to double. After all, the consumption perspectives of evolvers and ordinary people are worlds apart. They require significant resources to elevate themselves, and each battle costs them their lives. Skill crystal cores do not differentiate by star. A bronze level is simply bronze, while silver level is silver. An official price for a bronze skill crystal core is 100,000, while a silver crystal core costs around 500,000 to 1 million. A gold level core is roughly around 5 million, and for platinum or diamond, one must rely on luck at the auction house. They certainly exist, but whether they are suitable is uncertain. As for the higher tiers like Starry King or Supreme, he was not sure. Looking at the value of the crystal cores his uncle gave him, it was nearly 2 million. Gong Yifan was indeed moved, but this was also his uncle's investment. Ever since discovering Gong Yifan's exceptional talent and powerful abilities, his uncle had been very generous. "Thank you, uncle. I will definitely work hard and will not disappoint your expectations," Gong Yifan said earnestly to Lin Lang. Leaving his uncle's office with the resignation certificate, he went to the finance department to collect his salary. It was merely 3,000 yuan per month, totaling 6,000 with the previous months. In this small town, all expenses were exorbitant, as everything was specifically supplied for supernatural beings. Thus, Gong Yifan merely looked around and browsed, buying nothing. The team provided free lodging, water, electricity, and even meals of exotic beast meat, making life quite enjoyable. So he had saved up both months' wages. Returning to the dormitory, he packed everything neatly, ready for his father to pick him up the next day. The next morning, he sat in the dormitory, idly scrolling through videos, waiting for his father to drive over. Then his phone rang. "Hey Xiaofan, I'm almost there. Are you ready?" Father Gong said over the phone. All right, just give me a call when you arrive. Uncle went on a mission, so call me directly," Gong Yifan replied. Yesterday, Lin Lang had told him he might be away today, so he asked Gong Yifan to inform his father. Okay, I'll call you when I get there." He'll hang up now. Watching the phone disconnect, Gong Yifan continued scrolling through videos. Around 10 o'clock, his phone rang. Knowing it was his father arriving, Gong Yifan hurried to the gate, asked the security guard to open it, and welcomed his father in. The car stopped at the dormitory building. Opening the door, his father stepped out. Gong Yifan also opened the trunk and loaded his clothes inside, with his father helping on the side. Father Gong asked, "Is everything packed in? Nothing left behind?" Gong Yifan replied, "No, just some change of clothes." "Let's go." Father Gong opened the door, stepped on the accelerator, and drove out of the camp. Father Gong inquired, "So how did these 2 months feel?" Gong Yifan answered, "Not bad. Uncle's team is all supernatural beings. I'm still too weak with little strength, so I only assist with minor tasks. I'm not very busy usually, but I've seen a lot." "Oh, that's good. 2 days left. What level are you now?" Father Gong asked. "I'm already at Black Iron 4-star, and in another day or two I'll reach 5-star, Gong Yifan replied. "So fast. Did your uncle give you more crystals?" Father Gong asked, unaware that Gong Yifan had a dual superpower and could also absorb spiritual energy. "Yeah, uncle gives me 2 bronze 9-star energy crystals every week for me to absorb," Gong Yifan said happily. "Oh, your uncle treats you quite well." It seemed Father Gong didn't know the value of the crystals, otherwise he wouldn't have been so calm. On the road they chatted while driving at a leisurely pace. Arriving home, he saw his mother and called out joyfully, "Son is back." "Oh, you've gotten darker and gained some weight," his mother said, looking him over. "Brother, you're back." His sister, hearing their mother's voice, ran out to see Gong Yifan. "Yeah, I'm back. And I'm not fat. I'm muscular," Gong Yifan said, deliberately puffing out his chest and raising his arm to show his biceps. Indeed, over these 2 months he had gained weight, but it had all turned into muscle. He hadn't developed abs, but his arms had grown noticeably thicker. Good muscular is good, muscular is good. "You two haven't had lunch yet, right? Have some snacks on the table first. I'll make a nice dinner tonight," his mother said with a smile. "Oh right, uncle asked me to bring back some exotic beast meat, about 40 gene," Gong Yifan said, quickly taking out his luggage and pulling out a bag of meat. It was fortunate that Gong Yifan had become an evolver, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to lift 40 gene with one hand. That Xiaolin brought another bag back. The last few bags lasted almost a month. "It's only because it's exotic beast meat that it hasn't spoiled," his mother remarked. Gong Yifan stuffed the meat into the fridge. Luckily they had 2 refrigerators, or it wouldn't have fit. "All right, well, eat this meat tonight," his mother declared. "Great. We get to eat that exotic beast meat again," his sister exclaimed happily on the side. Seeing his sister's delight, Gong Yifan felt pleased too. After all, for an ordinary family, they only ate such things during festivals, not on regular days. "Haha, you little glutton." His mother, seeing her daughter bouncing around, was also overjoyed. Ever since a month ago when she started eating exotic beast meat daily, she had developed a picky palate and kept clamoring for it. Today she could finally eat her fill. Returning to his small room, which he hadn't seen in 2 months, he jumped onto the bed and lay face down, feeling an unparalleled sense of familiarity. Home was truly the best. After tidying up his room and cleaning, he went to the living room. His parents were playing on their phones while his poor sister could only watch TV. In this world, due to the existence of superpowers and exotic beasts, entertainment options were very scarce. Things like anime, TV dramas, and novels from his past life were extremely rare. As a result, entertainment was severely lacking. For instance, his sister was watching a show about 3 pink pigs, which she had seen many times over and kept rewatching. However, communication technology and science were abundant here. Even in alternate dimensions, communication towers were installed to ensure normal connectivity. These were all made from materials found in alternate dimensions and designed for supernatural beings. Ordinary people simply couldn't withstand the surging spiritual energy. Once an ordinary person entered, it was like a person falling into water and drowning. In the alternate dimension, they would suffocate to death. Therefore, the authorities forbade ordinary people from entering, and even Black Iron level individuals weren't allowed. Only Bronze level and above could. As for other technologies, those from his previous life existed here too, even better, but ordinary people rarely used them. For example, in his past life, cars ran on gasoline, but in this life, they used spirit stones. Their function was similar to petroleum, but superior, serving as a universal energy source. A single spirit stone was enough to power a car for a whole year. Besides this, many other technologies had been invented, some for daily life, but most served supernatural beings. Ordinary people rarely used them. For instance, in video streaming, statistics showed that it was mostly supernatural beings who spent their days on short video platforms. Watching their superpowers fly everywhere and showing off strange things from alternate dimensions served only to satisfy ordinary people's curiosity and supernatural beings' vanity, nothing more. Still, it helped fill people's lives, preventing this dangerous world from being filled with despair and boredom. Time quickly passed. At 6 in the evening, the whole family sat at the dining table waiting for the dishes to be served. Seeing his sister's eager expression, it was clear she could hardly wait. With a call of time to eat, the dishes were served. 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup. The family began eating. Having not tasted his mother's cooking for 2 months, Gong Yifan ate heartily, finishing 3 bowls of rice. As his level increased, aside from exotic beast meat, ordinary food became less and less filling. As a result, most of the exotic beast meat on the table was eaten by Gong Yifan. Fortunately, there was plenty, and he ate to his heart's content. Otherwise, his sister would have made a fuss. After eating to his satisfaction, he lay on the sofa chatting with friends on WeChat. To his surprise, both Yu Xiao and Shui Liang had reached Black Iron 2-star. It seemed they were also hardworking and talented. After showering, he lay in bed, picked up his phone, and began playing games with friends until late at night before falling asleep. The 2-month summer vacation had passed. Today was September 1st. Rising early in the morning, he hurriedly washed up. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he found himself somewhat handsome. A new semester. A new beginning. At 10 in the morning, he arrived at the second high school of Mukong City. Approaching the school gate, he saw a sea of people, students and parents alike, each clutching registration forms heading to the auditorium to report. Gong Yifan did not go to register immediately. Instead, he waited for Yu Xiao and Shui Liang as they had agreed yesterday to register together today. He had arrived early. They were still about 10 minutes away. After waiting for roughly 10 minutes, they both arrived. Both were dragging suitcases, stepping out of a car. They must have taken a taxi. Why are you two so late? I've been waiting almost 20 minutes. Didn't we agree on 9 o'clock? Gong Yifan asked, exasperated. It's all Shui Liang's fault. He said since we live close we should share a taxi. He asked me to pick him up, but going from my place to his wasted a few minutes. The driver wouldn't let us pick up another passenger midway, so we had to hail another cab. What a ripoff, Yu Xiao also complained. Hey, enough. How was I supposed to know the driver wouldn't allow an extra passenger? It was only a few minutes late. Come on, let's go register, Shui Liang said, trying to smooth things over as he dragged them along. The three of them entered the school gate and followed the crowd into the auditorium. Arriving at the Special Abilities Department, they found Class 5. They walked up and saw about 5 or 6 people already in line, so they joined the queue. After waiting, the 6 people ahead finished, and it was Gong Yifan's turn. Hand me your registration form and ID card, the staff member said. Gong Yifan submitted both and continued waiting. Boarding student or day student, the staff member continued. Boarding, Gong Yifan replied. That'll be 600 yuan, the staff member said. Upon hearing this, Gong Yifan took out his phone and scanned the QR code to pay. Dormitory 401. Hey, race the key and your ID card. You can go now, another staff member said, handing him the key. Taking the key, Gong Yifan stepped aside to wait for the other two. After watching them both finish their procedures, they joined him. Haha, we're all in the same dorm. Roommates again. Shui Liang exclaimed, holding up his key. The trio dragged their suitcases towards the dormitory building. The building had 5 floors and numerous rooms. Carrying their luggage, they headed straight for the dorm. No one else was there. The bed at the very back is mine. Shui Liang shouted, charging in first. Damn, he beat us to it, Gong Yifan and Yu Xiao said in unison. They then hurried to claim the good spots. Relying on his agile movements, Gong Yifan was a step faster than the chubby Yu Xiao and also secured a bed near the back. Yu Xiao, being a step slower, had to sleep opposite Gong Yifan, though not the one closest to the restroom. Poor guy who gets that spot. The dorm was quite nice. It housed 4 students. It had air conditioning, a balcony, a washing machine, a restroom, a wash basin, and a shower. Pretty good. It took them over 10 minutes to put everything away. It was September and the weather was still scorching, so they had all brought straw mats and thin blankets. Let's hurry to the classroom and grab good seats, Shui Liang suggested, thinking about the classroom again. Gong Yifan and Yu Xiao agreed. They slung their backpacks on and headed to the teaching area. The area had 3 main buildings, and their classroom was in Building C. Arriving at the 4-story building, they searched the first floor, but didn't find Class 5. They went up to the second floor and finally found it near the restroom, though thankfully separated by Class 6. At the classroom door, they saw a man who was clearly a teacher sitting at the lectern, though whether he was the homeroom teacher was unknown. You're here. Come and sign your names on this paper. The teacher at the lectern pointed at them. They went up to the podium and signed their names one by one. They walked down together, looked around, and noticed the corner by the wall was empty, commonly known as the spot next to the trash can. But it didn't matter. They had spent their 3 years of middle school next to a trash can anyway. They exchanged glances and made their decision. This time Yu Xiao and Shui Liang rushed forward, quickly snatching the last 2 seats. They made quite a bit of noise, drawing the attention of the students in the front rows. What was most infuriating was that after grabbing the seats, they raised their eyebrows and looked at Gong Yifan. Helpless Gong Yifan sat down in the seat in front of them next to the wall. The teacher on the podium glanced at them and then looked away. Little did they know they had already been branded as troublemakers in the teacher's mind. Gong Yifan turned around to face them and whispered, "You two are something else. I spaced out for a second and you snatched the seats right from under me." Hee, we saw empty seats and couldn't help but sit down, Yu Xiao said with a sly grin. Seeing Yu Xiao smile, his already small eyes and chubby face made his eyes turn into slits when he laughed. Gong Yifan rolled his eyes in exasperation and turned back around. Looking at the other classmates in front, he noticed quite a few girls had come. Out of the dozen or so students, 10 were girls. The 2 dogs behind him were still commenting on who was pretty. He didn't know if they were ignorant or just stupid. Everyone present was an evolver, and the classroom was very quiet. With a little focus, anyone could hear their conversation. Gong Yifan was too embarrassed to even talk to them. It was almost noon, and basically everyone had arrived. The teacher on the podium introduced himself first. "My name is Wu Bin, and I will be your homeroom teacher. For the next 3 years, I will be the one to lead you into the world of espers, Wu Bin said, writing his name on the blackboard. He then looked at the students below. He'll call the roll first. When your name is called, please come up and introduce yourselves, your name, your ability, and the school you graduated from. Wu Bin called out Chao Wen. Chao Wen said, my name is Chao Wen, my ability is Arm Reinforcement Black Iron 2-star from No. 6 Middle School. Wu Bin said, good, next Lu Wu. He watched as Wu Bin called each name and recorded the information. Lu Wu said, hello everyone, my name is, and introduced himself at length. It was Shui Liang's turn. Shui Liang said, hello everyone, my name is Shui Liang, my ability is Shadow Black Iron 3-star from No. 5 Middle School. Wu Bin said, good, next Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao said, hello everyone, my name is Yu Xiao, my ability is Diamondization Black Iron 3-star from No. 5 Middle School. The two of them had just leveled up in the last couple of days and weren't very stable yet. Wu Bin said, good, next Gong Yifan. Gong Yifan stood up, hello everyone. My name is Gong Yifan, my ability is Vibration, and my current rank is Black Iron 5-star from No. 5 Middle School. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room erupted. Black Iron 5-star. The strongest in the class so far is 3-star, and he reached 5-star in just 2 months. He's a genius, a classmate exclaimed in amazement. His family must have given him a ton of spirit crystals to level up, someone said jealously. Wu Bin also said in surprise, good, next. In Wu Bin's mind, this was definitely a genius. Wow, Xiao Fan, how are you already 5-star? And you didn't even tell us. That's so unlike you, Shui Liang asked in surprise. Well, you guys never asked. Besides, I was afraid you'd feel too inferior, Gong Yifan said with a mischievous grin. You almost scared me to death, Shui Liang said disdainfully. Yu Xiao beside him nodded in agreement. They then continued listening to the other's report. Wu Bin said, next He Min. He Min said, hello everyone, my name is He Min from No. 4 Middle School. My ability is Telekinesis, and I am currently at Black Iron 6-star. After she spoke, the whole room erupted again. First a 5-star, now a 6-star. It was unbelievable, especially since most people were still stuck between 1-star and 2-star. Now someone had jumped straight to 6-star. Gong Yifan was stunned upon hearing 6 stars. He had assumed his own talent was extraordinary, possessing the dark fruit, whose potent attraction enabled him to absorb spiritual energy steadily, without relying on spirit crystals at all. Yet on the very first day of school, he encountered another prodigy. Though he had spent half the summer working, he was certain he had trained far more than most students. Even absorbing a single spirit crystal required 4 or 5 days. Thus, in just 2 months since her awakening, she had absorbed 12 crystals, and already reached Black Iron 6-star. Such innate talent was truly terrifying. Gong Yifan raised his gaze once more toward the girl named He Min. Fair-skinned with a delicate oval face, large expressive eyes, and an air of pure vibrant charm, dressed stylishly, she embodied the ideal idol of countless introverted youths. Yet such breathtaking beauty coupled with peerless aptitude, it seemed utterly unjust. Gong Yifan reflected inwardly. He had grown overly proud. Believing his own attainment of 5th star within 2 months was already astonishing proof enough that he ranked among the elite, unmatched by most in this academy. And yet on the first day of term, reality struck him hard. While Gong Yifan remained lost in thought, the rest of the class turned their eyes toward He Min. Even teacher Wu Bin watched her intently. Good heavens, this may well be the finest cohort I've ever taught. First came a 5th-star student, and now a 6th-star one. This year's year-end bonus was practically guaranteed. Wu Bin smiled inwardly, then addressed He Min aloud. Ahem, everyone settle down. He Min, correct. Excellent. Keep up the outstanding work. Please take your seat. He Min playfully winked and sat down. Next. Minutes later, all 30 students had been called. Class 5 comprised 30 students total. From the introductions, so far 1 6-star, 1 5th-star, 1 4th-star, 6 3rd-stars, 12 2nd-stars, and 9 1st-stars. Wu Bin assessed silently. The overall caliber was remarkably strong, the majority ranked 2nd star or higher. Especially promising were He Min and Gong Yifan. Both might break through to bronze this semester. As for the remaining Fu-star students, if they failed to advance within the month, their potential would likely prove insufficient. Discarding them would be prudent. After all, failing to reach 2nd star within 3 months rendered advancement to bronze virtually impossible, let alone qualifying for the National Cultivation Examination. As for 4th stars, diligent effort could still see them reach bronze this semester. Chances remained high. 3rd stars would likely achieve bronze within a year's disciplined practice. 2nd stars would need to push harder, but bronze was certainly attainable. Still, they'd likely rank near the bottom in the national examination. Wu Bin weighed these prospects carefully. After a long pause, he finally looked out over the students before him. Class, it's now 1230 p.m. The cafeteria crowd should have thinned. Those who haven't eaten yet, please head there now. Well, resume at 130 p.m. in this classroom, then gather at the Central Plaza at 200 p.m. for speeches by the principal and senior faculty. With that, Wu Bin gathered his materials and exited the classroom. Whoa, I hadn't noticed how hungry I was until you mentioned it. Let's go, Xiao Fan Xiao Shui. I'm starving. Didn't eat breakfast at all. Yu Xiao slapped Gong Yifun's shoulder and tugged lightly at Shui Liang's arm. Right, let's go see what the cafeteria serves. Gong Yifun stepped out, oriented himself, and followed the stream of students toward the dining hall. After several minutes, they arrived at a vast two-story cafeteria. The ground floor offered free communal meals. The second floor featured premium mat-order dishes. Notably, both meats and vegetables here were spirit-grade ingredients, imbued with spiritual energy and extravagance befitting this extraordinary realm. Given the rush of opening day, they opted casually for 1 meat and 2 vegetable dishes on the first floor, free though portion-controlled and not exclusively exotic beast meat. Whoa, even the rice is spirituous and the meat comes from exotic beasts. No wonder it's an interdimensional marvel. Even communal fare tastes divine. Yu Xiao declared, shoveling a generous bite into his mouth. Indeed, and this is merely the communal kitchen. If we splurged upstairs for a private meal, it would surely be even more exquisite. Shui Liang gazed wistfully toward the left staircase, watching students ascend and descend. Those emerging from the second floor drew envious glances. Hey, don't waste your envy. Can we afford those prices? A single dish easily costs thousands, some exceed 10,000. Let's stay grounded and satisfied, right here on the first floor. Gong Yifun glanced upward, two voice tinged with wry bitterness. Silence fell. All three bowed, their heads focused intently on the bowls before them. Absolutely sublime. Best meal I've ever had. At home, we only taste exotic beast meat once a year during Spring Festival. And just a tiny morsel. Sigh. Poverty strikes deep. Yu Xiao patted his rounded belly and leaned back in his chair. Don't forget you're no longer broke. Just pluck a diamond off your body. You'd feast upstairs for a whole week. Shui Liang grinned mischievously. Gong Yifun looked at Yu Xiao expectantly. Get lost. You think I haven't considered that? These diamonds are my flesh. Do you want me to carve myself? Besides, even if I did sever one, it would revert instantly once detached from my aura's influence. Yu Xiao rolled his eyes regarding Shui Liang and Gong Yifun as if they were simpletons. A sigh escaped him. The two slumped crestfallen. Seeing their dejection, Yu Xiao bristled and strode off without another word. The trio ambled slowly, arms slung over each other's shoulders. Passers-by turned curiously, and one muttered as he walked past. Fags. Instantly, the three sprang apart. Shui Liang snapped back. You're the fag, and your whole family's fags. Then without glancing back, they resumed walking side by side. The student flushed, face alternating between crimson and ashen, before storming off. Back in class, most students were seated, beginning to introduce themselves. Hey Xiao Fan, you worked this summer, right? Where? Shui Liang asked, intrigued. Gong Yifun turned around. At my uncle's place. Dad sent me there, to broaden my horizons, as an assistant in his mercenary squad. Whoa, you've got a mercenary uncle. Since when? Yu Xiao exclaimed, astonished. Don't be so shocked. I am too. But ask no more. Tonight I'll surprise you both. Gong Yifun lowered his voice, a knowing glint in his eye. At the mention of a surprise, both fell silent. Gradually time crept to 1:30 p.m. and teacher Wu Bin re-entered the classroom. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Wu Bin, 28 years old, your homeroom teacher. My cultivation rank is Silver 7th Star. My ability is Spiritual Perception. Wu Bin. I can perceive all movement within a 1-kilometer radius. So, certain covert actions won't escape my notice. Of course, I won't monitor you constantly. Even if I wish to, school regulations forbid it. Restrooms and private training rooms are all shielded by suppression arrays. Ha. The boys roared with laughter, the girls blushed faintly. By the way, pull out your phones. Let's add our class group. Search WeChat ID 3148. This will serve as our official group for announcements over the next 3 years. Please follow closely. Also download the Evolver app and register your personal details, name and ID number. The school has pre-activated your accounts. Once registered, schedule a rank assessment at the Evolver Guild. Thereafter, you'll receive 1 free bronze tier spirit crystal monthly, a national benefit for students. This privilege ends upon reaching bronze rank. For those lacking cultivation resources, it's an invaluable opportunity. Wu Bin paused, observing the students' reactions. Benefits exist. 1 crystal per month. If ID had 1, would I still be stuck at Black Iron 1st Star? Exactly. Look at our classmates. 4th and 5th stars, even 6 stars. They must be absorbing crystals daily to climb so fast. No choice. Someone sighed. Their families are wealthy, or have evolvers among their kin. Wu Bin, listening from the podium, merely nodded. This annual cycle of envy and longing was nothing new. Teacher, what rank is the bronze tier spirit crystal? A student asked. Its rank matches your own, Wu Bin replied. The clock struck 2. Under the homeroom teacher's guidance, they lined up outside the classroom. Watching Class 4 already in formation march out ahead. Class 5 followed suit. At 2 in the afternoon, the sun blazed high in the sky. The weather was scorching hot. At such a moment, one couldn't help but envy those evolvers with ice, water, or fire affinities, naturally resistant to the heat. Arriving at the sports field, they saw the ground covered with plastic chairs while the podium boasted large wooden tables and chairs cushioned for comfort. On this sweltering day, the podium was shaded by an awning, yet the students had to sit under the blazing sun. How unbearable. As each class entered in order, they found their designated spots and sat down. They waited in silence for the school leaders to speak. Ahem. Testing, testing. A host checked the microphone. Slowly, 2 hosts emerged from backstage. A man and a woman. The man, respected leaders, distinguished guests. The woman, dear teachers and fellow students. Together, good afternoon. And then came another round of tedious opening remarks. The students below listened listlessly. The woman announced, I now declare the 2017 freshman welcoming ceremony of Mukong City No. 2 Superpower High School officially open. Let us welcome our principal with a round of applause. Applause erupted. The students cooperatively clapped. Dear students, a new semester brings a new atmosphere. You are all newly awakened evolvers brimming with vitality and passion. Another lengthy opening speech ensued. Sitting under the sun listening to the principal's long-winded address, everyone felt drowsy and dispirited. The principal droned on for over half an hour before finally finishing. It was already past 3 o'clock. Gong Yifan thought it was over, but then an official from the Education Bureau stepped up to speak. He glanced at the several leaders still on the podium. Surely they wouldn't all have to speak. He never imagined that after being reborn as an evolver, he'd still have to endure leaders' speeches. Time slowly passed. Fortunately, the subsequent speakers from government departments kept it brief, ending quickly. Gong Yifan thought it was finally over, but the principal returned to the stage. Sigh, I wonder when this will end, Gong Yifan muttered in his seat. The principal stepped onto the podium, observing the students' lethargy. Students, this ceremony is nearly over. I have one more announcement. At the end of this month, there will be an exhibition match. Freshmen will participate to showcase their abilities, and there will be rewards. Every participant will receive 1 crystal core. There are no restrictions. Even 1-star evolvers can join. The top 10 will receive generous prizes to be revealed at the finals. They'll keep that a secret for now. After the principal finished, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Whoa, just for participating, I get a crystal core. The school's being really generous. Yeah, plus the one from the Evolver Association, I'll have too. Didn't they say the top 10 get even better rewards? With my 4-star strength, I might even make it into the top 10, ha. Watching the commotion, the principal smiled and stepped down. Seeing the principal leave, the 2 hosts hurried onto the stage to announce the end of the ceremony. Back in the classroom, the teacher dismissed them with a brief, class dismissed, and left. Gong Yifan and his 2 companions returned to the dormitory together. Once there, they first organized their beds, then headed to the cafeteria for dinner. In the evening, they returned to the dorm to find another person inside. Gong Yifan stepped forward to greet him. Gong Yifan, just call me Xiaofan. Yu Xiao. Shui Liang. The newcomer quickly responded with his own introduction. Zhangyu. Hey, I know you. You're that black iron 4-star student with the illusion ability, right? Shui Liang recalled. That's right. Zhangyu replied shyly. Haha, we're all dorm brothers now, no need to be so nervous. Yu Xiao laughed beside him. You all went to the same school before, right? I hope you'll look out for me in the dorm, Zhangyu said politely, clearly introverted. Haha, no need for formalities. If anything comes up, just tell us. We'll help if we can, said Gong Yifan. After the pleasantries, everyone attended to their own matters. Have you eaten? Want to grab a meal together? Zhangyu asked the 3 after tidying up. We've already eaten. Go ahead on your own, Gong Yifan replied. Yeah, we ate before coming. All right, I'm off then. Zhangyu opened the door and left. Gong Yifan quickly got off his bed, walked to the door, and after confirming no one was around, closed it. Xiaofan, what are you doing being so sneaky? Shui Liang asked. Didn't I mention a surprise at noon? Come here. Gong Yifan said, carefully opening his backpack to retrieve the innermost crystal cores, pulling out 18. Whoa, how do you have so many crystal cores? Yu Xiao asked in astonishment. Gong Yifan didn't answer, but silently divided them into 2 piles of 6, each handing them to Yu Xiao and Shui Liang. Here, these are for you. My uncle gave me more than I need, so I'm sharing a few, he said, placing the cores before them. Both Yu Xiao and Shui Liang were stunned. Gifts worth tens of thousands handed over so casually. Hey Gong Yifan, have you lost your mind? You're giving away so many crystal cores. What will you use for your own training? Shui Liang finally snapped out of it and asked directly. It's fine, I still have plenty. I helped my uncle out these past 2 months, and he gave me a lot. Plus, since he noticed my talent, he sponsored some more. I have more than enough. Gong Yifan improvised an excuse. Even so, these are from your uncle. I can't accept them, Shui Liang said, hastily pushing the cores back. Right, I can't take them either, Yu Xiao echoed, also pushing them away. Hey, don't be ungrateful. am giving these to you, and you're returning them. Well, you look down on me. Gong Yifan protested anxiously. No, it's just that they're too precious. Would feel uneasy accepting them. Yu Xiao replied, equally flustered. Oh, what's the big deal? Your strength is still too low. We're brothers, grew up together. I'm giving you these cores now, so you can improve your power and help me later. You're talented too, I'll consider this an investment. Gong Yifan said with a smile. Indeed, Yu Xiao and Shui Liang came from ordinary families with no evolver relatives. They had relied purely on their own talent to cultivate, never using crystal cores. With the aid of cores, they would likely match or even surpass Zhang Yu in strength. Giving them these cores now would accelerate their progress and prevent them from falling too far behind. This? Xiaofan, how can we accept this? Shui Liang felt tempted. It's fine, just take them, Gong Yifan insisted, pushing the cores back to them. All right, thank you, Xiaofan. No, from now on you're our big brother, Shui Liang accepted solemnly. Yes, from today you're my big brother, Yu Xiao. I'll do whatever you say. Go east if you say east, never west, Yu Xiao declared with equal gravity. Gong Yifan smiled at both of them. We're brothers. Why say such things? We came from the same school to another, all awakened with special abilities, and ended up in the same class. That's fate. Shui Liang and Yu Xiao smiled too. This generous gift deeply moved them. Sharing cultivation resources willingly made this brotherhood truly worthwhile. Hey, don't tell anyone about this, and keep those cores safe, Gong Yifan cautioned. Don't worry, we won't spill a word. I'll keep my cores on me at all times wherever I go, Yu Xiao promised, patting his chest. Good, remember that. Starting today, we'll train hard. The cores I gave you are bronze 9-star. Each one can sustain you for 3 or 4 days. Let's work together to break through to bronze this year, reach gold by the college entrance exam in 3 years, and get into Magic City or Imperial Capital to become powerful evolvers. Gong Yifan encouraged them. All right, let's train hard, Shui Liang and Yu Xiao shouted. With that, they climbed into bed, picked up their crystal cores, and began absorbing their energy to cultivate. This was the first time Shui Liang and Yu Xiao had ever used crystal cores. Early morning, after spending the first night at high school, which passed in cultivation and sleep. Brothers, get up and eat, Shui Liang shouted. After last night's events, the bond between the 3 brothers deepened. What time is it? Yu Xiao muttered, lying in bed. It's already past 7. Hurry up and eat, then get to the classroom. Didn't you see the schedule in the group chat? Zhang Yu also chimed in. Yu Xiao opened his phone. Oh, it turned out the homeroom teacher had arranged the courses in the group chat last night. He rolled over and got up. He rustled into his clothes. After 20 minutes, they were all set and went to the cafeteria together. After a quick meal at the cafeteria, they went straight to the classroom. Upon arriving, they found that almost everyone was already there. Gong Yifan and Shui Liang entered through the back door and headed to their little corner. Oh, we have to start studying again. I thought after awakening we wouldn't have to read anymore, but here we are, Shui Liang grumbled, resting his head on the desk. This time the study is different. These lessons might be something we'll encounter in the future. Understanding them will benefit us and could save our lives at critical moments. Gong Yifan turned around and said, boss, we know what you're saying, but you know us. We've never been interested in reading since we were kids. Seeing books makes us sleepy. In class we either sleep or daydream, we just can't learn anything. Yu Xiao also slumped on the table, speaking listlessly. We have no choice. We have to learn. Otherwise, if we go to other dimensions and don't know anything, if we encounter a beast and don't know its name or its weakness, how will we fight? And I've heard that those dimensions are full of rare herbs. If we don't know about them, won't we miss out? Gong Yifan tempted them. They chatted for a few more minutes, then the teacher arrived. Seeing the teacher enter, the whole class quieted down. It was the first day of class, so it was best to make a good impression. The teacher was quite old, wearing glasses, and looked to be at least 50. Students, welcome to the world of superpowers. For the next 3 years, I will lead you in understanding the world of superpowered beings. The teacher's voice was quite resonant. Today, I will talk about the spiritual energy resurgence and other dimensions. During the Chongjin era, the world experienced a little ice age, causing extreme global cold. At that time, spiritual energy fluctuations appeared at the Earth's north and south poles. Countless animals and plants mutated there, turning them into forbidden zones for humanity. And humans began to evolve, starting from hunting the first mutated beast, continuously advancing. As for the reason, too much time has passed, and no one can explain it. With the emergence of spiritual energy, the world began to stir. Among them, John Bull was the most formidable, defeating the powerhouses of all nations, ushering in the Age of Sail, embarking on colonial conquest, slaughtering mutated creatures, hunting for crystals, gathering resources, and nurturing itself to become the world's hegemon. Eventually, in the early 20th century, due to uneven resource distribution, World War I broke out. Although they won, it shook their position as the world's hegemon. A few decades later, again due to uneven resource distribution, World War II erupted, completely toppling John Bull from its position as the world's hegemon, leading to its ultimate decline. Then in modern times in 1956, due to the emergence of other dimensions, the reason unknown, beasts from these dimensions emerged wreaking havoc on Earth. However, due to the lack of spiritual energy on Earth, the beasts retreated back into their dimensions. And just as nations were running out of resources because the world's mutated creatures were nearly hunted to extinction, the other dimensions appeared. These spaces were filled with countless beasts and various resources, leading to a scramble for resources among the world's nations. Initially, the world was dominated by two major powers in opposition. One was the United States and North America, and the other was the bear spanning Eurasia. Our country, although vast, was poor, resulting in very few powerhouses and lacking the strength to go abroad. However, because the eagle and the bear were in a cold war and both wanted to win us over, this gave us a breathing spell. Another decade passed, and our nation's powerhouses grew. By 1978, we fully opened our doors, stepping onto the world stage to compete with many nations for resources. The bear, due to its invasion of the empire's graveyard in 1979 to grab resources, saw its supreme powerhouses fall one by one over a decade, eventually leading to its dissolution in 1991. The eagle officially became the world's hegemon of Earth, with supreme-level powerhouses spread across the globe, ruling over each dimensional entrance. Our country, thanks to its demographic dividend and the numerous other dimensions within its borders, continuously evolved and learned new technologies, leaping to become the world's second-largest nation. Listening to the teacher's narration, Gong Yifan was stunned. Oh, wasn't this just a replica of his past life? Just then a student asked, "Teacher, how many supreme-level powerhouses are there in the world?" Officially, our country has 6 supreme-level powerhouses. The eagle has 14, the big bear has 3, the white elephant has 2, North Korea has 1, Iron Brother has 1, John Bull has 2, the rooster has 2, the papal palace has 1, and the dark temple has 1. That makes 33 in total, all counted by their respective nations. The teacher doesn't know if there are more. However, because all countries have signed treaties forbidding supreme-level powerhouses from acting, these are the ones publicly known, the teacher replied. Teacher, I know the Pope, but what is the Dark Temple? Another student asked. The Dark Temple is a cult. They often carry out terrorist attacks. They have fallen into depravity due to their evil hearts, gathering lawless individuals who worship evil gods, forming an illegal organization, the teacher said with disgust. The teacher spoke with aversion. And students, you must never believe a single word from this cult. They commit all kinds of evil, have no morals, and are detested worldwide. If any of you come into contact with them, you will be mercilessly executed by the state. The teacher said, his expression very serious as he looked at the students. Understood, the students replied in unison. Good. Now let's begin talking about superpowers. What are superpowers? They are the mysterious forces that surged from your bodies when you awakened in your 3rd year of middle school. Currently, humanity has classified them into 3 categories. Elemental: wind, fire, water, ice, wood, lightning, light, and dark. These elements possess terrifying destructive power. However, elemental types are the rarest, and even fewer manage to grow, but those who do become incredibly powerful. Then there are the special types, which are the most complex of the 3. The strong are exceedingly strong, and the weak are pitifully weak. They also have the most varieties. Finally, there are the beastification types. As the name suggests, they can transform into animals, beasts, or even mythical creatures. Their bodies are extremely tough, and their vitality is incredibly resilient. Some special beastification types also possess unique abilities. It is also the easiest of the 3 types to develop. Listening to the teacher on the podium was very important for Gong Yifan. All right, any more questions? The teacher turned to look at the students to see if anyone had any. Teacher, can a person only awaken one superpower? Gong Yifan quickly raised his hand. Seeing a student in the corner raise his hand, the teacher smiled. Student, that is a very insightful question. Yes, every year some people awaken dual superpowers, the teacher replied calmly. What? Really? Then wouldn't they be invincible? The students in the audience began discussing among themselves. Ahem. Students don't think that awakening dual superpowers is a good thing. If they awaken 2, it means they need to consume twice the resources. Moreover, many dual superpowers are actually very weak. Basically, only 1 in a million awakened individuals has them, so they are considered rare. Don't envy them, the teacher said calmly. Although the teacher spoke about how bad dual superpowers were, who could resist envying them? Just imagine being in a fierce battle with an opponent and suddenly using your second superpower to launch a sneak attack. Wouldn't that be delightful? Seeing the students in the audience discussing among themselves, the teacher had no choice. The bell rang, signaling the end of the class. The teacher packed up and left. Time slipped by unnoticed. In the afternoon, Yu Xiao looked at Gong Yifan and asked, Boss, this afternoon's a battle. Do you think you can take first place? Not much confidence. That he meant, if I can get close, maybe I can win. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. Gong Yifan wasn't very sure. That he Min must be pretty wealthy. At noon, when we went to eat, I saw her heading to the 2nd floor, Shui Liang said, full of gossip. Hey, we're discussing the afternoon battle. Why are you checking out her finances? Are you that nosy? Could it be you like her? Yu Xiao rolled his eyes staring at Shui Liang with mischief. Shui Liang's face turned red. What nonsense. I just happened to see her. Don't you think she's rich? Well, I agree. Did you notice the bracelet on her left wrist? That might be a spatial bracelet. I saw one at my uncle's before. Gong Yifan joined in the gossip. A spatial bracelet? That exists. Is it expensive? Yu Xiao immediately inquired. I don't know the price. My uncle only has one himself. Gong Yifan replied unsure. Good heavens. Your uncle's mercenary group is huge, and he only has one. How expensive must it be? What kind of family does she come from? Yu Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Who knows? Water Dog, I think you have a thing for he-men. Go after her. If you succeed, you'll be set for life. Gong Yifan grinned at Shui Liang, whose face was now crimson. You stop teasing. I just think she's pretty and strong. I'm just curious, Shui Liang explained. Oh, I see. Curiosity is just the beginning of liking. If you like her, go for it. We'll be your wingmen and help you plan. Yu Xiao teased from the side. Gong Yifan nodded in agreement. Hey, weren't we talking about the boss? Why drag me into this? Shui Liang hurriedly deflected. Didn't you start it? Gong Yifan retorted. But seriously, she's good-looking and strong. Aren't you considering it? Gong Yifan pressed. Pretty or not, to me they're all just red-pink skeletons. My heart is set on getting stronger. Nothing else can sway me, Shui Liang said with utter seriousness. Huh? Gong Yifan and Yu Xiao burst out laughing. They stopped teasing. The three walked along the campus path toward the training ground. At 2 in the afternoon. Hello everyone, I'm your combat instructor. My name is Ling Feng. Hello teacher. Since you're all here, you must be evolvers. And evolvers can never escape one-issue combat. That's the purpose of this class, to train you into qualified warriors, Instructor Ling Feng declared loudly. Tell me, can you become qualified warriors? Can you? Yes, the whole class answered in unison. Louder. Tell me, can you? Yes. The class erupted with fierce fighting spirit. Good. To become a qualified warrior, you must show me your determination. Now, everyone 5 kilometers with weights. Don't tell me you can't do it, and don't even think about saying no. Anyone who can't get lost. Ling Feng roared, leading the way as he started running around the track. Seeing the teacher set off, the class followed. Lap after lap, some soon began to fall behind. Are you even men? You're evolvers now, not ordinary people. Keep up. Ling Feng shouted at 2 or 3 male students at the back. We are men. The 3 boys instantly mustered their strength and caught up. Good. If you have the breath to talk, keep up. Ling Feng encouraged. After the final lap, everyone collapsed on the grass, gasping for air. Get up. What a mess, all sprawled out. Everyone stand up. If you're not standing in 5 seconds, it's another 5 kilometers. You'll run until you finish, Ling Feng roared at those lying on the ground. Hearing Ling Feng's words, they scrambled to their feet, swaying unsteadily. Good. Stay like that. He'll decide when you rest. Now line up and stand straight. Ling Feng said, satisfied that everyone was up, then issued a new command. After 5 minutes, seeing that most had recovered, he gave the next order. Could everyone sit cross-legged? I have something to say. A rustling sound followed as they sat. Yesterday you heard that at the end of this month, there will be a freshman exhibition match. You'll stand on stage and fight so the school can assess the new students. So to prepare for that match, let's first get you familiar with combat. Now show me who has combat experience. Raise your hands. Ling Feng looked at the crowd. Many hands went up. Gong Yifan glanced around. Min Zhangyu and some others he barely knew raised their hands, including himself. Over the past 2 months, he had sparred a few times with some bronze-level interns in the group, though he always lost, mainly because his level was too low to deal any damage. Oh, so many of you have fought during the summer break. Not bad, not bad. Put your hands down, Ling Feng said with a wave. Now all 30 of you in this class attack me. If you can make me take a single step back, he'll treat you all to dinner on the 2nd floor tonight, Ling Feng declared confidently. Teacher, what's your level? A student asked. Never mind my level. Does my high level scare you from attacking? Ling Feng glared at him. The student flinched and dared not ask further. Come on, don't just stand there. Ling Feng roared. The classmates exchanged glances and rose to their feet. One student charged straight in. He threw a punch. Bang. It felt like hitting iron. The student found his fist stopped before even touching Ling Feng's body, his face filled with disbelief. Then he let out a yell. It hurts. He clutched his right hand, crying out. All right, stop shouting. Wrap your fist in spiritual energy and ITLL, ease up, Ling Feng said, exasperated. That student had charged in like a fool, barefisted, without using spiritual energy or any ability. No wonder it hurt. Seeing the previous student's misery, the others hesitated. Gong Yifan stepped forward. He approached Ling Feng, raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and activated his ability. A white light enveloped his fist as he unleashed a powerful heavy strike. Bang! His fist hit the invisible spiritual barrier, and the vibration force within it erupted. Then, as if endless, the vibration force pierced through the barrier and struck Ling Feng's body. Ling Feng felt a momentary tremor that quickly faded. Ling Feng looked at the young man in surprise, unable to believe that someone who hadn't even reached bronze could break through his barrier. It piqued his interest. With a light flick, Ling Feng sent Gong Yifan stumbling back. Feeling Ling Feng's power, Gong Yifan's attack was completely broken. Gong Yifan quickly retreated to the side. Seeing that the second strongest in the class had backed off and scathed, the others also unleashed their abilities at Ling Feng. They produced a series of pattering sounds, but to no effect, and one by one they withdrew in disappointment. Even He Min's psychic power, invisible and colorless with no discernible attack pattern, making it dangerously elusive, failed. Good, not bad. This has given me a good understanding of your abilities. It's more or less what I expected, but there were some pleasant surprises. Very good indeed. Too bad you won't be having that big dinner tonight, Ling Feng said cheerfully. Seeing Ling Feng's smug expression, the class was speechless. Here was a silver rank, maybe even gold rank, bullying rookies who hadn't even reached bronze. And he was enjoying it. Noticing everyone staring at him, Ling Feng felt a bit awkward. He rubbed his nose and continued looking at them. Don't be disappointed. The test just now proved that you can all use your abilities proficiently. That's excellent. The class gave him another eye roll. After all, it had been 2 months since their awakening. Of course they knew how to use their abilities. Let's move to another area for training. Follow me. Ling Feng led the way. Following Ling Feng, they arrived at a vast indoor training ground. The training ground was immense. Upon entering, they saw a ring of seats surrounding 8 large arenas in the center. Upon closer inspection, they noticed not only their class, but also 3 other classes training in the arena, albeit each class was practicing separately and at a considerable distance from one another. Come, let's go to arena now. Ling Feng said as he walked directly over. I have just gotten a rough understanding of your abilities, and now it's time for you to fight yourselves. Ling Feng smiled at the crowd. Upon hearing this, the students became restless. But I can't. My ability has no combat power, muttered one student. Me too, and I'm only a 1-star. Who can I fight? If I encounter those few, isn't that just asking for trouble? Said a 1-star student looking towards He Min and Gong Yifan. Although Ling Feng was relatively far away with his strength, he could clearly hear what the students were saying. Don't worry, I will arrange your opponents based on your strengths. Ling Feng took out a document from his folder, which clearly outlined the strength levels of Class 5. Zhang San versus Li Si, prepare yourselves and step onto the arena. I will watch you from the side, Ling Feng called while looking at the document, and then stepped onto the arena. Zhang San and Li Si walked towards the arena hesitantly. Ready, begin. With Ling Feng's command, the match started. Zhang San looked at Li Si, who also stared back. Both were fixated on each other, their spiritual energy stirring, pushing their abilities to the maximum, not daring to make a move. Just as Ling Feng was becoming a bit impatient, Li Si made a move. Teacher, I concede. Li Si immediately collapsed to the ground, clearly exhausted. Upon hearing the concession, Zhang San also slumped down, sitting on the arena. Both Ling Feng on stage and the students below were dumbfounded watching the two on stage. Once Zhang San and Li Si stepped onto the stage, they unleashed their spiritual energy and abilities to the extreme, creating a scene of life and death. Yet neither dared to move first, ultimately exhausting themselves and conceding. This was quite the spectacle. Regardless of the audience's reactions, Ling Feng was enraged, feeling like a Buddha ascending to heaven, and directly tossed the two off the stage. Next to Zheng Shuang and Bai Ting. Ling Feng had no choice. 2 1-star students had limited spiritual energy, and even at full power they could only exchange a few blows. Moreover, they were clearly novices and couldn't control their spiritual energy in combat. Then the 2 girls stepped onto the stage. At first they fought quite well, exchanging punches to the chest, but suddenly for some reason, they started grappling with each other. They directly locked onto each other, pulling each other's hair and rolling on the arena, hitting and cursing at one another. The audience was taken aback. Many male students stretched their necks, eagerly watching the 2 girls fight. This was quite a rare sight. Ling Feng was also surprised. They had been fighting back and forth, and suddenly it turned into a cat fight. He hurriedly separated them. What's going on? You were just fighting fine, why are you grappling now? Just now Zheng Shuang kept hitting my chest, so I got angry and retaliated. Bai Ting stammered. Bullshit. You were the one who kept hitting my chest. Zheng Shuang exclaimed angrily, quickly defending herself. Ling Feng felt a headache coming. How did their little battle escalate into so many issues? He quickly sent them off the stage. Meanwhile, the audience was amused, their lips curling upward, enjoying the verbal spat between the two. Continue next one. Slowly the 1-star and 2-star students finished their matches, and it was time for the 3-star students. Finally, it's our turn. Shui Liang, be careful not to encounter me, or I might knock your lights out. Yu Xiao boasted. However, Yu Xiao had the right to be arrogant. Given his diamond physique, though it wasn't fully developed, he was still quite powerful. Shui Liang, you also be careful. Oh, don't let me encounter you, or my shadow will explode your backside. Shui Liang shot back, equally boastful. Shui Liang's shadow could already take shape and change with his will, making it hard to defend against. Ling Feng then called for Yu Xiao. The opponent Yu Xiao was to fight was also a 3-star evolver, tall and robust, possessing strength as his ability, making him quite formidable. Yu Xiao was very cautious, covering his hands in a layer of diamond while watching his opponent closely. The opponent showed no hesitation, charging straight forward. As the opponent ran towards him, Yu Xiao placed his diamond fist in front. The diamond fist sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight, captivating many girls, making their eyes shine. The opponent threw a punch, and Yu Xiao met it with his own. Upon impact, Yu Xiao immediately felt a tremendous force surging toward him, causing him to stumble back several steps. The opponent also felt discomfort. Even with the spiritual power wrapped around his fist, he could still feel the diamond's hardness. He knew he couldn't just overpower it. Both were aware of this. They then began to look for each other's openings, exchanging blows back and forth with punches aimed at Yu Xiao, and vice versa. After a while, it seemed the opponent's stamina was dwindling and their speed began to slow. Seizing the opportunity as the opponent's punch came in, Yu Xiao ducked and lowered his body, dodging it. Then with a sudden burst, he swung his diamond fist, shining in the sunlight, delivering a powerful blow to the opponent's side. This move incapacitated the opponent immediately. They knelt down, clutching their waist in pain. The spectators were left speechless. The seemingly chubby little guy struck so hard with one punch that the crowd was left stunned. Ling Feng was also taken aback, not expecting this little guy to be so ruthless. Without thinking much, he quickly dashed forward, lifting the large opponent and sprinting toward the medical room. Thankfully, there was a dedicated doctor in this training ground who was also a healing evolver. After delivering the person to the infirmary, Ling Feng returned, looking at everyone. Becoming an evolver means injuries are inevitable. Oh, everyone will get hurt, no exceptions, including me. I've been injured too, so you don't need to be afraid. Even if you make mistakes, it's fine. This is the daily life of an evolver. Ling Feng comforted. After all, they were just 16-year-old youths who had certainly never seen such a scene before. You are Yu Xiao, right? Ling Feng looked at Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao felt a sudden panic and looked at Ling Feng. Yes. My name is Yu Xiao. Haha, it's alright, don't panic. These are the challenges you will soon face. Fighting against enemies will be like this. Don't put too much psychological pressure on yourself. What you did just now wasn't wrong, it was quite exciting. You can go down now. Ling Feng reassured him. Yu Xiao, feeling a mix of emotions, stepped down and walked towards Gong Yifan and the others. As he passed by some classmates, they all stepped aside for him, mentally labeling Yu Xiao as a tough guy. Are you alright, Yu Xiao? Gong Yifan asked, putting an arm around Yu Xiao's shoulder. I'm fine. Just a bit uncomfortable. I don't know what happened. I ended up hitting so hard during the match. I overheated and wanted to retaliate when I saw my opponent slow down, but I lost control. Yu Xiao explained about what had just happened. It's okay, the opponent isn't seriously hurt. They've already been sent to the infirmary. If you're really worried, we can go check on them together after this is over, Gong Yifan comforted. Yu Xiao nodded. After the incident passed, Ling Feng called up 2 more people to the stage. Yu Xiao also calmed down and continued watching the battles. What they didn't know was that just now He-Min had been keeping a close eye on Gong Yifan and specifically on Yu Xiao. The two on stage were evenly matched, both having amplification-type abilities, exchanging blows back and forth. Eventually, one side, unable to maintain their stamina, conceded. Stepping down from the stage, Ling Feng called for the next participant. Shui Liang and Su Wen to the stage, Ling Feng announced. Shui Liang and a little girl named Su Wen walked up. Shui Liang examined Su Wen. She was a petite girl, not even reaching 1.60 meters. While Shui Liang was sizing her up, Su Wen smiled slightly, and a glimmer of red light flashed in her eyes. Shui Liang hadn't noticed what had just happened. Ready, begin. At Ling Feng's command, the battle commenced. Shui Liang's shadow directly transformed into a Tang saber. Holding the shadow saber, Shui Liang strode forward towards Su Wen. Su Wen's eyes flashed with a crimson light, and she vanished. Or rather, the Su Wen before Shui Liang's eyes disappeared. Yet Su Wen remained in her original spot, watching Shui Liang, her eyes still flickering with that red glow. Shui Liang, however, kept swinging his shadow, wildly leaping about. In his mind, he was locked in combat with Su Wen. Oh, if you've got the guts, stop running and fight me, Heaton. What's the point of always dodging? Why would I stand still and let you cut me down? Besides, who says I can't run? As long as I don't leave the arena, I'm not breaking any rules. Naya. Su Wen stuck out her tongue playfully. Arg, you're infuriating. Shui Liang was practically fuming with rage. But from the audience's perspective, Shui Liang was talking to himself, slashing at the empty air on the stage. Boss, I feel like Shui Liang is going to lose. It seems he's been controlled by that little wench. Yu Xiao asked, puzzled. He's indeed been controlled. That Su Wen's ability is mental control, as was mentioned before. Shui Liang was too careless. Gong Yifan explained. Why didn't Shui Liang notice? With Su Wen's current cultivation level, it should have been easy to detect. Yu Xiao pressed further. As for that, I'm not sure. Let's ask teacher Ling Feng when it's over. Gong Yifan replied. Oh, Yu Xiao nodded. Watching Shui Liang on the stage constantly shifting left and right swinging his shadow, all the students in the arena looked at Su Wen as if she were a monster. They had previously only thought this beauty was stunning, never realizing her skills were so formidable. Meanwhile, Shui Liang, after repeatedly activating his ability, found his spiritual energy nearly depleted. He still couldn't even touch a corner of her clothes and felt utterly despairing. After another 2 minutes, Shui Liang could no longer hold on. His body went limp and he collapsed onto the stage. Opening his eyes, he saw Ling Feng approaching the arena. This match goes to Su Wen, Ling Feng announced. Shui Liang closed his eyes in resignation. Teacher, I have a question. Logically, Su Wen's cultivation isn't high. How did she manage to control Shui Liang, who is at the same level, without him even noticing? Why is that? Gong Yifan stepped forward to ask. Ling Feng still remembered this young man, knowing he was very strong. Hearing Gong Yifan's question, Ling Feng turned to look at Su Wen as if seeking her permission to reveal the answer. Su Wen nodded indifferently, then turned her gaze to Gong Yifan. Isn't this the one who always hangs out with Shui Liang and that chubby guy? Interesting, very interesting, Su Wen thought to herself. Having obtained Su Wen's consent, Ling Feng explained. It's because Su Wen activated her ability the moment they both stepped onto the stage. Shui Liang had absolutely no defense and fell for it, so he was completely unaware. Upon hearing this, Shui Liang slapped the stage in frustration. He was still lying there, unable to move, utterly exhausted. Gong Yifan nodded after hearing this and said nothing more. He and Yu Xiao carried Shui Liang off the stage. Seeing Gong Yifan silence, the group of students below grew discontent. Teacher Su Wen cheated. You hadn't even said begin and she attacked. That's unfair. Yeah, exactly. That's right, she broke the rules. A crowd of them shouted in protest. Enough. Su Wen has taught you all a lesson. In a real fight, who's going to tell you when to start? Who's going to give you time to prepare? Let this be a lesson to you. Ling Feng glared at the group. The crowd fell silent, though resentment lingered on their faces. Shui Liang, upon hearing he'd been ensnared from the very start, felt deeply humiliated, as if he'd been a clown prancing around on stage. He looked at Su Wen again. As if sensing his gaze, Su Wen turned her head, met his eyes, smiled, and then looked away. This only made Shui Liang feel even more uneasy. After a moment's thought, he sank into silent dejection. All right, don't be sad. You lost this time by accident. Next time, be prepared and win it back, Gong Yifan comforted him. Yeah, so what if you lost? It's no big deal. My win just now wasn't easy either. We'll just come back stronger next time. Yu Xiao also tried to console him. But hearing Yu Xiao's words only darkened Shui Liang's expression. Gong Yifan glared at Yu Xiao, signaling him to stop talking nonsense. Yu Xiao caught Gong Yifan's look, grinned, and rubbed the back of his head, playing dumb. Next up was Zhang Yu from their dorm. His opponent was Wang Lu, a 3-star. Though Zhang Yu's illusionary realm wasn't very powerful, his 4-star rank allowed him to firmly suppress Wang Lu, eventually knocking him off the stage. As Zhang Yu stepped down, only He Min and Gong Yifan remained in the class. The battle between the classes first and second was about to begin. Without waiting for Ling Feng's call, He Min leaped directly onto the stage. Seeing her graceful entrance, the class erupted in applause. In their eyes, this match was practically a sure win for He Min. Once on the stage, He Min looked at Gong Yifan, who was still below, and raised an eyebrow. Seeing this, Gong Yifan also walked toward the stage. Gong Yifan knew well that the power of his tremor fruit wasn't yet very strong. He could only unleash its full force at close range. Fighting against He Min's telekinetic ability was extremely troublesome, especially since she was a star higher than him. Seeing both of them on the stage poised and ready, Ling Feng smiled. He was also very interested in the fight between these two youngsters. Begin. As Ling Feng's words fell, the battle erupted. He Min was the first to act, condensing a massive hammer from her willpower and hurling it at Gong Yifan. Gong Yifan felt the fierce wind rushing toward him and became fully alert. He raised a fist shrouded in a white light of vibrating force and struck upward. The invisible giant hammer collided directly with Gong Yifan's fist. The resulting impact sent a resounding boom echoing through the entire training ground, drawing students from other classes. Whoa, what's going on? That class over there seems to be in a fight. Let's go check it out. A swarm of students rushed over. Their instructors also hurried over, asking Ling Feng what was happening. I just organized a sparring session. The two on stage now are the top 2 of their class. The girl is a black iron 6-star with telekinesis, and the boy is a black iron 5-star with vibration powers. Both are promising talents. Ling Feng introduced them cheerfully, unafraid to reveal their strengths, as it would all come out during the competition anyway. Ho, this doesn't look like the strength of a 6-star and a 5-star. Seems you've come across some prodigies. As the teachers chatted and watched, the situation in the arena shifted. The hammer formed from willpower, unable to withstand the assault, was shattered. But it didn't disappear, it recondensed into a long sword, thrusting toward Gong Yifan. Sensing the disturbance in the air, Gong Yifan swiftly dodged. As he sidestepped, the sword struck the stage, producing a deafening crash. The recoil from the sword hitting the ground caused He Min's condensed blade to disperse. Seizing the moment, Gong Yifan lunged forward. But he was still a step too slow. He Min conjured a wall in front of her, blocking Gong Yifan. Though invisible, he could sense the barrier. He quickly activated his ability, enveloping his fist in trembling force, and slammed it against the wall. It didn't budge. But seeing He Min's expression tighten, he knew she was struggling to maintain it. He then unleashed several consecutive punches, all hammering against the barrier. The wall began to falter, the trembling force battering it, as He Min grew increasingly strained. That earlier mistake had completely disrupted her strategy, allowing Gong Yifan to seize the initiative. If she didn't create distance, her defeat was imminent. At that thought, her concentration wavered. Just as Gong Yifan's fist broke through the wall, she barely managed to control her body to evade the next blow. But though she dodged, she was now cornered at the edge of the stage. Her situation grew even more dire. Gong Yifan, seizing the opportunity, deliberately forced her into the corner. Now Gong Yifan held an absolute advantage. "Oh my god, you can do that!" A chorus of exclamations erupted from the students below. It turned out that He Min had just dodged Gong Yifan, slipping into a corner, causing his strike to miss. Seizing the opportunity, she used her mind to control her body, leaping from above Gong Yifan's head to the center of the arena. Gong Yifan was taken aback to see He Min vaulting over him. He quickly turned and closed in. No sooner had He Min landed than her nose began to bleed. The exertion had exceeded her bonus limits. Ling Feng, watching from below, furrowed his brow, sensing trouble for He Min. Before she could even wipe the blood away, she waved her hand, conjuring a massive hammer in midair to strike down. As Gong Yifan advanced, he sensed a fierce gust of wind from He Min's gesture and quickly rolled aside like a lazy donkey. Seeing her attack miss, He Min swiftly directed the hammer in pursuit. But Gong Yifan lunged forward, charging at her with blinding speed and raising his fist. Startled and realizing she couldn't evade, He Min shut her eyes. Bang! She felt no impact, yet heard the sound of fists colliding. He Min slowly opened her eyes. She saw teacher Ling Feng standing before her. This match, Gong Yifan wins. Ling Feng grabbed Gong Yifan's right hand and raised it. Boom! The entire venue erupted in cheers. Boss is too awesome. This guy won as a 5-star against a 6-star. Who is this student? So strong, crossing star levels. Listening to the applause, Gong Yifan felt the thrill of being the center of attention for the first time, filled with joy. Meanwhile, He Min was furious. How could she have lost? She glared at Gong Yifan with resentment, especially at his smile. Alright, Class 5's match is over. Everyone take a break. Ling Feng announced and stepped down. Gong Yifan followed. He Min stomped her foot in frustration and followed, but as she moved, she collapsed straight forward. Coincidentally, Gong Yifan was right in front of her. Feeling a sudden softness on his back, Gong Yifan quickly turned around. Seeing He Min lying in his arms, he was at a loss. Ling Feng heard the commotion and looked back. He was startled too. Why was He Min in Gong Yifan's embrace? Were they a couple? Before Ling Feng could speculate further, Gong Yifan shouted urgently. Teacher Ling, He Min has fainted. Please come and see what's wrong. Ling Feng rushed over immediately. Hey, what's with He Min lying in Gong Yifan's arms? I don't know, she seems to have passed out. No way, why would she faint? A crowd gathered discussing He Min's condition. Ling Feng quickly took her hand and channeled spiritual energy to sense her state. It was spiritual energy depletion combined with overuse of her ability, causing her body to give out and collapse. Ling Feng breathed a sigh of relief. If a prodigy had been harmed under his watch, the principal would have skinned him alive. Nothing serious, just exhaustion from overusing her ability. Carry her to the infirmary and let the doctor take a look. Ling Feng replied. Huh, me take her? Gong Yifan exclaimed in surprise. If not you, then me. The infirmary is right there. Go and come back quickly. Ling Feng pointed toward the infirmary and instructed. Hearing this, Gong Yifan had no choice but to carry He Min there. She weighed less than 100 jin, not heavy at all. Watching Gong Yifan walk away with He Min on his back, the other classes also dispersed. Ling Feng turned to face his class. Training is over. There's still time before class ends. You're free to move around, but keep an eye on the clock. Don't leave early. After speaking, feeling uneasy, he decided to check on He Min and the others. Teacher, can we go to the infirmary? Yu Xiao and some girls asked. What for? Ling Feng asked, puzzled. I just hurt someone in the fight. Yu Xiao replied. I want to see him and apologize. The girls beside him added. We're He Min's roommates, we want to look after her. Fine, you can come along. Ling Feng said indifferently. Thank you, teacher. They crossed the training ground and reached a door behind which lay the infirmary. Teacher Zhang, how are my 2 students? Ling Feng asked as he entered. The boy's injuries have healed, but he needs rest for a few days to recover. The girl is suffering from mental fatigue due to overusing her ability, but shall be fine after a night's sleep. A tall figure emerged from the inner door. Dr. Zhang, Yao, the training grounds physician. Her ability was healing, a rare gift, but her poor cultivation talent had relegated her to helping students at the school. That's good. I brought some students to see if they can help, Ling Feng said nervously, his eyes fixed on Dr. Zhang. Didn't you want to see your classmates? Go on there inside. Ling Feng turned and said. Yu Xiao and the others filed in. Inside they saw many beds, but only 2 were occupied. They quickly approached. Brother, are they okay? Yu Xiao asked. It's fine. The doctor said a few days of rest will do. Gong Yifan replied. The girls gathered around, seeing He Min still asleep, careful not to make noise. Yu Xiao exchanged a few words with Gong Yifan and then walked to the other bed. He bowed deeply. I'm sorry, classmate Wang. I was too rough in our fight and hurt you. Wang Haiqiang quickly waved his hand. It's fine. It's just a fight, don't worry about it. No, we'll be classmates for 3 years. I saw an opening and struck too hard. That's my fault. If I didn't apologize, I wouldn't forgive myself. Yu Xiao bowed again. All right, I forgive you. No more apologies. Wang Haiqiang was amused by Yu Xiao's earnestness. Really? Yu Xiao looked at Wang Haiqiang. Really? I never blamed you. Wang Haiqiang said helplessly. Great. From now on, you're my brother. If you ever need help, just ask. Yu Xiao beamed. Wang Haiqiang was speechless. One moment, he was a meek lamb, the next he was playing the big brother. What a chameleon. Seeing that Wang Haiqiang was fine, Yu Xiao said his goodbyes and returned. Gong Yifan saw him coming back and asked. So did he give you a hard time? Not at all. Brother Wang is very understanding. I apologized and he forgave me right away, didn't care at all. Yu Xiao said cheerfully. Good. It's better to have a friend than an enemy. So everything's settled. Shall we go? Gong Yifan asked. Yeah, all good. Then Gong Yifan turned to the girls and said. He Min is fine now, and you're here. It's not appropriate for me to stay as a guy, so we'll take my leave. You take care of her. All right, you can go. One girl replied. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Hearing their responses, Gong Yifan grabbed Yu Xiao and Shui Liang and walked out of the ward. Outside, they saw Ling Feng eagerly helping Dr. Zhang, a broad smile on his face. Suddenly noticing Gong Yifan and the others, he immediately wiped the smile and put on his teacher's demeanor. Everything settled? Ling Feng asked. Seeing his rapid change of expression, Gong Yifan and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Yes, all taken care of. Wang Haiqiang is with his roommates, and He Min is with hers. We had nothing else to do, so we came out. Gong Yifan explained. All right, you can go. But remember, no leaving early before class ends. Ling Feng instructed. We want. Gong Yifan and the others nodded. As they left the infirmary, Ling Feng immediately dropped his lecturing facade and resumed chatting warmly with Dr. Zhang. Stepping out of the infirmary, Gong Yifan and his companions arrived at the training grounds, where many classmates were gathered in clusters chatting amongst themselves. Still feeling down because you lost to that girl? Gong Yifan asked as the trio settled onto the spectator stands with him seated between the other 2. Yeah, you've been gloomy ever since your fight ended, not saying a word. What's on your mind? Yu Xiao also inquired with concern. It's nothing really. It's just that you both won while I lost. I can't help but feel a bit bitter about it, Shui Liang explained. Oh, come on. Victory and defeat are common in battle. No one can always win, especially us. You saw how perilous my fight with Yu Xiao was, didn't you? Take my match just now, for instance. If He Min hadn't underestimated me thinking I was a nobody, I wouldn't have been able to corner her. She had the upper hand from the start, but her arrogance allowed me to disrupt her rhythm and stage a comeback. Gong Yifan offered words of comfort. Exactly. Same with me. That guy Wang Haiqiang had incredible strength. I didn't dare to take his attacks head in and spent most of the fight dodging. If he hadn't gone all out early on and exhausted himself later, giving me a chance for a decisive blow, I might have lost too. Though I have to admit my final strike was a bit underhanded. Even I felt a little embarrassed about it. Yu Xiao also tried to console him, but then couldn't help chuckling at the memory. But seriously, you were unlucky to run into that sly girl Su Wan. Her mental control is so insidious. You were caught off guard the moment you stepped onto the stage, unable to unleash any of your abilities. It's downright unsportsmanlike. Yu Xiao spoke up in defense of Shui Liang. Shui Liang kept his head down, saying nothing. You fatso, who are you calling sly? A sharp, angry voice rang out from behind. Gong Yifan and the others turned around. Well. They had been caught red-handed gossiping about someone. Awkward. No one at all, haha, Yu Xiao stammered. Don't think I didn't hear you. You called my mental control insidious and unsportsmanlike. What's the matter? You dare to badmouth me behind my back, but can't own up to it. Su Wan fumed. As Su Wan's voice grew louder, the attention of the entire class shifted toward them. Yu Xiao quickly said, I'm sorry, my lady. My bad. I shouldn't have been a backstabber. Seeing Yu Xiao's hurried apologies, Su Wan was still not appeased. I'll remember this. Don't let me get my hands on you. Noticing everyone staring, Su Wan's face flushed, and she hurriedly walked away, not forgetting to leave a threat. Now you've done it. Offend a woman and trouble's coming your way. Gong Yifan teased, looking at Yu Xiao. Hey boss, what do you mean? Yu Xiao asked, puzzled. Haven't you heard the saying, only women and petty people are hard to deal with? Just wait. You're in for it. Gong Yifan said with a grin. Hearing this, even Shui Liang couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing Shui Liang laugh, Yu Xiao was displeased. You ungrateful bastard. I was just trying to cheer you up, and now I'm the one in hot water, yet you have the nerve to laugh at me. What's your problem? Seeing Yu Xiao's angry expression, Shui Liang couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Still laughing, huh? Fine. Today I meddled for nothing. From now on I won't bother with your affairs. Yu Xiao said indignantly. All right, Yu Xiao. Shui Liang didn't mean to laugh at you. Who told you to get caught bad-mouthing someone? Gong Yifan tried to soothe him. The bell for the end of class rang. Okay, let's go. Class is over. It's 5 o'clock. Let's head back to the dorm to rest, take a shower, and then get dinner. Gong Yifan, pulling Yu Xiao and looking at Shui Liang, led them out of the training ground. Back in the dorm, Yu Xiao was the first to shower. Shui Liang, don't be upset. You'll definitely get another chance to turn the tables. Sitting beside Shui Liang, Gong Yifan offered words of comfort. I just feel terrible about it. We were at the same level, but she caught me off guard. Winning is one thing, but then Teacher Ling used me as a negative example. That really stung. What's that about? I already lost, and she still had to rub salt in the wound in front of the whole class. How can I be happy about that? Shui Liang said, pained. That was wrong of the teacher. But what's done is done. Try to look on the bright side. Gong Yifan had no other solution. After half an hour, all three had showered, and wearing slippers headed to the cafeteria. On the way, they spotted Zhang Yu, who was heading to the dorms with his friends, and exchanged greetings. After dinner, they returned to the dormitory to continue their cultivation. They each took out spirit crystals to absorb, and Gong Yifan also pretended to absorb one. Of course, he wasn't actually absorbing the crystal's energy. Instead, he used the power of the dark fruit to absorb the ambient energy from the world. Though slower than using a crystal which would be depleted quickly, he preferred to save the crystals for breaking through bottlenecks. The next day, after a night's rest, the fatigue from yesterday had completely dissipated. In the morning, there was another culture class. In their first 2 years of high school, the focus was mainly on academic subjects, learning about various beasts, plants, and ores. Arriving at the classroom, the trio walked in and noticed that everyone in the class was staring at them. It gave them goosebumps. Not knowing what was going on, Gong Yifan reached his seat and turned to look at Yu Xiao and Shui Liang. What's happening? Why is everyone staring at us? We have no idea. Yu Xiao and Shui Liang shook their heads in confusion. Just then a classmate in front turned around to explain. You haven't heard. Yesterday, you Gong Yifan, a 5-star, defeated him in a 6-star. After last night, the whole freshman year knows that Class 5 has a genius who can fight above his level. Even the teachers have heard about it. Hearing this explanation, Gong Yifan, Yu Xiao, and Shui Liang exchanged bewildered glances. Gong Yifan then looked over at Hemin, who sat in her chair looking aggrieved, silent. Just then the classmate in front continued. That Hemin is no ordinary person. Her father is the boss of a major group in our city, Mukong, called Tyrell Limited Group. They're incredibly influential, rich, and powerful. She's basically a second-generation ability user and a rich heiress. The trio immediately realized they were in deep trouble. Someone with that kind of power could crush them effortlessly. Also, a lot of guys from other classes who have a crush on Hemin have declared they'll teach you a lesson for her. Even some upperclassmen are interested, but since school rules prevent them from acting directly, they've called on their underclassmen underlings to challenge you. Hearing this, Gong Yifan felt even more troubled. The thought of someone pestering him for duels every day was exasperating. But how did this spread so quickly? After just one match, and only one night, the whole school knew about it. Gong Yifan pressed for answers. Who spread this? School has only been in session for 2 or 3 days. How could everyone know she's the daughter of the Tyrell Group boss, and that she lost to me yesterday? Well, the classmate hesitated, unsure whether to speak. He glanced in Su Wen's direction, wondering if she wanted him to reveal it. It turned out Su Wen was behind it all. Because Yu Xiao had badmouthed her behind her back, and she overheard, she wanted to teach him a lesson. Noticing the three were close, she devised this plan to stir up trouble for Gong Yifan and his friends. Spit it out, Gong Yifan urged. The classmate, not receiving any signal from Su Wen, and seeing the urgency in Gong Yifan's eyes, panicked and said, well, it was Su Wen. Her older sister is a senior. During dinner yesterday, she told her sister about the fight. Hearing this, Gong Yifan and his friends understood everything. Su Wen must have been retaliating against Yu Xiao for badmouthing her, and she had dragged Gong Yifan into it as well. Damn it, how can that woman be so malicious? Didn't I already apologize yesterday? Yu Xiao slammed his fist on the desk, drawing the attention of the entire class. Su Wen heard this and frowned deeply. Fatty, she muttered under her breath, clenching her fists, repeating to herself, don't get angry, don't get angry. Gong Yifan glanced from Su Wen to Hemin. As Gong Yifan stared at Hemin, she seemed to sense his gaze and turned her head. Their eyes met for 3 seconds before Gong Yifan looked away. Hemin felt a sudden shyness upon realizing Gong Yifan was watching her. Remembering that he had carried her to the infirmary on his back after she fainted yesterday, her heart fluttered with embarrassment. Since childhood, only her father had ever carried her on his back. No one else had done so until Gong Yifan yesterday. At this thought, her cheeks flushed crimson. No, Hemin, you can't be so sensitive. Think about the humiliation of yesterday's defeat, she scolded herself. Instantly regaining composure, she cast a cold glance at Gong Yifan before turning her attention to the book before her. Whether she was truly reading or lost in a whirlwind of thoughts remained unknown. As time passed, the lesson began, yet it was clear that some minds were far from the classroom. In the afternoon, the daily training session commenced once more at the training grounds. I have nothing new to teach you today. Combat relies on your own initiative, and training demands self-discipline. That's all. Train on your own, Ling Feng announced. With that, Ling Feng strode toward the infirmary. Those in the know understood he was off to flirt, while others might have assumed he was injured. Let's go train too, Gong Yifan said, leading them to an open area. Boss, how should we train? Yu Xiao asked, scratching his nose as he surveyed the empty space. Sparring match, the two of you against me. How about it? Gong Yifan raised an eyebrow. Shui Liang and Yu Xiao exchanged a knowing glance. The three faced off. Shui Liang and Yu Xiao versus Gong Yifan. Boss, watch out. We're coming for you, Yu Xiao declared. Yu Xiao's hands diamondized as he charged forward with Shui Liang close behind, wielding his shadow blade and seeking an opening. Bring it on. Gong Yifan activated his ability, coating his fists with tremor force. With a roar, he surged ahead. A thunderous clash erupted as diamond met fist. Yu Xiao's entire body went numb from the impact, while Gong Yifan's hand throbbed with pain from striking the diamond. Boss, watch out. Shui Liang's shadow blade swept in from the side. Gong Yifan quickly sidestepped. Missing his mark, Shui Liang immediately executed a horizontal slash. Gong Yifan leaped back again, unwilling to risk a direct confrontation with the shadow blade. One careless move could prove fatal. Yu Xiao finally recovered from the tremor that had left him stunned. Their coordination was proving troublesome, Gong Yifan mused. One with impenetrable defense and the other with lethal sharpness, a perfect combination. As Yu Xiao charged again, with Shui Liang poised to strike, Gong Yifan had no choice but to meet them head-on. With a swift step forward, he delivered a punch infused with tremor force squarely onto Yu Xiao's body. Terrified, Yu Xiao hastily raised his diamond arms to block. He was genuinely dreading the tremor force's power. He had only just recovered from the last blow. Another resounding clash. Although Yu Xiao blocked the attack, he was left utterly weakened and numb. Seizing the moment, Shui Liang rushed in, swinging his shadow blade. Stop! Gong Yifan shouted urgently. What's wrong? Shui Liang asked, puzzled. Are you trying to kill me? Do you have any idea how sharp that shadow blade is? Quick, change its form, Gong Yifan demanded. All right. Shui Liang realized his mistake and transformed the shadow blade into a shadow staff. Gong Yifan watched with great curiosity as Shui Liang manipulated his shadow. Having just awakened his ability without any skills, Shui Liang could already extract his shadow, control it, reshape it into various forms, and give it substance. It defied all logic. Or perhaps this entire world was beyond reason. Was the ultimate end of science in this world theology? Shaking off these distracting thoughts, Gong Yifan resumed his fighting stance. The battle became more bearable now. Though the staff strikes still hurt, they were far preferable to injury. After several minutes of combat, Yu Xiao and Shui Liang's spiritual energy was depleted, and they called it a day. Damn, boss, your ability is unbearable. It numbs me completely. I can't move a muscle, Yu Xiao complained with a wry smile. Exactly. When you hit my shadow, I almost lost my grip, Shui Liang added. If you two have some nerve. Do you think my fists don't hurt when I hit you? You're both as hard as rocks, Gong Yifan retorted, rolling his eyes. In truth, Gong Yifan had been holding back during the fight, directing his attacks at their abilities rather than their bodies. Moreover, his dark fruit ability allowed him to absorb damage and convert it into pain. During their clashes, the force of the impact on his fists was transformed into mere discomfort. Thus, the battle had been far from easy for Gong Yifan either. They sat on chairs discussing the fight's finer points as they slowly recovered their spiritual energy. Suddenly, a group of people stormed into the training ground. Hey, is there a bastard named Gong Yifan here? I heard he beat a 6-star with his 5-star strength. Is that true? A yellow-haired youth bellowed. Behind him, flanked by a crowd, stood a powerfully built man with a crew cut, evidently the leader. Hearing his name, Gong Yifan looked up to see a group surrounding their class training area, making a ruckus. Damn, I knew trouble would come. And here it is, right on schedule, Yu Xiao muttered. Let's go check it out, Gong Yifan said, leading the two over. Standing before the group, Gong Yifan asked flatly, You looking for me? So you're that Gong Yifan bastard. The yellow-haired youth stepped forward, but before he could finish his tirade, he was silenced. The moment the youth spewed profanity, Gong Yifan struck, a ruthless punch fully empowered by his ability landing squarely on the yellow-haired youth's stomach. Gagging, the youth collapsed to his knees, clutching his abdomen and vomiting bile onto the ground. The onlookers gasped. Was he this ruthless? The youth was down before he could finish his sentence. Enraged, his companions moved to intervene, but their leader held them back. The commotion drew the attention of everyone in the training ground who gathered to watch the spectacle. Whoa, why's that guy on his knees groaning and clutching his stomach? You missed it. That punk was running his mouth cursing left and right until that student over there shut him up with one punch. Oh, I see. Who's that student? You don't know? That's Gong Yifun, the madman who knocked out 6-star He Min yesterday with his 5-star strength. He Min, the little princess of Tyrell Group. The very same. Wow, this Gong Yifun is a real beast. No kidding. I bet this bunch came to curry favor with He Min by picking a fight with him. The muscular leader's face darkened as he overheard the whispers, but with the growing crowd, he couldn't afford to lose his composure. Stepping forward, he confronted Gong Yifun. Brother, injuring my man like that. Are you disrespecting me, Jiang Bei? Or do you think I'm beneath your notice? With their leader speaking, the lackeys glared menacingly at Gong Yifun and his companions who stood their ground. Huh, your man. Gong Yifun scoffed. He was strutting around like he owned the place, cursing in my face. I went easy on him by not crippling him. Damn, this guy's got guts. Doesn't he see they're outnumbered? Bro, you're missing the point. Didn't you hear the leader's name? Jiang Bei of the Jiang family, who serves the Tyrell Group. He's here to save face for He Min. The Jiang family. The one that runs multiple mercenary corps in our city. Exactly. Then Gong Yifun is done for. He's offended 2 big shots at once. Come on, bro. This is a society governed by law. Do you think they dare retaliate openly? The state is far more powerful than their family. Besides, this is just a spat among youngsters. The elders won't interfere. Fair point. The crowd buzzed with chatter at the periphery. The air was thick with tension. So you're not giving me face, huh? Jiang Bei said darkly. Face is earned through one's own efforts, not through family background. Gong Yifun, having overheard their exchange, replied, without mercy. Fine. Let's settle this with strength. You're 5-star, and I'm 5-star too. Let's take it to the arena. Fair and square. No responsibility if someone gets crippled. You dare. Jiang Bei gestured with his thumb toward the arena, inviting Gong Yifun. All right, let's do it. Gong Yifun replied nonchalantly. Whoa, these 2 big shots are about to spar. Who do you think will win? A bystander asked. It's got to be Jiang Bei. He's a beast tamer type. Everyone knows that in the early stages, beast tamers are powerful and physically strong, and later on they have great vitality. Except for their attack range being weaker than elementalists, they're pretty well-rounded. A spectator quickly analyzed. But Gong Yifun is no pushover either. He beat a 6-star as a 5-star. That's impressive, a student from Class 5 emphasized. Let's just watch them. We won't figure it out by arguing here. Yeah, stop talking. Let's see how they fight. The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on the arena. Deep down, most believed Gong Yifun might lose. After all, a unknown fight against a beast tamer was notoriously disadvantageous. A conclusion drawn from decades of research. Gong Yifun, if you kneel down now, sincerely apologize to Xiao Min and kowtow to my brother for forgiveness. This ends here. Otherwise, when we fight, it'll cripple you. Jiang Bei declared arrogantly. Enough with the nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Spare me the big talk. Gong Yifun stared at Jiang Bei. If you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, you'll regret this. Come. Jiang Bei roared, his spiritual energy surging as his ability manifested, transforming him into a flaming tiger. There it is. The Jiang family's inherited ability. The blazing flame tiger. That's why they have so many mercenary corps. Every generation awakens the blazing flame tiger with exceptional talent. A student excitedly explained. Come on, Gong Yifun. Jiang Bei leaped down, charging at him. Gong Yifun, watching the tiger pounce, dared not underestimate his opponent. He lowered his stance, preparing to withstand the assault. Bang! They collided, locked in a stalemate. Gong Yifun assessed the situation, realizing Jiang Bei was only faster and stronger. The flames. They were negligible, lacking any real heat. Of course, they were both newly awakened, nowhere near their full potential. With that realization, Gong Yifun exerted his strength and flung Jiang Bei away. Jiang Bei's heart sank as he was thrown. How could Gong Yifun be this strong? Seeing Jiang Bei frozen in place, Gong Yifun charged forward, his fists glowing with his ability as he struck. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Bei snapped his gaze forward. Seeing the white light enveloping Gong Yifun's fists, he knew his opponent had activated his ability. With a swift sidestep, Jiang Bei dodged the punch. He then lunged from midair toward Gong Yifun. Gong Yifun twisted his body, his fist imbued with vibrational force, and struck back. In the air, fist met tiger claw, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. The impact was so intense that it drew every teacher in the training ground, including instructor Ling Feng and Dr. Zhang Yao. What's going on? Who is Gong Yifun fighting, and why? Ling Feng hurried over to Class 5 and asked. Teacher, it's Jiang Bei from their class. He came looking for trouble with Gong Yifun. Wang Haiqiang pointed at the class that was watching the spectacle and said urgently. Yes, We were just training on our own when Jiang Bei from their class showed up to cause trouble because he heard about He Min fainting after her fight with Gong Yifan yesterday. A girl quickly tattled. Ling Feng turned a stern gaze to He Min. What's this about He Min? Did you call this person here? No, teacher. I didn't call him. He came on his own. He Min replied. Ling Feng understood after hearing her. This kid probably liked He Min and wanted to defend her honor while showing off. With that thought, he glanced at the two on the stage. In the end, he didn't intervene, quietly watching their fight. What's happening? Dr. Zhang and several other teachers arrived, including those from Class 2, Class 6, and Jiang Bai's Class 7. Ling Feng explained the situation he had just learned. Upon hearing this, Class 7's teacher was furious. He had told them to train on their own, and now they were causing trouble here. He was about to step in and separate them, but Ling Feng stopped him. Let them fight. If young people don't settle things with their fists, who knows what else they'll do, Ling Feng said, waving his hand. Seeing Ling Feng's stance, Class 7's teacher said nothing more. Just then Gong Yifan's middle school classmates arrived. Yu Xiao, why is Gong Yifan fighting him? And I heard a huge piece of gossip last night. Zhang Jun and Kang Shui walked over to Yu Xiao and Shui Liang and asked, Hey, why are you here? Yu Xiao asked upon seeing Zhang Jun and Kang Shui. We have training today too. We heard such a big commotion over here that even the teachers were drawn away, so we came to check it out. And then we saw Gong Yifan fighting in the arena, Kang Shui replied. Sites like this, we were set up. Because... Yu Xiao explained a long story before finally finishing. How could that girl be like this? Didn't you already apologize? Why is she still making trouble for you? So petty, Kang Shui said indignantly. As soon as Kang Shui finished speaking, Yu Xiao quickly pulled her back. He had spotted Su Wen standing nearby. Su Wen's face immediately darkened. Petty. Huh. I didn't even say anything. I just complained to my sister. How was I supposed to know it would spread so far? And that wretched sister of mine spreading the news all over the school, making the whole class think I started it. So infuriating. Su Wen stomped her foot in frustration. The scene shifted back to the arena. The two combatants were locked in a fierce stalemate, neither willing to let up. Kid, I admit you can fight. Beating a 6-star is a 5-star. But compared to me, you're still lacking. Give up, or don't blame me if I cripple you. Jiang Bei panted, sweat beading on his forehead. How you think you can make me surrender? In your dreams. Gong Yifan was also struggling. Though his body bore no wounds, his clothes were tattered from the tiger's claws. Thanks to his damage absorption, there were no cuts, but the pain was excruciating. Oomph. Without another word, Jiang Bei charged forward. Gong Yifan, undaunted, met him with his fists. This time a fist landed squarely on Jiang Bai's body, sending a tremor through him and drawing blood from the corner of his mouth. Seeing the blow connect with Jiang Bai's chest, Gong Yifan didn't hesitate to throw another punch. Jiang Bei was knocked back several steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The spectators below tensed up at the sight. Watching Jiang Bei stand motionless on the arena after vomiting blood, Gong Yifan taunted, What's wrong? Can't take it anymore. You were so arrogant just now, saying I'd have no good fruit to eat and that you'd cripple me. Come on, keep going. Seeing Gong Yifan's smug expression, Jiang Bei felt a surge of anger. As Jiang Bei charged again, Gong Yifan smirked. His opponent was on the verge of collapse, his movements slowing. Sensing Jiang Bei couldn't hold on much longer, Gong Yifan dashed forward with a swift step and delivered a powerful punch to his stomach, using all his strength, just like he had with Jiang Bai's lackey. Then he followed up with a punch to Jiang Bai's face. Jiang Bei collapsed to his knees, and Gong Yifan grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, slamming him hard onto the ground. After fighting for so long, Gong Yifan's pent-up rage finally boiled over. Do you surrender? Do you surrender? He hoisted Jiang Bei up and struck him again on his tiger head. Jiang Bai's face was already swollen and bruised. No. No. Bang. Before he could finish, Gong Yifan's punch landed again. You want surrender, huh? You want surrender? Why did you come after me? Why did you come after me? Do I even know you? Gong Yifan sat on top of Jiang Bei, raining down punch after punch. Eventually, he couldn't even use his ability anymore, but he kept going, fueled by sheer fury, pounding Jiang Bai's face again and again. Jiang Bei was beaten so badly, he couldn't maintain his ability, reverting to human form. The students below were dumbfounded. Gong Yifan pummeled Jiang Bai's face with one punch after another. Jiang Bei had already lost consciousness. All right, stop now. Any more, and you'll kill him. Ling Feng leaped onto the ring and seized Gong Yifan's right hand. Only then did Gong Yifan snap out of it, the bloodshot madness fading from his eyes. He had been viciously beating Jiang Bei in a frenzied state. Seeing Gong Yifan cease his assault, Ling Feng breathed a sigh of relief, fearing the boy's stubborn temper might have turned against him as well. Ling Feng grabbed Jiang Bei, cradling the unconscious boy as he strode toward Dr. Zhang. The reason he hadn't stopped Gong Yifan earlier was that with Dr. Zhang present, nothing too serious would occur, so he had let Gong Yifan teach Jiang Bei a lesson. Teacher Ling, leave him to me. Teacher Zhang took Jiang Bei, laid him flat on the ground, and channeled his supernatural energy to envelop Jiang Bai's body. Gong Yifan watched as Jiang Bai was carried away, then turned his gaze toward Jiang Bai's followers, his eyes sweeping over each one. Perhaps Gong Yifan wasn't aware of his own appearance. His clothes were torn, his face smeared with blood, his fists dripping red, as he stood on the ring looking down upon the group Jiang Bai had brought. Those who met Gong Yifan's gaze quickly averted their eyes, daring not to look back. Is there anyone else who wants to stand up for He-Min or avenge Jiang Bai? Step forward and he'll take you all on alone. Gong Yifan pointed first at He-Min, then at Jiang Bai, and roared loudly. Arrogant, extremely arrogant. Yet no one stepped forward. They were all just followers who had been riding on Jiang Bai's coattails. Gong Yifan, what do you mean by that? I, He-Min, don't need anyone else to fight for me to beat you. He-Min exploded upon hearing Gong Yifan's words. Gong Yifan gave her a cold glance and ignored her. Seeing that no one came forward, he simply stepped down from the ring. Damn boss, you were incredible just now. You have no idea how satisfying those punches were. 1 second Jiang Bai was arrogant, the next he was on his knees. Awesome. Yu Xiao rushed over and praised as Gong Yifan approached. Haha, that's right. That Jiang Bai was just relying on his ability. He didn't have much skill. Shui Liang also laughed joyfully. Gong Yifan smiled and spotted his middle school classmates. You guys came too? Haha, Xiao Fan, you're quite formidable now. You gave that guy a thorough beating on stage just now. Kong Shui also chimed in with praise. Not at all, not at all. It was just luck. Gong Yifan quickly waved his hand, preferring to stay humble in front of the girls. Then he looked around and found Su Wen. Su Wen, we're even now. Yesterday Yu Xiao spoke ill of you, and today you set us up. Let's call it quits. If you try to scheme against us again, I won't let it slide whether you're a girl or not. Gong Yifan walked towards Su Wen, dropped those words, and left. He saw Su Wen gritting her teeth. Meanwhile, Dr. Zhang had finished his work. Jiang Bai's external injuries are healed, but his brain suffered a severe impact, possibly leading to a concussion. He needs treatment from a mental healer or should be sent to the hospital. Hearing Dr. Zhang's words, the teacher from Class 7 hurriedly called the head teacher of Class 7 and then an ambulance. Seeing the teachers in a fluster, Gong Yifan's heart sank. Had something gone wrong? He had indeed struck a bit too hard. If anyone present had heard that, they might have said, a bit too hard. When you were pounding your fists into his head, you knew how much force you were using. We could hear the smacking sounds from the audience, and you even used your supernatural power pounding his face relentlessly. And you call that a bit too hard? Worried, Gong Yifan quickly walked over and asked Ling Feng, is he okay? Okay. You gave him a concussion and you ask if he's okay. You're a too ruthless kid. Am I going to be in trouble? Gong Yifan asked anxiously. It hadn't even been a week since school started, and he had already caused such a big incident, giving a classmate a concussion. Now you're panicking. You were quite enthusiastic while hitting him. But it's not a big deal. A trip to the hospital will fix it. And even if something does happen, it's not your fault. He started it. Ling Feng reassured him. Gong Yifan felt relieved upon hearing that. Soon a group of teachers arrived, quickly placed Jiang Bai on a stretcher and carried him away. Even our head teacher Wu Bin came. What happened? How did a training session end up with a student from another class injured? Wu Bin asked gravely. Ling Feng shrugged and looked at Gong Yifan. Gong Yifan scratched his head and explained. If it's as you say, then you're not too involved. At most you'll get a demerit, but you won't be held responsible. Hearing Wu Bin's words, Gong Yifan breathed another sigh of relief. If he had to pay for Jiang Bai's medical bills, he would have been devastated. As time passed, Jiang Bai was taken to the hospital by ambulance and his family was notified. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Today's training was over, but the incident was far from finished. News spread like wildfire that Jiang Bai from Class 7 had gone to provoke Gong Yifan from Class 5, but ended up with a concussion. In an instant, the entire school remembered that name. Yesterday it was just a joke, but today countless people knew Gong Yifan. The ruthless man from Class 5, a 5-star, defeating a 6-star, brutally beating his equal-star opponent without injury. This immediately caught the attention of the school's elite, including the principal. We've got a promising talent in this school, causing such a big trouble right after arriving. Interesting, very interesting. The principal laughed heartily upon hearing the news. Principal, how should we handle this? It's caused quite a stir. The dean of students asked. Handle? What's there to handle? It's just 2 students exchanging blows during a spar. One happened to get seriously injured. It's not a big deal. Let's downplay it. Besides, if we punish these 2, should we also punish the teachers who stood by and watched the fight? So let it be. Have them apologize to each other, and that's that. The principal waved his hand dismissively. The dean was helpless, but knew the principal always took this approach unless something major occurred. That evening at the first hospital of Muka City, in a luxurious ward, a woman's sobbing could be heard. Husband, aren't you going to do something? Our son has been beaten like this, and you as his father have nothing to say. Jiang Bai's mother wailed in the corridor, seeing her son in such a state. Enough. Crying like that, what kind of example is that? I've asked the school. This time Jiang Bai brought it on himself. He tried to impress Hemin, the daughter of the Tyree group, by leading a group to provoke Gong Yifan, challenging him to a fight, even threatening to cripple him. Now he's the one crippled. He's disgraced the Jiang family, and it's all because you spoiled him. Father Jiang roared, irritated by his wife's tears. You? How dare you yell at me, Jiang Jiaxing? Fine, he's your son. If you want to do anything, I will. Jiang Bai's mother wiped her tears and stormed out. Xiao Cui, Xiao Cui. Oh. Jiang Jiaxing watched his wife leave, feeling helpless. He couldn't even argue his case at school. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Why did sister run out crying? A man walked over and asked. He was Jiang Bai's uncle. What else could it be? Your sister wants me to go to the school and cause trouble for that Gong Yifan. How can I go after a kid? Besides, Jiang Bai was in the wrong. He had no reason to lead people to provoke him, and now he's been beaten. It's all because of your sister's indulgence. Jiang Jiaxing sat by the bed, speaking helplessly. Oh, I see. Then I'll go talk to my sister. Yes, go. Talk to her nicely. Let this matter rest. Tell her not to worry. In a few days, it'll take Jiang Bai to apologize to the boy and settle this. We can't let outsiders think the Jiang family bullies others. Jiang Jiaxing said. All right, I'm off. You get some rest too. Watching him leave, Jiang Jiaxing let out a sigh. The next morning, Gong Yifan and his two friends entered the classroom. All the classmates looked at them with admiration. Gong Yifan had become the school's most talked-about figure. Since defeating the challenger Jiang Bai yesterday, his reputation had soared, and he had risen to fame in a single battle. After all, they were only 16 or 17, an age where it was natural to admire the strong. Moreover, he had brought glory to their class. Now, when anyone mentioned they were from class 5, others would ask, isn't there a guy named Gong Yifan in your class? Especially when girls from other classes came to inquire, it gave these rascals the capital to brag. And so, under the admiring gazes of his peers, Gong Yifan completed his first week of high school. Boss, see you tomorrow. Yes, see you. Gong Yifan said goodbye to them and headed home. On the bus, nothing eventful happened, and he arrived home safely. Ding dong, ding dong. Bro, you're back. The door was opened as always by his younger sister. Yeah, how was the new semester? Gong Yifan asked. Just so-so. His sister opened the door and walked away. Xiaofan's back, right? Go wash your hands, dinner's almost ready. His mother called out from the kitchen. Gong Yifan nodded. He then began having dinner with his family. On the other side, at a house in the northern part of Cloud Summit Villa District. When Xiaoya, you're back. A beautiful, elegant woman opened the door and said with a smile. Yeah, Mom, we're back, said the tall, beautiful girl named Xiaoya. How was it? Did you have a good first week of school? It was okay. You know your daughter's strength, not many dared to trouble me. But little sis, Su-Wen, had a rough time. She got bullied right at the start of school. Xiaoya said teasingly. So the girl named Xiaoya was Su-Wen's sister Suya. Oh, what's this one? Were you bullied at school? Su-Wen's mother asked, frowning. Mom, don't listen to her nonsense. Although your daughter isn't the strongest in class, it's not like just anyone can bully me. Su-Wen replied. Oh, really? Didn't I hear you say the day before yesterday that some guy threatened you? Suya looked at Su-Wen with a teasing grin. What? Wen who threatened you? The moment Su-Wen's mother heard her daughter had been threatened, her expression changed. Mom, don't listen to sis nonsense. It's just because of the He-Min matter, I made someone angry. Su-Wen quickly explained, seeing her mother's expression change. Oh, how does that involve that girl He-Min? Explain yourself clearly. Su-Wen's mother grew more suspicious and pulled her two daughters to sit on the sofa. Well, actually, someone I ambushed on the arena was really upset, and then his friend badmouthed me behind my back and I overheard it. Coincidentally, the strongest guy in our class is good friends with those two, and he defeated He-Min. So I told sis about what happened that day, but sis has a big mouth and spilled everything, even revealing He-Min's identity. Then a bunch of rich kids wanted to go after the strongest guy in our class to get back at him for He-Min, so I ended up offending him. Su-Wen gave her mother a concise explanation. Oh, I remember that girl He-Min is a lot stronger than you with her black iron 6-star strength, and she lost. Which family's young master is he? Su-Wen's mother asked curiously. That guy's strength is just monstrous. I don't know if he's a young master, but I see him hanging out with his two friends all the time, and they eat on the first floor, so he probably isn't from any notable family. Su-Wen mused. Oh, that formidable. Su-Wen's mother was astonished. You bet. Little sis didn't tell you everything just now. He defeated the 6-star He-Min with his 5-star strength, and the next day, he crippled the provocateur Jiang Bai. I heard he gave him a concussion, knocked him unconscious, and sent him to the hospital. Sister Suya added. This is all your fault, sis. Why did you have to go blabbing about it? You brought that group of people over, and now Gong Yifan blames me for it. He said that settles the score for the insults, and if I scheme against him again, he won't let me off, even if I'm a girl. Thinking about it only made Su-Wen angrier. There hadn't been such a big conflict, but now it had become so complicated. What? You said he defeated the 6-star He-Min with 5-star strength and crippled Jiang Bai. Was that Jiang Bai from the Crimson Flame Tiger Jiang family? Su-Wen's mother was shocked. Yeah, Mom. What's wrong? Su-Wen asked. Nothing, I'm just shocked. From what you've said, he's just a commoner from a poor family, Yet he reached Black Iron 5-star in 2 months and defeated the He family's proud daughter He Min. That is indeed monstrous. Su Wen's mother replied. All right, what's that boy's name again? Su Wen's mother pressed. His name is Gong Yifan. Su Wen replied. The surname Gong. I've never heard of any Gong family in Mukong City. Su Wen's mother thought for a moment, but couldn't recall any. Next week clear things up with him. You're all classmates, there's no need for things to be so tense. Su Wen's mother advised. I didn't want it to be this tense either, but that Gong Yifan acts all high and mighty. Besides his dorm mates, he barely talks to anyone else. He's super aloof. Su Wen pouted. Haha, can this really stump our little princess? My little princess is so beautiful, would Gong Yifan really have the heart to hit you? Su Wen's mother teased. Mom, what are you talking about? Su Wen's face reddened, and she angrily punched her mother. All right, Mom won't say anything more. What do you two want to eat today? Mom will make it for you now. Su Wen's mother laughed. We love everything you make, Mom. Su Wen and her sister Suya said in unison. Haha, you two and your sweet tongues, you little greedy cats. Su Wen's mother walked into the kitchen. Meanwhile, on the south side of Cloud Summit Villa, Auntie Lu am home. He Min had also returned home. Miss, you're back. He Min's nanny Annie Lu came out. Yeah, are my parents back? He Min asked, looking around the room. The master and madam will be back around 6. If you're hungry, I can serve dinner now. Auntie Lu replied. Oh, then it'll wait for Mom and Dad to eat together. He Min said. She went upstairs to her room, put down her backpack. Then returned to the living room. She turned on the TV, picked up her phone, and started surfing the internet. Not long after the door opened, He Min turned her head and saw her parents had returned. Xiaomin, you're back early. He Min's parents were delighted to see their daughter. Yeah, high school lets out early on Fridays. He Min walked over to help her parents bring things in. No, don't bother. This is a gift for you. See if you like it. He Min's father took out a gift box and handed it to her. The three of them sat down on the sofa. Wow, what's in this mysterious package? He Min placed the gift on the coffee table, unable to contain her curiosity. Open it and see. He Min's parents smiled at their daughter. He Min opened it. A light blue crystal necklace came into view. Dad, what is this? He Min picked up the necklace, puzzled. Haha, this is a good thing. A team under one of my friends hunted a star-level psychic beast in a dimensional rift and got this gem from its head. They gave it to me. I had someone appraise it, and they found that wearing it can enhance your mental strength and stabilize it. It's perfect for you, so you won't have to worry about fainting from overusing your psychic powers. He Min's father explained. Upon hearing this, He Min beamed. Thank you, Dad. Seeing their daughter's happy expression, both parents smiled. Honey, how was school this week? Did you make any new friends? He Min's mother asked. Yeah, my roommates are really nice. They took care of me when I fainted. They're very good to me. He Min was so focused on the necklace that she didn't notice what she had said. But her parents heard it clearly. What? Xiaomin, what's this about you fainting at school? He Min's parents asked urgently. Realizing she had misspoken, He Min quickly tried to cover it up. No, Mom, Dad, you must have misheard. Seeing Xiao Min's flustered look, He Min's parents exchanged a glance, certain something had happened, otherwise she wouldn't be this panicked. After all, they had raised her since she was little, they knew her temperament all too well. Xiao Min, what exactly happened? You can't lie. He Min's father looked at her and said, It's nothing much. It was just a combat class. I overused my ability, exhausted my mental energy, and passed out. He Min said sheepishly. Oh, who could make our little genius faint? Tell me about it. Her father's curiosity was piqued. Well, I fought a boy in my class named Gong Yifan. I underestimated him and lost by 1 move. He Min said awkwardly. Oh, just after school started, someone is already as strong as you. Which family's genius is he? He Min's father asked curiously. I don't know, but he's not on my level. He's only a 5-star, but he's quite powerful and has strong combat experience. He Min recalled. Oh, that young man is only a 5-star. It seems you need some practical experience, Xiao Min. Otherwise, you'll be at a disadvantage fighting others. He Min's father said with slight surprise. Yeah, even though we train at school, it's always against weaker opponents. It's completely pointless, like child's play. He Min added. Hey, you're just a child yourself, and you're talking about others. Her mother scolded playfully. Mom. He Min whined at her mother's teasing. Haha, I've got it, my daughter. They'll look for a good martial arts gym this week. You can go there to train your practical skills. He Min's father quickly said. Thank you, Dad. He Min smiled sweetly. At Gong Yifan's home, Gong Yifan lay in bed chatting in a group with Yu Xiao and Shui Liang. What time are we going tomorrow? Yu Xiao asked in the group. Yeah, it's too early to get up. I want to sleep in on the weekend. Shui Liang replied. Then let's go tomorrow afternoon. We'll have lunch at home and meet at the bus stop at 1 p.m. Okay. Gong Yifan asked. Okay. Seeing that they both agreed on the time and placed their plans for tomorrow were set. After chatting a bit longer, they all started absorbing spirit crystals, and Gong Yifan began to absorb spiritual energy with full force. Saturday afternoon at 1 o'clock. Wow, you're here so early. Gong Yifan saw the two already at the bus stop. No, we just got here less than 5 minutes ago. Yu Xiao and I transferred buses to get here. Shui Liang replied. Since there was no direct shuttle bus to the Ability Association from their neighborhood, they had to transfer to the bus stop near Gong Yifun's place first. The bus should be here in about 3 or 4 minutes. Gong Yifun checked his phone and said. Yu Xiao and Shui Liang nodded in agreement. Gong Yifun looked around and saw quite a few people waiting for the bus, most of them about their age, probably heading to the Ability Association too. Soon the bus arrived. Gong Yifun and Shui Liang pushed Yu Xiao forward. There were so many people that the bus was almost full. After squeezing on with great difficulty, there wasn't even room to stand. The driver still told them to push further back. So they should have just taken a taxi. Splitting it 3 ways would only cost about 10 yuan each. Standing in the packed carriage in the heat of early afternoon, it was the hottest time of day. After enduring nearly an hour, they finally arrived at their stop. As they got off, everyone in the carriage alighted too, mostly students coming to collect spirit crystals. Damn, let's take a taxi from now on. I'm never riding the bus again. It's so crowded, stifling hot, and the smell in the carriage is awful. I feel terrible. Yu Xiao's voice came through his face, drenched in sweat, looking like he'd just stepped out of a sauna. His clothes were soaked through. Yes, standing there I couldn't even move my hands, let alone look at my phone. Shui Liang complained too. Alright, let's go. I've never been here before. Gong Yifun called the two as they walked toward the massive building. I've never been either. Yu Xiao added. They approached the building's entrance. The Mukong City Ability Association. The large characters were grand and imposing. The building had only 3 floors, but the space inside was enormous, stretching as far as the eye could see. Entering the Ability Association, they saw a bustling crowd. Some sat on benches resting while others stood under a huge screen, searching intently. Curious, Gong Yifun and the other 2 stepped closer to look. It was a bounty board. These people were all here, browsing the bounties. They moved to another large screen, which turned out to be the mission release hall. People came here to post tasks. The 3 of them toured all 3 floors, taking over an hour to finish. Damn, this place is huge. Yu Xiao exclaimed excitedly. Yeah, it was packed with people everywhere we went. Shui Liang added. Let's go ask the front desk where we can collect the spirit crystals. Gong Yifun said. Right, let's get the crystals first. Hearing this, Yu Xiao and the other hurried to the front desk. Hello, where can we collect the spirit crystals? Yu Xiao asked eagerly. A young lady at the front desk smiled and said, see the machines on both sides of the hall. You can collect them there using your student ID. Following her pointing finger, they saw rows of machines embedded in the wall similar to ATMs. After thanking the front desk lady, they quickly walked over and joined a shorter line. As time passed, finally, it was Gong Yifun's turn. He stepped into the small booth and saw the machine. Following the machine's prompts, he took out his phone, opened the Evolver app, pulled up his student ID, stepped back for a facial scan, then gripped the testing crystal and channeled his spiritual energy. A mechanical voice sounded. Black Iron 5-star. He successfully retrieved the month's welfare, a bronze 5-star energy spirit crystal. He hid the crystal in his pants pocket, better safe than sorry, then opened the door and stepped out. He didn't go far, just waited nearby for the other 2. After a few minutes, the last one, Yu Xiao, finished and came out. Everything's done for today? Where should we go now? Gong Yifun asked. It's almost 4 p.m. We don't have much time to play. Let's take a look outside and then head back. Shui Liang said. Okay. The 3 walked out of the Ability Association, passing the still crowded entrance. They looked around nearby and found shops selling items from other dimensions, but the prices were too high for them. In the end, after walking around, they couldn't find anything they could afford. They had wanted to buy some souvenirs, but maybe they just hadn't found the right place. As they prepared to head back, they debated whether to take the bus or a taxi. Finally, Gong Yifun made the call. Let's check the bus stop first. If it's crowded, well, take a taxi. If not, well, take the bus. But when they reached the stop, it was packed with people. Gong Yifun immediately pulled out his phone and booked a taxi to the bus stop near his home. A few minutes later, the car arrived. Sitting inside with the air conditioning on felt amazing. They arrived in just over half an hour. After getting out, Yu Xiao said directly, taking a taxi is so much better. The bus took over an hour, but a taxi only took half an hour, and we had air conditioning. The bus has it too, but with so many people it feels like it's not even on. Hearing Yu Xiao's complaints, Gong Yifun and Shui Liang exchanged smiles. After saying goodbye to them, Gong Yifun headed home. He didn't wait for them to get into their taxi. After all, there were 2 of them. They didn't need company. Back home, he washed up and lay in bed to cultivate. This time was different. Gong Yifun decided to try absorbing the energy from a spirit crystal. As long as he didn't reach bronze rank, he could collect 1 every month. With the 5 he had left, that made 6. He'd use 1 to test it out. Sitting on the bed, he took out the freshly collected spirit crystal and held it in his palm. Activating his ability, a wisp of black energy enveloped his hand, absorbing the crystal's power. He felt surging energy flow from his palm into his body, which absorbed it voraciously. Under the power of the dark fruit, the crystal was consumed in less than half an hour, dissolving into a wisp of smoke. Not a shred of the energy entering his body was wasted. It was all absorbed. This dark fruit was truly monstrous in this world. Gong Yifan thought to himself. After absorbing a single crystal core, Gong Yifan's strength directly increased, saving him over 10 days of arduous cultivation. Gong Yifan felt the power within his body and was quite satisfied. Although crystal cores could accelerate his progress, they were not something he could afford to consume at his current level. Once I reach bronze rank, I must dive into the alternate dimension every day to farm crystal cores for upgrades. But even now it's pretty fast, though I can't compare to the wealthy. I'm almost there. As time passed, the next day arrived. Since he was in high school, he had to return to school every Sunday for evening self-study, listen to the homeroom teacher's speech, and arrange the schedule. At noon, after finishing a hearty meal cooked by his mother, he prepared to go to school. I never thought that as a high schooler I'd actually have to do homework now. Haha, who'd have guessed? Any of you done it? Lend it to me to copy. Yu Xiao asked on the bus. Damn, I forgot about that. Gong Yifan exclaimed in surprise. What, you didn't know? On Friday morning that old guy told us to finish the first chapter of the workbook. Didn't you hear? Oh, I remember now. You were sleeping at the time. Yu Xiao was also surprised, then recalled that Gong Yifan had been cultivating late every night and was always asleep in the morning. Then Gong Yifan and Yu Xiao both turned to Shui Liang. Don't look at me, I didn't do it either. But I saw it. It's just one test paper. It'll be quick to finish. We'll find someone in the classroom to copy from later. Shui Liang hadn't done it either. They were all a bunch of slackers. Upon arriving at school, they first bought some snacks from the nearby food street and stuffed them into their backpacks. Entering the classroom, they saw that half the students had already arrived. Hey, Gong Yifan's here. Let's go say hi. Zhang Yu and Wang Haiqiang walked over together. In this class, aside from these two, Gong Yifan and his group had little interaction with anyone else over the past week. Hey, you guys are here early too. Zhang Yu greeted them. In class 5, although Zhang Ye's cultivation level stood out, his ability was still very weak, barely capable of setting up an illusion. He could only rely on his 4-star spiritual energy to fight. Moreover, in this class, he only knew his dorm mates. His former friends had all been assigned to other classes, just like Wang Haiqiang. However, thanks to Gong Yifan's trio, he had become friends with Wang Haiqiang, though Wang Haiqiang's friendship with Gong Yifan's group had started with a fight. Yeah, there's nothing to do at home anyway, so we came after eating. Yu Xiao replied. Then the 5 of them started gaming together. As more people filled the classroom, the chatter grew louder. After playing a couple of rounds of Honor of Kings, Gong Yifan felt a bit tired. By the way, have you guys done your homework? Gong Yifan suddenly remembered he hadn't done his and quickly asked. Huh, homework? Zhang Yu and Wang Haiqiang looked puzzled. One glance at their expressions told him everything. They were in the same boat, definitely not done either. Come on, let's find someone to copy from. Gong Yifan walked out. He spotted a bespectacled kid he didn't know well, but figured someone with glasses must be a good student. The bespectacled guy noticed Gong Yifan looking at him. Bro, lend me your homework to copy. They'll treat you to a meal next time. Gong Yifan put his hand on the glasswearer's shoulder and said with a grin. Well, what homework? Oh, the homework from Friday. I didn't do it either. I've been gaming all week and forgot. The glasses wearer was startled when he saw Gong Yifan, thinking he was here to cause trouble. But it turned out he just wanted to copy homework. Except he hadn't done it either. Well, so much for glasses meaning a good student. Looks like that stereotype doesn't hold anymore. Gong Yifan silently withdrew his hand and continued his search. Gong Yifan spotted another target, a girl sitting at her desk. He quickly walked over with a smile. Hey beauty, what are you up to? Gong Yifan walked up to the girl and sat down in front of her. I'm doing homework. The girl replied shyly. Hearing she was doing homework, he glanced at the books on her desk, all blank, and saw she was searching for answers on her phone. He was speechless again. It seemed there weren't many good students in this class. You're doing homework. Go ahead, I won't bother you. Gong Yifan said his goodbyes and left. As he walked away, the girl's eyes held a hint of disappointment. He wandered around the classroom, finding groups of students huddled together gaming. Hey, are you looking for homework to copy? A voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. Gong Yifan turned around and frowned. What do you want? It was Su-Wen. Su-Wen noticed his frown and said unhappily, Am I really that annoying? You frown every time you see me. Hearing her words, Gong Yifan almost laughed in exasperation. You know exactly what you did. If you hadn't been scheming behind my back, I wouldn't have become the talk of the whole school. At this, Su-Wen retorted. I didn't say anything. I just mentioned it casually to my sister during lunch. How was I supposed to know she'd spread it everywhere? Besides, didn't we agree it's water under the bridge? Why are you still holding a grudge? Are you even a man, being so petty? Gong Yifan was at a loss for words. All right, it's settled. Don't come looking for me. I've got things to do. With that, he turned and continued his search. Hey, wait. You want to copy homework, right? I'll give you mine. I've finished it. Su-Wen said hurriedly. Gong Yifan turned around upon hearing this. Really? You're not messing with me? See for yourself. Su-Wen handed him her homework. Gong Yifan looked at it suspiciously, neat and clear handwriting. After confirming, a big smile spread across his face. Thanks, beauty. He quickly walked back to his seat in the corner and started copying diligently. Seeing the stark contrast in Gong Yifun's attitude, Su Wen couldn't help but laugh and returned to her seat happily. Gong Yifun was writing furiously. "Whoa boss, whose homework is that? You found someone so fast." Shui Liang noticed Gong Yifun copying and immediately joined in along with Yu Xiao and the others. "It's Su Wen's. She let me copy it." Gong Yifun replied without looking up. "Who? Su Wen. She's being nice enough to let you copy." Yu Xiao said incredulously. "Who cares? She offered, so we'll take it. Why not?" The others thought he had a point. "Boss, when you're done, pass it to me. I haven't written mine yet." Yu Xiao said with a shameless grin. "Sure, I'll give it to you when I'm done." "Us too." All right. Gong Yifun agreed to all of them. In less than 10 minutes, he had finished copying the entire test paper, mostly because there were many essay questions which took 7 or 8 minutes. After finishing, Gong Yifun handed his own test paper to them and returned Su Wen's. "Here, all copied. Thanks." Gong Yifun sat down next to Su Wen and handed the paper back to her. Su Wen took it and looked at him. "Do you forgive me now?" "Not angry anymore." "Not angry at all. How could I be angry with you?" Gong Yifun quickly shook his head. This was his long-term meal ticket. He could come to her for homework in the future. If he offended her now, he'd have to find someone else, and Gong Yifun hated trouble. Su Wen was delighted to hear this. "So we're friends now." Of course. If anything comes up, just come to me and my buddies." Although Gong Yifun found her words a bit strange, he agreed readily. "Really?" Su Wen was overjoyed. Gong Yifun nodded, making Su Wen even happier. They chatted for a while before parting ways. Watching Gong Yifun's retreating figure, Su Wen thought to herself, Mom was right. My charm really is that irresistible. He forgave me so easily. Little did she know, in Gong Yifun's mind, she was just a convenient source for copying homework. Gong Yifun returned to his seat where the others had finished copying and gathered around. "What's up? What were you guys talking about?" Seeing the curiosity and gossip in his friends' eyes, Gong Yifun knew exactly what they were thinking. "Nothing much. She just asked if we'd forgiven her and said we could copy her homework from now on." Gong Yifun replied. "Really? That's all you talked about for so long?" Yu Xiao probed. Turns out it wasn't just girls who loved gossip. Boys did too. Gong Yifun couldn't be bothered to respond. Seeing he wasn't interested in continuing the topic, they all pulled out their phones and resumed their 5-player gaming session. As time passed, at 6 p.m., the campus bell rang, signaling the start of evening self-study. Class tutor Wu Bin also walked in. "Students, it's been a week since school started. How's everyone doing?" Wu Bin asked the students with a smile. "Great," the students replied in unison. Wu Bin was very pleased. As for whether it was a perfunctory response, who cared? "All right, students. After a week of getting to know each other, you should all be familiar and adapted by now. Some of you have even caused quite a stir." After he spoke, the whole class instinctively looked at Gong Yifun. Gong Yifun just shrugged his shoulders in response. Tonight's self-study is for arranging class cadres and electing the class monitor. Upon hearing Wu Bin's words, the class stirred with excitement, but some remained indifferent, including Gong Yifun and his 2 friends. Since childhood, they were never studious, always mere spectators during class cadre elections. The election begins now. Anyone who wants to be the monitor can come up and give a speech, and the students below will vote. After saying this, Wu Bin stepped down from the podium. After a minute of silence, a boy finally walked up. Though nervous and stammering through a long speech, he still garnered some applause. With that start, others who aspired to be monitor also stepped up. Gong Yifun listened attentively, occasionally raising his hand in support. Gradually, the number of candidates dwindled, and several minutes passed with no one else coming forward. Seeing this, Wu Bin looked directly at Gong Yifun and teased. "Gong Yifun, aren't you going to say something? You're quite the celebrity now." As soon as Wu Bin finished, the entire class turned their gaze toward Gong Yifun. Gong Yifun quickly smiled and waved his hand. "I know my own worth. I can't even manage myself. How could I possibly manage others? That would be a disaster." Hearing Gong Yifun's words, the others dropped the idea. Wu Bin didn't press him further and continued looking around to see if anyone else would step up. After a few seconds, someone finally took the stage. Gong Yifun saw it was Su Wen. Was she interested in being monitor too? As she walked up, the whole class focused on her. Lately, some bored classmates had been discussing who was the prettiest in the class, with Su Wen and He Min tied for first. Su Wen was petite and adorable, the cute type. He Min was tall, aloof, and exuded an intellectual elegance. They were the face of Class 5. Within a week of school starting, countless boys from other classes had sneaked peeks at them through the windows. Beautiful and from good families, they were irresistible temptations for adolescent boys. Jiang Bei was one of them, but unfortunately his attempt to show off backfired, earning him a concussion and school-wide notoriety. Many must have been laughing at him behind his back. Back to the monitor election. Su Wen was quite popular. After her speech, over 20 hands went up. Gong Yifun, not wanting to stand out, also raised his hand. His usual followers did the same, and soon the entire class had their hands up, resulting in a unanimous vote. Wu Bin was astonished and immediately went up to announce. From now on, Su Wen is the monitor of Class 5. Let's give her a warm round of applause. Wu Bin led the applause, and everyone followed suit. Su Wen blushed with joy, looking utterly adorable. Then came the election for other class cadres. Gong Yifan was assigned a role training commissioner responsible for assisting Lingfeng during training sessions. Gong Yifan didn't mind. Training was mostly individual practice anyway, he'd figure it out later. Evening self-study ended quickly. At 8 p.m., everyone returned to the dormitory to rest. The next morning, Gong Yifan went to class as usual and immediately put his head down to sleep. He had cultivated until 3 or 4 in the morning the night before and needed to recharge for the afternoon training session. As for academic classes, Gong Yifan had no idea. He would deal with that later. The teacher, seeing the student in the corner sleeping again, said nothing. He attended class every day. Whether the student listened was his own business. If he failed, that was on him. Time passed as Gong Yifan slept. Soon it was afternoon, and it was teacher Lingfeng's class again who told them to practice on their own. Gong Yifan didn't mind. The group headed to the training ground and did their own thing. Gong Yifan, come here. Hearing Lingfeng call him, Gong Yifan hurried over. Your class tutor wants you in his office. He has something to discuss with you. Hearing that Wu Bin was looking for him, Gong Yifan was puzzled. He hadn't caused any trouble recently. With confusion, he left the training ground and headed to the office. Arriving at the office, he saw Wu Bin and another person, probably a teacher. He had seen him before, but didn't know him. Gong Yifan thought to himself. Gong Yifan, you're here. This is the dean of students. He's here to take you to the principal's office. Jiang Bai's father has arrived and needs to talk with you. Hearing about the principal's office, Gong Yifan frowned. At the mention of Jiang Bai's father, his expression darkened. The idea of a talk only deepened his confusion. Seeing Gong Yifan's changing expressions, the teacher found it amusing. What could happen to him at school? All right, go with the dean of students. Hearing this, Gong Yifan followed the dean. So you're Gong Yifan. I hear you're quite famous at No. Too high. First knocking out the school beauty, then crippling Jiang Bai. Quite a fierce young man. Unable to tell if it was criticism or teasing, Gong Yifan decided to tell the truth. That he Min fainted from overexerting her ability, not from me. As for Jiang Bai, he came looking for trouble, threatening to cripple me and make me kneel. I couldn't let that slide, so we fought. He just couldn't take a hit. He got exhausted quickly, and I seized the chance to teach him a lesson. Hearing Gong Yifan's account, the dean just smiled. They arrived at the principal's office and knocked. Come in, a vigorous voice called out. They entered the room. Gong Yifan took in the principal's office, simply decorated with a minimalist style. Then he saw an older man and a younger one on the sofa. The younger one was Jiang Bai, and the man beside him must be his father. Ah, here he is. This is Gong Yifan. Come, Gong Yifan, this is Jiang Bai's father. He's here to apologize to you on behalf of his son. The principal led Gong Yifan to the sofa and introduced them. Hello, student Gong. I'm Jiang Bai's father. I've heard about what happened. It was all Xiaobi's fault. I'm here to apologize for him. Jiang Jiaxing extended his hand for a handshake. Gong Yifan had never been in such a situation in both his past and present life. He was just a student. But seeing the offered hand, he shook it. Haha, it's all minor. What student hasn't gotten into a fight? Sorry to trouble you, mister. Jiang, for coming all this way, the principal interjected. Alas, this was Jiang Bai's fault. Gathering a group to cause trouble in public is a problem for the school too. It's only the first week, and he's already stirring up trouble. Honestly, it's our fault as parents for spoiling him. Jiang Jiaxing didn't hesitate to criticize his son, even taking the blame upon himself. His handling was impeccable, showing consideration for both the school and Gong Yifan. Haha, mister. Jiang, you're too kind, the principal laughed heartily. Gong Yifan could only stand by, completely unable to get a word in. Come, Jiang Bai apologized to student Gong. Jiang Jiaxing patted his still-seated foolish son. Jiang Bai stood up reluctantly. What are you waiting for? Apologize. Seeing his son's attitude, Jiang Jiaxing was furious and smacked him on the head. Hey, easy. He just recovered from his injuries. The principal quickly stopped him. Jiang Jiaxing chuckled and tugged at his son. Jiang Bai muttered an unwilling apology. I'm sorry. Seeing his son like this, Jiang Jiaxing felt helpless. It was all his wife's spoiling. The principal was pleased with the apology and patted Gong Yifan on the shoulder. Gong Yifan understood the principal's hint and quickly admitted his fault as well. I'm sorry too. I shouldn't have hit so hard. Seeing both had apologized, the principal was delighted, and the matter was thus resolved. Thus the matter was settled. Back at the training ground, Yu Xiao and the others gathered around. What happened? What did the teacher call you for? Nothing much. That Jiang Bai is back, and his father came along too. In front of the principal, they just wanted us to apologize together, and that was the end of it. Gong Yifan said. Oh, did they give you a hard time? The others asked with concern. No, but I could tell that Jiang Bai kid still isn't convinced. Gong Yifan replied, feeling a touch of warmth at his friend's care. That's fine, don't worry about Jiang Bai. You beat him once, you can beat him twice, 3 times, 100 times. Hearing Shui Liang's words, the group burst into laughter. Time passed. Half a month went by. Tomorrow the freshman exhibition match would begin. Gong Yifan and his friends had made significant progress. Gong Yifan had directly reached Black Iron 6 stars. Yu Xiao and Xue Liang had also reached the peak of Black Iron 4 stars. Zhang Yu had also reached 5 stars. As for He Min, who was originally at 6 stars, she was now close to 7 stars. She hadn't improved much in rank over the past half-month, but her combat experience had become terrifying. In several sparring sessions with Gong Yifan, he only barely managed to win. It was said that after her first defeat by Gong Yifan, she immediately hired a combat coach and would go straight to training after school every day. She was a true battle maniac. But Gong Yifan was no pushover either. He sparred daily with his brothers, often taking on 2 or 3 at once, and his strength was equally astonishing. Students, tomorrow is the freshman tournament. Are you all ready? Wu Bin roared from the stage. Ready. This time the entire class had signed up. Regardless of their strength, just participating earned them a spirit crystal, so everyone joined in. Good. Rest well tonight to prepare for tomorrow's battles. After the pep talk, class was dismissed. Gong Yifan, He Min, Su, and follow me. Wu Bin walked out of the classroom. Gong Yifan was startled to hear the homeroom teacher call him, then followed along with the other 2. Arriving at the office. Slap. The door closed. I called you here today because you 3 are the strongest in our class. I want to give you some encouragement. The rewards for the top 10 in this competition are very generous and will greatly help your future growth. However, I've compared your strength with students from other classes. I'm not worried about Gong Yifan. His strength is unmatched among all freshmen. I have only one demand of you: first place. He said, looking at Gong Yifan. Gong Yifan replied without hesitation, don't worry. I will definitely take first place. The teacher smiled, then turned to He Min. And He Min, your strength still needs to be assessed. Your ability is quite powerful, but your current level is insufficient to fully unleash it. Still, your combat skills are steadily improving, and the top 10 is very promising. Don't worry, teacher. I will work hard. He Min nodded firmly. Then the teacher looked at Su Wen. Su Wen, as class monitor, although your strength isn't enough, yet you've proven your talent. From the start of school until now, you've risen from Black Iron 3 stars to Black Iron 5 stars, a tremendous leap. But it's still not enough. The popular contenders this time are mostly at Black Iron 6 stars. A 5-star strength making it into the top 10 will be extremely difficult. You need to be mentally prepared. Su Wen was deeply disappointed, but refused to give up. Don't worry, teacher. I will work very hard. Even as a 5-star, I can still defeat a 6-star, right, Gong Yifan? She said, turning to Gong Yifan. Gong Yifan nodded with a wry smile. Ever since he forgave her that day, she constantly sought sparring matches with Gong Yifan and the others. Apart from Gong Yifan, everyone else had been beaten by her. Xue Liang, for instance, was initially quite unconvinced. After being taught a lesson 3 or 4 times, he obediently started calling her big sister. She was a veritable little demon. There was no shaking her off. Seeing Gong Yifan nod, Su Wen grew more confident. Wu Bin felt gratified. Having these 3 pillars in his class made his job as a teacher much easier. After chatting for a while, they left. Stepping out of the office, Gong Yifan prepared to go for dinner. Just then, Su Wen called out to him. Gong Yifan, are you heading to the cafeteria? Hearing her question, Gong Yifan nodded. Great, let's go together. Su Wen grabbed Gong Yifan's and He Min's hands, pulling them toward the cafeteria. Suddenly, having a girl take his hand, Gong Yifan's heart skipped a beat, and he stood frozen in place. Noticing he wasn't moving, Su Wen turned and urged, come on. Gong Yifan quickly pulled his hand away, his face reddening. Oh, let's go. Seeing him withdraw his hand, Su Wen burst out laughing, and He Min joined in. To be honest, ever since graduating from his past life, Gong Yifan had never held a girl's hand, let alone had one take the initiative. When they reached the cafeteria, Gong Yifan headed for the first floor. Hey, what are you doing? Let's go to the second floor. What's good on the first floor? Su Wen saw him going to the first floor and quickly grabbed him. Gong Yifan gave a bitter smile. Miss, can I afford the second floor? Where else would I go but the first? Come on, come to the second floor with me. They'll treat you to dinner. How's that for generous? Su Wen patted her chest, speaking boldly. How can that be? A guy letting a girl pay for his meal. I'd be a kept man. Gong Yifan's masculine pride flared up. Ta! Su Wen and He Min couldn't help but laugh heartily, standing at the stairway and drawing envious glances from those around them. Everyone knew who these 3 were. Let's go. Without waiting for his reply, she dragged Gong Yifan up to the second floor. Looking around, Gong Yifan had only been here once at the start of the semester. He never came back after seeing how expensive it was. He never expected his second visit to be dragged up here by Su Wen. They arrived at the largest restaurant on the second floor. There weren't many people. After all, the second floor was for the wealthy or those strong enough to earn money. Out of the school's 1,000 or 2,000 students, only about 100 or so could afford it. Come on, see what you want to eat. Big sister's treat, pick whatever you like. Gong Yifan glanced at the menu. Everything was so expensive, items costing thousands or tens of thousands. He had no idea what was good. Oh, what if he ordered something bad and wasted money? He turned his head and handed the choice back to Su Wen. You order. I've never had any of this, so I don't know what's good. Seeing his bewildered expression, Su Wen took the menu and ordered herself. She ordered 6 or 7 dishes, 3 meat, 3 vegetable, and a soup, totaling 70 to 80,000. Gong Yifan clicked his tongue in amazement. This one meal could cost half a year of his father's salary. Whoa, you ordered so much. Can the 3 of us finish all this? Gong Yifan asked. Who cares? If we can't, well, leave it. I won't blame you. Su Wen waved her hand. Hemin stayed silent, so Gong Yifan dropped the matter. Soon, all the dishes were served. Gong Yifan stared at the table full of food, swallowing his saliva. It smelled incredible. He thought the food at his uncle's place was good, but this was even better. Seeing that the 2 girls hadn't picked up their chopsticks, he felt awkward starting first. After waiting a while, he noticed they were both taking photos with their phones. What was this? Did fairies always take pictures before eating? Alright, let's dig in. At Su Wen's command, Gong Yifan picked up his chopsticks. He took a bite of rice first, savoring it only to find it the same as the first floors. He quickly grabbed a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Holy crap! This taste, I could bite my tongue off. Gong Yifan hurriedly grabbed another piece, not stopping for a moment. He was hungry, and he ate non-stop, alternating between rice and dishes. Seeing Gong Yifan eating like that, Su Wen and Hemin silently put down their chopsticks. Gong Yifan noticed. Why aren't you eating? Come on, it's so delicious. If you don't eat, you'll finish it all. Watching him talk with his mouth full, Su Wen and Hemin were speechless. Was this the same Gong Yifan who was lazy in class and cold on the training ground? Then they began eating too. After a while, only Gong Yifan was wolfing down the food. Even people at other tables were staring at him. Whoa, watching this guy eat makes it look so good. I feel like having another bowl. Hearing the voice from the next table, Su Wen wished she could bury her head under the table. It was too embarrassing. She would never bring him to eat again. Alas, why aren't you 2 eating? Gong Yifan looked at Su Wen and Hemin, who had both set down their chopsticks. He were full. Su Wen replied with a smile. You eat so little, just 1 bowl. Is that enough for your daily energy? No wonder you're so slender. Gong Yifan asked in puzzlement. It's enough, but we girls naturally have small appetites, Su Wen and Hemin nodded. Alright then. Gong Yifan resumed devouring the dishes. Watching him endlessly heap food into his bowl, Su Wen felt utterly speechless. 2 stunning beauties sat here, yet he only focused on eating. What a blockhead. Su Wen pouted, fuming inwardly. Hemin too found it odd. Normally so stern and aloof, she transformed entirely at mealtime. Under the gaze of the 2 beauties, Gong Yifan polished off all 7 dishes and 5 large bowls of rice. Only because he was an evolver would his stomach not have burst. Gong Yifan grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth, belched, and leaned back in his chair, utterly content. Seeing him finish, Su Wen finally breathed a sigh of relief. This guy can really eat. Gong Yifan, shall we head back after this? Su Wen asked. Let's go back. There's nothing much to see on campus anyway. They'll go cultivate. I feel my realm is a bit loose. Should advance a star in the next couple of days. Gong Yifan patted his belly, suggesting. What, you're about to level up again? Hemin was somewhat shocked. Back then, Hemin was still a rank above Gong Yifan, yet now he was at 6 stars while she remained stuck there. Though daily combat practice took up most of her time, the fact that he was about to reach 7 stars was astonishing. Su Wen stared at Gong Yifan in amazement. She could jump 2 stars in a month because she started at the peak of 3 stars at the semester's start, broke through shortly after, and then soaked in medicinal baths and absorbed crystals weekly. She thought she could catch up, but he was about to break through to 7 stars. Was he a monster? In truth, after breaking through to 6 stars, Gong Yifan couldn't resist absorbing a bronze 9-star crystal, cutting his time to reach 7 stars in half. Then, after 2 more weeks of cultivation and a meal today rich in spiritual energy, he felt the energy within him brimming. A breakthrough was imminent in the next couple of days. Yes, Gong Yifan nodded at Hemin. You truly are a monster, Hemin said, her emotions complex. She had thought herself a genius, only to be repeatedly humbled by Gong Yifan. In fact, Gong Yifan felt he was progressing slowly. If he hadn't shared the crystals with Yu Xiao and the others, he could have reached bronze by the semester's start, or at least become a black iron 9-star. But he deemed it unnecessary. What use was personal advancement alone? High school, mainly focused on knowledge and combat, would only be taught in university. With his cultivation speed, getting into either the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University or the Magic Capital Martial Arts University was a certainty. But what fun was it to go alone? He might as well boost Yu Xiao and Shui Liang's strength and go together. Alright, let's head back. Su Wen stood up, pulling Hemin along as she looked at Gong Yifan. Let's go. Gong Yifan followed them out of the restaurant. After leaving the cafeteria, he bid farewell to Su Wen and the others. Reaching the dormitory, he opened the door. Huh, big bro, you're back. What did the homeroom teacher call you for? Shui Liang asked curiously. Nothing much, just reminding me Hemin and Su Wen to strive for first place, or at least the top 10, Gong Yifan replied as he sat down. Now Gong Yifan felt quite bloated. He hadn't noticed much right after eating, but after walking a bit a dull ache set in. Seeing his expression, Yu Xiao asked again. What's wrong? Why the furrowed brow? Nothing, just overate. After the teacher spoke, we went to the cafeteria, and Sue and the class monitor treated us to the second floor. She ordered a lot, but the two girls barely ate, so I finished everything. Now my stomach's a bit swollen. Gong Yifun explained. What? Sue treated you to a meal, and he Min was there too. Big bro, you're so lucky. Yu Xiao only caught that Gong Yifun had dined with Su Wen and he Min, and that she had paid. He was truly envious. Get lost. Lucky. When we were eating, a bunch of people kept staring at our table watching me. It was so annoying. Gong Yifun thought others were envious of him dining with two girls, but in reality, it was his exaggerated eating manner that made everyone stare at him like a spectacle. Haha, big bro, if it bothers you, you can call us brothers along. We've never eaten on the second floor. Yu Xiao shamelessly said. Hep. Gong Yifun didn't believe Yu Xiao only wanted to eat. Alright, I'm going to shower. After sitting for 10 minutes, he grabbed his things and entered the bathroom. That evening around 7 or 8, Gong Yifun repeatedly used the dark fruit's devouring power, but he struggled to store it in his body. It felt like a leak, absorbing a little only to let it seep out. Unable to break through, Gong Yifun's face darkened. What's going on? Why can't I advance? Could it be an unstable foundation? But that doesn't seem right either. He couldn't pinpoint any error. After several more attempts, it still failed, and in frustration, he punched the wall. Luckily, the walls weren't ordinary material, or his strength would have shattered them. Hearing the noise, his three roommates stopped their cultivation, and all looked at Gong Yifun, seeing his gloomy expression. At that moment, Shui Liang asked, What's wrong, big bro? What happened? Hearing Yu Xiao's voice, Gong Yifun snapped back to reality and saw his roommates staring at him. Gong Yifun knew he had disturbed them. Sorry, I ran into a problem during cultivation. What problem? Yu Xiao and the others exchanged glances and then asked. I can't break through. Every time I try to gather the last bit of energy, it disperses. Gong Yifun said gloomily. What? Big bro, you're about to break through to 7 stars. Zhang Yu exclaimed in shock. When he first met Gong Yifun, he was at 5 stars, and now in less than a month, he was about to reach 7. How could Zhang Yu not be astonished? Gong Yifun didn't answer, nor was he in the mood to. Seeing him like this, Yu Xiao asked anxiously, Do you know what's causing it? Gong Yifun shook his head. If he knew, would he still be pondering? Should we ask a teacher? Shui Liang suggested. Hearing this, Gong Yifun got up, took out his phone from under the pillow, found the homeroom teacher's number, and called. Seeing this, the others fell silent. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang twice. Hello, who's this? Wu Bin's voice came through. Teacher, hello, this is Gong Yifun. I'm having a problem with my cultivation. I'm trying to break through to 7 stars, but I can't gather the last bit of energy. It keeps dissipating. What's going on? Gong Yifun asked quickly. What? You're about to break through to 7 stars? Wu Bin asked in surprise. Hearing yet another exclamation, Gong Yifun was a bit exasperated, but still hummed in affirmation. Hold on, I'm not too clear on this. Let me ask Teacher Ling Feng. I'll call you back later, Wu Bin said, astonished. Gong Yifun felt a bit disappointed that Wu Bin didn't know, but at least there was still Teacher Ling Feng, who taught cultivation and should know something. After a few minutes of waiting, just as Gong Yifun was about to call back, the phone rang. He quickly answered. Hello, is this Teacher Ling? Gong Yifun asked. Yes, this is Ling Feng. Your homeroom teacher just told me about your situation. I understand. You've been cultivating too fast, and your body can't keep up. It's like a bucket. If the bucket is too small, the water overflows. Some geniuses face the same issue. You can solve it with medicinal baths. You should soak in one to strengthen your body. Ling Feng explained. Hearing his words, Gong Yifun finally felt at ease. So it was his body lagging behind. But where could he get the medicinal bath? Teacher Ling, where can I get the medicinal bath? Gong Yifun asked urgently. The herbs for the medicinal bath are available in the markets, but the formula is rarely circulated and can only be found within large families. Ling Feng replied. What? Gong Yifun's heart instantly sank. He didn't know anyone in such circles. Although Su Wen and he Mint's families might have it, why would they help him without expecting something in return? There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Oh, everything came at a price. Not hearing Gong Yifun's response, Ling Feng knew his situation and comforted him. Gong Yifun, don't lose heart. At worst, you can pause for a while. During this time, train your physique well. Don't rush. Hearing Teacher Ling Feng's words, Gong Yifun felt helpless. He sighed and said, I understand, teacher. We'll take a few days off. After a few more exchanges, he hung up. The brothers around him, seeing the call, and gathered around. So did you find the problem? Seeing his brother's concern, Gong Yifun smiled. I know what's wrong now. It's because my physique hasn't kept up, hindering my cultivation progress. Mainly I've been training too fast. But there are 2 solutions. Gong Yifun said. Which 2? Yu Xiao and the others asked anxiously, thinking that if they ever encountered the same issue, they'd be prepared. First, take a medicinal bath. But this method is hard for us to obtain. Not only are the herbs expensive, but we also lack the formula. Only major powers have it. Second, pause cultivation and focus on training your physique until it meets the standard. Gong Yifan laid out the methods. Yu Xiao and the others now had a clearer understanding. All right, you all continue absorbing your own crystals. Don't worry about me. I'm going to sleep. Good night. Gong Yifan went straight to bed. But it was only 8 o'clock. How could Gong Yifan possibly fall asleep? What was going on? He had been progressing smoothly all the way to 6 stars without this issue before. Could it be because of the crystals I absorbed earlier? Doubt had already crept into Gong Yifan's mind. After all, when absorbing spiritual energy from the air, one must channel the power of the dark fruit to cover the entire body, absorbing it, as the energy slowly gathers through every limb and bone, thereby tempering the physique. In contrast, directly absorbing a crystal only draws energy through the palm, surging from the arm, completely failing to temper the physique. Thinking this, Gong Yifan took out a crystal and tried it, feeling the crystal's energy flow from his palm. He then tried using his ability, finding that every limb and bone slowly opened to absorb spiritual energy from the air. It seemed that if he used crystals in the future, he would have to double his physique training. Having found the cause, Gong Yifan couldn't sleep. He thought even if he couldn't advance, he would still gather spiritual energy and train his body. With that in mind, he continued cultivating. Good thing. There was a curtain on the bed hiding what Gong Yifan was doing. Otherwise, Yu Xiao and the others would surely think he was wasting resources, because before reaching gold rank, evolution could only be achieved by absorbing crystals or exhausting spiritual energy and letting the body absorb it from the air during recovery. Otherwise, advancement was impossible. Only upon reaching gold could one autonomously absorb spiritual energy from the air. This was also why students received government subsidies at Black Iron rank, but had to hunt for themselves upon reaching bronze. Time passed quickly. Gong Yifan used his ability to cultivate, but although the consumption was minimal, spiritual energy would eventually run dry. After persisting for over an hour, his ability was exhausted. So Gong Yifan had no choice but to sleep. The next day, today was the day of the freshman competition. Sophomores and juniors had mostly gathered in the training ground. Watching the freshmen compete was a tradition in every school, used to select talents for resource allocation and cultivation. Those with less outstanding talents would also receive a bronze crystal as a reward to encourage them. Class 5 also arrived at the training ground, sitting at the front. The 13 classes formed a circle around the field with sophomores and juniors seated behind. After a night's rest, Gong Yifan had fully recovered, sitting energetically in his chair waiting for the competition to begin. The other students were also looking around and discussing. Damn, did you see that? That's Yi Ting, the genius from Class 1. His ability is lightning, but I heard his lightning is very strange. He's rarely seen on campus, but he's the strongest in Class 1. Passerby said. How do you know that? Passerby B asked. Ahem, because I saw him instantly take down 7 or 8 classmates in the training ground. Passerby said. He's nothing. The two beauties from Class 2 are the real powerhouses. Zhang Jun's cold aura keeps anyone from getting close, and Kong Shue's wind makes it impossible to stand hiding deadly traps. Passerby C interjected. Haha, what you're saying is too outdated. Have you forgotten the ruthless newcomer from the start of the semester? At the beginning, he defeated a 6-star as a 5-star, then crippled the leader of Class 7. Tisk, I can only say he's terrifyingly strong. I wonder how strong he is now. Passerby D said with admiration. Haha, I know that too. He's the most famous ruthless guy among us freshmen. Passerby A said. But I heard that Jiang Bei, the one he beat, now hates him deeply. He's already at 6-star strength now. I heard he signed up at a martial arts gym, sparring with bronze-ranked fighters every day and soaking in medicinal baths constantly. He's very strong now. Passerby A continued. Tisk, truly a rich kid soaking in a vat of medicine every day? Could this 6-star be a drug-induced one? Passerby B clicked his tongue. Don't say that. If he hears you, you'll get beaten up, haha. Passerby C mocked. Ever since Jiang Bei caused trouble and got beaten, the story had spread across the school, albeit as infamy. The crowd was discussing the hot favorites for first place. Brother Wang, look. When the tiger's away, the monkey reigns. Once you step on stage, whether it's Gong Yifan or Yi Ting, they'll all be beaten down. A frivolous voice sounded nearby. Of course. Me Wang Wei taking first place is as easy as reaching into my pocket. The young man, named Wang Wei, said arrogantly. His height of 1.9 meters coupled with his cocky tone drew the attention of those around him. Even some sophomores and juniors were attracted by his words, though their eyes were full of disdain. Damn, this guy is so arrogant. Does anyone know him? I don't know him, but they're sitting in Class 10's area, so he must be from Class 10. Damn, an unknown nobody spouting big talk. Anyone can say that. This person glanced at Wang Wei as he spoke. Wang Wei heard this and wanted to get angry, but considering where he was, he held back. Gong Yifan and his group also overheard the discussions and Wang Wei's confident words. Damn, this guy is so cocky, saying first place is as easy as reaching into his pocket. Boss, let me go up and give him a beating. Yu Xiao said angrily. Haha, don't rush. Since he's so confident, let's see how he handles it when he gets on stage. Gong Yifan laughed. Gong Yifan, do you think you can beat those from Class 1 and Class 2? Suwen turned from the front to ask Gong Yifan. I'm not sure. I've never fought elemental-type users before. I don't know their combat style, so I can't guarantee anything. Gong Yifan looked toward Class 1 and Class 2, especially focusing on Yi Ting, from whom he sensed a violent power. Then his gaze shifted to Zhang Jun and Kong Shui, his old classmates. Particularly Zhang Jun, whom he had secretly admired for years in his past life, a feeling he hadn't forgotten. Oh, what about the others? Suwen asked again. I'm not sure about the other classes' strength levels yet. I can't sense them. But in Class 12, I feel a wild aura. Probably a strong one, though they're hiding well. I can't pinpoint who. Gong Yifan turned right to look toward Class 12. Wow, so many strong ones. I was hoping to work hard and make it into the top 10. Suwen said regretfully. Don't be disappointed. With your ability, if you use it well and catch them off guard, the top 10 is still possible. Gong Yifan comforted her. Does anyone know how the competition will be held? Gong Yifan suddenly realized the rules hadn't been mentioned yet. The people around him all looked at him in surprise. Gong Yifan scratched his head, confused. What? Why are you all staring at me? Sensing that Gong Yifan really didn't know, Shui Liang quickly tugged at Gong Yifan and said, Boss, didn't you listen? We just discussed it yesterday. When did that happen? Gong Yifan asked in confusion. Subsequently, Shui Liang elucidated the competition rules. Simply put, those who have reached 6 stars will commence their matches tomorrow and proceed directly to the finals. Today we will first determine the 12 victors from those below 6 stars. Tomorrow they will battle against the 6-star students, and the winners will advance. So I have no match today? Gong Yifan asked, sitting in speechless bewilderment. Yes. Shui Liang hesitated for a moment before replying. Upon hearing this, Gong Yifan leaned back and reclined against his chair. The people around him glanced over, but said nothing. As the appointed time arrived, on the rostrum, the principal, the dean of students, and several individuals of unknown identity took their seats. Gong Yifan's class was seated directly opposite the rostrum. He squinted his eyes, observing what that group of people on the stage was doing. The principal first turned on the microphone to test it. The volume was just right. Students, once again we have arrived at the annual freshman tournament. I hope everyone achieves the excellent results you deserve. Now I declare the tournament open. Those whose names appear on the big screen, please come up to the arena to compete. Gong Yifan looked towards the big screen above the arena, which already displayed 20 groups commencing their battles. The only thing that piqued Gong Yifan's interest was that the original 8 large arenas had been renovated by the school into 20 smaller arenas, each enclosed by an energy shield. The 40 students from the first group all ascended the stage. They were mostly at the Black Iron 1-star level. Having remained at Black Iron 1-star for 3 months, it was likely they would never rise significantly. Their lack of talent left no other recourse. The fights on the arena lasted a few minutes, but held little spectacle, merely slightly better than ordinary brawls with nothing worth watching. After half a day of competition, essentially all the 1-star and 2-star participants had already taken their turns. For Gong Yifan, it was unbearably dull. Sitting in the viewing stand, he noticed many of the 3-star or 4-star students who were scheduled to fight in the afternoon had stealthily slipped away. Fango, why does this feel so boring? Yu Xiao also lounged in his chair, complaining. Could it possibly be interesting? It's like watching a bunch of elementary school kids fight. You throw a punch, I throw a punch, or they just forfeit outright. Every match lasts barely a minute, utterly uneventful. Gong Yifan cast a sidelong glance at him. Throughout the entire morning's matches, most participants forfeited as soon as they stepped onto the stage, making the battles extremely brief. At this rate, it'll be up in the afternoon. I am basically cannon fodder. If it weren't for the sake of earning a spirit crystal, I wouldn't even bother going up there. It's like being put on display for everyone to gawk at, Yu Xiao grumbled. So you see, you need to cultivate diligently and strive to become a powerhouse, Gong Yifan comforted him. I want to, but cultivating on my own is too slow, and absorbing spirit crystals costs too much. Xiao Fan, I've already used up 2 of the spirit crystals you gave me, and I've only reached Black Iron 4-star. I don't dare use any more. At my current cultivation speed, it'll take over half a month to reach 5-star, and breaking through to bronze will probably take another year. Yu Xiao said dejectedly. Seeing Yu Xiao's despondent mood, Gong Yifan understood completely. Without cultivation resources, ordinary people indeed progress slowly. If not for his own cheat-like advantage, he too would likely be as ordinary as everyone else lost in the crowd. Alright, use the spirit crystals as much as you need. I estimate it'll take me about 3 or 4 more months to break through to bronze. Then I can go to the alternate dimension to hunt aberrant beasts and earn my own spirit crystals. They'll share some with you then, and that should be enough. Gong Yifan smiled. Fanguyu, you're doing this for me, how can I ever repay you? Yu Xiao was deeply moved. Although they had grown up together, he would forever remember this debt of gratitude. Haha, repay what? We're brothers. I don't want to be the only one moving forward, you all need to keep up too. Hearing Gong Yifan's words, Yu Xiao nodded vigorously in agreement. At noon, the competition continued. Those who had finished their matches went to the cafeteria to eat. Those whose turns were approaching asked friends or classmates to bring them a meal. Gong Yifan didn't want to go to the cafeteria either. The round trip was too troublesome. So they played rock, paper, scissors to decide who would fetch the food. Shui Liang lost and went to the cafeteria packing 5 portions to bring back to the viewing platform to eat. Gong Yifan ate, chatted, and watched. Although the battles on the field weren't much to look at, the abilities were quite interesting, diverse, and varied, though most were repetitive. Just as Gong Yifan was staring at the arena, an uninvited guest shattered the tranquility. So you're Gong Yifan. I heard you're quite the fighter. A deep voice sounded. Gong Yifan turned his head and saw that it was the guy from class 10 along with his lackeys. Gong Yifan furrowed his brow. This didn't bode well. Gong Yifan didn't answer. This, however, infuriated the lackeys standing beside him. Kid, didn't you hear my boss talking to you? Gong Yifan remained expressionless upon hearing this. If you can't control your dog, I'd be happy to do it for you. The lackey grew even angrier at this. Who are you calling a dog? My boss is talking to you. What's with that attitude? Whoever answers is who I'm talking about. Besides, what does your boss have to do with Fango? Are you here to pick a fight? Yu Xiao interjected with a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. The people nearby burst into laughter. Those around were drawn over by the commotion. You? The lackey was fuming, about to say something more, but Wang Wei stopped him. Brother, my apologies. I just wanted to get to know you. My name is Wang Wei. Wang Wei extended his hand for a handshake. Gong Yifan hesitated for a moment after seeing this. What, brother, do you look down on me? Wang Wei frowned. Haha, how could that be? Gong Yifan laughed and grasped his hand firmly. The moment they clasped hands, Gong Yifan's right hand was gripped tightly with immense force. Seeing Wang Wei's sardonic expression, Gong Yifan knew trouble was brewing. He had no choice but to exert his own strength. Both stared at each other, neither willing to let go. Wang Wei's expression gradually stiffened. The onlookers watched the two of them as if enjoying a show. Gong Yifan was also extremely solemn. Unsurprisingly, as a beast transformation type, his opponent's strength was formidable. Seeing Gong Yifan's expression, Yu Xiao and the others grew tense. Gong Yifan felt the force in his hand increasing, and he might lose. Without further thought, he activated his ability. A tremor force emerged from his right hand. Wang Wei shuddered violently, but refused to admit defeat, gritting his teeth and continuing to increase his grip, unwilling to let go. Feeling the relentless increase in pressure on his hand, Gong Yifan was startled. Such formidable endurance. Both continued to hold on. Seeing that abilities had been unleashed, the crowd swarmed around, completely blocking the narrow corridor. What's going on over there? Why are they gathered like that? No idea. Let's go check it out. Yeah, let's go. Driven by curiosity, more and more people gathered, forming a tight circle that even caught the attention of those on the rostrum. Whoa, isn't that Gong Yifan? What's he doing shaking hands with someone else, and even using his ability? You must be new here. Earlier, this guy named Wang Wei wanted to get to know Gong Yifan. As soon as they shook hands, they started testing each other. So this is what an expert duel looks like. I'm envious. In the center of the circle, both Wang Wei and Gong Yifan were drenched in sweat. Wang Wei was being shaken by the force, feeling as if his very cells were trembling. As for Gong Yifan, he was in pain. He could already feel that his hand had gone numb, sustained only by his ability. Haha, brother, your strength is impressive, truly impressive. Wang Wei was the first to release his hand. Hey, you're not bad either. Gong Yifan breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Seeing so many people gathered around, Wang Wei's expression turned extremely sour. He had just lost a round in their contest, and so many had witnessed it. With this in mind, Wang Wei turned and left. Finding his path blocked, he roughly shoved people aside, causing some standing on the periphery to stumble and fall. His lackey also shot Yu Xiao a venomous glare before leaving in a huff. What's the big deal? Why are you pushing? Some who were still unaware of the situation shouted loudly. What else? Wang Wei just lost a round and is in a foul mood. He couldn't stand to stay here any longer. The person who had been shoved retorted loudly. Hearing this, as he walked away, Wang Wei paused mid-step. Seeing him stop, the person who had just spoken immediately panicked. Gong Yifan might not fear him, but he himself was just a weakling. How could he possibly contend with Wang Wei? Fortunately, Wang Wei didn't turn around after hearing the remark. He only paused briefly before continuing on his way. However, his lackey, upon hearing it, shot a vicious glare at the one who had spoken before following him back to their class seats. Fango, are you alright? Shui Liang asked with genuine concern. Gong Yifan shook his head and then inquired, no one here has ever heard of him before, have you? Shui Liang and the others all shook their heads in unison. That's strange. How did someone so formidable suddenly appear? Gong Yifan murmured, rubbing his right hand pensively. I know who he is. A voice cut through the air. Gong Yifan looked up to see He Min approaching, and Yu Xiao and the others instinctively stepped aside. Gong Yifan felt a flicker of surprise. He Min rarely spoke to anyone beyond requesting sparring matches with him. Why had she sought him out now? Oh, who is he? Gong Yifan asked curiously. He's the son of the Wild Rampage Mercenary Corps, and he's known Jiang Bei since childhood. He'd been training at home until the semester began. He came once then left immediately. He-min replied calmly. Oh, he's here to avenge Jiang Bei. Gong Yifan surmised his thoughts, instantly connecting the two names. Unlikely. Though they grew up together, their fathers lead rival mercenary corps, and tensions run deep between them. Most likely Wang Wei heard you defeated Jiang Bei and found it intriguing enough to come observe firsthand. Upon hearing He-min's explanation, Gong Yifan fell speechless. Yu Xiao and the others exchanged exasperated glances, then sighed inwardly. Why do we always end up entangled with heirs of wealth? Their shared gaze drifted toward He-min. Suddenly it dawned on them, she's the catalyst. Indeed, beautiful, affluent young women invariably drew circles of privileged signs around them. Noticing their curious stares, He-min flushed faintly. Could you tell me the cultivation ranks of their fathers? Gong Yifan asked, intrigued. Not high. Both are platinum-tier cultivators, He-min answered evenly. What did you say? Gong Yifan dropped his water cup, stunned. Yu Xiao and the others gaped in unison. Platinum, He-min confirmed. A wave of unease washed over Gong Yifan, and seeing his dazed expression, He-min's lips curled into a subtle, knowing smile. You asked. I didn't volunteer it, she thought wryly. Good heavens. Yu Xiao whistled in awe. Gong Yifan steadied his nerves, retrieved the cup, and took a long sip to calm himself. My father is Starlight tier. The water sprayed from Gong Yifan's mouth as he stared at He-min in utter disbelief. His companions mirrored his shocked jaws slack with astonishment. Delighted by their flabbergasted expressions, He-min thought, if I can't best you in combat, I'll certainly startle you into submission. Moments later, finding them still frozen in place, she strode away, Lightfoot laughing softly. Gong Yifan and the others sat silently in the corner. Damn it. I've just antagonized the sons of two platinum-tier elders, and knocked unconscious the daughter of a Starlight-tier master. Is my future even remotely bright? Gong Yifan raged inwardly. Brother Fan, what do we do? They're all elites. We can't possibly stand against them. Yu Xiao asked nervously while the others turned expectantly toward Gong Yifan. Gong Yifan had no ready answer. Enough, let's not dwell on it. I doubt they'd dare commit murder within the safe zone. Anyone who tried would be signing their own death warrant. The group nodded. Indeed, who would risk such a transgression? Their anxieties eased, and they resumed watching the tournament. At last, the first 4-star student stepped onto the stage. The match finally promised real excitement. Alas, the 3-star contestant surrendered the moment he saw his 4-star opponent ascend. Fair enough, it wasn't unreasonable. When Yu Xiao glanced at the main screen, his name flashed. Class 5 Yu Xiao versus Class 8 Lin Chong. Brother Fan, I'm up first. Yu Xiao dashed toward the preparation lane. Seeing his opponent was also 4-star, and a beast form cultivator, the group grew anxious. Gong Yifan, however, remained supremely confident. Over the past month, he had rigorously trained Yu Xiao and the others, honing their combat prowess to exceptional levels. Contestants Yu Xiao of Class 5 and Lin Chong of Class 8, please proceed to Battle Platform 6. At the announcement, Yu Xiao strode resolutely onto the arena. The platforms had been reduced from 20 to 10, granting far more space. Are both contestants prepared? The referee of Platform 6 asked. These referees were senior instructors from the 2nd and 3rd year cultivation training courses. Yu Xiao and Lin Chong each gave a firm nod. Very well, commence the match. At the referee's command, both unleashed their abilities. Lin Chong instantly underwent beast transformation, becoming a jet black winged panther, while Yu Xiao, having ascended in rank, could now mineralize both arms into diamond. The moment Yu Xiao encased his arms in diamond, a voice rang out. Holy, those are diamonds on his body. A collective gasp surged across the arena. Diamonds. Incredibly rare and astronomically valuable. More than a few girls' eyes sparkled with starry admiration. If I chipped off just one fragment, wouldn't I be rich overnight? A second-year girl pointed toward Yu Xiao and whispered to her friend. What nonsense are you thinking? Diamond dissipates the instant it leaves his body. It's an ability, not physical matter. Her friend retained her composure. Ah, how utterly enviable. Yu Xiao's ability had captivated every eye in the hall, its dazzling luster even momentarily stunning his opponent. From the observation platform, Gong Yifan smiled faintly. Indeed, each time Yu Xiao deployed his ability, it drew waves of envious awe. Back on the battlefield, Yu Xiao basked in the crowd's astonished cheers. He struck his diamond fists together, then fixed Lin Chong with a bold, taunting stare. Lin Chong's initial shock hardened into raw jealousy. The entire arena marveled at diamonds. No one spared him a glance. His resentment blazed openly across his face. Seeing Yu Xiao's unwavering gaze, Lin Chong's fury erupted. With a powerful leap, he charged, claws bared, aiming to slash Yu Xiao's face open. Yu Xiao recognized his provocation had succeeded. His ability excelled in defense and close-quarters offense, but if forced into pursuit, he'd exhaust himself before landing a single blow. He raised his left arm, blocking Lin Chong's lunge, and drove his diamond-fisted right hand squarely into the panther's muzzle. Flesh met diamond, and diamond prevailed. Lin Chong was hurled backward. Yet the beast form cultivator proved remarkably resilient. Though struck full force by Yu Zhao's diamond fist, he sustained only a superficial facial abrasion. Nothing more. Yu Zhao's expression tightened. Still he goaded aloud. Come on. Did one hit scare you off already? Lin Chong bristled with anger, but the blow had sobered him. Watching Lin Chong stand motionless, Yu Zhao grew impatient. Are you fighting or napping upright? Lin Chong couldn't remain idle forever. He began circling Yu Zhao, searching for an opening. Yu Zhao crouched slightly poised to intercept any ambush. After several fruitless laps, Lin Chong abandoned stealth, claws scraping sparks from the floor as he lunged fiercely at Yu Zhao's exposed back. Sensing the wind of attack, Yu Zhao pivoted, crossing his arms to block, then swept his spirit energy-infused right leg toward Lin Chong. Claws scraped uselessly against diamond, igniting showers of sparks, purely cosmetic. Lin Chong nearly despaired. He couldn't land a meaningful strike. Then, a sudden chill at his lower abdomen. Thud. Damn you, Yu Zhao, you fight without honor. His kidney had taken a devastating sweep. Staggering, he lost balance entirely. Seizing the opening, Yu Zhao clamped his diamond palm over Lin Chong's panther head and hammered his fist into the beast's torso. Stop, I yield. I yield. Lin Chong cried repeatedly before Yu Zhao relented. Glancing at his battered opponent, Yu Zhao felt a twinge of awkwardness. The match concluded under the referee's official declaration. As Lin Chong limped off the platform, Yu Zhao offered no further scrutiny. Returning to the observation platform, Yu Zhao plopped into a chair beside Gong Yifan. Haha, brother fan, I won. Excellent performance. You provoked him perfectly, drew him into reckless action. Very well done, Gong Yifan praised warmly. Yu Zhao beamed. Indeed, that final kick, exquisitely deceptive. It embodied the very essence of ambush. I guarantee he'll feel that one for days. If he doesn't seek immediate treatment, lasting damage is inevitable. Shui Liang added. Ha. Laughter rippled through the group. Yu Zhao felt no shame. Victory was victory. With Yu Zhao's victory, it was Shui Liang's turn. At this moment, Shui Liang also saw his name on the big screen. Shui Liang from Class 5 versus Wang O from Class 6. I'm going. He greeted the person beside him and walked toward the competition stage. Shui Liang's opponent was also from the special category. He had no idea about the specifics of their ability. Please have Shui Liang from Class 5 and Wang O from Class 6 assemble at Arena 4. Upon hearing this, most of Class 5 turned their gazes toward Arena 4. The same went for Class 6. Shui Liang and Wang O both stepped onto the stage. Both contestants, please take your positions. Begin. As the two activated their abilities, the referee gave the command. Shui Liang raised his shadow blade, fixing his gaze on the opponent to discern his ability. Wang O, not one to be outdone, directly channeled his power, a cyan-yellow radiance enveloping his hands. Shui Liang's pupils contracted as he stared at his opponent with vigilance. Huh. Wang O braced his arms and lunged toward Shui Liang in a swift dash. After a month of high school life, the new students had basically adapted, and a month's worth of training had equipped them with a few basic moves. When the students on the stand saw Wang O throw a left hook followed by a whip kick, the entire audience erupted in excitement. Finally, someone worth watching, the principal remarked, turning to the vice principal beside him. Indeed. I was nearly dozing off watching the earlier matches. This kid's punches are fierce. Each swing cuts through the air with a sharp sound. The announcer mentioned his name as Wang O. With the surname Wang, he must be Wang Hao's son, the vice principal analyzed. Oh, Wang Hao's son. No wonder. I hadn't realized Wang Hao's son had grown so much. The ability in his hands is just like his father's. The principal nodded in realization. Sharpness. That ability is no simple matter, the vice principal concurred. Who would have thought? Back then Wang Hao graduated, and now his son is here. It truly makes one lament the passage of time. Even that troublemaker has a son now, and we've grown old. The principal stroked his half-bald head, sighing with emotion. The vice principal glanced at him. Yes, we're old. The world now belongs to the young. The battle on stage continued. Shui Liang dodged left and right, the fists brushing past his cheeks, sending a chill through him. He dared not take them heeded. Seeing Shui Liang constantly evading and refusing to engage directly, Wang O heightened his vigilance to the utmost. Several of his strikes had landed on the opponent's shadow blade, causing him pain. Moreover, maintaining this combat state was extremely draining on both stamina and spiritual energy. He had to land a hit, even just once. Damn, Shui the dog has met his match. He's been suppressed the whole time. He's not going to lose, is he? Yu Zhao slapped his thigh in anxiety. It's not over yet, don't rush. Shui Liang is still dodging, but he hasn't fallen into a disadvantage. There's still a chance. If he finds an opening, he can finish it in one blow. Although Gong Yifan spoke so calmly, he had no certainty in his heart. It all came down to who would make the first mistake. On the field, both Shui Liang and Wang O were drenched in sweat. They had been exchanging blows, continuously draining both stamina and spiritual energy to the brink of exhaustion. Overall, Shui Liang held the upper hand. His shadow constantly served as a shield in his hands while Wang O kept swinging, either missing entirely or hitting the opponent's ability, putting him in a very disadvantageous position. Both leaned against the nearby energy barrier, gasping for air, taking a moment to catch their breath. They rested against the barrier, slowly regaining their strength and calming their emotions. After a minute or two, both had recovered. Shui Liang was the first to move, walking forward with his shadow blade, shaped like a tang saber, held upside down. Wang O, not to be outdone, slowly straightened his body and stepped forward. With each step, his aura intensified and his ability coalesced around his arms. Each step grew more forceful, their auras more tenacious. When they were 10 paces apart, as if by mutual agreement, they broke into a sprint. Shui Liang raised his shadow blade above his head. Wang O also pulled back his right arm, gathering power. This was the final blow for both. Victory or defeat rested on this single strike. They closed in. Shui Liang leaped into the air, bringing his shadow blade down with all his might. Wang O, undaunted, bent his front leg, straightened his back leg, and slammed his right fist fiercely against the shadow blade. Clang! A sound like metal clashing echoed across the arena. The students in the stands craned their necks, all eager to know who had won. Shui Liang and Wang O held their positions. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Their abilities vanished simultaneously. Then both collapsed onto the platform at the same time, gasping heavily. 1 second, 2 seconds. Seeing them motionless, the referee approached them. 10, 9, 1. The referee counted down from 10, but neither got up. Having no other recourse, he looked toward the main platform. He was at a loss. Ahem. Shui Liang wins this match. The academic director glanced at the principal, who nodded, then stood up and announced. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. What's going on? They both fell at the same time. How is Shui Liang the winner? Student A said. Yeah, they fell together. Why is Shui Liang the winner? Student B questioned. Let's hear what the academic director says. Student C interjected. Seeing the doubts among so many students, the academic director explained. The reason is simple. Shui Liang is merely exhausted while Wang O is injured. If they were in the wild fighting unknown, who do you think would have a better chance of survival? Someone who is just tired, or someone who is both tired and wounded? Look at Wang O's fists, they're covered in cuts. In the wild, bleeding easily attracts mutated beasts. Do I need to explain further? He finished, looking around at the students. Upon hearing this, the students in the arena understood why. Only Wang O clenched his fists in resentment. After the exchange between the referee and the academic director, both Wang O and Shui Liang had regained some strength. The referee pulled Shui Liang to his feet, raised his right hand, and declared, Shui Liang from Class 5 wins. Cheers erupted. Clap, clap, clap. The entire arena was filled with applause. What an exciting match. There are quite a few promising talents in this batch. I'd say Shui Liang is already at the peak of Black Iron 4-star. He'll probably break through to 5-star tonight. The principal clapped happily. Indeed. But I think that Wang O kid doesn't seem too convinced. The vice principal remarked, noticing Wang O's grim expression. Not convinced. Then he can win it back next time. To be an evolver is to strive. If he's not satisfied, let him keep challenging, the principal said, authoritatively, glancing at Wang O standing off to the side. As the cheers on the field subsided, Shui Liang stepped down. Wang O was led away by his homeroom teacher for treatment. Don't be discouraged, Wang O. You'll win it back next time. The teacher patted his shoulder and comforted him. I understand, teacher. He replied and fell silent. The Class 6 homeroom teacher looked at him and let out a sigh. Old Shui, not bad at all, you fought well. Gong Yifan and Yu Xiao approached to support Shui Liang. Haha, not really, I just wore him down through attrition. It's not as impressive as you make it sound, Shui Liang replied, his voice a bit weak. You are being modest, too modest. We all saw how brilliant that match was. Such nimble footwork isn't easy to pull off. Yu Xiao placed Shui Liang's right arm over his own shoulder, and together with Gong Yifan they carried him. Shui Liang merely smiled faintly at the praise. When they returned to their class seats, the crowd parted to make way. Brother Shui is back, make way quick. Several boys from the class hurriedly cleared a path, letting Shui Liang lie down on a chair. Here, lie down. Don't crowd around him, I'll let Shui Liang rest without disturbance. When the class monitor stepped forward to direct the others. The surrounding students gradually dispersed, leaving only Gong Yifan and the other to attend to Shui Liang. The competition continued. Gong Yifan and his two companions sat in the stands to watch the matches. Shui Liang and Yu Xiao had just finished their bouts, so the next round required waiting. Gong Yifan's own match wasn't until tomorrow, so for now, he could enjoy the show. The ongoing battles on the arena were all at the Black Iron 4-star level, and they were quite captivating to watch. Gong Yifan found himself thoroughly engrossed. Abilities flew across the stage in a dazzling display. A myriad of powers and fighting styles, a spectacle far more vivid than anything he had seen in the television shows or animations of his past life. Just as Gong Yifan was appreciating the prowess of the elemental class, an announcement echoed through the venue. Now please welcome Yu Xiao from Class 5 and Mo Fan from Class 1 to Arena 5. Yu Xiao, can you handle it? He's from the elemental class. Do you think you can win? Gong Yifan asked. Not sure, but I'll give it a shot. Yu Xiao replied with a hearty laugh, heading towards the waiting area for Arena 5. In the waiting area, he spotted his opponent, who was also looking at him. Yu Xiao smiled faintly, then shifted his gaze back to the two fighters currently on the arena. A few minutes later, the match between two beast transformation students concluded. Now Mo Fan from Class 1 versus Yu Xiao from Class 5. As the announcer's voice faded, Yu Xiao and Mo Fan stepped onto the stage. Yu Xiao was as recognizable as ever. Tall and burly, he stood out easily. Mo Fan, on the other hand, drew attention with his flamboyant shock of fiery red short hair, impossible to ignore. Both sides ready. Begin. Yu Xiao activated his ability, first his hands turning to diamond. Mo Fan, however, remained unhurried, a faint smile playing on his lips. He made no move to use his power, simply standing still. Uncertain of his opponent's intentions, Yu Xiao advanced cautiously. As he drew closer to Mo Fan, a growing unease settled within him, and his vigilance sharpened. Yet Mo Fan remained composed, a smirk lingering at the corner of his mouth. This infuriated Yu Xiao. This kid really knows how to put on an act. It was a thought shared by everyone watching the match as they observed Mo Fan's demeanor. 7 steps left. 6 steps. Yu Xiao counted in his mind. At 3 steps, no matter what the other was planning, he could finish it in one decisive strike. 5 steps. Seeing that Mo Fan still hadn't moved, Yu Xiao's vigilance slowly waned. But in the stands, Gong Yifan felt a twinge of unease. The other spectators were puzzled by Mo Fan's behavior. What's going on at Arena 5? Why is that red-haired guy just standing there like a statue? No idea. That red-haired guy is such a show-off. With that flashy hair and his opponent right in front of him, he's still acting like that. What's he playing at? For steps. Yu Xiao thought to himself, just one more step. Suddenly a resounding shout cut through the air, flame fist. Mo Fan's right fist shot up, wreathed in flames that enveloped his entire arm, and he struck at Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao raised both arms, activating his diamond transformation to block the punch. But the flames were not so easily stopped. The fire on Mo Fan's arm surged forward, with the punch lashing directly at Yu Xiao's face. In the stands, Gong Yifan shot to his feet, and Shui Liang's eyes widened in shock. As the flames slowly dissipated, the entire audience's attention focused on Arena 5. Yu Xiao. Gong Yifan rushed down from the stands after seeing the scene. On the arena floor, Yu Xiao lay motionless, his face charred black, his condition unknown. The referee hurried over to check on him, lifting an eyelid before sighing in relief and summoning a medic. After carrying Yu Xiao off the stage, the referee announced the result. The winner is Mo Fan from Class 1. A dead silence fell over the venue. Most were still reeling from the impact of that flame fist. Holy crap. Is this the power of the elemental class? A one-hit kill, a total one-hit kill, a student suddenly exclaimed. Gradually, the others snapped out of their stupor. Damn, no wonder everyone says the elemental class is unbeatable in the early stages. Yet who could have walked away unscathed from that move? On the arena, Mo Fan heard the murmurs, and a smug smile curled his lips. He had been waiting for this moment all along. Strike only when it would cause the greatest impact and make a name for himself in a single blow. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 also smiled, thoroughly pleased with Mo Fan's flawless performance. It was a pity that the Diamond Boy had to become the backdrop for this spectacle. Yet Yi Ting from the same class scoffed dismissively. As the entire venue erupted in cheers for the might of the elemental class, Gong Yifan descended from the stands with a grim expression, making his way to the medical room. Seeing Yu Xiao, his face was etched with worry. Dr. Zhang, is Yu Xiao going to be alright? Dr. Zhang recognized Gong Yifan and replied. He's fine. Just some burns, but they've already healed. He should wake up soon. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Gong Yifan expressed his gratitude. Dr. Zhang smiled and walked away. Gong Yifan stayed behind to look after Yu Xiao. As time passed, half an hour went by. With a creak, the door opened. Why are you here? Is your match over? Gong Yifan asked, seeing Shui Liang. Yeah, it's over. The remaining opponents were all from the elemental class, and my strength hasn't recovered yet, so I just conceded directly. Shui Liang didn't feel ashamed to admit it. Gong Yifan nodded in understanding. How's Yu Xiao? Shui Liang pulled up a chair and sat beside Yu Xiao, asking Gong Yifan. He's fine, just unconscious. He should wake up soon, Gong Yifan replied. Hearing the commotion beside him, Yu Xiao stirred on the bed. MH. Yu Xiao shifted, groaning in pain as he felt his body ache. Yu Xiao, how are you? Does anything hurt? Seeing Yu Xiao awake and trying to sit up, Gong Yifan quickly grabbed a pillow from the adjacent bed and propped it behind Yu Xiao's back, asking with concern. I'm fine now. It hurt a moment ago, but I feel much better. Is there any water? Hearing Yu Xiao ask for water, Shui Liang hurriedly fetched a glass and brought it over. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After finishing the glass of water, Yu Xiao felt revived. What's the situation outside now? Yu Xiao asked Gong Yifan, who in turn looked at Shui Liang. What else could it be? Ever since Mo Fan took the stage, it's been the elemental class show. They came one after another and swept through the special ability and beast tamer classes, beating them down. Except for a few with exceptionally strong abilities, everyone else lost miserably. Shui Liang briefly recounted what had happened outside. Awake, classmate. Dr. Zhang said as she walked in and saw Yu Xiao sitting on the hospital bed. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Yu Xiao replied with a smile. It's nothing, it's my job. She stepped forward. Gong Yifan and Shui Liang quickly made way. Dr. Zhang picked up the stethoscope and performed a check. I'm recovering well. Nothing serious now, you can leave. She put away her tools and said to Yu Xiao. All right, thank you, Dr. Zhang. Yu Xiao got up from the bed. Dr. Zhang nodded with a smile. He walked out of the infirmary and returned to the classroom. How is it? Nothing serious. Class teacher Wu Bin came over to ask. It's fine, just a minor issue. Yu Xiao replied nonchalantly. Rest well these 2 days, just watch the matches. Wu Bin patted Yu Xiao on the shoulder. Yu Xiao nodded. How is he? Is he injured? Su Wen saw Yu Xiao talking to the class teacher and asked Gong Yifan. A little beauty, Su, since when did you start caring about us? Gong Yifan teased. In the class monitor, it's my duty to care about classmates. And are we that close? Su Wen rolled her beautiful eyes. Hey, we've known each other for a month, at least, no need to be so distant. When's your turn? Gong Yifan changed the subject. ITLL probably be tomorrow. There are quite a few Black Iron 4-star students this year. The teacher said it might be delayed. Su Wen replied. Is that so? Feeling pressured, Gong Yifan found a seat nearby and sat down. There's pressure, I can't deny it. Look at the arena. It's all elemental class students fighting. No wonder everyone wants to awaken an elemental affinity. Su Wen sat beside Gong Yifan dejected. Elements are indeed troublesome, but with such great power the consumption must be high. Just dodge them. Gong Yifan rested his chin on his hand, analyzing. Xiaofan, it's your turn tomorrow. Do you have confidence? Su Wen turned to ask. Depends. I'm confident against the beast transformation class, but not against the elemental class. Gong Yifan shook his head. Su Wen nodded. Brother Fan chatting away. Yu Xiao and Shui Liang walked over and saw Brother Fan chatting with Su Wen. They immediately came over, winking and nudging each other. Su Wen rolled her eyes and left. Yu Xiao immediately sat down in her spot, and Shui Liang sat beside Gong Yifan. I swear, are you itching for trouble now that you're healed? Gong Yifan said in annoyance. The two chuckled. Gong Yifan rolled his eyes too, turned his head, and pretended not to see the two idiots. The arena was still dominated by the elemental class, who knocked out all non-elemental students. Gong Yifan sighed. The elemental affinity was truly invincible in the early stages, hard to guard against. Time slipped by, and an afternoon of battles passed. The host announced the end of the session. Gong Yifan and his two friends had watched all day, then followed their class as they slowly filed out. That evening. I broke through. A loud shout startled everyone in the dorm. Gong Yifan put down his phone and looked at the source of the voice. Damn it, what are you yelling for? You scared me. Yu Xiao was startled and immediately shouted back. I broke through. I'm at Black Iron 5 stars now. It was Shui Liang, overjoyed at his breakthrough, shouting excitedly. Yu Xiao was stunned to hear about Shui Liang's breakthrough. You broke through. Shui Liang nodded vigorously. Congratulations. Zhang Yu chimed in. He had also been startled by Shui Liang's shout, then shocked to hear about the breakthrough. He hadn't expected someone who was a whole rank below him at the start of the semester to catch up in less than a month. How could that not astonish him? Gong Yifan also offered his congratulations. No way, Waterdog, you actually broke through. Only Yu Xiao looked incredulous. Shui Liang didn't mind the nickname and nodded happily. Yu Xiao looked utterly defeated. Alright, Shui Liang must have pushed himself to the limit during the day and absorbed the crystal core at night, leading to a natural breakthrough. You all need to work hard too. Gong Yifan explained. No way, I have to cultivate too. Unable to accept being at the bottom, Yu Xiao began absorbing as well. Gong Yifan felt gratified. Competition breeds progress. He checked the time. It was time to sleep. He pulled the covers over himself and went to sleep. The next morning. Welcome, distinguished leaders and guests. Following yesterday's exhibition matches, we now come to today's elimination rounds. The host announced passionately from the podium. Gong Yifan arrived at the spectator stands and sat quietly listening to the host explain the competition rules. It's almost my turn. Come on, Gong Yifan. He clenched his fists secretly and took a deep breath. Beside him, Shui Liang sensed a surge of aura and looked at Gong Yifan. Next, the battle mode students at Black Iron 5 stars or above from each class will come to the 4 large arenas on the field. The system will randomly match opponents. Are you ready? Hearing the rules, Gong Yifan looked at the big screen. It was still dark, revealing nothing. Requires black iron 5 stars to compete. Sigh, if only I had broken through earlier, I could have participated. Shui Liang said smugly. Get lost. You broke through, and you're still not satisfied. Greedy. Yu Xiao said irritably. Last night Yu Xiao had cultivated all night in frustration, but still hadn't broken through, consuming most of his crystal cores. He was already in a bad mood, and Shui Liang's smugness only made him angrier. Gong Yifan listened to their bickering and smiled. All right, the match is about to start. Hearing their leader's words, the two stopped. In the first round, it was Class 5's turn. Brother fan Su Wen is up. Shui Liang looked at Su Wen. Gong Yifan turned his gaze to Su Wen, then to the big screen. Class 5 Su Wen versus Class 7 Zhongli. Facing the beast transformation class, I wonder if the class monitor can handle it. Gong Yifan said uncertainly. Who knows? She hasn't used her psychic ability since that first time, and training sessions have only focused on physical conditioning. Hard to judge. Shui Liang was still hung up on that first battle. Su Wen saw the big screen, clenched her fist, then relaxed, and took a deep breath. Good luck. He-min cheered beside her. Su Wen nodded firmly and walked toward the arena. As she passed Gong Yifan. Good luck. Hearing this, Su Wen smiled and walked down confidently. Shui Liang and Yu Xiao exchanged glances. There's something going on. The same thought crossed their minds. They looked at Gong Yifan with complicated expressions. Could we be getting a big sister-in-law? Gong Yifan felt a shiver down his spine under their stares. What? It was just a bit of encouragement. Why are you looking at me like that? Gong Yifan explained. Oh. The two made ambiguous sounds. Hearing those ambiguous sounds, Gong Yifan couldn't be bothered with the two lunatics. Su Wen stepped onto the arena, and across from her Zhang Li had already arrived. Contestants ready, begin. The referee gave the command. In an instant, Zhang Li completed her beast transformation and charged at Su Wen. A crimson glint flashed in Su Wen's eyes. Zhang Li froze on the spot. A smile curled at the corners of Su Wen's lips as the red light in her eyes continued to flicker. Zhang Li's face twisted in pain, and her abilities slowly dissipated. Seizing the moment, Su Wen dashed forward in a few swift strides. Before Zhang Li could regain her senses, she found herself already thrown off the arena. Zhang Li stood dumbfounded below the stage, utterly bewildered. Class 5 Su Wen wins. The referee, taken aback for a moment after seeing Zhang Li fall, finally announced. Another one of those elusive psychic abilities. Shui Liang was once again astounded by Su Wen's ability. Hey, what just happened? Why did Zhang Li suddenly freeze? A clueless student voiced his confusion. I saw a flash of red in Wen's eyes. It seems Zhang Li was controlled, said another student who had caught Su Wen's movement. Whoa, mind control? That's terrifying, exclaimed the surrounding students in awe. Below the stage, Zhang Li snapped back to reality, stomped her foot in frustration, and returned to her class. Su Wen also stepped down from the arena upon hearing the referee's announcement. On the main platform, the principal speculated, this girl is Su Ya's sister, isn't she? After witnessing Su Wen's combat style. Yes, confirmed the Dean of Discipline, flipping through his booklet. Haha, excellent. The academy has gained another prodigy. The principal nodded in satisfaction. Su Wen returned to her class. Class leader awesome. Class leader amazing. The students of Class 5 showered her with praise, all having watched her match. Seeing Su Wen finish the fight so decisively filled them with joy. Amid the accolades, Su Wen returned to He-min's side. Wen, you're incredible. He-min gave a thumbs up. Of course it was a piece of cake. Su Wen raised her head proudly in reply. After Su Wen's match, only Zhang Yu from Class 5 remained as a black iron 5-star. Soon it was Zhang Ye's turn. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu lost. Back in class, he felt a deep regret. Just one move short, he mused, recalling the fight. Next up, Class 1's Yiting versus Class 3's Wu Lei. The announcer's voice drew everyone's attention to Yiting's arena. Everyone was eager to witness the ace of Class 1. Gong Yifan was no exception. In Class 1's area, Yiting, with his legs crossed, smirked and rose to his feet. As he passed by his homeroom teacher, she instructed, win it with style. Yiting didn't reply, walking straight onto the arena. Yiting stood at the center of the arena, arms crossed, not even deigning to look directly at his opponent. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the referee. Seeing both were ready, the referee gave the command. As for Wu Lei, from the moment he stepped onto the stage until the start, his fury had been mounting. He noticed that Yiting hadn't given him a single proper glance, and his resentment festered. Raising his right hand, a bronze longsword materialized in his grasp. Holding the sword before him, he charged at Yiting. Observing Wu Lei's surging aura, Yiting's disdain only deepened. A mere black iron 5-star. Wu Lei lunged forward, sweeping his sword horizontally. Yiting nonchalantly stepped back, dodging the strike. Seeing Yiting retreat, Wu Lei pressed on, unleashing a relentless flurry of sword strikes. The audience was captivated by the fluidity of Wu Lei's swordsmanship. This student is quite impressive. His swordsmanship is polished, likely a family technique practiced even before awakening. His moves are seasoned, the principal commented. Yes, indeed, The vice principal nodded in agreement. Gong Yifan also observed Wu Lei's technique. Fan, is this Wu Lei really that strong? Yi Ting is being forced to dodge left and right, Yu Xiao asked. No, Wu Lei's swordsmanship is formidable, but as a black iron 5-star he lacks the power to truly pressure Yi Ting. Yi Ting isn't serious yet, he's just toying with him. Gong Yifan analyzed watching the match. I see. Yu Xiao exclaimed in realization. On the stage, Wu Lei also sensed that no matter how fast he swung his sword, Yi Ting effortlessly evaded every strike. There's a limit to looking down on someone. Wu Lei snarled, slashing out with another furious blow. Hearing this, Yi Ting let out a contemptuous laugh. The sword technique Wu Lei had just displayed had piqued Yi Ting's interest, making him want to prolong the game and toy with his opponent. But now Wu Lei's words had drained the amusement. I've had enough fun. Time to end this, Yi Ting said, lazily dodging another strike and stretching his arms. Wu Lei's rage finally boiled over at those words. Go to hell, you arrogant bastard. With that, he swung his sword even faster. Yi Ting remained unfazed as the blade came at him. He erupted with his full aura, white lightning crackling across his body. The oppressive presence of a black iron 6-star stunned the entire venue. Holy crap. That aura is intense. Definitely above 5-star, a student shouted. Gong Yifan furrowed his brows. Beside him, Yu Xiao asked, this is black iron 6-star. Boss, do you have a handle on this? Gong Yifan shook his head. He's no ordinary 6-star, he's at the peak of black iron 6-star with a formidable physical body. If his spiritual energy had kept pace, he'd be a 7-star. Silence fell among those nearby. Good grief, what kind of monster is this? It's only been 3 months since awakening, and he's nearly at 7-star, Yu Xiao said in shock. Leaving aside the audience's astonishment, Yi Ting on the arena leaped behind Wu Lei, lightning dancing around his form. Wu Lei spun around swiftly to parry. Seeing the sword coming, Yi Ting didn't dodge. Instead, he punched forward, his fist wreathed in lightning colliding with the blade. A cacophony of crackling and metallic clashing erupted. Wu Lei's ability-forged long sword shattered instantly. Staring at his empty hands, he was struck dumb with disbelief. Yi Ting felt a surge of satisfaction at his strike. Seeing Wu Lei frozen in shock, Yi Ting didn't give him a chance to recover. With another kick, he swept him off the arena. Wu Lei landed unharmed, a sign that Yi Ting had held back with that kick. But Wu Lei was utterly dazed, lying motionless on the ground, replaying the moment in his mind, as if his soul had fled. Class 1's Yi Ting wins. The referee quickly announced the result, then promptly called for a medic to check on the fallen student. Geez, that punch was devastating. It completely obliterated his ability. Even my diamond defense probably couldn't stop it, Yu Xiao said, still shaken. Gong Yifan's brow was heavy with concern. Even he would find it extremely difficult to shatter an ability like that, yet Yi Ting had done it with a single casual blow. This was no small threat. Yi Ting returned to his class, and everyone made way for him. Well done, you've brought honor to Class 1, the homeroom teacher said with a smile. Easy, Yi Ting replied nonchalantly. Don't get too cocky. From what I've heard, you have 2 formidable opponents. Don't underestimate them. Aim for first place. The prize this time is quite generous. Keep it up, the homeroom teacher advised. I will. Yi Ting leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and replied with an air of indifference. The teacher could only sigh at his attitude. Next up, Gong Yifan from Class 5 versus Su De from Class 8. The announcer's voice echoed through the arena. Gong Yifan was startled. So soon? It's my turn already. Fan Ge, you're up, Yu Xiao called out. Gong Yifan stood up. Go for it, Fan Ge. You can do it. All the students from Class 5 cheered for him. Hearing this, Gong Yifan nodded firmly. With a resolute gaze, he made his way to the stage. Who is Gong Yifan? Let me see who this tough guy in the freshman year is. Upon hearing the announcer's words, many freshmen craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the one who had stirred up such a commotion since the start of the semester. Even some senior students and teachers turned their attention. Gong Yifan is here, over here. Those who heard turned to look at him. He looks pretty ordinary. Doesn't seem like anything special. A student unfamiliar with Gong Yifan's deeds questioned. Bro, don't judge by appearances. This guy is a real beast. Right after school started, he at 5-star strength defeated the 6-star prodigy of his class, Hemin, the daughter of Tire Group CEO. Then he fought Jiang Bei from Class 7 and crippled him. Tell me, isn't that ruthless? A student explained. Gong Yifan listened to the murmurs around him and gave a helpless, bitter smile. Truly good deeds stay within doors, but bad news travels far and wide. In Class 7, Jiang Bei also heard the discussions, and his face darkened. Brother Jiang, are you all right? A lackey beside him asked. I'm fine. Jiang Bei waved his hand. I will get my revenge on Gong Yifan sooner or later. Gong Yifan and Su De arrived at the arena at the same time. Both sides get ready. Begin. The referee gave the order. Gong Yifan had no habit of striking first. He waited for Su De to make a move. Su De, on the other hand, cursed inwardly. Damn it, why did I have to go up against this demon? His palms were sweating with anxiety. Gong Yifan frowned. Why isn't he making a move? He waited a little longer. Why aren't they doing anything? What's going on? The audience was eager to see Gong Yifun's prowess, but both remained still. What the hell? Some sharp-eyed spectators noticed Su De's expression. Looks like Suda is too scared to attack. Suda was also panicking inside. Forget it, if I don't even have the courage to strike, what's the point of cultivating? Armored bear. With a mighty roar, he activated his ability to transform. A heavy aura erupted from Su De's body. Black Iron 5-star. Gong Yifun understood. Thump, thump. With each step Suda took, the arena seemed to tremble. Watching the nearly 2-meter-tall giant charge at him, Gong Yifun also activated his ability and began to prepare. Suda noticed the white light gathering around Gong Yifun's clenched fist and grew more vigilant. As they closed in, Gong Yifun unleashed his full strength. The aura of Black Iron 6-star surged towards Suda. In Class 1, Yiting watched with serious attention, shifting from his earlier indifference to sitting upright, his eyes fixed on Gong Yifun. In Class 7, Jiang Bei sensed that Gong Yifun's aura was even stronger than his own by a hair and slammed the armrest in frustration. Damn it, in just half a month his level has somehow managed to surpass mine. On the main stage, I thought Yiting was the only one this year to reach 6-star perfection. I didn't expect another genius. Why haven't I heard of him before? The vice principal exclaimed in surprise, sensing Gong Yifun's power as his aura erupted. Haha, you weren't here when school started, so you might not know. This kid caused a school-wide uproar in his first week. Knocked out a girl, then fought someone in a match and seriously injured the instigator. The kid's father came to school personally to apologize, and I was the one who received him. The principal explained. By the way, the girl he knocked out was Rui's daughter from Tire Group, and the one he seriously injured was Jiang Bei from the Jiang family. That Jiang Bei was just trying to show off in front of Hemin, but he couldn't win. The principal elaborated. Oh, that impressive. Which family is he from? I haven't heard of any Gong family in Mukong City. The vice principal asked, both surprised and curious. I checked. He's from an ordinary family. Both his parents are regular people. He has one relative who is an awakener, and he worked for that relative over the summer. With the relative's help, he didn't lack spirit cores, so he advanced quickly. The principal shared what he knew with the vice principal. As they chatted happily on the main stage, the battle on the arena began. Suda raised his arms, his massive bare paws swatting at Gong Yifun. Gong Yifun lifted his hands, his aura surging as he channeled his ability, meeting the paws with his fists. Bang! Gong Yifun felt nothing unusual. But Suda was in agony, a numbing sensation spreading through him. A tremendous vibrational force transmitted through his palms ravaged his body and internal organs. Suda froze instantly, desperately channeling his spiritual energy to suppress the tremors in his body and trying to withdraw his hands, but it was too late. Gong Yifun seized the moment. He turned his fist into palms locked onto Su De's hand, spun around, and yanked him downward with force, unleashing a torrent of vibrational energy into Su De's body. Suda lost his balance instantly, his body hurtling through the air. His heart sank. It's over. Bang! Su De's massive body crashed onto the floor. Gong Yifun didn't go for the kill. He held his ability-infused fist in front of Su De's face. Do you surrender? After a moment, Suda finally recovered. He tried to struggle, but Gong Yifun's strength was immense and his efforts were futile. Staring at the fist before him, Su De's expression shifted several times. In the end, he lay back in resignation, giving up. I surrender. Suda called out weakly. Hearing his response, Gong Yifun withdrew his fist and turned to the referee. The referee announced expressionlessly. Gong Yifun from Class 5 wins. Applause erupted in the arena. Damn, that was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it's over. Some students exclaimed in surprise. What do you expect? A 6-star crushing a 5-star is a given, especially with Gong Yifun. Another student explained. Hearing the referee's announcement, Gong Yifun stepped off the stage. As he passed Class 1, he noticed Yiting staring at him. His eyes blazed with undisguised battle intent. Gong Yifun glanced at him, then turned away and walked toward his own class. Interesting. Yiting murmured, seeing that Gong Yifun had ignored him. Upon returning to the classroom, Gong Yifun immediately erupted with an excited voice. Brother Fan is too cool. Of course, Brother Fan just took down Suda in one move. I think the first place in this competition is destined for Brother Fan. Gong Yifun smiled faintly at the chorus of praise from his classmates. Without responding, he walked straight to his seat and sat down to watch the next match. Next up, we have Wang Wei from Class 10 versus Ni Hai from Class 6. The announcer called out the names for the next match. Hearing this, Gong Yifun turned his gaze toward Wang Wei's class. Wang Wei didn't dawdle upon hearing his name. He rose and strode toward the arena. His lackeys cheered him on from the sidelines. Both contestants made their way to the stage simultaneously. Both sides prepare. Begin. The referee commanded. Wang Wei slammed his fists together with a ferocious grin. Gravity, ape manifest. Wang Wei's physique swelled instantly, reaching a height of 2.5 meters. With a stomp of his left foot, his aura surged, revealing the strength of a black iron 6-star. Isekai's composure shattered at the sight. He too unleashed his full aura and activated his ability. The muscles on his arms bulged, transforming him into a hulking brute of muscle. Oh, a muscle enhancement ability. He has good potential for body refinement, remarked the principal from the podium. Indeed. However, his cultivation is a bit weak. If he can keep up with training later, he could become a powerhouse, added the vice principal. On the arena, Wang Wei wasted no time. He darted forward with a swift stride and threw a punch. Isekaied, unwilling to back down, raised his right fist to counter. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Isekaied grunted, clearly struggling to hold his ground. Wang Wei, however, looked exhilarated. Both fighters withdrew their fists. Isekaied, right. Surrender. You're no match for me. Save yourself the pain, Wang Wei declared arrogantly. Hearing Wang Wei's dismissive words, Isekai's face flushed red, a result of the earlier clash that sent his blood surging. Again, Isekaied was clearly not one to give up so easily. Ungrateful fool. Wang Wei's anger flared at Isekai's response. In his view, the first punch had already decided the outcome. Isekaied was clearly outmatched, yet insisted on prolonging the fight. Wasn't this just a waste of his time? He threw another punch, this time holding nothing back, a full-powered strike. Isekaied immediately raised both arms to block. Another dull thud rang out. Isekaied slid backward. Wang Wei retracted his fist and looked at him, still not surrendering. Now do you see the gap between us? Wang Wei asked. No, I won't, Isekaied replied, then immediately straightened up. Gong Yifan from Class 5 beat a 6-star as a 5-star. I don't believe I can't do the same. Isekaied spoke, looking at Wang Wei. Wang Wei's expression darkened instantly. Then he let out a mocking laugh. So this guy wanted to use him as a stepping stone. It seems I need to show you the real gap between us. Meanwhile, on the spectator stands, Gong Yifan spat out the water he was drinking upon hearing this. Luckily, he had reacted quickly and lowered his head. Why drag me into a good fight? Can't I just be a nobody? Gong Yifan thought to himself. The people around, upon hearing Isekai's words, all turned their gazes toward Gong Yifan. Good grief, they were setting Gong Yifan as their benchmark. Gong Yifan could only twitch the corner of his mouth. Only He-Min silently suffered being publicly humiliated once again. Damn it, why does this have to be brought up again? It was just a momentary lapse. My first fight where I couldn't control my mental energy and ended up drained. Why won't anyone explain that? Thinking this, He-Min cast a resentful glare at Gong Yifan. Gong Yifan, sensing someone staring at him from behind, immediately turned his head. In an instant, their eyes met. For a moment, both were embarrassed. After a while, He-Min lowered her head first. Gong Yifan also turned away. Both were somewhat awkward. Setting aside whether their gazes conveyed unspoken feelings, the fight on the arena had reached a fever pitch. Although Isekaied was on the receiving end of a beating, his muscle enhancement ability allowed him to defend each time. But he could barely hold the defense, offering no offense at all. Wang Wei was also growing frustrated. This useless guy, clearly outmatched, yet he kept dragging things out. Was he trying to exhaust him? Wang Wei grew impatient. Punch after punch, his fists fell like a violent storm, hammering relentlessly. Isekaied began to falter. Wang Wei's punches came faster and faster, leaving imprints on Isekai's body. SSSHH. A wave of sharp intakes of breath rose from the spectators' stands. Damn, this guy's a tough one too. Still won't surrender even like this. A usually boisterous student couldn't help but admire the scene. The entire arena fell silent watching the scene unfold. Isekai's arms and face were covered in blood, yet he still found the strength to stand, driven by a single breath of will. If this lad doesn't fall, he will surely achieve greatness, the vice principal said firmly. The principal remained silent, but nodded in agreement. Wang Wei no longer wanted to speak. Win or lose, he would end up as a backdrop. He just wanted to knock Isekaied down quickly and leave the stage. He hadn't expected that his attempt to showcase himself would reduce him to Isekai's foil. At this thought, Wang Wei landed a vicious punch on Isekai's cheek. Isekaied was instantly felled by the blow. Watching him lie on the arena struggling to rise, but failing, Wang Wei burst into laughter. Go on. Weren't you so tough? Get up again. Wang Wei sneered at Isekaied, drenched in blood. He turned his gaze to the referee. The referee, catching Wang Wei's signal, walked over to Isekaied. He crouched beside him, first checking his condition. Seeing no serious issues, he began his count. 10, 9, 3. Just as the entire arena watched the referee count down, Isekaied moved. He bent his legs and pushed himself up. The referee stepped back. Match continues. Wang Wei, seeing Isekaied rise again, was incandescent with rage. He charged at Isekaied and threw a punch. Isekai's stomach took the heavy blow, sending him flying backward. Ugh! He spat out blood and finally fell unconscious. Wang Wei, seeing Isekaied completely unconscious, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The referee stepped forward to check. Winner Wang Wei, Class 10. After announcing, he immediately handed Isekaied over to the medical team. With a wave of his hand, the arena was clean again. On the podium. This student in high after taking this beating will likely break through to 6-star tonight. He didn't suffer in vain, the principal said, smiling at the vice principal as he observed in high's condition. Indeed, it's a blessing in disguise, the vice principal chuckled, stroking his beard. Wang Wei returned to his class, took the water handed by his lackey, and downed it in one gulp. Then he slammed his right fist into the ground, revealing his fury. His lackeys dared not speak loudly around him. Time passed swiftly. By the end of one morning, the top 10 had emerged. They were Yi Ting and Mo Yin from Class 1, Zhang Jun and Kang Shui from Class 2. Gong Yifan, He Min, and Su Wen from Class 5, Jiang Bei from Class 7, Wang Wei from Class 10, and Ma Huayan from Class 12. Except for Mo Yin and Su Wen, who were Black Iron 5-star, the rest were all Black Iron 6-star. Earlier, Mo Yin was an elementalist, the same Mo fan from before with the same flame ability. As for Su Wen, her entry into the top 10 was due entirely to her unfathomable mental control, which made her virtually unrivaled among her peers. The other 8 Black Iron 6-star contestants had also defeated numerous Black Iron 5-star opponents to advance. Among them, Wu Bin, the homeroom teacher of Class 5, sat in front of his class, staring at the list on the big screen, with a grin so wide it seemed to split his face. Haha, 3 of the top 10 are from my own class. This year's year-end bonus is going to be huge. Ha! Wu Bin's heart was wild with excitement. The homeroom teachers of Class 4 and Class 6 sitting nearby looked at Wu Bin's trembling body, shaking with excitement, and felt a wave of envy. Teachers and students, after a morning of selection, the top 10 have finally been chosen. This afternoon, we will determine the rankings. Thank you to all the students who have fought on stage. Your rewards will be distributed by your homeroom teachers. Now it's time for a break. The afternoon matches will begin at 1:30 p.m. Interested students are welcome to come and watch. The host on the podium suddenly announced. Hearing about the rewards, most of the students grew excited. The majority of the students present came from impoverished families. Knowing what the rewards were, they all eagerly looked toward their homeroom teachers. The teachers wasted no time and opened the boxes they were holding. Instantly, spiritual energy wafted out. Those in the know screamed in excitement. They're all bronze 9-star spirit cores. Where? Damn, is the school being this generous? With at least 300 to 400 students in the first year, distributing that many cores was a massive expenditure. Some still didn't believe it, so they went to check for themselves, only to be stunned by the school's lavishness. On the podium, the vice principal looked at the boisterous scene of students below and sighed with emotion. What a lively bunch of youngsters. I envy them. I'll stop envying them. Let's go, the principal said, pulling the vice principal, who wore a nostalgic expression, toward the backstage. Gong Yifan also received a spirit core. Fan, let's go eat, Yu Xiao and the others said, having also collected theirs. Yeah, let's go. Gong Yifan nodded and was about to leave. Yifan, let's go eat together. My treat. Su Wen and He Min also walked over. Gong Yifan halted his steps. Looking at Su when he started, no need. Yu Xiao and I will go eat. Before he could finish his refusal, Yu Xiao was tugging at him frantically. Just as he turned to ask what was wrong, Su Wen said magnanimously, it's fine. Let's all go together. They'll cover the bill at the second-floor restaurant. Gong Yifan turned to look at Yu Xiao and the others, seeking their opinion. He saw Yu Xiao nodding like a maniac, and Shui Liang's eyes were also brimming with excitement. Well, no need to ask further. Oh, all right then. Well, shamelessly tag along for a free meal. Gong Yifan's face immediately broke into a broad smile. Yu Xiao beside him was also beaming. Seeing the 3 of them suddenly turn into lovesick fools, Su Wen rolled her eyes. Follow me, Su Wen said, turning around and linking arms with He Min as she led the way. Gong Yifan and the others followed behind. They arrived at the second floor. Gong Yifan hadn't expected to be back here so soon. He glanced at Su Wen again. Was he being kept? He couldn't help but wonder. But this feeling was so nice. No wonder so many people in his past life dreamed of being taken care of by a wealthy woman. It was an indescribable experience. Come on, Min Min, what do you want to eat? You choose. Don't worry about them. Su Wen said. The 3 of them stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Except for Gong Yifan, who had eaten there before. The other 2 were first-timers and had no idea what was good. Su Wen's decision wasn't unreasonable, but the way she phrased it felt off. He Min glanced back at the 3 behind her, then looked around. Let's go to that one. Everyone followed her pointed finger. A barbecue restaurant came into view. All right, let's go. Su Wen pulled He Min and strode over. The waiter at the entrance saw them approaching and immediately greeted them. Hello, how many? The waiter asked with a smile. 5. Su Wen replied. Okay, please follow me. The waiter led the way. Everyone followed the waiter inside. Here are your seats, and here are the menus. Just check off what you'd like. The waiter handed out menus to the 5 of them. Gong Yifan took a glance. Good grief, it was all kinds of exotic beast meat. He then looked at the prices. Gong Yifan was mentally prepared, but Shui Liang and Yu Xiao were dumbfounded. Every type of meat cost tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. When had they ever seen such a scene? All of them stared at Su Wen, including Gong Yifan. Suwon, while looking at the menu, suddenly felt several pairs of eyes on her. She looked up and saw everyone staring at her. Just order. Why are you all looking at me? Suwon asked. Isn't this a bit expensive? The three exchanged glances, and finally Gong Yifun cautiously spoke up. Ha ha. Heemin suddenly burst into goose-like laughter. Ha ha, just order whatever you want. Don't worry, you won't bankrupt me. Suwon said, feeling speechless. The laughter attracted many glances. People nearby saw two pretty girls laughing at the next table and were puzzled. Hearing this, Gong Yifun and the others felt relieved and thanked her profusely. Still, they opted for some of the cheaper items. After ordering, they handed the menu to the waiter. Yifun, do you have confidence in this afternoon's matches? With the food ordered and waiting for it to arrive, they started chatting. I'm not sure. I feel like some of them are quite strong. Oh, Suwon nodded. But I'm not weak either. We'll see when we face each other. Gong Yifun didn't back down. I didn't expect to make it this far either. I wonder who my opponent will be this afternoon. With 3 of us from our class in the top 10, I'm worried we might end up fighting each other. As the class monitor, he was concerned about the class performance in the competition. Haha, who can say? Gong Yifun laughed. This is what I think. If I'm matched against either of you, I'll concede, so you can conserve your energy for the next round. If I'm against someone from another class, I'd rather lose while exhausting my opponent as much as possible. Suwon said, raising her little fist. With her expression, she looked like a martyr sacrificing herself for a greater cause. Heemin and Gong Yifun fell silent at her words. Even Shui Liang, who had previously held a grudge against Suwon, began to admire her. After a short while, the dishes arrived. Gazing at the array of grilled meats on the table, each boasting a perfect blend of color, aroma, and flavor, Gong Yifun felt his appetite stirred. Yu Xiao and Shui Liang also swallowed hard. Seeing the trio's eager expressions, Suwon found it amusing. Let's dig in. At her words, they immediately set to eating. Gong Yifun and his friends devoured the food like chicks guarding their feed, fearful of others snatching it away. Don't grab. You're the one who should stop grabbing. They bickered while snatching food from each other. The commotion drew the attention of nearby diners, leaving Suwon and Heemin feeling embarrassed. Indeed, those of a feather flocked together, and these 3 were clearly cut from the same cloth. Subsequently, Suwon and Heemin ate their own meals, chatting and eating simultaneously, signaling their intent to ignore the trio. Halfway through the meal. When you're eating here too. A grating voice cut through. Suwon frowned, set down her food, and looked up. The moment she saw who it was, her good mood evaporated. What's it to you where I eat? Suwon retorted bluntly. Hey, why say that? We're childhood sweethearts, aren't we? The voice's owner drew nearer, and the others raised their heads to see who it was. Gong Yifun also looked up and recognized Yi Ting. How do they know each other? He glanced at Suwon and Yi Ting, then shrugged it off and continued eating. Seeing Gong Yifun unfazed, Yu Xiao and Shui Liang also resumed their meal. Heemin's ears perked up at the words, childhood sweethearts. Her curiosity piqued. Bang. Scram. Who's your childhood sweetheart? We were just in the same class. Don't try to cozy up to me. Ooh, I don't know you that well. Suwon exploded at Yi Ting's words, standing up and slamming the table hard. The surrounding crowd instantly turned their attention, ready for a show. Seeing Suwon lose her temper and even use the word Yi Ting's mouth twitched. Alright, why get so worked up? I won't call you that then. Yi Ting pulled a chair from the side and sat down at the table. Only after sitting did he notice there was more than one person. Scanning the group, he recognized only 2. Aren't you going to introduce me? Yi Ting asked. Who told you to sit here? Suwon's brows furrowed at his audacity. I sit where I want. Yi Ting leaned back in his chair and shrugged. Oomph. Suwon was at a loss. Gong Yifun and his friends looked up. Had the argument stopped? Seeing the trio acting like spectators, Suwon grew irritated. Hurry up and eat. We're leaving after this. Oh, okay. They quickly lowered their heads and resumed eating. When aren't you going to introduce these 3 brothers and this beautiful lady? Yi Ting persisted. Scram, don't call me Wen. We're not close. Suwon rolled her eyes. That one on the left is Yu Xiao. Hey brother, nice to meet you. Yu Xiao nodded at Yi Ting upon being introduced. Yi Ting nodded back, though clearly not interested. The one in the middle is Shui Liang. Shui Liang also nodded. Yi Ting returned a smile. Before Suwon could introduce Gong Yifun, Yi Ting interjected. I know this one. The tough guy from our freshman year, Gong Yifun. A pleasure. Yi Ting extended his hand for a handshake. Gong Yifun was taken aback, looking at the outstretched hand, then down at his own greasy fingers, unsure what to do. Yi Ting froze, his hand suspended midair. The awkwardness was palpable. Ha ha ha. Suwon laughed mercilessly at the scene. Yi Ting embarrassedly withdrew his hand. Sorry, my hands are a bit dirty. Gong Yifun also felt awkward. Oh, it's fine. Seeing Gong Yifun's innocent face, Yi Ting was at a loss for words. This is Heemin. Suwon continued the introductions. Yes, I know. I'd heard of her before high school. Truly a beauty. Yi Ting quickly chimed in. After the compliment, the table fell into silence. Seeing Heemin ignore him, Yi Ting felt helpless. Alright, you've met everyone. You can leave now and stop disturbing our meal. Suwon dismissed him. Hey, don't be so heartless. We're old classmates, don't embarrass me like this. Yi Ting pleaded. I told you not to call me Wonwon. We're not close. Why are you so clingy like a piece of sticky plaster? Suwon fumed. Wonwon, how can you say that? You're breaking my heart. He feigned a pained expression. Heemin couldn't help but laugh at his shamelessness. Seeing her best friend laugh, Suwon felt embarrassed in front of her friends. She stopped acknowledging Yi Ting and ate by herself. Yi Ting regretted his actions when Suwon ignored him. Seeing everyone else eating while he sat there foolishly, even his thick skin felt the heat of embarrassment, especially with strangers present. Alright, I'll be off then. Don't miss me. Yi Ting stood up. Suwon continued to ignore him. Seeing this, he didn't push his luck and walked straight out of the barbecue restaurant. Suwon breathed a sigh of relief after he left. Finally gone. He's so annoying. So that Yi Ting likes you and is pursuing you. Heemin leaned in curiously. He's just a clingy narcissist. I can't stand him. Suwon glared in the direction Yi Ting had gone. Oh, is that so? Heemin drawled. Hey, what are you thinking? Suwon caught the ambiguity in Heemin's tone and grumbled. Hee nothing. Heemin giggled. Gong Yifun and his friends were eavesdropping. Suwon noticed and lost her temper again. Are you still eating? If not, then leave after you're done. She was about to say leave, but saw the empty table. The trio quickly replied, we're done. Suwon immediately got up and went to the counter to pay. Let's go. She called out upon returning. And don't breathe a word about what just happened, got it? She stared at the four, especially the trio. Got it. The trio nodded quickly under her stern gaze. Suwon looked satisfied. Let's go. There's still time. Go have fun. With that, she pulled him in and left. Brother Fan, what do we do now? Shui Liang asked, watching Suwon's retreating figure. I'm thirsty. Let's go to the shop and buy some drinks, then head to the training ground. And get some for them too, since they treated us to such a lavish meal. Let's send 2 drinks as a thank you. Gong Yifun suggested. Yu Xiao and Shui Liang nodded in agreement. Since the afternoon was free, they might as well go watch the competition, especially since Brother Fan was competing. As time slowly passed, the afternoon finals were about to begin. Yifun, go for it, bring back first place. Homeroom teacher Wu Bin patted Gong Yifun on the shoulder and said. At this moment, Wu Bin had placed all his hopes of winning the championship on Gong Yifun. Hearing this, Gong Yifun gave a bitter smile. I'll do my best. Seeing Gong Yifun's expression, Wu Bin knew he couldn't push too hard lest it backfire. Alright. After a few more words of advice, he left. Let's go, Fanj. Yu Xiao came to find Gong Yifun. Gong Yifun followed and sat down in their seats. Soon the spectator stands were packed. Even some first and second year students with no classes had arrived, all eager to see the level of this year's freshmen. It was 1:30. The host on the podium also took the stage. Students, teachers, the thrilling finals have begun. The big screen behind me will display the match list. Only the top 3 will be ranked. 4th through 10th will not be differentiated. The top 3 receive different rewards, with the highest rank getting the best prizes, while 4th through 10th share the same reward. The host briefly explained the competition rules and the rewards. Gong Yifun didn't care much. He was only concerned about whether there was a medicinal bath to strengthen his physique. Listening to the host's detailed explanation on the podium, the start of the competition finally approached. Gong Yifun Su won, and Heemin looked up at the big screen. Ring 1, Yi Ting vs. Zhang Bei. Ring 2, Mo Yin vs. Ma Huayun. Ring 3, Zhang Jun vs. Suwon. Ring 4, Kong Shui vs. Heemin. Ring 5, Gong Yifun vs. Wang Wei. Seeing the match list, Gong Yifun breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't an elemental user, otherwise he'd have to reveal his trump card. But Suwon and Heemin were troubled. They looked at their opponents with a headache. It's over. I wanted to support you guys, but I might get eliminated myself. Suwon said dejectedly upon seeing the match list. Heemin, facing Kong Shui, a wind element user, pondered grimly on how to proceed with the duel. Please proceed to your respective rings. The host directed. Gong Yifun, Heemin, and Suwon stood up and walked over solemnly. Go for it. Someone started it, and the entire class 5 cheered them on. This spurred classes 3, 4, and 6 to also shout encouragement for Gong Yifun and the others. This time, only 3 students from the Special Abilities class of Class 5 had made it to the finals, so everyone was holding their breath. Gong Yifun walked to Ring 5 and waited for his opponent. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps pounded the ring floor. Wang Wei stepped into the ring. He looked at Gong Yifun with a smile, as if eyeing prey. Gong Yifun remained unfazed by the aggressive gaze. Both sides ready. Set, begin. The referee commanded. Wang Wei smirked and roared, Gravity Ape possess. A massive 2.5 turtle white ape came into view. Gong Yifun's arm muscles bulged as he activated his ability, 2 orbs of white light appearing on his fists. Seeing Gong Yifun prepared, Wang Wei didn't hesitate. He charged forward and leaped from a few meters away. Gravity field. Wang Wei roared, leaping midair with both hands raised to slam down on Gong Yifan. Suddenly Gong Yifan felt his body grow heavy. Damn it, it's gravity. I should have realized. His ability is the gravity ape. How could he not have gravity? Gong Yifan silently scolded himself. But he had no time to dwell on it. Seeing Wang Wei closing and unable to dodge under the gravitational pressure, Gong Yifan lowered his stance and raised his fists to withstand the blow. Bang! Gong Yifan was pushed back by the force of Wang Wei's fists. Wang Wei smiled slightly, seeing his attack had taken effect. But Gong Yifan was struggling. The impact sent his blood surging. He took a deep breath to calm his body. Gong Yifan's gaze toward Wang Wei changed. He watched him warily, then activated his ability and charged. Seeing Gong Yifan seemingly angered, Wang Wei didn't dare be careless. Gong Yifan's fists carried a vibration force, causing Wang Wei's body to convulse with each hit. Wang Wei cursed inwardly. But he continued to take the punches. Gong Yifan launched a storm of attacks, his fists swinging like raindrops, landing relentlessly on Wang Wei. This left Wang Wei no chance to counter. The punches weren't just painful, they caused deep internal tremors. Wang Wei was shocked. The spectators below were stunned by Gong Yifan's ferocious assault. Damn, his fists are so fast. I can't even see his movements. Yeah, Gong Yifan himself was a bit surprised. Unleashing his full attack combined with vibration force allowed him to achieve such incredible speed. Moreover, when his ability acted on himself, he felt his Buddhist strength increasing. Bang! Wang Wei finally couldn't hold on. He was knocked back by Gong Yifan's punch. Cough, cough. He coughed up blood. Wang Wei wiped his mouth lightly, feeling as if his skeleton had been shattered. Seeing Wang Wei sent flying, Gong Yifan didn't pursue, but waited quietly. By now Gong Yifan was also a bit out of breath. But he was in much better shape than Wang Wei. After panting for a moment, Wang Wei gathered his strength. Up. He pounded his chest, filled with rage, and charged forward again. Bang! Bang! Wang Wei's fists clashed with Gong Yifan's again. But this time Gong Yifan clearly felt the force was much weaker. It seemed he had been injured. Thinking this, Gong Yifan decided to seize the moment and knock him off the ring to save energy for the next match. So he acted. He grabbed Wang Wei's right hand, with his left pouring vibration force wildly into Wang Wei's body. Wang Wei just realized his right hand was caught and tried to pull it free, but was immediately stunned by Gong Yifan's ability. His body trembled uncontrollably and he lost focus. Seizing the moment, Gong Yifan raised his right fist and delivered a powerful blow. Wang Wei's right cheek was struck hard and he was knocked over. Boom. Wang Wei lost consciousness, instantly kneeling before Gong Yifan with his head drooping. Seeing Wang Wei unconscious, Gong Yifan lifted him and tossed him off the ring. He turned to the referee. The referee understood, walked over, raised Gong Yifan's hand, and announced, Class 5 Gong Yifan wins. Only then did Gong Yifan relax. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, who had been thrown off, was taken away by the medical staff. Quickly, this student's internal organs have suffered severe shock. Rush him to the hospital. Hearing this, the surrounding students looked at Gong Yifan in horror, as if he were a monster. Gong Yifan was also surprised at the extent of the damage he had caused. He had never dared to use his full strength in practice with Yu Xiao, and the others, never realizing his full power, was so terrifying. Gong Yifan returned to his classroom. As he passed by Class 1, he caught sight of Yi Ting and felt a slight sinking in his heart. He hadn't expected Yi Ting to finish his battle so quickly. Yi Ting also noticed Gong Yifan. Their eyes met, and Yi Ting flashed an ambiguous smile that sent a chill down Gong Yifan's spine. He hurried past, returning to his class. He didn't see He Min or Su Wen. Turning his head, he saw they were still on the arena. Well done. You fought excellently. Class advisor Wu Bin approached. Thank you. Gong Yifan replied politely. Haha, how are you feeling now? What's your condition? Wu Bin asked with concern. I'm fine, just a bit tired and drained. Gong Yifan said after assessing himself. Huh. I knew it. Here, this is for you. Wu Bin took a small porcelain bottle from behind and handed it to Gong Yifan. What is this? Gong Yifan looked at the bottle in his hand, puzzled. Open it and see. It's something good, Wu Bin said mysteriously. Gong Yifan did as told, uncorking the bottle and pouring a small pill into his palm. Huh, what's this? Gong Yifan frowned, confused. Oh, you don't recognize it. It's a qi restoration pill. After taking it, you can recover your spiritual energy. Wu Bin explained. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Gong Yifan, realizing he had misunderstood and thought it was some forbidden strength-enhancing drug, still tried to return it. How could he take this? He quickly handed it back. Wu Bin waved his hand hurriedly. It's for the advancing contestants. Take it so you can proceed to the next round. Hearing Wu Bin's words, Gong Yifan set aside his concerns and accepted it. Take it now? They'll stand guard for you. Wu Bin pulled Gong Yifan aside and said. Gong Yifan didn't hesitate and swallowed it in one gulp. Wu Bin stood quietly watching. After a while, Gong Yifan opened his eyes, awakening from his meditative state. How do you feel? Wu Bin asked. Gong Yifan clenched his fist, exclaiming excitedly, I feel great. My body is brimming with boundless power. That's good. You can go back now. He Min and Su Wen are almost done. They'll go keep an eye on them, Wu Bin said and walked away. Gong Yifan returned to sit beside Yu Xiao and Shui Liang. Fango, what did the class advisor give you just now, eh? As soon as he sat down, Yu Xiao asked eagerly. Even Shui Liang looked on with excitement, and the surrounding crowd was equally curious. It's nothing, just a pill, a qi restoration pill, to help me recover my spiritual energy. Gong Yifan said nonchalantly. A pill? That's a thing. Yu Xiao and Shui Liang exclaimed in surprise, making Gong Yifan's mouth twitch. He forgave these two country bumpkins, forgetting that he himself had only just learned about such things. He then explained why the pill had been given to him. After hearing Gong Yifan's explanation, the two of them felt as sour as if they had bitten into a lemon. The surrounding classmates were also filled with envy. These people had never even seen such a pill, let alone taken one. Gong Yifan paid them no mind and turned his gaze to Arena 3 and 4. Why waste time talking to them when watching pretty girls fight was far more enjoyable? On the field, He Min and Kang Shui were locked in a heated battle. Overall, He Min had the upper hand, constantly attacking, while Kang Shui struggled to defend. He then looked at Su Wen. Su Wen was in a worse state. Her hair disheveled, her body trembling, clearly suffering from frostbite. Yet she persisted, while Zhang Jun seemed largely unscathed. Gong Yifan's brow furrowed. Not only was he concerned for Su Wen, but he was also amazed by Zhang Jun's strength. Her chilling aura made it nearly impossible to get close. Su Wen's mental control could only serve as a minor distraction. On the field, Su Wen's face was twisted in pain. She had never expected her opponent to be so troublesome. Her mental attacks only caused brief interruptions, offering no real opening. As for Zhang Jun, she remained unhurried. Apart from the disorientation caused by Su Wen's mental attacks, nothing else had any effect. Within the range of her cold aura, no one dared to make a reckless move. As for He Min's situation, it was entirely different. Ever since her last defeat to Gong Yifan, she had been training in actual combat every day. With the control granted by the spirit gem, she could unleash her telekinesis without restraint, no longer worrying about exhausting her mental energy. Kang Shui, on the other hand, was finding it hard to cope. Invisible telekinetic forces attacked from all directions. If not for her wind-based ability, which allowed her to sense them, she would have been knocked out in one blow. But now she was swaying left and right, barely holding on. Gong Yifan assessed the battles and gained a clearer understanding. The most intriguing contestant was Ma Huayun from Class 12, whose ability turned out to be a griffin, a revelation that surprised Gong Yifan. After all mythical creatures had appeared in reality, the deeper his understanding grew, the more complex this world became. Time passed a little longer. Su Wen was the first to give out, eliminated early. Fortunately, she only suffered frostbite, which Dr. Zhang quickly healed with a purification spell, unlike Wang Wei, who had sustained internal injuries. But seeing Su Wen's gloomy expression, it was clear she was in a bad mood. She walked over and sat behind Gong Yifan, her face full of grievance. Gong Yifan turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's just a loss. Nothing major." He tried to comfort her. At his words, her tears fell uncontrollably. "Yifan, am I just useless? I wanted to at least wear her down even if I couldn't win, but I couldn't even get close to her." Su Wen sobbed. Gong Yifan was momentarily speechless. "Sis, you've already made it into the top 10. How can you call yourself useless? Besides, you're only at 5 stars while Zhang Jun is at 6 stars. Isn't it normal that you couldn't beat her?" Hearing this, Su Wen wiped away her tears and pulled herself together, leaving the surrounding crowd utterly bewildered. Realizing so many people were watching, Su Wen's face instantly flushed red. Then she immediately turned angry. "What are you looking at? Let me warn you. If anyone dares to repeat what just happened, you'll face the consequences." The sudden shift left Gong Yifan completely stunned. That transformation was incredibly fast. Seeing Gong Yifan staring at her blankly, Su Wen's face reddened again. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a pretty girl before? Turn around." Su Wen yelled at Gong Yifan. He was left speechless. Wasn't he just comforting her a moment ago? How could she switch moods so quickly? He turned his head away. Is she on her period or something? Why is she so fierce? Gong Yifan muttered under his breath. Yu Xiao and Shui Liang both shook their heads, equally baffled by Su Wen's behavior. "Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Don't think I can't hear you. They'll beat you up." Su Wen, hearing the three in front discussing her, immediately took offense and cut them off. Gong Yifan and the other two jolted in fright and turned their attention to the match, saying nothing. Seeing this, Su Wen felt relieved. But deep down, her emotions were tangled. Resting her chin on her hand, she stared silently at Gong Yifan's back, lost in thought. On the arena, the battle between Mo Yin and Ma Huayun had already concluded. Apart from his tattered clothes, Ma Huayun was completely unscathed. Mo Yin, however, lay on the ground, his life hanging in the balance, his face drenched in blood and his body covered in scratches. He looked utterly miserable. Ma Huayan's fighting style was wild and reckless, showing no regard for his own safety. Watching his match, Gong Yifan frowned deeply. It felt to him like fighting a wild beast. He wondered how he would handle such an opponent. Would he have to resort to the same tactics he used against Wang Wei? For now, that was the only strategy Gong Yifan could think of. Class 5 Hemin wins. The referee's voice echoed in Gong Yifan's ears, interrupting his thoughts. He turned to look at the fourth arena. There he saw Kong Shui disheveled and dejected walking off the stage. Hemin was also sweating profusely from exhaustion. As Hemin walked toward her class, Suwen immediately went to support her. "How are you? Are you okay?" Suwen asked, concerned as she helped her. "I'm fine, just a bit drained. He'll recover soon," Hemin replied weakly. Their homeroom teacher Wu Bin approached. "Here, Hemin, take this chi restoration pill. Hurry and consume it. The next match starts in half an hour." Wu Bin quickly handed the pill to Hemin. She thanked him, took it, immediately found a spot, and sat cross-legged to meditate and absorb its medicinal power. With the top 5 determined after the first round, the competition now focused on the top 3. Everyone was speculating about who would take first place. Some said Yi Ting, others thought Gong Yifan. Opinions were divided. 2 elderly men on the main platform were also discussing. "Oldly, who do you think will win the championship?" the vice principal asked. I can't say for sure. The quality of this year's freshmen is exceptional. In previous years, having 3 or 4 Black Iron 6-star students was considered good, but this year we have 8, including 3 at the 6-star peak. It's hard to predict. The man surnamed Li was the school's principal. Indeed, this year's cohort is the best in recent years. Arguably the finest since the school's founding, the vice principal nodded in agreement. Ignoring the discussion on the main platform, the 2 students from Class 5, who made it to the top 5, began to talk. "Gong Yifan, if we end up facing each other, I'll concede. Given my current state with my mental energy drained and no way to recover it, with a chi restoration pill, I can't make it to the top 3. I'll leave Class 5's honor to you." Hemin said, her face pale as she approached Gong Yifan. "How is this possible? Can't mental energy be replenished? Maybe you should see the homeroom teacher." Gong Yifan asked, puzzled. "If there were pills for chi, weren't there pills for mental energy?" "I know what you're thinking. There are pills for restoring mental energy, but they're too precious, and the school won't waste them on this." Hemin shook her head, stopping him. Seeing her insistence, Gong Yifan didn't know what else to say. "All right," he nodded solemnly. Hemin smiled upon hearing this, her pale face carrying a hint of morbid beauty. As time passed, the half-hour rest period came to an end. The host walked to the main platform, as usual, delivering some inspiring words. The 5 contestants stared intently at the big screen, eager to know their opponents. "Now it's time to announce the matchups," the host said, and the big screen lit up. He then declared, "In this round, Yi Ting from Class 1 gets a bye. Zhang Jun from Class 2 will face Ma Huayan from Class 12. Gong Yifan from Class 5 will face Hemin from Class 5. When Gong Yifan's matchup was announced, the crowd erupted. "What's the system doing? Is it making us fight among ourselves?" shouted a student from Class 5. "Haha, Class 5 is shooting themselves in the foot," jeered students from other classes, seizing the chance to mock them. Gong Yifan looked at Hemin with a complicated expression. She was smiling at him warmly. Seeing her smile only made his heart heavier. "Contestants, please step onto the arena." Hearing the host's voice, Gong Yifan and Hemin walked over. As they passed their homeroom teacher, Wu Bin's face showed his distress. He wanted one of them to concede, but couldn't bring himself to say it. Both were dear to him. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly. What a cruel twist of fate. Suwen, standing nearby, also wore a complicated expression. She too wished one of them would concede, allowing the other to go all out for first place. In her mind, the ideal choice was Gong Yifan, but one was her best friend from high school, and the other was the strongest in the class. As class monitor, she found it hard to decide. Gong Yifan and Hemin walked side by side toward the arena. "I never thought we'd actually face each other," Hemin said lightly. "Are you sure about this? Don't you want to avenge your last loss?" Gong Yifan asked in a low voice. "Avenge? That's an exaggeration. It was just one loss, and honestly, I'm not sure I can beat you now," Hemin replied with a smile. Gong Yifan turned and stared at her seriously for a few seconds. Hemin suddenly felt shy under his gaze. "Why are you staring at me like that?" she asked, embarrassed, brushing her bangs aside. "Nothing. I just suddenly feel like you've become great," Gong Yifan said, looking away and continuing to walk. "Oomph." Hemin was bewildered by his cryptic words, standing still for a long moment before stomping her foot and catching up to him. On the arena, they stood facing each other. "Both sides prepare," the referee instructed. They both nodded. "Begin," the referee commanded. Neither moved, nor did they unleash their abilities. After a long pause, the students below grew impatient. Why aren't they fighting, some urged. Hemin stared at Gong Yifan for so long that he started to feel embarrassed. Seeing his awkwardness, Hemin smiled. Then, still smiling, she raised her hand and turned to the referee. "Referee, I concede." Gong Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. The situation had been agonizing for him. He only relaxed after hearing her words. Are you sure? The referee confirmed. Yes, I'm absolutely sure, Min said with a smile. All right. The referee nodded. He then walked over to Gong Yifan, raised his right hand, and announced, Class 5 Gong Yifan wins. The referee's voice echoed across the entire venue. Upon hearing the announcement, Min walked off the stage with light steps. Gong Yifan watched her retreating figure, his raised right hand feeling unbearably heavy. What the hell? What's going on? Why did she concede? I wanted to see them fight. Why did she give up? The students in the audience were all incredulous upon seeing Min's surrender. Wu Bin and Su Wen both breathed a sigh of relief. They had been extremely anxious just moments ago, worried that if a fight broke out regardless of the outcome, the first place might slip away from them. While everyone in Class 5 relaxed, the other classes were in an uproar. If Class 5 does this, doesn't that mean Gong Yifan advances without any expenditure? That's unfair to Zhang Jun and Ma Huayun. A student from Class 2 questioned. Indeed, this was unfair to those two. Zhang Jun and Ma Huayun, hearing the murmurs around them, had different reactions. Zhang Jun remained cold and expressionless, his thoughts inscrutable. Ma Huayun, however, felt a surge of jealousy, glaring at Gong Yifan on the arena for no apparent reason. He turned his gaze to Zhang Jun of Class 2. Set against her school uniform, her aloof expression made her appear even more beautiful, stirring a flutter in Ma Huayun's heart. The principal on the rostrum was somewhat startled by the scene below, then fell into a dilemma. The vice principal beside him, reading his expression, knew exactly what he was thinking. Then he burst into hearty laughter. Haha, oldly, why hesitate? Let's see which of the two from Class 2 and Class 12 finishes first, then have Gong Yifan and Yi Ting fight immediately. The winner fights the other. Whoever wins 2 in a row takes first place, right? The principal laughed heartily upon hearing this. I'm getting old, stuck in a rut, and not thinking clearly. He then looked at the host and gestured for her to continue. The host understood his signal. The big screen lit up. Zhang Jun of Class 2 versus Ma Huayun of Class 12. The host announced. Please have Zhang Jun of Class 2 and Ma Huayun of Class 12 come to the arena. Zhang Jun immediately strode forward upon hearing this. Good luck. Kong Shui cheered from behind. Zhang Jun smiled softly. Ma Huayun also walked toward the arena amidst the cheers of Class 12. Gong Yifan stepped down after the host's announcement. Passing by Zhang Jun, he nodded to her. Good luck, Gong Yifan said with a smile. Zhang Jun smiled and nodded in return. Then she continued forward. Zhang Jun had actually been curious about her old classmate Gong Yifan for a long time. The one who had been a troublemaker throughout middle school had changed so drastically after awakening, making such a name for himself in the new school. Practically every freshman knew of his existence, and the formidable strength Gong Yifan displayed had also shocked Zhang Jun. She never imagined that the student once deemed a failure by all teachers had now become so composed. It truly proved the saying that one must look at a person with new eyes after a separation of 3 days. Zhang Jun shook her head, casting aside these thoughts, and headed toward the arena. Gong Yifan also felt a wave of emotion. In truth, Gong Yifan had always harbored complex feelings for Zhang Jun. He had a secret crush on her, but never dared to show it. In his past life, he was just a loser admiring the goddess from afar. Now, having transmigrated into a parallel world, seeing the goddess of his past life stirred a different sensation within him. The feeling of her being unattainable was gone. Though he still felt a bit nervous talking to Zhang Jun now, it was nowhere near as pathetic as in his past life. He shook his head, dismissing the thoughts. Walking into the stands, he watched Zhang Jun's figure. Contestants, take your positions. Begin. The referee commanded. The battle commenced. A pale blue mist rose around Zhang Jun's body. It was beautiful yet deadly. Ma Huayun instantly felt as if he were standing naked in winter. He frowned, immediately activating his ability. Griffin Possession. A massive lion-bodied eagle-head griffin with spread wings emerged. An eagle's cry echoed across the entire venue. Its wings flapped, dispersing the surrounding chill. This discovery brightened Ma Huayun's eyes. He quickly swung his huge wings, blowing away the cold air. This action made Zhang Jun's expression shift instantly. Seeing Zhang Jun's change, Ma Huayun's face lit up with joy, realizing his wing flapping had worked. Beautiful, just surrender. Your cold aura is useless. Ma Huayun laughed through his eagle beak. He deliberately flapped his wings again. Zhang Jun, hearing his mockery, turned even darker than before. Who told you all I can do is release cold air? With that, Zhang Jun moved, charging at Ma Huayun. Ma Huayun smiled as he saw her rush in. Just what I wanted. Hand-to-hand combat is my forte. He raised all 4 limbs and charged at Zhang Jun. Seeing him come, Zhang Jun smiled slightly. Truly a brainless fool, she thought to herself. The two closed in. Zhang Jun's hands radiated intense cold. Ma Huayun ignored it, believing he had already won this round. In Zhang Jun's hands, after a moment of concentration, 2 hard ice spikes formed. But Ma Huayun realized it too late. His forearms were instantly pierced. A painful scream echoed throughout the venue. Holy crap! A student was startled by the sight. Ma Huayun, driven by the pain, ignored his injured arms and wildly flailed at Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun had been elated by her successful sneak attack. A massive figure thrashed wildly before her. Zhang Jun was sent flying. She crashed heavily onto the arena floor. Ma Huayun, spurred on by the blood, relentlessly pursued her. Zhang Jun quickly adjusted her stance. She continuously spread cold air around her, condensing ice spikes in her hands, ready to respond at any moment. Roar! Roar! Ma Huayun's frenzied cries rang out. His wings flapped, dispersing the cold air Zhang Jun had gathered, revealing her figure. Spotting Zhang Jun, he charged immediately. She, ice spikes in hand, rushed forward as well. As they neared, she leaped like a valkyrie, hurling the ice spikes at Ma Huayun. Ma Huayun felt a chill on his wings, followed by another agonized howl. Roar! Roar! He pulled the ice spikes from his wings. The sight made the students on the arena cringe, unable to bear looking. Had he not been a beast transformation type, he would likely have passed out by now. After releasing cold air twice and condensing 3 more ice spikes coupled with intense movement, Zhang Jun was now drained of spiritual energy, exhausted, pale, and weakened limbs. Ma Huayun, after pulling out the ice spikes, turned and charged straight at Zhang Jun. Seeing this, she closed her eyes. I surrender. Zhang Jun uttered these words with her last ounce of strength. The referee had been watching closely. Even if she hadn't called it, he would have intervened. That kid was clearly driven mad by pain, fighting only on beastly instinct. The referee flashed in front of Zhang Jun, raising his arm to block Ma Huayun's attack. Ma Huayun didn't give up and charged again. Oomph! The referee snorted coldly. Ma Huayun's mind was jolted, and he instantly regained clarity. The referee ignored him and announced, Ma Huayun of Class 12 wins. As the referee's voice fell, Zhang Jun's weakened body collapsed. The quick-handed referee caught her and immediately handed her to the doctor offstage. Seeing Zhang Jun faint, Gong Yifun's heart clenched. It's nothing, just exhaustion, Dr. Zhang said after examining her. Hearing this, Gong Yifun breathed a sigh of relief. Hemin, noticing his expression, gossiped, what do you like her? Hemin looked at Zhang Jun and asked. Don't talk nonsense. Gong Yifun quickly shook his head. Then why are you so nervous? Hemin raised an eyebrow, looking at him mischievously. Who said I'm nervous? Gong Yifun recovered and replied calmly. Stop pretending. Look at how tense you are. Do you like her, but dare not say it? Hemin asked. No. Gong Yifun insisted firmly. What, you like her? Does she know? Hemin continued, seeing his dejected expression, and exclaimed in surprise. Don't tell me it's unrequited love. You're just secretly crushing on her, haha. Hemin laughed heartily, finding it unbelievable. This honest, simple guy who was always with his buddies actually had a crush on someone. Gong Yifun, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, instantly jumped up. Huh. Hemin watched his flustered expression, covering her mouth with a light laugh. I'm ignoring you. I have another match to compete in. Gong Yifun hurriedly fled. Watching his escape, Hemin felt this was more satisfying than beating him once. Mimin, what's so funny? Suwon walked over to Hemin. Haha, let me tell you, I discovered something. Gong Yifun seems to have a secret. Hemin whispered to Suwon. Hearing it was about Gong Yifun, Suwon perked up. But learning it was about Gong Yifun's crush left her speechless. This news stung Suwon's heart. Suwon, oh Suwon, what's wrong with you? Isn't it just Gong Yifun having a crush? What does it have to do with you? Why should I be unhappy? Suwon, what's wrong? I called you, but you didn't respond. Hemin tugged at her, asking. Suwon forced a smile. What? I'm just shocked. I never thought this blockhead would have someone he likes. Suwon explained. Oh come on, Gong Yifun's match is about to start. Let's sit in the front row and watch. Hemin pulled Suwon to the front seats, looking at the arena. Just as Hemin was chatting, the host on the podium announced the match between Yi Ting and Gong Yifun. Looking at the result on the big screen, Gong Yifun's face turned serious. He knew his strongest opponent since his debut had arrived. Yet he was unafraid. Come on. Gong Yifun encouraged himself. Go Fan. Hearing Yu Xiao and Shui Liang's cheers, he turned back and gave them a confident look. Yifun, go for it. Wu Bin also said. Gong Yifun nodded, stepping out of the stands and onto the arena. Seeing Yi Ting already waiting on the stage. Haha, you're finally here. I was getting impatient. Yi Ting laughed heartily. His arrogant words didn't feel off-putting, but exuded dominance. Go Yi Ting. Go Yi Ting. The students in the stands cheered. Soon after, go Gong Yifun. Go Gong Yifun. All the students from Class 5 shouted. Both contestants, take your positions, the referee said from the center. Begin. At the referee's command, crackling sounds erupted from Yi Ting's body as white lightning enveloped him. Gong Yifun's fists hummed with a constant buzz. Both raised their aura to the peak. Ha ha ha, come on. Yi Ting laughed and charged at Gong Yifun. Gong Yifun didn't back down. He lunged forward. Bang. Their right fists collided heavily, sending out a ring of air. The two separated after the single blow. Electric current and vibrations coursed through their bodies. Awesome, ha! Gong Yifun laughed, then threw another punch. Yi Ting was equally excited. Fist met fist, the sound of impact echoing through the arena. What a clash of dragons and tigers! The principal marveled at their explosive auras. Indeed, the vice principal nodded in agreement. I'll take this. Yi Ting condensed lightning in his right palm, forming a ball of electricity and hurling it at Gong Yifan. Seeing this, Gong Yifan excitedly raised his fist, channeling vibrational force, and charged at Yi Ting. The lightning ball dissipated upon contact with his vibrating fist. Unfazed by his failed attack, Yi Ting wrapped his arm in lightning and struck again. Bang! Their fists clashed. Yi Ting had clearly underestimated Gong Yifan's move. He was pushed back a few steps, his arm numb. Seeing his attack work, Gong Yifan laughed, heartily glad for the overload strike he had just used. But the pain was excruciating for Gong Yifan. Feeling Gong Yifan's power, Yi Ting was taken aback. He had used his full strength, thinking Gong Yifan had done the same, but realized Gong Yifan had held back some power. It seemed he couldn't be reckless anymore. Yi Ting silently calculated. Little did he know Gong Yifan was also surprised. His overload strike had only pushed Yi Ting back. Both were secretly assessing each other. Meanwhile, the crowd below was in an uproar. Holy crap, did I see that right? Gong Yifan pushed Yi Ting back. Does that mean Gong Yifan is stronger? A student said in disbelief. What are you thinking? He just stepped back a few paces. Maybe it was a strategic retreat. A fangirl of Yi Ting retorted. Pushed back is pushed back. There's no such thing as strategic retreat, the rebutted student shouted. Hearing their argument, the others whispered among themselves, each convinced they were right. But the two on the arena remained unaffected. They continued their fierce battle. After several consecutive punches, Yi Ting finally acknowledged the truth: his strength was inferior to Gong Yifan's. This infuriated Yi Ting. Since his awakening, when had he ever been outmatched? His gaze toward Gong Yifan gradually sharpened. Gong Yifan, I admit my strength is no match for yours, but don't forget, I'm an elemental user. As his words fell, spiritual energy surged from Yi Ting. Bolts of lightning burst from his body, turning into streaks that struck at Gong Yifan. Gong Yifan tried to dodge, but the lightning arrived in an instant. Seeing Gong Yifan hit, Yi Ting laughed heartily. Gong Yifan, if you have no other tricks, this is where it ends for you. With those words, several more lightning bolts struck. Damn, is Yi Ting this powerful? Are you sure this is an attack from a black iron rank? A student said in disbelief. Maybe that's what a genius is. Someone beside him murmured. Electric sparks flickered on the arena. Gong Yifan was shrouded in lightning, making it impossible to discern whether he was alive or dead. Only a few teachers and the two elders on the podium remained composed. Is Brother Fan going to be okay? Yu Xiao couldn't see what was happening inside and watched anxiously from outside. Probably not. Brother Fan is so formidable. Who could hurt him? Shui Liang said uncertainly. The lightning continued to envelop Gong Yifan. Yi Ting frowned deeply as he looked at Gong Yifan's position. Why isn't there any movement? Could he be dead, he wondered. Just then a wisp of black gas appeared within the white lightning. Seeing the black gas, Yi Ting furrowed his brow. What is this? He wasn't the only one puzzled. Oh, everyone present stared at the black gas, eager to see what it was. Slowly the black gas emerged. Gong Yifan was seen supporting himself with his left hand, from which countless streams of black gas flowed. What? Dual abilities. The principal's exclamation of shock rang through the arena. Uft. The vice principal beside him spat out the water he had just drunk, ignoring the principal's words, staring dumbfounded at Gong Yifan. More precisely, he stared at Gong Yifan's left hand. Oh my goodness. This is incredible, absolutely incredible, the vice principal murmured. The entire student body heard the principal's cry. What are dual abilities? Isn't an ability awakened only once per person? A student voiced the question on everyone's mind. The students turned their gazes to their homeroom teachers. A knowledgeable teacher replied. So-called dual abilities mean awakening with two abilities at once. Such individuals are exceptionally gifted. Hearing the teachers answer, the students looked bewildered. King, what is that? Seeing the students' confusion, the teacher became exasperated. This is what happens when you don't pay attention in class. See, it's the result of regretting not studying when you had the chance. However, dual abilities have their pros and cons. The most gifted can at least become kings, but the limitations are severe. As for the details, even I don't know. Oh, hiss. Understanding dawned, followed by sharp intakes of breath. A king, nearly the strongest being on this planet. Unless an emperor appeared, none could contend with them. Are dual abilities very rare? Does our country even have any? Another student asked. Who told you that? We do have some, but not many, the teacher replied. How many? The student pressed. The teacher shot him a glare. How would I know? Is that something a teacher like me would know? The teacher rolled his eyes. Haha. The students laughed. After their laughter subsided, they turned their attention back to Gong Yifan. On the arena, Yi Ting's eyes bulged in shock. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can you be a dual ability user? Seeing Yi Ting stunned, Gong Yifan didn't bother to explain. He had revealed his secret only because he had no choice. He refused to lose. Just moments ago, he had tried to break through the lightning, but it was too fast for him to react. He recalled Su Wen's words from noon. Even if he lost, he should exhaust his opponent to create opportunities for his teammates, even if it meant being battered and bruised. Then he thought of Hemin, who had given him the best chance to win by entering the finals herself, sacrificing her own opportunity. Such selflessness was awe-inspiring. Becoming an evolver meant competing fiercely, and despite their past conflicts, who would want a stain on their record. With these thoughts, Gong Yifan became more determined to win, even if it meant exposing his trump card. Now for the first time, he used the power of the dark fruit. Seeing the lightning devoured by darkness and Yi Ting's astonished face, he didn't waste time. Once the surrounding lightning was absorbed, he dashed toward Yi Ting in a swift stride, the light on his right fist intensifying as he pushed his strength ability to its limit. Yi Ting snapped back to reality, sensing an aura of destruction approaching. He reacted quickly, crossing his arms to shield his head. Bang! Gong Yifan felt his strike blocked and silently regretted it. He then retreated. His left hand emitted a black mist, his right hand vibrated the air with a white glow. He stood there watching Yi Ting. Cough, cough. Yi Ting was knocked back, dropping to one knee. The impact made him cough up blood. Yi Ting looked up at Gong Yifan. Haha, you're the first to make me kneel, but I won't give in so easily. His smile was strained as he forced himself to stand. Feeling his body, he let out a bitter laugh. Raising his trembling arms, he faced Gong Yifan. Come on. If you want to win, you have to defeat me first. Losing to a dual ability user isn't shameful. Yi Ting puffed out his chest and looked at Gong Yifan. Despite sensing his opponent's lack of momentum, Gong Yifan felt as if he were facing not a man but a towering mountain. Then he thought, mountain or not, anything in my way must be blasted aside. All right, Gong Yifan nodded. Gong Yifan began to run, his aura rising with each step. Reaching Yi Ting, he threw a punch. Yi Ting, not to be outdone, mustered his last ounce of strength and struck back. Gong Yifan paid no heed to Yi Ting's punch. He pressed forward. Yi Ting felt an immense force and instantly lost consciousness. Bang! Yi Ting fell flat on his back. Staring at the ceiling, feeling the world spin, he slowly closed his eyes. Seeing Yi Ting unconscious, Gong Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. It was over. Then he turned his gaze to Ma Huayan. As long as he dealt with him, the championship was theirs. Seeing Gong Yifan staring at him, Ma Huayan flashed a wild grin. The referee teleported to Yi Ting's side. Finding him unconscious, he handed him over to the medical team. Dr. Zhang examined him and gasped. Get him to the hospital immediately. Both arms are fractured and his internal organs are displaced. Be careful, Dr. Zhang shouted. The nearby staff carefully moved him away. The surrounding students clearly heard Dr. Zhang's words and looked at Gong Yifan in terror. This is the third one, isn't it? 3 sent to the hospital in a row. First Zhang Bei, then Wang Wei, and now Yi Ting. Was this Gong Yifan so ruthless that none of his opponents came out unscathed? No wonder they called him a merciless fighter. Even the sophomores who hadn't reached bronze level sucked in cold air. They had heard of Gong Yifan's reputation before, but dismissed it as childish games. Now they realized he was on par with, or even surpassed, their own strength. This round Class 5's Gong Yifan wins, the referee announced after Yi Ting was taken away, letting out a sigh of relief. But inwardly, he cursed the boy for not knowing his own strength, hitting someone who was already finished so hard. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Gong Yifan smiled. He had vanquished another foe. The final match will be between Ma Huayun and Gong Yifan, the host announced. Student Gong Yifan, you have half an hour to rest. Please prepare, the host said, looking at him. Gong Yifan shook his head upon hearing this. Let's start the next match directly. I don't need to rest, Gong Yifan stated flatly, lifting his head. The host was taken aback. Are you sure, Student Gong? There's no need to rush, the host tried to persuade him. No need. I'm certain. I haven't sustained much damage, there's no need to recover. Ugh. Seeing Gong Yifan's refusal, the host was helpless. She couldn't decide on her own and finally looked towards the principal. The principal chuckled and transmitted a message. Go ask Ma Huayan. If both of them agree, then start. Hearing the principal's instruction, the host felt relieved. She then looked at Ma Huayan. Student Ma Huayan, do you agree with Student Gong Yifan's proposal? The host deferred the question to him. Ma Huayan had also been watching the events on the arena and knew what was happening. I agree, Ma Huayan's deep voice sounded. Seeing that Ma Huayan had also agreed, the host wasted no more words and immediately announced, the match between Gong Yifan and Ma Huayan begins now. The host's voice, amplified by the microphone, spread throughout the venue. Is Gong Yifan getting cocky? Fighting the next match without resting. Isn't he tired? A student exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the announcement. Who knows what they're thinking, a student from Class 5 said helplessly. In their view, if Gong Yifan had rested and regained his full energy, his victory in the next match would have been a certainty. But by doing this, he had shrouded the outcome in ambiguity. It was truly frustrating for the students of Class 5, including their teacher Wu Bin. This kid, why is he so willful? Wu Bin fumed. Seeing Wu Bin's anger, Su Wen tried to console him. Teacher Gong Yifan must have his own reasons for doing this. We should trust him, Su Wen said, looking at Gong Yifan, whose clothes were tattered and scorched by lightning, yet he still stood firm. Alas! Wu Bin had no choice but to let out a helpless sigh. Meanwhile, on the arena, Gong Yifan was already standing opposite Ma Huayan. In truth, Gong Yifan hadn't suffered that much damage. He was in much better shape than Ma Huayan, whose body had been pierced several times by Zhang Jun. They just didn't know it. Both sides, please prepare. The host looked at the two. Begin. At the host's command, Gong Yifan raised his hands, activating his ability, the power of the Tremor Fruit. Across from him, Ma Huayan was equally unyielding, channeling his ability into his body and activating his combat mode. Gong Yifan charged first. Ma Huayan also raised his right claw, gathering strength. Bang! Gong Yifan blocked Ma Huayan's claw with his left hand and drove his right fist fiercely into Ma Huayan's hawk-like face. Ing! Ma Huayan let out a pained cry, clearly injured. Stimulated by the pain, Ma Huayan's eyes instantly turned red, and he lost his rationality. Roar! Ma Huayan let out a loud roar, completely disregarding his own safety, and wildly swung at Gong Yifan. The claws on his palms forced Gong Yifan to dodge left and right, preventing them from landing on him. Surprisingly, this tactic of overwhelming force was effective. Gong Yifan could only parry, unable to counterattack. His vision was filled with claw shadows. One misstep, and he would be caught. No good. If he kept defending, he would eventually falter. He needed to change his approach and lure his opponent into his own rhythm of battle. Up. Gong Yifan deliberately took a hit from Ma Huayan. His left arm slashed, but seized the opportunity to land a punch that stopped Ma Huayan cold. The blow struck Ma Huayan's chest heavily, forcing him back several steps as his body reeled. His offensive was also halted, but his eyes remained red, fixed on Gong Yifan. Gong Yifan looked at the several gashes on his left arm, his clothes torn to shreds and hanging off him. Annoyed by the tattered clothes clinging to him, Gong Yifan tore them off in one motion. A muscular masculine torso was revealed to the entire audience. Obliques Adonis belt, 8-pack abs. Some smitten girls in the audience counted, unable to look away. Hemin Su Wen and Zhang Jun and Kong Shui from class 2 twitched their mouths, never expecting Gong Yifan to have such a bold side. Holy crap, Fan Gu is unbelievably cool. Yu Xiao exclaimed from the class spectator area, envying that physique. Shui Liang was also watching excitedly. Even the teachers present twitched their eyes, not anticipating this scene. Although clothes were often damaged in battle, one wouldn't strip off in front of everyone. Gong Yifan didn't think much of it. After tearing off his shirt, he gathered strength throughout his body, his muscles bulging especially in his arms. His ability manifested over his fists. Gong Yifan crouched slightly, then leaped. He raised both fists and smashed them towards where Ma Huayan stood. Ma Huayan flapped his wings, though he couldn't fly yet, creating a gale that blasted against Gong Yifan. Gong Yifan was momentarily blinded by the wind. Seizing this opportunity, Ma Huayan jumped up and grappled with him. Gong Yifan's fists missed their target, and he found himself entangled. He had never expected Ma Huayan to have such a move. Caught off guard, he had no choice but to continue wrestling with him. Gong Yifan knew he had no other option now but to fight it out heat-in. He hadn't anticipated Ma Huayan being this troublesome. It felt like fighting a wild beast. They exchanged blows, each trading fist for claw. Gong Yifan's body was covered in bloody scratches, but thankfully none were deep, though they looked frightening. Ma Huayan didn't bleed much externally, but the blood at the corner of his mouth was impossible to hide. His body was covered in bruises, and his eyes and nose were swollen. The spectators below watched the two on stage fight like wild beasts, clawing and punching, seemingly betting on who would run out of stamina first. Hiss! Have they both gone mad? Is it worth fighting this hard just for first place? A horrified student stammered, shocked by the scene. Su Wen's eyes turned red. Meanwhile, the two on stage continued their battle. After 7 or 8 minutes, both had exhausted their spiritual energy and could no longer use their abilities. On the arena, Gong Yifan was now mounted on Ma Huayan, punching him again and again. Ma Huayan had lost the strength to fight back, only managing to protect his head with his arms in a tight defense. Do you surrender? Do you surrender? Gong Yifan asked between punches. But just like the previous opponents, Ma Huayan refused to yield, not loosening his guard. A few minutes later, Ma Huayan could finally hold on no longer. His face was a mess of bruises, his breathing weak. Had it not been for the strong vitality of a beast-tamer, Gong Yifan would have thought he was dead. Gong Yifan stood up and looked at the referee, his body swaying unsteadily. His gaze was slightly unfocused. The referee approached Ma Huayan. He examined him, then twitched his mouth. Without waiting for Dr. Zhang to check, he said directly, "Send him to the hospital immediately. You can't treat him here." Dr. Zhang took over. Ma Huayan examined him as well and was speechless. This was already the third one today. Quick, lay him flat. Be gentle. The students witnessing this familiar scene also twitched their mouths in silence. Meanwhile, they thought to themselves, a true ruthless person indeed is ruthless. I now announce the first place is Gong Yifan from Class 5. The principal stepped forward and declared. However, because the second and third place contenders are too severely injured, the decision will have to be made tomorrow. Hearing the principal's voice, all the students in the arena simultaneously looked towards Gong Yifan, who could barely stand on the stage. Upon hearing he had won the championship, Gong Yifan smiled. Then with a dizzy spell, he fell straight back. The referee beside him suddenly felt the stage tremble. Turning around, he saw Gong Yifan lying on the stage floor, snoring deeply. The referee stepped forward to check and found he was merely exhausted. When Yu Xiao and Shui Liang saw Gong Yifan fall, they rushed to the stage. The referee had just handed Gong Yifan over to Dr. Zhang, who now lay beside him. Dr. Zhang, how is brother Fan? Shui Liang asked with concern while Yu Xiao was already beside the stretcher looking at Gong Yifan. At this moment, Gong Yifan's lips were parched and cracked, his body covered in scratches and bloodstains. The group quickly sent Gong Yifan to the infirmary. Dr. Zhang examined him and said, "It's nothing serious. Just exhaustion. His spiritual energy is depleted and he has some superficial wounds. Nothing major." Dr. Zhang spoke. "Thank you, Dr. Zhang." After expressing his thanks, Shui Liang went to stand guard beside Gong Yifan. After a short while, class teacher Wu Bin and Su Wen also arrived. "How is he? Is Gong Yifan all right?" Wu Bin stood at the door waving Yu Xiao over to inquire. "It's nothing serious, just some superficial injuries." He then relayed Dr. Zhang's diagnosis to Wu Bin. "That's good. When will he wake up?" Wu Bin continued to ask. "Not sure, it should be soon." Yu Xiao shook his head indicating he didn't know. "All right, let me know when Gong Yifan wakes up. I have things to do, so we'll be going." After hearing this, Wu Bin could only let them watch over him. "Okay, I'll message you when he wakes up." Yu Xiao nodded. Wu Bin nodded and left. "Class monitor Shui Liang, and I can watch over brother Fan," Shui Liang said. "All right, take good care of him." Su Wen had only come to check. As the class monitor, she had a mountain of tasks herself. Now seeing Gong Yifan was fine, she felt relieved. The two stayed in the infirmary for 2 hours. Gong Yifan groaned as he woke up. "Brother Fan, you're awake." Yu Xiao and Shui Liang looked at Gong Yifan happily. Where's this?" Gong Yifan sat up, rubbing his head as he asked. Gong Yifan's head was a bit sore. Seeing Gong Yifan wanted to sit up, Shui Liang quickly fetched a pillow from the side to prop him up. "This is the infirmary. You've been asleep for 2 hours. Yu Xiao replied. "What? 2 hours?" Gong Yifan exclaimed in surprise. Then his stomach growled. Gong Yifan patted his belly. "Have you eaten?" "No." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go get dinner." Gong Yifan quickly threw off the blanket, ready to go eat. Where are my clothes?" Gong Yifan looked at Yu Xiao and the others. "Brother Fan, have you forgotten? They were destroyed during the competition." Yu Xiao said. "Then what do I wear?" Gong Yifan asked puzzledly. "Why don't you wear my jacket first? We're about the same build." Shui Liang took off his own jacket and handed it to Gong Yifan. "All right." Accepting the jacket from Shui Liang, he draped it over his shoulders and headed to the cafeteria. He had a hearty meal, then returned to the dormitory and fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Early morning. After a night's rest, his strength had fully recovered. Stepping out of the dormitory, he looked at the sun in the sky and stretched his limbs widely. "Come on, let's eat, and then head to the competition grounds." Gong Yifan led the way to the cafeteria. Over half an hour later, having finished their meal, they rushed to the competition grounds. Gong Yifan was now completely at ease. The first place was already his. Today he just needed to see who would take second or third. He arrived at his class-designated area. Seeing Gong Yifan, people came over one after another to greet him. Of course, now that Gong Yifan was not only the top freshman, but also incredibly strong and a dual ability genius, getting on good terms with him was definitely the right move. Gong Yifan nodded in response. In truth, Gong Yifan was a bit unaccustomed to the attention. Before, he was just a bit stronger and had a small reputation, but most people didn't really know who he was. However, after the 3 matches yesterday, he had become completely known throughout the entire No. 2 high school. Even the senior students knew. Of course, a dual ability genius. Who wouldn't want to know more? And he was right here in their own school. Anyone who had watched Gong Yifan's fight with Yi Ting yesterday went to share it with their friends. Word spread like wildfire. The whole school now knew who he was. He made his way to the classroom. He sat down in his seat. "So what does it feel like to be the center of attention?" Su Wen asked with a smile. "It's so annoying. I have to deal with a bunch of people. My head is tired from nodding." Gong Yifan rubbed his neck and said with a wry smile. "Well, that's all your own doing, oh great genius. When did you awaken your dual abilities? And you didn't say a word." Su Wen rolled her eyes first, then asked curiously about his other ability. "You never asked, did you? And besides, everyone around only has one ability. I don't understand the world of ability users. What if they wanted to cut me up for research?" Gong Yifan voiced his concerns. Cut you up for research? Your imagination is something else. Dual abilities aren't unheard of, just very rare. Just wait and see. Once your dual ability status is revealed, a bunch of universities will come to recruit you specially. They might already be looking for you. Suwon felt a bit envious saying this. Oh, what do they want me for? Gong Yifun, hearing that people would be coming for him, immediately asked. What else could it be? Of course, to recruit you. You're a dual ability user with such great talent. Which university wouldn't want to snatch you up? Suwon rolled her eyes and explained. That exaggerated. Gong Yifun was startled. What do you think, oh great genius? Suwon raised an eyebrow in reply. Can I not go? Seeing Suwon was so knowledgeable, Gong Yifun pressed on. I wouldn't know about that. I don't think they can force you to go. Suwon said, a bit uncertain. Seeing that Suwon didn't know either, Gong Yifun's brow furrowed tightly. He felt trouble was coming. It seemed he still needed to keep a low profile. Gong Yifun thought to himself silently. Mainly he didn't want to go alone to a place where he knew no one, and everything was unfamiliar. Seeing Gong Yifun deep in thought, Suwon didn't disturb him anymore and quietly walked away. As time passed, the final competition was about to commence. This match would determine second and third place, while Gong Yifun remained entirely at ease. He had just obtained a bag of sunflower seeds from a young lady nearby. Sitting there, legs crossed, he leisurely cracked seeds while watching the contest. Suwon, sitting beside him, rolled her eyes. Indeed, Gong Yifun had swiped those seeds from her. Students and teachers, the final match of today is about to begin. Please observe in an orderly fashion, and contestants, prepare yourselves. The host was the same female MC. However, Yiting and Ma Huayun wore grim expressions. For them, this battle was nothing short of humiliation. For these two prodigies, competing merely for second place was an insult. Yet bound by the school's regulations, they had no choice but to obediently face off. Time drifted by slowly. The referee and spectators had all arrived. Now please welcome Yiting from Class 1 and Ma Huayun from Class 12 to the central arena. The female host summoned both combatants to the stage. Upon hearing her voice, Yiting and Ma Huayun strode toward the arena in unison. Though they both looked down on second place, that didn't mean they would concede defeat. They stood face to face, faint bruises still visible on their features. Both of you please prepare. The referee stepped between them and spoke. Yiting and Ma Huayun nodded. Begin. With the referee's command, he yielded the stage to the two fighters. Oomph. Yiting made the first move. Lightning crackled all over his body as his aura erupted fully. He dashed toward Ma Huayun in a single stride. His fists were wreathed in thunderbolts. A surge of power far exceeding the Black Iron's 6-star level swept forth. Black Iron's 7-star. He had broken through. This was the thought shared by everyone present. Indeed, Gong Yifun had anticipated this. During yesterday's battle, he had sensed Yiting teetering on the verge of a breakthrough, only to have him forcibly knocked unconscious. He hadn't expected the breakthrough to occur overnight. Yiting hurled a punch at Ma Huayun, as if venting the resentment of his loss to Gong Yifun upon his current opponent. Ma Huayun was slightly startled by the explosive aura Yiting unleashed. Seeing him charge without a word only deepened his scowl. This was a clear sign of contempt. Ma Huayun instantly activated his ability. The massive griffin materialized once more on the arena. Bang! Their attacks collided. Yiting's lightning traveled along his arm and struck Ma Huayun. The lion's body, eagle's face, and wings of the griffin were scorched black. Ma Huayun was provoked once again. Watching from below, Gong Yifun recognized this state. Ma Huayun was about to go berserk. Gong Yifun was also puzzled as to why Ma Huayun fell into such a frenzy. This state had once given him considerable trouble, turning Ma Huayun into a beast driven solely by slaughter. On the stage, Yiting remained unaware. As Ma Huayun charged at him like a madman, Yiting watched with disdain. As he drew near, Yiting struck again with a bolt of lightning. But Ma Huayun did not retreat as expected. Instead, he pressed forward, heedless of his injuries. Closing in, he swiped a claw at Yiting. Slightly taken aback, Yiting relied on his advantage of being a rank higher to dodge narrowly, though the front of his shirt was slashed open. Seeing himself on the verge of losing again, Yiting's fury boiled over. He unleashed bolt after bolt of lightning upon Ma Huayun. With each strike, Ma Huayun's body convulsed and burst. Roar! Ma Huayun's agonized cries echoed across the arena. It wasn't that Ma Huayun couldn't defend. It was that Yiting's lightning carried a destructive nature. When it struck a person, it caused flesh to fester and rot. Gong Yifun understood this best. Had he not used his trump card yesterday, he too would have fallen to that blow. Seeing his attack succeed, Yiting was elated. After all, not everyone was a freak like Gong Yifun, who possessed dual abilities that perfectly countered him. This had left Yiting brooding all night. Now, watching Ma Huayun being battered, his sense of achievement returned. Ma Huayun was electrocuted into submission, unable to resist. Yiting intensified his assault, sending more thunderbolts crashing into Ma Huayun. Gradually, Ma Huayun lost all capacity to fight back. His screams faded, and he lay motionless on the arena. The referee instantly intervened, blocking the subsequent lightning strikes. Only then did Yi Ting cease his attack. The referee promptly grabbed Ma Huayun and tossed him to Dr. Zhang. Even without an examination, the referee could tell the injuries were severe. The second place in this competition goes to Yi Ting, the principal announced. Gong Yifan had already anticipated Yi Ting's second-place finish. Then the principal launched into a lengthy speech on stage. Let us welcome the champion of this competition. He began clapping, and the entire audience followed suit. Gong Yifan was taken aback. What are you standing there for? Go collect your award. Su Wen urged. All right. Gong Yifan had been lost in thought. He then ran to the podium. Upon arrival, he saw a hostess holding a trophy and a certificate. Come Gong, this is yours. Your strength is your achievement. As the champion of the 2017 freshman competition, your name will be recorded in the school's history. These honors belong to you. With that, he took the trophy and certificate from the hostess and placed them in Gong Yifan's hands. Come on, smile. The principal put an arm around Gong Yifan's shoulder and grinned at the camera. Gong Yifan had been dazed since stepping onto the stage, even a little nervous. Experiencing this for the first time in 2 lifetimes left him at a loss. Good. Gong Yifan, you may deliver a speech on behalf of the freshmen and share your acceptance remarks. He gestured for Gong Yifan to place the trophy and certificate with the hostess. Holding the microphone, he stammered, well, I don't know what to say. No notice, no preparation. Honestly, this is my first time experiencing this, so please bear with me. Huh. Gong Yifan chuckled awkwardly, his words jumbled. Haha, this Gong Yifan is quite amusing. This junior is kind of adorable. A crowd watched Gong Yifan on the podium, his face flushed as he stumbled through his words. Hearing everyone laugh, Gong Yifan's blood rushed to his head, making him even more nervous. Thank you so much to the teachers this past month, and also to my friends for their support. Without them, I wouldn't have won first place. With that, he shoved the microphone back into the principal's hands and turned to leave, forgetting even the trophy. Hey, student, your trophy, your trophy. The hostess called out as Gong Yifan abandoned the trophy and ran off without looking back. Ha ha ha. The students below burst into even louder laughter. Everyone was doubled over with mirth. The principal stepped forward. Ha! Gong seems a bit shy. Let's give him another round of applause. Another wave of applause erupted. Back in his class, Gong Yifan heard the principal's teasing and wished he could crawl into a hole out of sheer embarrassment. Time slowly passed. A morning went by. The award ceremony had concluded. Aside from Gong Yifan, there were 9 others. Each person received their respective prizes and honors. Although a small part of them was not entirely satisfied, those who did not advance were very happy. In this competition, everyone exerted their utmost strength. Some were joyful, while others were dejected, and it made certain arrogant students realize the gap between themselves and the geniuses. Not to mention Gong Yifan, even the top 10 were not comparable to them. They had been the top students in their school before awakening, but in just 3 short months at the ability school, the disparity became evident, causing their proud heads to bow down. Those who usually boasted loudly were now silent, burying themselves in cultivation. The principal observed the expressions of the students from the podium, feeling a sense of satisfaction. An event is held every year, and it is effective. It allows these newcomers to better understand the world of ability users. It's not just about hard practice, but also about communicating with others. The principal pointed out. Yes, yes. The head of instruction quickly agreed. The principal nodded lightly. In class 5, Gong Yifan was about to leave when the homeroom teacher called out to him. Gong Yifan, come to the office this afternoon. Oh, I need to talk to you. Wu Bin looked at Gong Yifan and said, okay, I'll come after I finish my meal. Gong Yifan replied. After Wu Bin nodded, he left. Let's go. Brother Fan is going to eat. Yu Xiao and another person urged Gong Yifan to hurry, as they would be left with leftovers if they were late. All right, let's go now. As Gong Yifan pondered why the homeroom teacher wanted to see him, Yu Xiao and Shui Liang urged him on. After the 3 finished their satisfying meal on the first floor, they went out for a stroll on the playground. The food on the first floor was quite nice, though it lacked spiritual energy, making it less enjoyable to eat. Autumn had arrived. The weather was no longer hot, and a gentle breeze brushed past them. It was refreshing. The group chatted about various topics. Gong Yifan's mind was half responding to the 2, while also wondering what the teacher wanted from him. Oh dear, I'm so foolish. It must be about the reward after all. The prize for first place hasn't been given yet. Thinking of this, Gong Yifan slapped his forehead, wondering what he was thinking. It took me so long to think about something so obvious. Have I been dazed? Unbeknownst to him, onlookers were puzzled as they watched Gong Yifan suddenly hit himself on the forehead. Brother Fan, what's wrong? Why did you hit yourself? Shui Liang looked at Gong Yifan with a surprised expression. Haha, it's nothing. I just realized that the homeroom teacher must be calling me about the reward. I was pondering what the teacher needed me for, and only now have I figured it out. I don't even know what your reward is, Brother Fan. Yu Xiao said enviously. I hope it's a body refining potion so I can upgrade quickly. That's what I'm hoping for, Gong Yifan replied. Upon hearing this, the two envied him again. Brother Fan, your level is rising so quickly, oh, I wonder if we can catch up. Oh, come on, I'll have your backs in the future, Gong Yifan said, waving his hand. The two smiled at his words, although their smile seemed a bit forced. The group wandered around a few more times, and then class started. Since school would be dismissed at 2 o'clock, the students had no classes and were mostly waiting in the classroom for the teacher. Gong Yifan walked into the office. He saw Hemin and Su Wen there as well. You're here, this is for you, Wu Bin said, taking out 3 items from his left-hand ring. Gong Yifan looked over. There were crystal cores, a box, and a vial of potion. These are your rewards, and there is another reward for when you reach bronze. The school will reward you with a skill crystal core. Thank you, teacher. I also greatly appreciate the school, Gong Yifan said, bowing in thanks. No need to thank me, this is what you deserve. You already know the person on the left, so I won't introduce them. The box in the middle contains a bronze pill, which ensures you won't suffer any damage if you fail to break through. It's a precious pill specially allocated by the school for you. The other vial is a body refining potion. You mentioned before that you couldn't break through because your body couldn't keep up, so I specifically mentioned it to the school. This potion can be used 10 times, and each time, just drop 1 drop. Do not use more or your body won't be able to handle it. Wu Bin reiterated all 3 items, especially emphasizing the last one. Upon hearing the homeroom teacher's words, Gong Yifan's eyes lit up with excitement, especially at the sight of the pill and the potion. He had only heard of each item, but had never seen them. Now that they were right in front of him, how could he not feel thrilled? Gong Yifan could hardly wait to soak in a medicinal bath. The Black Iron 7 stars had kept Gong Yifan occupied for a week, and now Yi Ting had already broken through. How could he not feel anxious as the apparent first place? With these items, Gong Yifan was confident he could break through tonight. He tucked the items away and held the wooden box in his hands. Take good care of them. If you lose them, they're gone. Wu Bin watched Gong Yifan put the items into his pocket and reiterated. Gong Yifan smiled, patting his pocket to assure that they would not be lost. Wu Bin didn't say anything more. All right, your rewards are all in hand. You can leave now. Don't leave early. A school dismisses at 2. As he spoke, he glanced at Gong Yifan, who had a history of leaving early. Ugh. Seeing Wu Bin's gaze turn towards him, Gong Yifan awkwardly scratched his head, indicating he knew nothing. Wu Bin did not break the silence. It was evident that he was quite pleased. 3 students from his class made it into the top 10, with one even taking first place. This time the outstanding teacher was none other than him. Goodbye, teacher. Upon hearing the teacher start to urge them to leave, Su Wen, Hemin, and Gong Yifan left the office. Stepping out, Gong Yifan felt quite joyful. He glanced at the 2 beautiful girls beside him. Class monitor Hemin, what reward do you 2 have? He had been so focused on his own reward that he forgot to ask them. Our rewards can't compare to yours, it's just some useful cultivation potions, Su Wen replied with a hint of jealousy. Gong Yifan had no intention of engaging with Su Wen's attitude. What's wrong, class monitor? Are you jealous? Gong Yifan said teasingly while stroking the wooden box in his arms. Su Wen gritted her teeth. Then she remembered her status. Just these worthless things could make me jealous. I can have as many as I want. As she said this, she looked at Gong Yifan with disdain. Gong Yifan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that the person beside him was a wealthy girl. How could she lack these things? Although they were relatively precious for the wealthy, it was merely a matter of how many they wanted. Thinking of this, Gong Yifan felt a bit envious of Su Wen. Seeing Gong Yifan's expression, Su Wen burst into laughter. You think you can compare with me? I could outshine you by 10 streets. Upon hearing Su Wen's blatant mockery, Gong Yifan felt utterly humiliated, especially with Hemin standing nearby. Oomph. Class monitor, don't be too pleased. Fortune changes in 30 years. Never bully a youth for being poor. Gong Yifan spat out these words fiercely before dashing away like the wind. Ha ha ha. Su Wen and Hemin burst into laughter at such a cringeworthy declaration. Even Hemin couldn't help but chuckle. Su Wen's laughter echoed through the corridor loud enough to draw the attention of students from other classes who poked their heads out to see who was laughing. Realizing her laughter had attracted so much attention, Su Wen quickly pulled Hemin into the classroom. The onlookers only saw Su Wen and Hemin chasing after Gong Yifan, laughing all the way. The sight stirred envy among the crowd. It was well known that in the freshman competition, some gossip mongers had crowned Su Wen, Hemin, Zhang Jun, and Kang Shui as the 4 high school beauties. Embodiments of both strength and beauty, this list was universally acknowledged. Now seeing 2 of these beauties chasing after Gong Yifan, the other students were secretly astonished. Wow, strength really pays off. Having 2 beauties chasing you. A student leaning against the wall lamented, his heart shattered. The others nodded in agreement. The trio frolicked all the way to the classroom, oblivious to the commotion behind them. Gong Yifan took his seat. A tap on his shoulder made him turn around. Fan Ji, what was the reward? Yu Xiao and the others gathered around, eyes gleaming with curiosity. Gong Yifan smiled slightly. Just some crystals and a vial of potion. He only mentioned 2 items, not out of distrust but caution. He had no desire to be ambushed outside school. Oh, a potion. Is it one that enhances physique? Yu Xiao asked eagerly. Gong Yifan nodded with a smile. Holy crap, then you'll break through to Black Iron 7 stars soon. Yu Xiao exclaimed in surprise. The moment he spoke, the surrounding chatter fell silent. Even Su Wen and He Min sitting in front overheard and turned around. Soon I should break through tonight, if all goes well. Gong Yifan said cheerfully. Everyone's faces were filled with envy except He Min, who looked somewhat dejected. At the start of school, she was at Black Iron 6 stars while he was at Black Iron 5 stars. A month later, she remained at Black Iron 6 stars, yet Gong Yifan was on the verge of reaching Black Iron 7 stars. How could He Min, always the favored prodigy, accept this? Her heart ached. If she knew Gong Yifan had actually been ready to break through earlier, but delayed due to insufficient physique, she would have been even more frustrated. In the back of the classroom, those close to Gong Yifan congratulated him warmly, and he responded with smiles. Time slipped away amidst their chatter. When school ended, everyone packed their belongings. Gong Yifan, carrying a bulging backpack, left with Yu Xiao and Shui Liang. He held a trophy too large for his bag, making it quite conspicuous. He drew stares all the way, much to the envy of Yu Xiao and Shui Liang. Every youth craves the spotlight. Fan Ji, let me hold the trophy for a bit, let me show off too. Yu Xiao said, looking at Gong Yifan. Without hesitation, Gong Yifan handed it over. Yu Xiao examined it from every angle, holding it up and peering at it like a complete bumpkin. Gong Yifan and Shui Liang wanted to distance themselves from him. Enough, Yu Xiao. There are so many people around. You're making us look like idiots. Shui Liang finally snapped, unable to bear Yu Xiao's foolishness any longer. So what? It's not like I'm losing a piece of meat. Yu Xiao said nonchalantly. You might not care, but you're embarrassing Fan Ji. Look around. You've got such a sleazy expression. Yu Xiao's face instantly changed. Who are you calling sleazy? Say that again. He retorted angrily, though he still handed the trophy back to Gong Yifan. Seeing the two about to quarrel again, Gong Yifan quickly intervened. All right, stop arguing. We're still at the school gate. Aren't you ashamed? He looked at them. Yu Xiao and Shui Liang exchanged a glance before turning away. Gong Yifan shook his head with a helpless smile. They always fought like this, only to make up moments later. Truly a pair of clowns. After a moment of silence, they reached the bus stop and waited quietly. Suddenly, a luxury car drove by, its window rolling down to reveal Su Wen and her sister. Yifan, see you next week. Su Wen waved. See you next week. Gong Yifan waved back. Another luxury car pulled up, and He Min's window opened. She spotted Gong Yifan and nodded at him with a smile. Watching 2 luxury cars pass by, Gong Yifan couldn't help but sigh. So rich. His companions were speechless. 2 beautiful girls greet you, and all you can think about is their wealth. In Su Wen's car, Suya asked, so is he that Gong Yifan? The one with dual abilities? He's top of our grade, Su Wen said. He doesn't seem that special. Not as handsome as Yi Ting. Suya lost interest after a glance. Yi Ting isn't even fit to tie his shoes. Su Wen retorted, displeased by her sister's comment. Why are you so worked up? Suya was curious about her sister's fierce defense. Nothing, I just think Yi Ting doesn't measure up to Gong Yifan. Watching her sister defend Gong Yifan so vehemently, Suya found it unusual. She stared at Su Wen. Could it be that Su Wen likes him? The thought struck her, and she looked at Su Wen with an incredulous expression. Su Wen, puzzled by her sister's odd gaze, asked, why are you looking at me like that? She even checked herself, finding nothing amiss. Seeing her sister's cluelessness, Suya dismissed the idea. Her sister was still too young to be dating. She probably just simply disliked Yi Ting. Suya withdrew her gaze. Nothing. Su Wen was exasperated by her sister's strange behavior, unaware that Suya had already imagined her and Gong Yifan together. As for Gong Yifan, the 3 of them, broke as they were, still waited for the bus. After a while it finally arrived, and a crowd surged forward. Gong Yifan barely managed to board. The bus stop near school was always the most crowded. They stood all the way until their stop. Gong Yifan got off first, stepping outside and breathing a sigh of relief as he inhaled fresh air. Every trip after school felt like a battle. He found it even more exhausting than combat. Shaking off the nausea from the ride, he headed home, trophy still in hand. Gong Yifan walked into the residential compound holding a trophy. Hey, Yifan's backo. And you're holding a trophy, won an award. The security guard at the entrance, who had known Gong Yifan for years since he had lived there for decades, greeted him warmly. Yeah, first place in the freshman competition, an award from the school. Gong Yifan raised the trophy proudly. Good, you've made it. The security guard smiled with relief, aware that Gong Yifan had awakened and become an awakener. After all, in this small community where everyone saw each other daily, Gong Yifan's parents loved to chat and had spread the news of his awakening. Awakening was nothing to be ashamed of. On the contrary, it was a matter of great honor. In this neighborhood, mostly inhabited by ordinary people, someone successfully awakening was a major event. Word spread from mouth to mouth, and within a month the entire compound knew that a son from Building 2, 7th floor, had become an evolver. Though Gong Yifan wasn't keen on spreading the news, his parents, who had lived ordinary lives all their lives, couldn't resist boasting to the neighbors about their son's achievement. Gong Yifan felt helpless, but was glad his parents were happy. He bid farewell to the security guard and headed straight home. Along the way, people noticed Gong Yifan and the large trophy coming over to greet him, some familiar, others not. He responded politely to all. Gong Yifan had no intention of being rude, as his parents lived here, and souring relations with neighbors would only make things difficult for them. So no matter how reluctant he felt inside, he showed no impatience on his face. After a journey filled with greetings and explanations, he finally reached home. He took out his keys, opened the door, entered, and tossed his bag onto the sofa. Gong Yifan glanced at his bag. "I must get a spatial ring someday," he muttered. After a month of learning, he knew that spatial storage required bronze rank to use. Only upon reaching bronze could one fully evolve, gaining not only enhanced strength, but also a unique spiritual power. This spiritual power was necessary to open space and access stored items. Otherwise, you could only put things in, but never take them out. Thinking of this, Gong Yifan's desire to break through grew stronger. He'll wait until mom and dad are back, have dinner, then attempt the breakthrough tonight. Gong Yifan planned. He then tidied his room, sat on the living room sofa, turned on the TV, and played on his phone. Time ticked by slowly. "Son, are you back?" As soon as his parents reached the door, Gong Yifan sensed them. With his increased strength, his senses had sharpened many times over. Hearing his mother's call, he replied, "I've been back for a while." Gong Yifan stood up and walked to the living room. "Good, have you eaten?" his mother asked. Touched by her concern, he felt a surge of warmth. But he didn't show it. "No, I wasn't hungry, so I didn't buy anything," he said with a smile. "Mom, I'm starving, and you didn't even ask me. You only care about brother." The little princess of the family who had returned with their parents pouted. All right, I'll cook right now," his mother said after changing her shoes. Seeing his sister like this, Gong Yifan smiled. How old was she, and still jealous of her brother? Their father, unable to join the conversation, went inside first. "Hey, son, you won an award, a trophy," their father exclaimed, noticing the trophy on the table. Hearing this, their mother hurried over. She saw a huge trophy on the table. "Son, is this yours?" "You won an award," she exclaimed in surprise. Her son had never excelled academically since childhood, not even a single Red Flower award. Seeing a trophy before her was shocking. "Yeah, this week the school held a freshman competition. With absolute strength, I defeated all the opponents in the first year and took first place. This is the school's reward. Training resources, a trophy, and a certificate." Gong Yifan suppressed his excitement and explained with a smile. "What? You got first place?" His mother could hardly believe it. Seeing the doubt in her eyes, Gong Yifan quickly took the certificate from his bag. His parents took it, saw the name on it, and instantly beamed with joy. Good, good, good," his father said, clutching the certificate with emotion. Though his uncle had told him his son was a genius, he had no reference and thought Lin Lang was just being polite. Now, hearing that his son had defeated many at school and won first place, he realized his son was truly gifted. Seeing the whole family fixated on the certificate and trophy, Gong Yifan felt immensely proud. After a while, when his parents took out their phones to take pictures, he knew they were going to show off again. Gong Yifan was helpless, but secretly pleased. After they finished, they went to cook dinner. Soon the dishes were on the table, and Gong Yifan dug in. He ate several bowls before stopping. "Mom, do we have a large bathtub? The training resources distributed require a medicinal bath." "Yes, I'll get it for you." His mother went to the storage room and brought out a large tub. "How about this?" "It'll do. Put it here, I'll handle it." Gong Yifan took it. That night he was alone in the bathroom. Looking at the hot water in the tub, he took out the medicinal agent and dripped a single drop. The clear water instantly turned milky white. Startled by the potency, he was taken aback. He undressed and stepped in. The moment he made contact, he felt every pore in his body involuntarily open. A comfortable sound escaped his lips. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through him, gradually turning into an all-over sting. He instinctively wanted to get up, but remembering the agent's purpose forced himself to endure. He wanted to cry out, but thinking he was at home and not wanting to worry his parents held it in. He focused intently on the changes in his body. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Gong Yifan gradually forgot he was still in the medicinal bath. The liquid in the tub slowly turned clear. A black gas around his heart frantically absorbed surrounding energy. Had he been awake, he would have noticed his second ability activating on its own. At that moment, the aura around Gong Yifan slowly condensed as if trying to break through a shackle. His brow furrowed deeply. Suddenly, his heart gave a violent thump. Gong Yifan jolted awake. His aura exploded and the energy accumulated in his body surged. I've finally broken through. Black Iron 7 stars. He activated his abilities, feeling the power of the dark fruit in his left hand and the tremor fruit in his right, far stronger than before. He was overjoyed. He stood up, noticing the bathwater had turned clear, indicating the medicinal essence was spent. He dried himself, dressed, emptied the tub, and left the bathroom. Gong Yifan returned to his bed and glanced at the time. Soaked for over half an hour, he murmured, then carefully examined his body for any discomfort. He found the body-tempering agent remarkably effective. His physique had strengthened noticeably, his skin was smooth and fair, and he felt that impurities had been expelled from his body. A wave of lightness washed over him. "I didn't expect such great results," Gong Yifan exclaimed with delight. He then took out the 20 crystals he had earned as a reward and began to absorb them, instantly feeling the previous blockage vanish. He absorbed 1 crystal in the blink of an eye. In his mind, 7 stars lit up. Though the 7th was a bit dim, it still radiated light. Phew! Gong Yifan watched the crystal in his hand turn to dust and scatter. At this rate, the crystals will be gone soon. I need to conserve them. Though advancing this way would be faster, he was confident he could break through in less than a month if his body could keep up. But there was no need. His current priority was still studying. Gong Yifan put his things away and went to sleep. Over the next 2 days, he focused entirely on cultivation, staying in his room except for meals. Soon he was back on campus, returning to his previous routine. In the blink of an eye, over 2 months had passed. By December, the weather had turned cold. On the school playground, the morning training had just ended. "Yifan, let's go eat," Su-wen called out, waving, dressed in the school-issued winter uniform. After months together, the group had grown closer. Gong Yifan and his friends often shamelessly mooched meals from Su-wen or He-min. Su-wen didn't mind and ate with them. Over time, their bond deepened. Gong Yifan's strength had also soared. Yi Ting, still bitter from his earlier defeat, heard that Gong Yifan had also reached 7 stars. He waited until Gong Yifan's training class to challenge him. Gong Yifan, using the power of the dark fruit, kept Yi Ting suppressed. If not for the teacher's presence, Yi Ting might have been beaten into a vegetative state. The tremor fruit was too powerful, combined with the eerie dark fruit. Yi Ting's elemental attacks couldn't harm Gong Yifan at all. Though Yi Ting was left unable to care for himself, each time he would challenge again once healed. Moreover, he followed Gong Yifan to every training class, practically becoming a member of Class 5, infuriating Class 1's homeroom teacher. But Yi Ting remained stubborn. Eventually, Gong Yifan grew annoyed. He never held back, ensuring Yi Ting couldn't get out of bed for days. Another month passed. Actually, less than a month, just 3 weeks, when Gong Yifan broke through to Black Iron 8 stars, surpassing Yi Ting. During a fight, Gong Yifan's breakthrough was exposed. Seeing this, Yi Ting was utterly crushed. After that, he stopped challenging. He said he would wait until he broke through himself. Gong Yifan finally had some peace. 7 stars was a watershed. Breaking through was no easy feat. Over 2 months, Yu Xiao and Shui Liang had both reached Black Iron 6 stars. Su-wen had been stuck at the peak of Black Iron 6 stars for a week without breaking through. He-min had broken through to Black Iron 7 stars 2 weeks before Gong Yifan reached 8 stars. Now, among all first-year students, Gong Yifan had the highest cultivation and the most terrifying strength. In reality, Gong Yifan's strength had already reached the early stage of 9 stars, a recent breakthrough that no one knew about. He grunted, leading Yu Xiao and the others as they followed Su-wen to the cafeteria. During the meal, Su-wen suddenly spoke. "Yifan, did you know? That guy Yi Ting, after being crushed by your cultivation, has been holed up in the training room every day, leveling up. I heard he broke through to 8 stars 2 days ago, and seems to want to challenge you," Su-wen said, sharing the news Shed heard. Oh. Gong Yifan was taken aback. He hadn't seen Yi Ting in a month since his last challenge. So had gone to break through, but wasn't that a bit slow? Now at Black Iron 9 stars himself, the gap seemed to be widening. "Oh, it's fine. If he wants to challenge me, I'll accept," Gong Yifan said dismissively upon learning it took Yi Ting a month of seclusion to break through. Too slow, he thought. If anyone else heard that, they'd be furious. Gong Yifan was being such a show-off. He continued enjoying his meal. Every week, he'd bring his buddies to mooch 2 meals, freeloading for 2 months. By now, the trio had tried almost everything on the second-floor menu. "Oh, you're so unconcerned. I heard he's been working hard to beat you. Shut himself in a martial arts gym every day, sparring constantly. They say as soon as he broke through to 8 stars, he fought a 9-star student there and wiped the floor with him. And you're still not worried?" Su-wen continued relaying what Shed heard. Gong Yifan paused briefly, then silently resumed eating his bowl of rice. In truth, he was quite surprised. Defeating a veteran 9-star student right after breaking through to 8 stars was impressive, a true genius by any school standards. But unfortunately for him, had met Gong Yifan, his destined nemesis. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me?" Su-wen pressed, seeing him ignore her and keep eating. "Ah, yes, I heard. Don't worry. Once we fight, we'll know who wins." Who's worried about you?" "I just don't want Class 5's honor to be taken by another class," Su-wen said, blushing as she quickly explained. But her explanation sounded weak to He-min and even to the lightbulbs Yu Xiao and Shui Liang. Gong Yifan just smiled and said nothing more, continuing to eat. Seeing no reaction from him, Su-wen muttered, "What a pig," and began eating too, biting fiercely into the meat in her bowl. No one knew what she was thinking. The light bulbs beside her buried their faces deeper, afraid of drawing her anger. Heemin watched her best friend, unsure what to say. Sis, don't fall for him. Heemin sighed at Su-Wen's innocence. It was up to fate now. Su-Wen was oblivious to Heemin's thoughts. She herself didn't understand her feelings for Gong Yifan. The group finished their meal. They parted ways. Come on, old Shui Yushao, let's game. The three returned to the classroom and sat in the back. Having just broken through, Gong Yifan wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. He wanted to rest a few days. All right, log in. The two pulled out their phones and started setting up. They played several rounds. Even when class started, they stayed in the back, sneaking their phones under the desks. The teacher saw but chose not to intervene. There were always students willing to teach but unwilling to learn. The next day, the weather was overcast with a light drizzle. Classes proceeded as usual. In the afternoon, there was a training session. Inside the training hall. Stop, Fanggu, I can't take it anymore. Go spar with Shui Liang, I'm done. Yu Xiao lay on the floor wailing. Gong Yifan felt a twinge of pity seeing Yu Xiao's pitiful state. Although he hadn't used much force, his ability was particularly effective against tank-type powers like Yu Xiao's, causing internal damage that was unbearable. Old Yu, you're really slacking off. Just a few punches and you're down. You need to toughen up. Gong Yifan was exasperated by Yu Xiao's condition. Fanggu, go train with Shui Liang first. Let me rest a bit, Yu Xiao said from the floor. Gong Yifan had no choice but to turn his gaze to Shui Liang. Shui Liang's face fell. Fanggu, can you go easy on me? Haha, I'll try. Then rubbing his fists, he approached Shui Liang. Shui Liang gathered shadows in his hand and charged at Gong Yifan. Gong Yifan gave a faint smile. A few minutes later, Gong Yifan sat bored on the steps watching his classmates spar with each other. Being invincible is such a lonely thing, Gong Yifan remarked lightly. The two battered companions lying on the steps nearby twitched their mouths at his words. Shui Liang winced, aggravating his injuries. Both of them had been beaten black and blue by Gong Yifan. They glared at him resentfully. Gong Yifan pretended not to notice. Gong Yifan, come out. I'm here to challenge you again. A booming voice echoed across the training ground. All the students turned to look at the source of the sound. Gong Yifan also turned to see who was calling him. Yi Ting's figure appeared before him. The students were somewhat surprised to see Yi Ting. Since learning that Gong Yifan had broken through to 8 stars, Yi Ting had disappeared for a month. Now a month later, he had returned to challenge Gong Yifan again. Could it be that Yi Ting had also broken through to 8 stars? Everyone thought this was the most likely scenario. Still, it was astonishing. But compared to Gong Yifan, it still seemed lacking. Gong Yifan, come out. What's the point of hiding? Come on, let's fight again. Seeing Gong Yifan's delay, Yi Ting resorted to provocation. Gong Yifan curled his lips, unwilling to respond. Other students who knew where Gong Yifan was all looked toward him sitting on the steps. Yi Ting followed the students' gazes and saw Gong Yifan. Forgetting the earlier slight, he ran straight over. Standing before Gong Yifan. Gong Yifan, come on, I challenge you. Stand up and fight me, Yi Ting said excitedly, assuming a combat stance. Don't mess around. You're no match for me. I won't fight you. Gong Yifan waved his hand. He was feeling somewhat dispirited. Yi Ting's blood instantly boiled. You, what do you mean? How do you know I'm not your match without even trying? I'm telling you, I've already broken through to 8 stars. Yi Ting excitedly announced his level, his entire aura surging. All he wanted now was to defeat Gong Yifan. It had nearly become an inner demon. Oh, Gong Yifan merely responded with a faint oh. The surrounding students, upon hearing of Yi Ting's breakthrough, all wore expressions of having guessed correctly. Yi Ting was nearly bursting with rage. I don't care, you have to fight me. Win or lose, we'll know after the battle. Even if I lose, it's because I'm outmatched, and I won't bother you again. Gong Yifan rolled his eyes. He always said that, but still came back to pester him. Seeing that Gong Yifan had seen through his little trick, Yi Ting didn't give up. The other students were stunned to see Yi Ting shamelessly trying to get Gong Yifan to accept the challenge. They watched in astonishment. Gong Yifan frowned as the crowd grew larger. Forget it, he decided to fight him, otherwise it would only escalate, and he'd have to fight anyway. Gong Yifan stood up and walked to the arena, thinking that if he went all out, he might accidentally hurt others. Seeing Gong Yifan heading to the arena, Yi Ting excitedly followed. The onlookers, sensing a show, trailed behind, and students from other classes who heard the commotion also came. Class 5 students stopped their training upon seeing the top 2 students of their grade about to fight and rushed to watch. Even the teachers of those classes looked over. It wasn't that they found it interesting, but they needed to keep an eye on them. If things got out of hand and someone got hurt, it would be trouble. They had to supervise, and Ling Feng did the same. Gong Yifan and Yi Ting stood at the center of the arena. Come on, if you want to fight, make it quick, Gong Yifan said, looking at Yi Ting. Huh? Yi Ting laughed heartily. Lightning crackled around him as he charged at Gong Yifan. Having fought Gong Yifan so many times, he naturally knew that long-range attacks were useless. He had to engage in close combat. Gong Yifan smiled faintly as Yi Ting rushed forward. He activated the power of the tremor fruit, channeling it into his fist. A white glow enveloped his knuckles. Bang! Their fists collided. Gong Yifan received the blow, effortlessly not retreating an inch. Yi Ting's face darkened after the exchange. His right arm went numb from Gong Yifan's strike. He's gotten stronger again, Yi Ting thought to himself. The disparity was evident from a single exchange. Yi Ting stepped back, staring at Gong Yifan, warily, no longer acting rashly. The onlookers speculated why Yi Ting stopped after just one punch. Damn, Yi Ting went limp after just one punch. That's pathetic. Hearing the students' comments, Yi Ting's expression grew even darker, his face clouded with gloom. Gong Yifan smiled slightly, seeing Yi Ting hesitate. Since Yi Ting wouldn't come, Gong Yifan would go to him. He took a step forward, charging at Yi Ting with long strides, his aura surging without restraint. With each step, the arena shook. Yi Ting felt Gong Yifan's aura rise from 8 stars to 9 stars, his expression shifting from gravity to sheer terror. Gong Yifan reached Yi Ting, who was still in shock, completely unaware that his opponent was already before him. Gong Yifan smiled faintly, not using full strength, and gave a light swing. Bang! Yi Ting was knocked off the arena, not seriously injured. He snapped out of his daze upon landing, pointing at Gong Yifan. You've broken through to 9 stars. The moment Yi Ting's words fell, silence reigned over the entire arena. Everyone stared at Gong Yifan. Seeing all eyes on him, Gong Yifan nodded indifferently. He had no intention of hiding it would come out sooner or later anyway. Yi Ting saw Gong Yifan nod. His face first turned pale, then flushed red. Overcome by some thought, a surge of blood rushed to his head, and he spat blood before fainting. The surrounding students, upon witnessing Gong Yifan's nod, gaped at him as if he were some sort of anomaly. Since his awakening, Gong Yifan seemed to break through every single month. Now in December, merely 6 months later, he had already reached Black Iron 9 stars. No longer a mere prodigy, but a true freak of nature. Holy crap, this can't be real. How does Gong Yifan level up as easily as drinking water? From 8 stars to 9 stars in just a month. Could he possibly break through to bronze by the end of the year? One student remarked. Who knows? This Gong Yifan is simply too monstrous. Dual abilities and such high cultivation. He's probably the most gifted student our school has ever seen. Another student beside him spoke with envy. Even teacher Ling Feng stared at Gong Yifan in astonishment. He recalled that at the start of the semester, Gong Yifan was only at Black Iron 5 stars. Yet just 3 months later, his cultivation had soared to Black Iron 9 stars. Such a pace. Could it only be attributed to being a dual ability user? Su Wen too watched Gong Yifan in shock. When Yi Ting had issued his challenge, Su Wen never believed he could win. She had watched the whole farce with an air of amusement, never expecting Gong Yifan to emerge so effortlessly victorious, nor that he had broken through yet again in just a month. Then her expression soured. That Gong Yifan, he doesn't even tell me about such a major breakthrough. And here I was worrying for nothing. As she thought this, Su Wen gritted her teeth in irritation. Compared to Su Wen's shock and complaints, Hemin's gaze was far more complicated. At the start of the semester, her cultivation level had been firmly above Gong Yifan's. Though she lost to him in a spar due to carelessness, she didn't mind. She thought it was just a fluke. But in just over half a month, Gong Yifan's strength had caught up to hers. By the time of the competition, he had even surpassed her. When she wanted to challenge him again, she held back for the sake of class honor, allowing him to conserve strength and advance. But Hemin never imagined that after that relinquishment, she would never again have the chance or the confidence to challenge Gong Yifan. Because by the time she broke through to 7 stars, Gong Yifan was already at 8 stars. Now she remained at 7 stars while he had reached 9 stars. His terrifying speed left her utterly despairing. At this thought, Hemin's steps faltered. As a proud daughter of heaven, failure was not what frightened her. What truly terrified her was the loss of courage to challenge him again. Now looking at Gong Yifan, she felt an overwhelming sense of disparity and powerlessness, an indescribable gap. Hemin silently closed her eyes. Su Wen, sensing the commotion beside her, saw Hemin's dejected expression. That look of loss and despair, her once confident and serene demeanor, vanished entirely. Su Wen's brows furrowed deeply. Min, are you alright? Seeing her best friend in such a state, Su Wen asked with concern. But Hemin seemed not to hear, standing there in a daze. Worried, Su Wen stepped forward and shook Hemin's body. Hemin was still lost in her own thoughts when she was suddenly jolted awake. Immediately she broke out in a cold sweat. What had just happened to her? Why had she lost consciousness? She looked around. Gong Yifan was still on the arena platform. Yi Ting lay beneath it, staring at Gong Yifan in disbelief. Su Wen was beside her, shaking her. Snapping back to reality, she said, I am fine. Hemin wiped the cold sweat from her brow while her back was already drenched. Su Wen breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Hemin come to her senses. Though she didn't know what had just happened to Hemin, it was certainly nothing good. The desolation radiating from her earlier had sent chills down Su Wen's spine. Hemin herself had no idea what had occurred. She only felt as if she had sunk deeper and deeper into her own thoughts, unable to escape. Had it not been for Su Wen shaking her, she might never have broken free. Hemin pulled herself together, secretly shuddering at the thought. Seeing her recovered, Su Wen felt relieved. Then she turned her gaze back to the arena. Gong Yifan looked down at Yi Ting beneath the platform, watching the changing expressions on his face. He knew Yi Ting was intimidated by his cultivation level. And indeed, upon hearing Gong Yifan's confirmation, Yi Ting's face turned ashen with disbelief. How is this possible? It's only been so long. How could you have broken through so quickly? Yi Ting asked incredulously. Hearing his question, Gong Yifan simply smiled without responding. You've already lost. Do you still want to challenge me? Gong Yifan said with a grin. Seeing Gong Yifan smile and hearing his words, Yi Ting felt a bitter pang in his heart. He had come brimming with confidence only to lose in just 2 moves. Had he come only to humiliate himself? Why? Why? Yi Ting screamed, inwardly rage blazing in his chest, a wave of resentment surging uncontrollably. He had worked so hard, training frantically for a month, only to end up like this. Yi Ting was filled with unwillingness. He stood up, facing Gong Yifan. Gong Yifan, you've won again this time, but I won't give up. Just wait. They'll be back, Yi Ting said stubbornly. Then he turned and walked away. Gong Yifan chuckled. You won't have the chance, he murmured softly. To be honest, Gong Yifan was feeling a bit cocky now. Since his awakening, although not everything had gone smoothly, he had never failed. This gave Gong Yifan an unreal sense of invincibility. Watching Yi Ting's desolate retreating figure, Gong Yifan found it all rather dull. He stepped down from the platform. Yifan, when did you break through? Why didn't you say anything? Su Wen, seeing him descend, immediately dragged Hemin over to ask. Yifan, go. Such a big breakthrough, and you didn't even mention it. I was actually worried during your fight with Yi Ting. Yu Xiao and Shui Liang also came over, their faces bruised and swollen, grinning as they complained. Haha, you never asked. It was just a couple of days ago. Gong Yifan laughed it off, ignoring those 2 goofballs entirely. Su Wen rolled her eyes. She thought, how was I supposed to know you broke through to 9 stars unless you told me? Was I supposed to ask, hey Gong Yifan, did you break through to 9 stars yet? Hemin looked at Gong Yifan from the side, a strange expression flickering in her eyes. Gong Yifan, it seems our match may never happen. As she spoke, her mood grew even more somber. Gong Yifan felt awkward and didn't know what to say. He couldn't very well tell her there would be another chance. Seeing Gong Yifan freeze, unsure of what to say, Hemin didn't press further. Gong Yifan breathed a sigh of relief when she let the matter drop. Well, if there's nothing else, we'll be going now. Gong Yifan grabbed Yu Xiao and Shui Liang and left Su Wen and the others, eager to avoid being pestered by her. Seeing both protagonists depart, the students and teachers from the other classes dispersed, as well, each returning to their own affairs. The little incident passed, yet the stir it caused swept through the entire school. Really? Gong Yifan has already reached 9 stars. Jiang Bei of Class 7 looked toward the junior who had reported to him and asked. That's right, Brother Jiang. Several classes saw it. Yi Ting broke through to 8 stars and challenged Gong Yifan, but was toppled within 2 moves, and Gong Yifan himself admitted it. The junior hurriedly replied when he saw Jiang Bei's expression. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Bei clenched his fists. Anger and unwillingness twisted his features. Gong Yifan, he roared, striking the nearby handrail with brutal force. The rail snapped with a resounding crack. The other juniors recoiled, unwilling to inflame the situation further. Moved, Jiang Bei strode off with his juniors. In Class 10, someone exclaimed, what did you say? Gong Yifan broke into 9 stars. How is that possible? He only reached 8 stars a month ago. How could it happen so fast? Wang Wei, overhearing the talk, said in shock. Boss, this has already spread. This afternoon, Yi Ting and Gong Yifan fought. Gong Yifan was the one who exposed himself. Now the whole school knows. The junior spoke cautiously. Seeing the expressions on his subordinates' faces, Wang Wei sighed and resigned himself to the reality. Those around him, seeing their leader's face, did not know how to offer comfort. The juniors clustered around Jiang Bei and Wang Wei because their fathers had all been members of the same mercenary brigade. Jiang Bei and Wang Wei were sons of captains or clan chiefs, so they naturally gathered together. In the span of an afternoon, Gong Yifan advanced to 9 stars and defeated Yi Ting again, defending his place as the top first year. Everyone was astonished by the sheer speed of his cultivation. Ha ha, I never expected Ergeo to produce such a prodigy. The principal laughed heartily in his office when he heard the news. He had never imagined that his school would produce someone like Gong Yifan. In 3 years' college entrance exams, Ergeo will take first place. The vice principal echoed his emotion. Ergeo had long been suppressed by Yigao with fewer teaching funds. This class of 2017 gave the 2 principals hope of finally claiming first place. Keep a close watch on Gong Yifan. If he breaks through to bronze, I will personally take him to another dimension to acquire skills, the principal declared firmly. Lally, you intend to groom him? The vice principal asked in surprise. What else? He has dual abilities, a rapid cultivation rate, and astonishing power. Where would one find such a genius? Moreover, his background is spotless, born a commoner. Now while he is still at the outset, help him a little to gain his friendship. When he prospers, he will owe me a favor. The principal said. The vice principal was speechless, thinking how blatantly calculating his colleague was, as the school buzzed and boiled over with gossip. Meanwhile, our protagonist sat in the dorm playing games with his roommates. Hurry, hurry, push up, and support, be careful. The room rang with fervent shouts. Damn it. Flash in and finish them. Yu Xiao, furious, threw his phone aside. We're going to lose this match again, he complained in frustration. After Yu Xiao fell, Gong Yifan and the others also gave up. Watching the crystal explode, they set their phones down. Seeing Yu Xiao's angry expression, Gong Yifan and Shui Liang offered comfort. It's nothing, just a game. Don't take it to heart. Though Yu Xiao was no longer as furious as before, he remained sullen and listless after hearing Gong Yifan and Shui Liang's reassurance. Gong Yifan felt helpless seeing Yu Xiao like that. After all, Yu Xiao had played very well in that round. If not for a couple of inept teammates, they would have surely won. Thinking of his own performance, Gong Yifan felt slightly embarrassed. In that match, he had underperformed, foolishly insisting on playing Han Xian as if possessed by a pro, with predictably poor results. Forget it, no more games today. I'm going to cultivate, Shui Liang said. Having lost the desire to continue, he turned and began to practice on his bed. Yu Xiao climbed onto his bed and began to cultivate as well. In truth, the two of them were under great pressure. The three had once had two other close friends who, because they had not awakened, had been forced apart. Now their contact had dwindled. The three of them had awakened successfully and were all at the same school in the same class. Then Gong Yifan surged unexpectedly, his cultivation advancing, as if by cheating. The pressure on the other two multiplied 1,000-fold. Watching him stand amid the crowd, constantly flattered, only drove home the widening gap between them and left a bitter taste in their mouths. Moreover, Gong Yifan had shared his cultivation resources with them, leaving the two both shocked and deeply moved. It also instilled a sense of crisis. If they did not work harder, their 3 years of high school might be the last time their paths converged. After graduation, they would likely go their separate ways, no longer inhabiting the same world. This distressed Yu Xiao and Shui Liang, but there was nothing to do except to train desperately and strive to catch up. If Gong Yifan discovered their private thoughts, it would be awkward beyond words. Gong Yifan had intentionally slowed his own pace, giving all his crystal cores to Yu Xiao and Shui Liang, and relying solely on the power of the Anin fruit to cultivate. Although his progress was a little slower, it still far outstripped most prodigies. He was confident he could break through to the golden stage within 3 years of high school. This was Gong Yifan's faith in his Anin fruit. Its nature was akin to a cultivation cheat, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy autonomously even at the black iron stage. Ordinary humans cannot absorb spiritual energy themselves until the golden stage. Only then does the body undergo comprehensive enhancement, so that like beasts from other dimensions, every cell can endure the rinsing of spiritual energy. For now, they must rely on the absorption provided by crystal cores. Seeing Yu Xiao and Shui Liang taking the initiative to practice tonight, Gong Yifan did not disturb them. He stepped out of the dormitory, leaned on the railing, felt the cold wind, and gazed up at the star-filled sky. Gong Yifan did not know precisely what he was thinking. Memories of a drab past life, the 6 months since his transmigration. He stared silently into the night. The corridor was utterly quiet. Gong Yifan knew that everyone was diligently cultivating. In the girls' dormitory, Su Wen and He Min were also training hard. At the training hall, the silence was broken by the thud of blows. Yi Ting, defeated that afternoon, was forcing himself to train there. Zhang Bei and Wang Wei likewise practiced incessantly at home. Some strove to transcend others, some sought challenge. Each person labored earnestly. On this quiet night, countless souls fought and surpassed again and again, pushing beyond their limits. After resting for these 2 or 3 days, he returned to a state of cultivation. Time slipped away in such a fleeting manner. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed in this cultivation. Gong Yifan had spent this past month oscillating among 3 points, attending classes, training, and cultivating. Now the aura around Gong Yifan grew increasingly steady, with both his spiritual energy and physique reaching their full capacity. As for Yu Xiao and Shui Liang, after a month of diligent cultivation, their strength had also achieved breakthroughs. Brother Fan, I've broken through. Shui Liang, sitting on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise. He had been striving tirelessly to break through to the 7 stars realm. Sensing the surge in Shui Liang's spiritual energy, Gong Yifan remained by his side, guarding him. Now seeing Shui Liang's successful breakthrough, he was overjoyed. Good, take the time to stabilize your cultivation base. Gong Yifan instructed with a cheerful note. Haha, water dog, you weren't faster than me this time. I broke through yesterday. Yu Xiao said, genuinely happy for Shui Liang's progress, yet still couldn't resist a taunt. Oomph. Shui Liang couldn't be bothered to retort or make excuses. Seeing the two on the verge of bickering, Gong Yifan intervened. Alright, aren't you both happy about breaking through? Gong Yifan quickly urged them. Upon hearing Gong Yifun's words, Yu Xiao said no more. Seeing that the two had stopped arguing, Gong Yifun felt relieved. These two bickered every day, and at some point they had started competing with each other. Although competition fostered progress, their daily comparisons left Gong Yifun somewhat exasperated. Then turning his thoughts to himself, he said, "Since you've both broken through, guard me for a while. I feel like I'm about to break through." Gong Yifun looked at them with a serious expression. Yu Xiao and Shui Liang were taken aback. "Brother Fan, you mean? You're about to break through?" Shui Liang stammered, seeking confirmation. I have that feeling. My physique has reached its peak and my spiritual energy is also at its zenith. It feels like I could break through at any moment. Gong Yifun spoke, looking at Yu Xiao and Shui Liang. Upon hearing this, the two were instantly deflated. Even Shui Liang's joy from his recent breakthrough evaporated. "Brother Fan, you're way too fast. I just broke through to 7 stars and you're already about to reach bronze," Yu Xiao said, crestfallen. "Haha, it's fine. Once I break through to bronze, I can go to the other dimension to hunt aberrations on my own. From then on, I'll handle your cultivation resources." Gong Yifun comforted them, also revealing his plan. "Brother Fan, better not go. The other dimension is extremely dangerous. Even if you break through to bronze, you'd still be among the weakest there, and you might even risk your life. Can't we just get our resources from the ability union? Even if it's not much, we can take it slow. If you really want to go, let's wait until we all break through to bronze and go together." Shui Liang frowned upon hearing Gong Yifun's intention to enter the other dimension, but was moved when he learned it was to gather resources for them. Yu Xiao also looked at Gong Yifun with reluctance. Feeling the concern from his two brothers, Gong Yifun was touched, but he still intended to go. "Don't worry. During winter break, I'll go to my uncle's place and join his mercenary group. With my uncle looking after me, there's no need to be too concerned." Gong Yifun shared his winter break plans with Yu Xiao and Shui Liang. Hearing this, they felt reassured. "Haha, from now on, we'll be relying on you, Brother Fan." Yu Xiao, ever shameless, burst into laughter and came over to sling an arm around Gong Yifun's shoulder. Shui Liang, though not as boisterous, looked at Gong Yifun with gratitude. Feeling the arm on his shoulder, Gong Yifun smiled faintly. "Leave it to me. No need for formalities." With that, he prepared to break through. Gong Yifun walked to the door and locked it. Only the three of them, Gong Yifun, Yu Xiao, and Shui Liang, remained in the dormitory as Zhang Yu had moved to a friend's dorm 2 months ago. His departure had no impact on the trio. Gong Yifun then went to the storage room, opened his backpack, and took out a reward he had won 3 months ago from a competition. The bronze pill. Seeing Gong Yifun pull out a wooden box from his backpack, Yu Xiao and Shui Liang stared at it with curiosity. "Brother Fan, what's that?" Yu Xiao, unable to contain his curiosity, immediately asked upon seeing the item in Gong Yifun's hand. "This is one of the rewards I got for winning first place in the competition 3 months ago, the bronze pill. Last time you asked what I received, but since we were in the classroom with many ears, I didn't say it outright. As the name suggests, the bronze pill is related to the bronze realm, greatly increasing the chance of breaking through to bronze. It also has the effect of consolidating the foundation, ensuring that even failure won't harm the roots. It's a fairly precious pill." Gong Yifun looked at them holding up the wooden box as he explained. He then opened the box to show them. As the lid lifted, a medicinal fragrance wafted out. Yu Xiao and Shui Liang leaned in, peering down at the pill inside. The bronze pill was off-white in color, encircled by a cyan pattern, and exuded a rich medicinal scent. Yu Xiao took a deep breath and instantly felt refreshed. "Brother Fan, is this pill really that powerful?" he asked, gazing at it with envy. "Haha, I'm not sure. I've never taken it myself. I only heard about it from the homeroom teacher," Gong Yifun said, shaking his head to indicate his ignorance. "Brother Fan, close the box quickly. What if the pill's potency dissipates?" Shui Liang urged, seeing the fragrance spreading, and hurriedly pressed Gong Yifun to seal the box. Finding this reasonable, Gong Yifun promptly stored the bronze pill away. "Brother Fan, go ahead and break through. With us guarding the dorm, you can rest assured. Besides, hardly anyone comes to our dorm anyway." Yu Xiao, seeing the pill put away, quickly gave his assurance. "Ha, good." Gong Yifun smiled at Yu Xiao's confident demeanor. Gong Yifun spread a mat on the floor, took out the wooden box containing the bronze pill, and placed the remaining 7 spirit crystals beside him. He sat cross-legged on the mat. He took a few deep breaths to calm his mind. Once both his body and spirit were at peace, Yu Xiao and Shui Liang sat quietly nearby, watching in silence without making a sound. Gong Yifun retrieved the wooden box, took out the pill, and put it into his mouth. Then he picked up a spirit crystal in each hand. Seeing that everything was prepared, Gong Yifun's eyes grew resolute. He swallowed the bronze pill that was in his mouth. The moment the pill went down, the power of the dark fruit activated at full force. A vortex of suction instantly formed around Gong Yifun. Yu Xiao and Shui Liang were somewhat astonished by this sight, but they didn't suspect anything unusual, assuming it was just a phenomenon of the breakthrough. The moment the pill entered his body, Gong Yifun felt his body grow hot as the medicinal power from the pill spread through his meridians, coursing throughout his entire being. He quietly sensed the energy dissolving within him. The medicinal power surged through him with remarkable speed, coursing into every limb and joint. Gong Yifan did not pause. Once the potency was fully unleashed, he immediately harnessed the power of the dark fruit, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy with all his might. Even Yu Xiao and Shui Liang standing nearby felt a series of pulling forces. They both turned their gazes toward Gong Yifan. At that moment, his entire body was shrouded in swirling black mist, continuously enveloping him. This made Gong Yifan appear eerily sinister, sending chills down Yu Xiao and Shui Liang's spines. Unfazed by his own transformation, he sensed a distinct scarcity of spiritual energy in his surroundings as he absorbed it. Frowning, Gong Yifan activated his backup energy source, instantly absorbing the 2 crystal cores in his palms. 2 surges of pure energy abruptly flowed from the meridians in his arms into his heart. The 2 streams of energy continuously merged with his own, transforming into power that belonged to him. Time ticked by second by second. Yu Xiao and Shui Liang waited by his side. What's going on with Fan? Not a single movement. Could something be wrong? Yu Xiao stared at Gong Yifan, shrouded in darkness, unable to discern his condition. He only saw that after sitting cross-legged for over an hour, there was no sign of activity, and his worry deepened. Shill, keep your voice down. Don't disturb him. Let's wait a bit longer. It should be fine, Shui Liang whispered. In truth, he was uncertain whether Gong Yifan's current state boded well or ill. Yet seeing the surging supernatural energy and spiritual power around him, he assumed all was well. Another 10 minutes slipped away. Under Yu Xiao and Shui Liang's watchful eyes, Gong Yifan had already converted all absorbed spiritual energy into his own. Now he began to fiercely assault the barrier within his mind. The dark fruit's power dissipated around him, revealing his figure. Both Yu Xiao and Shui Liang could sense the vast pure spiritual force within his body. Seeing that Gong Yifan was unharmed, Yu Xiao and Shui Liang breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged a glance and smiled silently. After a while, Gong Yifan's aura and spiritual energy peaked. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy converged furiously into him, even drawing in energy from outside the dormitory. Those with keen senses turned their eyes toward the direction of the spiritual energy surge. Seeing it rush into a single room, some curious individuals moved to investigate. But the second and third year students who had already broken through recognized this as the sign of a breakthrough. They simply wondered who had achieved it. Following the flow of spiritual energy, they arrived at the first year dormitory. What's going on? How can someone be breaking through in the freshman dorm? Even some teachers and upperclassmen were astonished to find the furious spiritual energy gathering at the first-year dormitory. A crowd gathered around, not daring to approach for fear of disturbing the breakthrough. Interrupting such a process would invite an irreconcilable enmity. Teachers and classmates alike restrained those who wanted to investigate. Someone familiar with the room number exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this Gong Yifan's dorm from class 5? Hearing this, everyone turned to look at the speaker. The student suddenly under the spotlight grew flustered and at a loss. "Classmate, did you just say this is Gong Yifan's dorm from class 5? A teacher stepped forward to question the student. Stammering under the crowd's gaze, the student replied, "Yes." The teacher immediately turned and walked to a quiet spot to make a call. "Hello, is this teacher Wu Bin? It's like this Gong Yifan from your class is breaking through to bronze. Breaking through to bronze is no big deal, but he's doing it in the dormitory. Now a crowd has gathered downstairs. This is sheer nonsense. Get over here and handle it. They'll keep an eye on things for now." "Okay, good." The call ended with a click. Everyone stopped crowding around. "Keep your voices down." The teacher's voice was low but carried clearly to everyone's ears. Wu Bin, upon receiving the call from another teacher, rushed frantically to the dormitory building. "That Gong Yifan. He doesn't even inform me, his homeroom teacher, about such a major event as a breakthrough. And he chooses to do it in the dormitory. Does he have a death wish?" He muttered as he ran, his anger palpable. The dormitory building was still crowded. This junior Gong Yifan is no ordinary fellow. Look at the vortex of spiritual energy gathering above. It's unceasing and abundant. Breaking through to bronze doesn't require this much. I've never seen anything like it. A senior from the third year remarked in awe. Those nearby nodded in agreement. Inside the dormitory, Gong Yifan had reached the final stage. He needed only to continue absorbing spiritual energy to shatter the obstacle. He activated the dark fruit's power again, absorbing frantically. Yu Xiao and Shui Liang watched nervously. They had heard the commotion outside, but paid it no mind, their focus fixed on him. After a few more minutes, Gong Yifan's brows furrowed, and his aura exploded outward with an irresistible force. The shockwave knocked Yu Xiao and Shui Liang off their feet. They lay on the ground stunned, staring up at Gong Yifan. Is this the aura of bronze? They wondered in awe. As his aura erupted, Gong Yifan finally used the spiritual energy to breach the barrier, reaching bronze. Just as he began to relax, he felt his spiritual energy deplete his body, crying out for more. Without hesitation, he channeled his newly acquired bronze power and activated the dark fruit to absorb the spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Outside, those sensitive to aura sensed a faint, yet distinct presence. They all realized he had broken through to bronze. Exchanging glances, they confirmed their shared conclusion. Before they could speak, spiritual energy surged wildly into Gong Yifun's dormitory. The crowd outside watched dumbfounded. This is too exaggerated. Even breaking through to silver doesn't require this much spiritual energy. Hearing this, even those who had reached silver nodded in agreement. Just then Wu Bin arrived in a panic. Seeing the torrent of spiritual energy above the dormitory, he knew Gong Yifun had already broken through to bronze and was now in the final stage. Yet, even he was stunned by the spectacle before him. Gazing at the overwhelming spiritual energy, Wu Bin recalled his own breakthrough to silver. It hadn't been this dramatic. How could Gong Yifun's bronze breakthrough be more spectacular than a silver one? Could this be what a genius looks like? Within the dormitory, Gong Yifun was fully absorbed in drawing the spiritual energy from the outside world. Gradually, the yearning within his body subsided, and spiritual energy suffused his entire being. Under the absorption of his bronze tier ability, the rate at which he drew in qi accelerated. Gong Yifun could also sense his meridians undergoing a transformation, becoming more resilient and capable of holding an ever-increasing amount of spiritual energy. Slowly, Gong Yifun ceased his absorption, his body now satiated. He opened his eyes, and a flash of golden light flickered and vanished. He noticed that the world he perceived seemed to have undergone a subtle change. Countless streams of spiritual energy were now visible at a single glance. He rose to his feet. Clenching his fists, he channeled the power within his body, feeling the transformation. He had been reborn, his very essence remade. Gong Yifun threw a punch. A muffled thunderclap echoed through the air as his fists stirred up gusts of wind. He then activated his ability. The power of the tremor fruit surged, and a white light materialized in his hand. The air hummed with a vibrating sound. Sensing the enhancement of his tremor ability, Gong Yifun was overjoyed. "Fan, have you broken through?" Yu Xiao, seeing Gong Yifun stand up, asked uncertainly. Hearing Yu Xiao's voice, Gong Yifun looked up. Yeah, I've broken through." Gong Yifun laughed heartily, then raised his right arm to demonstrate his ability. Yu Xiao felt the very air around them tremble faintly. Though it posed no threat, he was still taken aback. Outside, the crowd noticed that the vortex of spiritual energy had dissipated, signaling that the person inside had successfully broken through. Wu Bin also saw that Gong Yifun's breakthrough was complete and hurried upstairs. Seeing teacher Wu Bin rushing with such urgency, others grew curious and followed him. As a large crowd converged on the upper floor, some teachers furrowed their brows. "Why are you all crowding around here? Get downstairs, don't block the way. And you girls, this is the boys' dormitory. Females are not allowed. Go down now." A teacher bellowed, shooing the students away. Hearing this, the students dared not advance further and had to retreat. They gathered downstairs, waiting for news from above. Su Wan and He Min were also downstairs. A violent pounding on the door erupted. Gong Yifun was still chatting with Yu Xiao and Shui Liang when the urgent knocking began, causing everyone to frown. The pounding persisted, urgent and relentless. Gong Yifun furrowed his brow. Who could be knocking at this hour? Yu Xiao strode over to the door, muttering curses under his breath. "Who is it? Who's there? What's all this knocking for?" Yu Xiao's words died in his throat as he opened the door to find their homeroom teacher standing before him. "Oh well. Good evening, teacher." Yu Xiao was at a loss for words. He was grateful that the earlier remark had gone unsaid. Wu Bin, seeing the door finally open, strode inside with a grim expression. Entering the dormitory, he took in the sight of Gong Yifun, Shui Liang, and Yu Xiao, along with the blanket on the floor, the crystal cores, and an empty wooden box. At the sight of these items, Wu Bin's frown deepened. Gong Yifun, noticing the teacher's expression, felt a sinking sensation in his heart, as though some misfortune was about to befall him. True to his premonition, it wasn't long before Wu Bin erupted. "Gong Yifun, you've got some nerve. Without a word, you just break through in your dormitory without telling anyone. Don't think being a genius gives you the right to do as you please. Is breaking through to bronze something to be taken so lightly?" Wu Bin launched into a tirade, showing no mercy. Gong Yifun was left dumbfounded. "What, nothing to say now? Weren't you so impressive just a moment ago when you broke through?" After his lengthy reprimand, seeing Gong Yifun's stunned expression, Wu Bin couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He suspected that not a single word of his lecture had registered with Gong Yifun. Still in a daze, Gong Yifun was embarrassed by Wu Bin's question. No, not at all." Hearing Wu Bin's words, Gong Yifun quickly waved his hands. "Do you think I'm praising you? Do you have any idea how dangerous your breakthrough just now was? One misstep could have left you crippled, or worse, dead. Did you even consider that?" Seeing Gong Yifun still grinning flippantly, Wu Bin was so incensed he wanted to strike him. Was it really that serious?" Gong Yifun looked utterly bewildered. "What do you think? Breaking through recklessly without knowing a thing. Gong Yifan, you should count yourself lucky to be alive. If someone had disturbed you not knowing you were in the middle of a breakthrough, you'd have been dead 10 times over. Wu Bin spoke sternly. Gong Yifan, along with Yu Xiao and Shui Liang beside him, paled in fright. Gong Yifan was so terrified that cold sweat trickled down his back. Hearing the severity in his teacher's voice, Gong Yifan was overcome with lingering fear. Humph. Seeing Gong Yifan's ashen face, Wu Bin ceased his scolding, though his expression remained sour. Teacher, now that I've broken through to bronze, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Noticing his teacher's expression, Gong Yifan grew anxious about his own condition. Hearing this, Wu Bin's expression softened slightly. He took Gong Yifan's arm and channeled spiritual energy into it to conduct an examination. As the energy entered his body, Gong Yifan could clearly feel a foreign strand of qi coursing through his meridians. Instinctively, Gong Yifan wanted to resist. Don't move. I'm checking your meridians right now. Don't resist. Wu Bin spoke as he continued his examination. Hearing his teacher's words, Gong Yifan let down his guard. Wu Bin's spiritual sense probed deeper, but his brow remained tightly knit. Seeing Wu Bin's troubled expression, Gong Yifan grew tense as well. After a moment, Wu Bin released Gong Yifan's arm, frowning in deep thought. Teacher, is there something wrong with me? Gong Yifan asked cautiously. Startled from his reverie, Wu Bin shot him a fierce glare. Now you know fear. Where was this caution earlier? But it's nothing serious. In fact, it's good news. Your meridians and physique are 3 to 4 times stronger than an ordinary person's upon reaching bronze. They're almost on par with a bronze tier 5 or 6-star cultivator's body. I'm just not sure whether this is a blessing or a curse. Wu Bin spoke slowly, relaying what he had sensed to Gong Yifan. Upon hearing this, Gong Yifan's face lit up with joy. How could this be considered bad news? Seeing Gong Yifan's beaming smile, Wu Bin was momentarily speechless. You really are a freak, cultivating so fast with a physique and meridians 3 or 4 times stronger than ordinary people. I have no idea how you manage it. Wu Bin looked Gong Yifan up and down as if trying to see through him. Though basking in the praise, Gong Yifan soon felt uncomfortable under his homeroom teacher's penetrating gaze and quickly changed the subject. Teacher, now that I've broken through to bronze, when can I receive my skill? Gong Yifan asked impatiently. What's the rush? Don't worry, the school will arrange your skill crystal core. Just rest assured. Also, next time you break through, you must inform your teacher. The school has dedicated breakthrough grounds. Don't be so reckless again. This is also my fault for not telling you beforehand. I thought you would still need some time to break through to bronze, so I planned to inform you during the break. I never expected you to cultivate so quickly. Wu Bin explained. In truth, Wu Bin had also made a common mistake, assuming that geniuses mostly come from large families or households with ability users, and thus would generally understand such matters. Although there were also geniuses among commoners, they were rare, so Wu Bin simply forgot. Hearing the homeroom teacher's words, Gong Yifan was left speechless. Seeing Gong Yifan's expression, Wu Bin said no more. Fortunately, nothing serious had happened, or the trouble would have been immense. He patted Gong Yifan on the shoulder. Get some good rest, you've had a long day. Don't be so reckless next time. Wu Bin admonished, his voice particularly heavy on the last sentence. Yes. I won't be so rash again. Gong Yifan nodded hastily. After a glance, Wu Bin turned and left the dormitory. Gong Yifan, along with Yu Xiao and the others, escorted Wu Bin to the door. Upon reaching the entrance, Gong Yifan saw a crowd downstairs and was taken aback. These are all people attracted by your breakthrough. If the teachers hadn't held them back, you would have been in grave danger. Wu Bin looked at the scene and spoke to Gong Yifan. Gong Yifan's expression turned grim. It seemed he had indeed been reckless. I'm sorry. They'll consult you about any important matters in the future and won't act on my own again. As he spoke, Gong Yifan bowed to Wu Bin. Wu Bin simply patted him again. Come to my office tomorrow morning. With that, he walked downstairs. Gong Yifan watched the crowd below and silently marveled at his own fortune. Gong Yifan, come down quick. Gong Yifan suddenly heard someone calling him. He went to the railing and looked down. It was Su Wen waving at him from below. Come down quickly. Su Wen called out again upon seeing him. Although unsure why she wanted him, Gong Yifan headed downstairs. Yu Xiao and Shui Liang followed close behind. They reached the ground floor. Seeing that nothing had happened, the earlier onlookers realized Gong Yifan had indeed reached bronze. Though amazed by his talent, they returned to their cultivation, acknowledging the gap between individuals. Gong Yifan approached Su Wen and noticed He Min was also there. Gong Yifan, how dare you break through in the dormitory? Su Wen demanded angrily as he arrived. Hearing her tone, Gong Yifan knew she was here to scold him. He forced a wry smile. I didn't know. I thought breaking through to bronze was similar to advancing from black iron, so I just did it in the dorm. At his explanation, Su Wen frowned. You didn't know the dangers of breaking through to bronze? She asked, puzzled. How would I know? No one told me. Gong Yifan replied helplessly. Su Wen then remembered his background. He was from a commoner family with ordinary parents. Sigh. In the future, you must tell us about such major breakthroughs. Don't rush into them blindly like this. Understanding his situation, Su-Wen sighed helplessly and gave her advice. Gong Yifun felt a flicker of gratitude in his heart. You were lucky this time. Don't let it happen again, Su-Wen said sternly. Gong Yifun quickly nodded beside her. Hemin Yuxiao and Shui Liang watched them with strange expressions. The scene was rather peculiar. Well, it's getting late. You should head back and rest, Su-Wen urged as the sky darkened. All right, you two, Gong Yifun replied with a smile. He then turned and led Yuxiao and Shui Liang back to the dormitory. Watching him walk away, Su-Wen also turned. Let's go, Min. We should head back too. She started walking, but after a few steps realized Hemin hadn't followed. Su-Wen stopped and looked at Hemin, quizzically noticing her strange expression. What's wrong, Min? She asked. Hemin, however, scrutinized her with a probing gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Su-Wen felt uneasy under her stare, a hint of guilt creeping in. I'm wondering if you're still my best friend. Hemin's tone was uncertain. What are you talking about? Su-Wen replied, confused. Do you like Gong Yifun? Hemin suddenly asked. What? Hemin, what are you saying? Su-Wen was caught off guard by the question. Then why are you so concerned about him? Hemin pressed. I'm not. I'm just caring about a friend. Besides, in the class monitor, isn't it my duty to look after my classmates? Initially flustered, Su-Wen quickly defended herself before gradually calming down. Oh really? Then why haven't I seen you care this much about other classmates? Why is it always Gong Yifun? And you call him so intimately? Yifun. Hemin teased, mimicking Su-Wen's tone. Nonsense. Su-Wen, angered and embarrassed by Hemin's mimicry, raised her fist to strike her. Look at you, caught red-handed and furious. What are you going to kill me to silence me? Hemin dodged as Su-Wen swung at her, continuing to fan the flames. Hemin, I'm going to kill you. Su-Wen, enraged by her words, chased after Hemin, who ran ahead laughing heartily. One chased, the other fled, both laughing. They ran all the way to the dormitory before being stopped by the dorm matron. No running in the hallways. Only then did they halt. Su-Wen glared fiercely at Hemin, who continued to laugh heartily. Back in the dormitory, Gong Yifun's good mood from the breakthrough had evaporated. All that remained was a lingering fear. Yuxiao and Shui Liang sat beside him, unsure of what to say. After a few minutes of silence, Yuxiao was the first to speak. Brother Fan, don't worry too much. What's done is done. Besides, you've already broken through, so why dwell on it? Cheer up. He smiled as he spoke. Yeah, Brother Fan. You didn't know, right? It all worked out in the end, so just let it go. Shui Liang also chimed in to console him. Sai, I know, but this has been a wake-up call. I can't be so rash anymore. Gong Yifun acknowledged they were right, but still felt regretful, though relieved nothing went wrong. That's the spirit. Just be more careful from now on. Since you've just broken through, do you want to cultivate a bit more? Yuxiao comforted him and then asked about stabilizing his realm. Forget it. Let's all cultivate. Yuxiao, you broke through yesterday, so solidify your foundation. Shui Liang and I broke through today, and our spiritual energy is still unstable. Gong Yifun arranged for all three of them to focus on cultivation. The next day, after finishing his classes, Gong Yifun went to the homeroom teacher's office. Wu Bin smiled upon seeing Gong Yifun arrive. The moment Gong Yifun heard they were going to the principal's office, a sense of unease crept into his mind, and his face clouded with confusion. Don't worry, it's good news, Wu Bin explained, noticing the doubt on Gong Yifun's face. All right then. Gong Yifun's smile immediately returned upon hearing it was good news. Wu Bin chuckled. After a few minutes, he gathered his belongings and led Gong Yifun out of the office. They arrived at the principal's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A deep voice sounded. Wu Bin opened the door. This was Gong Yifun's second visit to the principal's office. The last time was because of Jiang Bei. You're here. The principal smiled as he saw Wu Bin entering with Gong Yifun. Yes, principal, I've brought Gong Yifun to you, Wu Bin said respectfully. Have a seat. The principal gestured for them to sit down. Gong Yifun and Wu Bin sat across from the principal. The principal then looked at Gong Yifun and smiled. Student Gong, we meet again. You caused quite a stir yesterday. Gong Yifun quickly stood up upon hearing this. I'm sorry, principal, for causing you more trouble. He bowed deeply to the principal once more. Haha, I'm not here to scold you this time, but for something else. Please have a seat. The principal laughed heartily at Gong Yifun's reaction, indicating he wasn't there to reprimand him. Gong Yifun breathed a sigh of relief inside upon hearing the principal's words. You've broken through to bronze, but you don't have a skill spirit orb yet, do you? The principal looked at Gong Yifun and said, Yes, not yet. Gong Yifun replied, though he didn't know why the principal was asking. He could vaguely guess. Could it be that they were going to give him a skill crystal core? Actually, it's like this. The school also has teachers who hunt for students, but that's usually for sophomores. Once a month, a team of teachers takes students into the alternate dimension, the spirit void, to hunt once. The school provides this service for free. However, considering you broke through in your freshman year and your parents are ordinary people, in principle the school wouldn't get involved. After all, having or not having a skill spirit orb doesn't hinder cultivation. But considering you are the top student in our freshman year and a key focus of the school, we don't want your skills to remain empty. So we can allow you to join the sophomore hunting squad to obtain the spirit orb. What do you think? The principal explained the whole situation and waited for Gong Yifun's answer. Gong Yifun listened quietly, lost in thought. It was just as he had guessed. No problem, principal. I have no objections to being led by the school's teachers. I also want to acquire a skill spirit orb as soon as possible. Gong Yifun agreed after some consideration, seeing no downside for himself. Good. Just let your homeroom teacher Wu Bin know about this. The principal said with a smile. Wu Bin, hearing his name mentioned, also smiled. Gong Yifun looked at Wu Bin and nodded. Actually, there's another matter. The school wants to cultivate some seed players. We are selecting 2 teams from each grade, 7 people per team, for intensive training. As you are the strongest in the freshman year and the first to break through to bronze, the school has added you to the list. Your cultivation resources will be supplied by the school without limit. The main goal is to participate in the National High School Superpower Tournament after your junior year. Each school sends 2 teams to compete for school resources. Of course, the rewards for you participants are also very generous. Moreover, if you are scouted by a university after the tournament, you can enter without taking the college entrance exam with excellent benefits. So do you want to join the seed selection? The principal finally revealed his purpose. Gong Yifun listened in silence, his heart pounding when he heard about the unlimited supply of cultivation resources. This was truly a generous offer. Gong Yifun was secretly amazed. Wu Bin was overjoyed to hear that Gong Yifun had been selected as a seed player. If not for the occasion, he might have laughed out loud. What do you think? Seeing Gong Yifun deep in thought, the principal frowned and asked again. Gong Yifun was snapped out of his shock by the principal's voice and quickly came to his senses. No problem, of course, no problem. Principal, rest assured, I'll bring back first place for you. Gong Yifun promised confidently. The principal burst into laughter. Good, very good. Bring back that first place. The principal didn't think Gong Yifun was boasting. With his dual abilities, he already outshone 95% of the others. Not to mention Gong Yifun's cultivation speed. From what the principal had learned during his Black Iron stage, Gong Yifun advanced 2 to 3 levels a month in the early phase and later 1 level a month, an exceptionally fast pace. He believed that in 3 years Gong Yifun would definitely reach silver and even high-level silver. If he were boulder gold, might even be possible. That's why the principal was so delighted. He had placed all his hopes on Gong Yifun. I don't expect first place UID be satisfied with a top 20 finish. The principal happily patted the table and laughed. There were thousands of high schools across the country, and schools like his were a dime a dozen. It was rare to find a genius like Gong Yifun, and the principal's hopes had suddenly soared. Seeing the principal so happy, Gong Yifun felt a surge of pride. All right, I've said what I needed to say. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't keep you. After finishing his laughter, the principal saw that everything had been clarified and settled, so he began to dismiss them. Haha, principal, you're too kind. It's we who have disturbed you. Goodbye, principal. Wu Bin immediately stood up with a smile, bid farewell to the principal, and led Gong Yifun out. He closed the door behind them. Wu Bin smiled and pulled Gong Yifun along. Gong Yifun, you've hit the jackpot this time. Wu Bin looked at Gong Yifun with envy in his eyes. Unlimited resource allocation meant that anything the school had and could be used, Gong Yifun could apply for. For the next 3 years, Gong Yifun would no longer have to worry about crystal cores. Gong Yifun was also in high spirits. By the way, come with me for a moment. Wu Bin suddenly remembered what the principal had asked him to do. Arriving at Wu Bin's office, he took a form from his drawer. Since you need to get the spirit orb, fill out this form. Give it back to me by the end of this week. Ask me if you don't understand. All right, you can go now. With that, he handed the form to Gong Yifun. Thank you. Gong Yifun took it, expressed his gratitude happily, and then turned and left the office. After Gong Yifun and homeroom teacher Wu Bin left, the principal retrieved Gong Yifun's file and scrutinized it several times from his birth to his awakening, and even records of his relatives and friends. This is a promising seedling. His background is clean, his foundation is pure, and most importantly, he's not from one of those major families. The principal sighed. He rose, placed Gong Yifun's file into the safe, then shifted his focus to Gong Yifun, who was walking into the classroom, holding a form. The classroom was very quiet, with only the occasional rustle of pages turning. The final exams were approaching, and the students cared deeply as high school studies were still of great importance. After returning to his seat, the 2 people behind him immediately asked where he had been. Nothing much, just had to fill out a form for breaking through to bronze. Gong Yifun didn't tell them, as such matters were still too early for them. Seeing he didn't want to elaborate, Yu Xiao and the others stopped asking. Placing the form on the desk, Gong Yifun picked up a pen and looked it over. He quickly filled in basic details like name and gender. When it came to what his ability was, Gong Yifun pondered. He had 2 abilities, theoretically allowing him to absorb 2 skills, but he wasn't entirely sure. There was no record in books, and the teacher hadn't mentioned it. Strangely enough, since revealing his dual abilities, no one seemed to approach him. Last time when Su-Wen made such a big deal about it, Gong Yifan was nervous for a while, but nothing happened. In truth, some people were interested, but the school and the principal had intercepted them. After all, since the school's founding, they had finally produced a genius, and the school didn't want him to be poached. After thinking for a while, Gong Yifan wrote vibration for his ability. He wouldn't write Gura no Mi. Even if he did, no one would recognize it unless there was another transmigrator. Regarding the skill requirements, upon seeing the question, Gong Yifan had been thinking about it for a long time. He considered many options, but ultimately decided that skills enhancing strength or physique were best. Because his ability, strictly speaking, wasn't a normal ability. It was actually the Gura no Mi from One Piece, which he had watched before his transmigration. Gong Yifan had done some research. Among billions of people globally, it was inevitable that some would awaken duplicate abilities, especially elemental types. Many people had the same ability, but their talents differed. However, vibration-type abilities existed, but none were like Gong Yifan's, which produced a sphere of light. Others could only vibrate their bodies and needed skill spirit beads to emit shockwaves. None were as flexible as Gong Yifan's. Anyone who had watched One Piece knew that Whitebeard's Gura no Mi could shake the sky, reverse ocean currents. It was incredibly formidable. Moreover, in this world, those who awakened vibration abilities often met unfortunate ends. Gong Yifan had noticed many people overusing their vibration powers, resulting in internal injuries or even paralysis. This filled him with caution. He didn't want to end up like them. After careful consideration, Gong Yifan decided to choose only enhancement-type skills, increasing his physique and strength, as long as his body kept up his vibration. Thinking this, Gong Yifan wrote down skills that enhanced physique or strength on the form. He imagined his future vibration power being like Whitebeard's, a single punch shattering space. How powerful would that be? Lost in his glorious future, Gong Yifan's mouth curled into a crooked grin. He laughed with excitement, and the sound soon drew the attention of the surrounding classmates. The nearby students were puzzled by his excited laughter, but the next second they found it amusing and all turned to look at him laughing along. While still in his daydream, Gong Yifan felt a poke on his back. He immediately spun around, ready to scold the poking culprit, only to see Yu Xiao pursing his lips, signaling him to look around. Confused, Gong Yifan glanced around and noticed his classmates staring at him as if he were an idiot. Only then did he realize he had been laughing uncontrollably while lost in his own thoughts. His face flushed red with embarrassment. He quickly turned around, sat up straight, and dared not lift his head. The moment was incredibly awkward. Gong Yifan wished he could find a crack in the floor to disappear into. Seeing him stop laughing, the classmates lost interest and turned back to their books. After a few minutes, the classroom returned to its previous state. Gong Yifan focused back on the form, filling in the remaining miscellaneous fields until it was nearly complete. He finished quickly because he had already considered everything beforehand. Taking out his phone, he saw there was still plenty of time before class ended. Sitting in his seat, Gong Yifan was quite bored. He could only take a book from his desk, one about mystical beasts. Although reading always made him drowsy, he had no choice. Soon he would be heading to the other dimensional spirit void. Gong Yifan needed to understand more to avoid trouble. Losing out was one thing, but losing his life would be truly unfortunate. Time quickly arrived at Friday. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door clicked open. Gong Yifan walked up to his homeroom teacher. Teacher, I filled out the form. Gong Yifan handed the form to Wu Bin. Wu Bin glanced at it and found no issues. Good. Go back and wait for the notice. You'll be in the next batch and I'll inform you when it's time. After hearing this, Gong Yifan hesitated but didn't leave. What's wrong? Is there something else? Wu Bin asked, puzzled to see him still there. Teacher, I have dual abilities. How should I choose spirit beads? Gong Yifan voiced his confusion. Oh, so that's it. Wu Bin realized with a nod. Don't worry about that. If you want to acquire skills, you can, but as your teacher, I suggest you save the skill slots for your dark type ability. Since you're only at bronze now, you can only absorb bronze level skills. I recommend you wait until you're stronger to add skills to your dark ability. For example, if you break through to king rank, you could add king level skill spirit beads to your dark ability. Wu Bin shared his thoughts with Gong Yifan. After all, it had been centuries since the spiritual energy resurgence, and dual abilities were not uncommon. With advanced technology and easy communication, dual abilities were no longer a secret. Wu Bin was well versed in such matters. Gong Yifan thought this sounded just like a novel he had read in his past life. Alright, then I'll only add skills to my vibration ability for now. Gong Yifan nodded. Wu Bin smiled with satisfaction. With his final doubts resolved, Gong Yifan had no more questions. He turned and left the office. Wu Bin watched him go, feeling pleased with this student. Humble, polite, and willing to listen to the teacher's advice. He was much better than Yi Ting from Class 1. He had heard that the Class 1 homeroom teacher was nearly driven mad by Yi Ting. Wu Bin couldn't help but chuckle unkindly. Time passed as Gong Yifan awaited the notification. Saturday morning. The phone rang incessantly. Gong Yifan picked up his phone from the table on his bed. Hello. Gong Yifun answered the call, still groggy with sleep. Is this Gong Yifun? Wu Bin asked. The moment Gong Yifun heard his homeroom teacher's voice, he instantly perked up. Yes, it's me. What's wrong, teacher? Gong Yifun asked curiously. Your application has been approved. You can start hunting with the sophomore hunting teachers on Monday. Wu Bin shared the good news with Gong Yifun. Really? What do I need to prepare? Overjoyed, Gong Yifun immediately asked about the necessary items. No need. The leading teacher will provide everything you need for the field. You don't have to prepare anything on your own, Wu Bin explained. Gong Yifun was even more delighted. Alright, that's all. They'll hang up now. On Monday, it'll take you to meet the leading teacher. Okay, I understand. After finishing the last matter, Wu Bin ended the call. Yes. Gong Yifun jumped up on his bed in excitement. He was finally going to enter the other dimensional Lingshu, a place he had long yearned for. Returning to school on Sunday, Gong Yifun told Yu Xiao and Shui Liang in the classroom about entering Lingshu the next day. Yu Xiao and Shui Liang were instantly envious. They had never seen Lingshu in their lives. Brother Fan, be careful when you enter Lingshu. Although they also wanted to go, they knew they couldn't enter in their current state. What are you telling him to be careful about? Su Wen overheard them telling Gong Yifun to be careful and grew curious. Didn't Brother Fan break through to bronze last week? Tomorrow he's going with the school teachers into Lingshu to hunt alien beasts for skill spirit beads. Seeing it was Su Wen, Yu Xiao didn't hide anything and told her about Gong Yifun. Su Wen was also envious upon hearing this, as she too wanted to go to Lingshu. Gong Yifun, be sure to be careful in Lingshu. Su Wen also advised. Gong Yifun smiled and nodded. With an excited heart, Monday finally arrived. Brother Fan, be careful. Yu Xiao and Shui Liang advised the ready-to-go Gong Yifun. Haha, don't worry. With the teachers there, nothing will go wrong. Gong Yifun smiled confidently. The group walked out of the dormitory toward the teaching building. Near the classroom, the three parted ways. Goodbye, Brother Fan. Yu Xiao and Shui Liang bid farewell to Gong Yifun. Goodbye. They'll be back soon. Gong Yifun said, then shouldered his backpack and turned toward the office. His backpack contained only a dagger and a pile of food. Before he even entered the office, he saw Wu Bin standing in the hallway. Teacher, I'm here. Seeing Wu Bin, Gong Yifun hurried over. Looking at Gong Yifun's bulging backpack, Wu Bin smiled. Let's go, don't keep the leading teacher waiting. He then walked toward the stairs with Gong Yifun following behind. When you enter Lingshu, you must stay close to the leading teacher. Oh, this is a communicator to contact the leading teacher. Wear it for now. Wu Bin took a communication wristband from his spatial ring and handed it to Gong Yifun. Gong Yifun took it and put it on his right wrist. It looked just like a watch. This thing can save your life, so don't lose it. Wu Bin advised as he watched Gong Yifun put it on. Gong Yifun nodded seriously. Also, the leading teachers this time are Wang Feng and Zhao Wen, along with 4 sophomore students who will also be collecting skill spirit beads. Including you, there are 5 people needing spirit beads. If things go quickly, you'll be back in a day or 2. If slowly, it might take a week. If you haven't found them in a week, you'll have to return. You can't stay inside forever. So get along well and never act on your own. Wu Bin also told him about the leading teachers and the other students going along. Actually, we also have field courses, but they only start in the second half of freshman year. I didn't expect you to break through in the first half. You've broken the school record. Wu Bin couldn't help but sigh. Gong Yifun just smiled upon hearing this. As they walked, Wu Bin continued to advise him on what to be careful about in Lingshu. At the school gate under a large tree, 4 men and 2 women were waiting. Among them, 4 young people were discussing. Why aren't we leaving yet? A boy complained. He had been waiting for this day for a long time and couldn't bear to wait any longer. I heard someone else is joining midway also to hunt for spirit beads. A girl shared the news she had heard. Who's so important? Isn't it usually one teacher leading 2 students for safety? Another boy exclaimed in surprise. I know about this. A freshman junior told me there's a genius in this year's freshman class who broke through to bronze last week. His name is Gong Yifun. The girl who hadn't spoken before quickly replied. Breaking through to bronze in the first half of freshman year. Really? The previously shocked boy was amazed again. People like him are probably bankrolled by big families. I don't know why he's joining our school's team to hunt for spirit beads, wasting everyone's time. The complaining student spoke again, his tone laced with 1 part disdain, 2 parts dissatisfaction, and 7 parts jealousy. The other 3 fell silent upon hearing this. Although his words were harsh, they felt he wasn't wrong. Old Wang, we've got a genius this time. You need to protect him well. He's a precious asset now. If he gets hurt, the principal won't let us off. Zhao Wen checked the time. It wasn't time yet, and he chatted with Wang Feng. I know. Yesterday, the principal called me to his office and said this kid Gong Yifun is now the school's hope and has been added to the seed candidates. Wang Feng shared what he knew with Zhao Wen. Wang Feng was stronger than Zhao Wen. Wang Feng was a 1-star gold. Zhao Wen was a 9-star silver. They were heading to a bronze grade Lingshu. With their strength, as long as there was no beast tied, they could dominate. Oh, Gong Yifun. I've heard of him since the freshman tournament. I didn't expect him to be so talented, breaking through just half a year after awakening and with a dual ability. Tisk, no wonder they think so highly of him now. Zhao clicked his tongue. Don't reveal his identity this time. I've heard many people are interested in Gong Yifan now. Let's not cause too much trouble. Wang Feng said seriously. Got it. Besides, with the principal around, no one foolish enough would dare come. Zhao said confidently. Wang Feng also greatly admired the principal. As they chatted, Wu Bin arrived with Gong Yifan. Enough talk there here. Wang Feng spotted Wu Bin arriving with a student and immediately stepped forward. Old Wu, you've come. Wang Feng stepped up to greet him. Old Wang, old Zhao, long time no see. Sorry for the trouble this time, Wu Bin said. Trouble? What trouble? The principal's orders. Nothing troublesome about it. Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively. Huh. Come Gong Yifan. This is Captain Wang Feng, and this is Deputy Captain Zhao Wen. Just call them Teacher Wang and Teacher Zhao. Old Wang, old Zhao, am entrusting this student to you. Wu Bin introduced them to Gong Yifan. Hello, Teacher Wang. Hello, Teacher Zhao. Gong Yifan immediately bowed in greeting. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, old Wu. Gong Yifan is it? I've heard that name quite often. No need to be so polite, Wang Feng said with a hearty laugh. Gong Yifan felt a little embarrassed. Alright, it's getting late. Join the team now. You'll be working together for the next few days, so get to know each other. Wang Feng glanced at his watch and spoke. Alright, old Wang, I'll be off. I'm leaving this lad in your hands, Wu Bin said in a final reminder. Wang Feng patted his chest in assurance. After watching Wu Bin leave, Gong Yifan went to meet his new teammates. Hello everyone. I'm Gong Yifan. I'll be hunting alien beasts with you seniors from now on. Please take care of me. Gong Yifan greeted the 4 individuals before him. He noticed from the numbers on their uniforms that they were all a year ahead of him, sophomores. So you're Gong Yifan? A senior girl nearby asked curiously. Gong Yifan nodded with a smile. Wow. You're amazing, junior. To reach bronze in such a short time. I've heard your name mentioned often, even in my sophomore year. I'm Li Qingxue. The girl named Li Qingxue extended her right hand toward Gong Yifan. Startled for a moment, Gong Yifan then saw the hand before him and politely shook it. My turn. My turn. I'm Zheng Shuang. Junior, can I add you as a friend? The girl beside her, seeing Li Qingxue finish her introduction, immediately stepped forward. Gong Yifan was momentarily stunned by Zheng Shuang's enthusiasm, but quickly recovered. No problem, of course. With that, he took out his phone and added her as a friend. Seeing how approachable Gong Yifan was, Li Qingxue also dropped her reserve and took out her phone to add him. The 2 boys nearby watched with envy. The 4 of them weren't from the same class, but had arrived together. They'd waited at the school gate for half an hour, and neither of the girls had asked them for their contact info. Yet the moment Gong Yifan showed up, the girls actively added him. It was truly disheartening. They didn't think Gong Yifan was particularly handsome, just a bit more talented. In truth, Gong Yifan wasn't handsome, just pleasant to look at, possessing a certain striking quality. Gong Yifan was unaware that he had already incurred the jealousy of the 2 boys. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. After chatting with the 2 girls for a while, Gong Yifan approached the other 2 boys. Hello, I'm Gong Yifan. What are your names? Gong Yifan walked up to them, extending his hand for a handshake. Seeing that he hadn't forgotten them, the 2 boys relaxed their expressions. One of the boys smiled. I'm Su Wei. He shook Gong Yifan's hand. Nice to meet you, Su Wei. Gong Yifan smiled back. Gong Yifan then turned his gaze to the other boy. The boy remained expressionless, watching Gong Yifan's extended hand. After a moment's hesitation, he shook it. I'm Zhou Yan. He spoke curtly, then fell silent, offering nothing more. Gong Yifan looked at the person before him, finding it somewhat baffling. Why did this guy seem so indifferent to him? He then chuckled to himself. After all, why should everyone greet him with a smile? Seeing that Zhou Yan had nothing more to say, Gong Yifan tactfully moved away. Zhou Yan harbored a deep dislike for this Gong Yifan. Not only was he talented, but he was also popular with girls, and likely came from a wealthy family. Zhou Yan himself was from a humble background. His talent was decent, better than most, but not enough to be a genius, and he had few cultivation resources. He always felt that his slow progress compared to the prodigies was due to his lack of a good family background and resources. Thus, he held a grudge against anyone who advanced quickly. In simple terms, Zhou Yan harbored some resentment toward the wealthy. After briefly getting acquainted with the 4, Gong Yifan fell silent, his mind focused on entering the spirit void. Wang Feng and Zhao Wen had already prepared everything. Let's go to the spirit void. Wang Feng called out from the van to the group under the tree. Hearing this, Gong Yifan and the others boarded the van. Teacher Wang Feng drove, while Teacher Zhao Wen sat in the passenger seat. The 2 girls sat in the middle. Gong Yifan and the 3 boys sat in the back of the van. The engine roared to life, and a surge of acceleration pressed them into their seats. The vehicle sped out of the campus, heading northwest toward a bronze spirit void. Sitting in the car, Gong Yifan watched the scenery blur past the window. Soon he would enter the spirit void, and his heart raced with excitement. After half a year since his transmigration, he was finally about to understand the most crucial part of this world. Let's connect the signal first. Once we're in the spirit void, phones and such won't work, so we'll need special signal devices to communicate. Zhao Wen said from the passenger seat. Gong Yifan and the others took out their wristbands, and holographic projections flickered to life. Gong Yifan had great admiration for the technological advancement of this world. Thanks to the spirit void, the world's technology was highly developed, especially in military applications. Come on, everyone, connect to this signal. If you get lost in the spirit void, you can use this to locate yourselves. If you do get lost, find a safe place and wait. Of course, once inside, you must stay close to us teachers. Never wander more than 10 meters away. Understood? Zhao Wen explained the pre-entry procedures, emphasizing the importance of staying near the teachers. Gong Yifan and the others nodded in unison. Understood, Teacher Zhao. They then added their wristbands to Teacher Zhao's channel. Zhao Wen checked and confirmed that all students had joined. After more than an hour, the vehicle left the safety zone, and Teacher Wang Feng accelerated. The atmosphere in the car grew tense. If we're lucky this time, we'll be done in a day or two. If not, it's hard to say. You need to be mentally prepared. Zhao Wen tried to lighten the oppressive mood in the car. The students' expressions grew even more somber. Seeing the students' nervousness, Zhao Wen understood. He had been the same way once. The rest of the journey passed in silence, the students alternating between tension and excitement. Shao County, a satellite county situated northwest of Muk City, it stood alongside other neighboring counties to guard the city. Shao County also housed a large-scale spirit realm, though its rank was relatively low, with most of its beasts being bronze tier. The school's designated hunting grounds for students to acquire their skills were located within this spirit realm. Gong Yifan and his group drove into Shao County. This is Shao County, the second line of defense from Muk City against beast tides. It's also a gathering place for hunters. Many adventurers come here to stock up on supplies and purchase goods. Wang Feng slowed down the car as they entered the towering city walls. Zhao Wen, seated in the passenger seat, began explaining to the novices in the vehicle. He figured these young lads and ladies had likely never left the safety zone since birth. True enough, everyone in the car was gazing at the world outside the window. The two female students in the middle were excitedly looking around, phones in hand, snapping photos everywhere. The boys in the back, except for Gong Yifan, were all staring intently. Even the aloof Zhou Yin was glancing left and right, turning his head this way and that. For Gong Yifan, he had spent 2 months during the summer break at his uncle's place. Though it was just a small town, had seen most things. Compared to that town, Shao County was more bustling, with people coming and going, creating a lively scene. We don't need to stock up on supplies. Let's head straight to the spirit realm. Zhao Wen looked at the 5 behind him. Upon hearing this, the boys showed no reaction, but the girls were visibly disappointed. After all, shopping was a girl's nature. Another hour passed, and the vehicle slowly traversed Shao County, driving out toward the wilds where the spirit realm lay. On the road, they spotted others heading toward the spirit realm. Half an hour later, the car slowed down. Gong Yifan saw a massive military fortress. How did Gong Yifan know it was a military fortress? Because he saw soldiers coming and going, fully armed with live ammunition and cannons atop the fortress. These cannons gave Gong Yifan the impression of energy cannons from sci-fi films. Moreover, the soldiers' weapons weren't traditional firearms from his past life. They looked like energy weapons, exuding a sci-fi vibe. Gong Yifan also noticed the tight security. Soldiers were patrolling everywhere, leading a kind of beast along their rounds. Gong Yifan recognized this beast. It was called a scent hound. True to its name, its sense of smell was incredibly keen. No scent within 1,000 meters could escape the scent hound's nose. It was also very easy for humans to domesticate, though it required training from a young age. However, it had a flaw: its racial limitation prevented it from breaking through to silver tier. What a pity. After all, there were too few beasts that humans could tame. And this place was the closest line of defense to the other dimensional spirit realm. If something went wrong here, the entire defense line would have a gap, so security was extremely tight. Of course, when a beast tide erupted, this was also where the highest casualties occurred. This was a fortress of heroes where countless soldiers had died defending their homeland. It was precisely because of their protection that the so-called safety zones were formed. Get out. We'll walk from here. Wang Feng found a parking spot and paid 1 spirit stone. Next, we'll queue up to register, then enter the spirit realm through the spatial gate. Wang Feng arranged the tasks. He and Zhao Wen led the students to the registration queue. Gong Yifan saw many people lining up, old and young alike, but most were burly men, all grumbling and cursing as they waited. Gong Yifan roughly sensed that most of them were bronze tier, with only a few at silver tier. It was clear their talents weren't great. They were probably in groups. There was also another group of teachers leading students, though he didn't know which school they were from. Gong Yifan looked around at the crowd. As Gong Yifan observed his surroundings, Zhao, when seeing the line nearly reached them, said to the students ahead, "Take out your ID cards. They'll be needed soon." The 5 of them quickly pulled out their IDs from their backpacks. The reason for the check was to weed out criminals or foreign forces illegally infiltrating the nation's spirit realms. A safe and resource-rich spirit realm was a prime target for every country. They waited quietly. Slowly, it was finally Gong Yifun's group's turn. Next, the staff member called out. Wang Feng stepped forward, handed over his ID, and had his face scanned. After the staff finished registering, they gave Wang Feng a pass. The process continued in turn. After all 7 obtained their passes, Wang Feng led the students to the fortress gate. They joined another queue with soldiers standing like poplar trees on either side, ever vigilant for unexpected incidents. The line moved quickly, and Gong Yifun's group soon passed through the gate. A few minutes later, they reached another gate. The fortress had 2 layers of walls. Stepping out of the walls, the view suddenly widened, and there right before their eyes was a massive spatial rift. Gong Yifun's jaw dropped in astonishment at the sight of it. Haha, stunned aren't you? I was just as shocked when I first saw it. Zhao Wen laughed heartily at the 5 novices' awestruck expressions. Li Qingxue and the others were still reeling from the shock. Hey, Wang Feng, it is you. Aren't you already gold tier? Still bringing students to hunt for spirit orbs? A soldier with a straight posture and a deep voice approached Wang Feng. Hearing his name called in a familiar tone, Wang Feng quickly turned to see the source. Battalion Commander Su. Hello, long time no see. Wang Feng grinned upon recognizing the local garrison commander. He had frequently brought students to the spirit realm over the years, so he knew everyone here. Indeed, it's been half a year. Didn't you say you'd stop coming to the spirit realm once you broke through to gold tier? Battalion Commander Su said as he walked over to Wang Feng. After breaking through, my cultivation hasn't progressed at all. With nothing else to do, I came down to the spirit realm to keep myself busy. In truth, Wang Feng had been sent by the principal to protect Gong Yifun and incidentally hunt for spirit orbs for him. Oh, can't stay idle, huh? Battalion Commander Su patted Wang Feng's shoulder understandingly. Wang Feng didn't mind. Haha, you rascal. Then go on. Make it quick. Sensing the evasion in Wang Feng's tone, Battalion Commander Su smiled helplessly. Wang Feng saw the look on Battalion Commander Zu's face and knew his excuse had been seen through. Embarrassed, he didn't linger and led the students toward the spatial rift. Approaching the spatial rift, Gong Yifun was filled with excitement. This was his first time so close to one, and he could feel its abundant spiritual energy. Let's go. Wang Feng led the way, stepping through and vanishing quickly. Gong Yifun and the others followed closely behind. The moment Gong Yifun stepped into the spirit void, he instantly felt a loss of equilibrium, his feet nearly stumbling. Upon arriving in the spirit void, he opened his eyes, yet before he could discern the world before him, he felt an overwhelming tremor throughout his body, every cell seeming to leap. This sensation afflicted not only Gong Yifun, but also Li Qingxue and the others, while Wang Feng and Zhao Wen remained completely unaffected. Instead, they led the 5 aside, stepping back 5 or 6 meters, observing them with faint smiles. Old Wang, who do you think will recover first? Zhao Wen glanced at the 5, once again speculating with Wang Feng. No need to guess. The most talented here is undoubtedly Gong Yifun. He will surely be the first to overcome the spiritual energy tide. Wang Feng fixed a confident gaze on Gong Yifun. Gong Yifun felt as though he were endlessly spinning, though his body remained still, his mind whirled dizzy and nauseated until he soon began to vomit. He expelled all the food he had eaten that morning. Shortly after, Li Qingxue and the others also bent over, retching. After vomiting, Gong Yifun's mind cleared somewhat, but his body remained beyond his control, involuntarily absorbing the spiritual energy of the spirit void. He sensed his cells rejoicing, each one undergoing a transformation under the nourishment of the spiritual energy. Wang Feng waved his hand, sweeping away the vomit of the 5 to an empty spot. A crowd gathered around, watching the 5 with derisive amusement. Huh, look at these rookies, see how pathetic they are. A burly mercenary roared with laughter, and those around him joined in mocking Gong Yifun and his companions. These mercenaries lived a precarious existence in the spirit void, scraping by day with no entertainment, so they had to seek their own amusement. Wang Feng remained silent. To him, their words were merely noise. They could say whatever they wished, as it did not concern him. Gong Yifun also heard the remarks around him, but paid them no heed, lying quietly on the ground as his cells continued their involuntary activity. It felt as though thousands of ants were crawling over his body. After a few minutes, Gong Yifun was the first to recover. Throughout, he had lain still, silently sensing the changes within. He rose and used spiritual energy to cleanse his body, feeling a greater harmony with the energy and an increase in its volume. Gong Yifun looked at teachers Wang Feng and Zhao Wen with a bewildered expression, as if asking what had just happened. Seeing his confused gaze, the 2 exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Old Wang, didn't I tell you? This kid Gong Yifun's talent ensures he wakes first, Zhao Wen declared to Wang Feng as Gong Yifun stood up. Expected as much. Wang Feng showed little reaction. Gong Yifan, however, burned with anger upon realizing the teachers had used him as a bet. After being watched by so many, did they owe him no explanation? Even Gong Yifan, usually so even-tempered, was furious, a testament to his indignation. Don't rush. Wait until they all recover and explain together. Seeing the fire in Gong Yifan's eyes, Zhao Wen quickly soothed him. He noted the young man's anger, but did not take it to heart. Gong Yifan had no choice but to wait for Li Qingxue and the others to recover before hearing the explanation. The three stood aside in silence. Gong Yifan observed the other four, who trembled as if drugged, yet the spiritual energy within them surged continuously, growing purer, though still inferior to his own. Slowly, Zhou Yan was the first to rise. His face ashen, he walked silently to Wang Feng's side and stared at him. As if demanding an explanation for what had occurred, Wang Feng glanced at Zhou Yan's expression. Wait until the others wake and explain. Wang Feng spoke flatly, his face impassive. Zhou Yan tried to speak, but was silenced by the words. Seeing Zhou Yan's stifled expression, like he had swallowed something foul, lifted Gong Yifan's spirits considerably. Zhou Yan dared not argue further, as they still relied on these two teachers to help hunt for spirit cores. He could only swallow his anger. Three others were still undergoing the spiritual energy baptism. Zhou Yan looked at them with disdain, but recalling that Gong Yifan had recovered faster than him, his face darkened instantly. A startlingly quick shift. Soon after, Li Qingxue and the other two rose together, approaching Wang Feng and Zhao Wen with lingering fear. Seeing everyone recovered, Zhao Wen stepped forward to explain. Students, this is your first time in the spirit void, so you all must undergo this. What you just experienced was the spiritual energy tide, a mandatory process for first-timers. It won't happen again. This tide is a gift, a welcome from this alternate dimension to newcomers. Zhao Wen addressed the five. They all rolled their eyes. What kind of welcome was this? They had lost all face. Moreover, the benefits of this spiritual energy tide are significant. From now on, when you cultivate and absorb crystals, it will be much faster. The quantity of spiritual energy will increase, and its quality will improve. In short, this tide is equivalent to half a year of hard training. Zhao Wen continued. The five checked themselves, and finding it true as teacher Zhao had said, were overjoyed. And now you have truly undergone a transformation. Previously you breathed oxygen, now you breathe spiritual energy. As it enters your body, it will gradually strengthen your physique and internal organs. Though you may not feel it now, the benefits will become evident later. Zhao Wen spoke as the five's expressions shifted from displeasure to delight. This tide also tests one's affinity for spiritual energy. The more sensitive you are, the faster you recover, enhancing absorption efficiency and preventing waste. Zhao Wen glanced at Gong Yifan, who had awakened faster than any student he had taught. Gong Yifan smiled back. Indeed, previously when Gong Yifan absorbed crystals, about 30% of the energy would dissipate, while Yu Xiaoshui and others lost 50%. A tremendous waste. Understanding this, the other four looked at Gong Yifan, knowing he had been the first to awaken. Their gazes were filled with envy and jealousy. Having explained everything, Wang Feng spoke up. Let's go. We still have half a day to search. Don't waste time. Zhao Wen agreed with Wang Feng's decision. At this moment, Gong Yifan realized that there was also a small gathering area behind the Lingshu space gate. However, this gathering area had far fewer people, and those present were all in a rush. This is a small gathering area within Lingshu specifically designed to provide food and medical assistance to those who enter Lingshu, Zhao Wen explained to the five students who were visiting Lingshu for the first time. Everyone understood this. However, due to the dangers posed by the alien beasts, these gathering areas cannot be too large, as these beasts live in groups. Once someone enters their territory, it can trigger a beast wave, so one must always remain vigilant. Zhao Wen continued educating the students about the gathering areas in Lingshu. The group listened quietly, as this was closely related to their own lives, and they might need this information in the future. If a beast wave occurs, a few people will gather to fend it off. If the beast wave is large, everyone here will retreat to the outside world to concentrate their forces against it. Generally, the alien beasts do not leave Lingshu. For them, Lingshu is their home. Moreover, the spiritual energy here is 10 times that of Earth, so the alien beasts won't easily abandon Lingshu. Zhao Wen continued to explain while walking with the students. Upon hearing that the spiritual energy in Lingshu was over 10 times that of Earth, Gong Yifan's eyes lit up. If he could cultivate here, wouldn't it mean 1 day of training here equals 10 days outside? Thinking of this, Gong Yifan felt a surge of excitement in his heart, realizing he would need to come here often. Of course, it's not that alien beasts will never leave Lingshu. Accidents can happen. Powerful and intelligent alien beasts within Lingshu can drive other beasts to Earth to cause destruction. Zhao Wen's mood darkened as he spoke. The existence of such beings is incredibly powerful. Each beast wave can annihilate a city or even a country. Last century, when the spatial Lingshu emerged globally, it ravaged many underdeveloped nations, and China also suffered significant losses. When the spatial Lingxiu suddenly appeared, it caught all nations off guard. In many countries, before they could react, vast territories fell and humanity suffered greatly, with a direct population decrease of 1/6. Within a month, several 100 million lives were lost. Some nations were destroyed as a result. The beast wave ceased after a month, and at that time people did not understand why, as some believed it was the blessing of a deity. Later, an awakened beast speaker learned from the alien beasts that the amount of spiritual energy on Earth was far too low compared to that in Lingxiu. Moreover, since most humans are ordinary, the energy they possessed was negligible. The alien beasts found Earth too barren, devoid of resources, and under the guidance of intelligent beasts, they retreated back to the spatial Lingxiu. This allowed humanity to catch its breath. If the beast waves had continued, Earth might have changed masters and humanity would have had no power to resist. Their numbers were simply too few, and their advanced combat capabilities were far inferior to those of the alien beasts. Although those beasts also fought amongst themselves, the intelligent higher-level beasts were not foolish enough to intervene directly. Thus, humanity was fortunate at that time. Now, however, the threat of alien beasts remains a top priority for all nations. Whenever Zhao Wen thinks of the beast waves, he feels a deep sadness. His parents were devoured by alien beasts during one such wave. At that time, Zhao Wen was only 3 years old and managed to hide in a water tank. He was rescued only when a rescue team arrived and thereafter lived in an orphanage. Until he awakened his abilities at 16, and although his talent was not remarkable, reaching Silver 9 stars at 36 years old, Zhao Wen knew he could not take revenge. He voluntarily led students to hunt alien beasts, teaching them combat skills both to avenge his parents and to nurture the students so they could slay more alien beasts in the future. As Zhao Wen spoke, his tone gradually became somber, and his expression began to turn sad, losing the warmth he previously had. The 5 students noticed their teacher's sorrowful demeanor and looked puzzled, unsure of what had happened to cause such a sudden change in Zhao Wen's expression. For a group of 16 or 17-year-olds who had lived in a safe zone and had never encountered danger, they were unaware of the terror of the beast waves. Gong Yifan was better off. Upon hearing Zhao Wen's slightly sorrowful tone while discussing the beast waves, he realized that the teacher might have been reminded of something painful. Wang Feng, who was next to Zhao Wen, understood what was going on, having collaborated with him for many years and knowing his partner well. "Everything will be fine, look ahead," Wang Feng said solemnly, patting Zhao Wen's arm in comfort. After hearing Wang Feng's words, Zhao Wen managed to calm the sadness within him. Thinking about his own sorrowful past, Zhao Wen no longer had the heart to explain matters regarding Lingxiu. Seeing Zhao Wen fall into silence, Wang Feng took the initiative to speak. "Students, let's move on. We're heading to the wilderness now. Do not stray more than 10 meters from the teacher, understood?" Wang Feng called out loudly. "Understood." The 5 responded in unison, knowing that their battle was about to begin. After nodding, Wang Feng led the way out of the small gathering area. Wang Feng led in front, the 5 students in the middle, and Zhao Wen at the rear, with the 2 of them protecting the students as they proceeded slowly. Upon exiting the gathering area, Gong Yifan felt the primal aura. The endless grasslands stretched before him, along with the trees scattered across the plains, towering mountains, and the faint sounds of roars filling Gong Yifan with unease. With a tense heart, Gong Yifan followed behind, Wang Feng moving further away from the gathering area. "Everyone focus, watch your step, and stay alert. If anything happens, tell the teacher, and do not act alone," Wang Feng shouted. Everyone's hearts tightened at his words, and even Gong Yifan was not surprised. They had now reached the depths of the grasslands, where the grass was half a person tall, making it difficult to notice any movement beneath their feet. Surrounded by tall trees, the atmosphere felt extremely unsettling. This environment was a hunting ground for serpentine alien beasts. Everyone was on high alert, and Wang Feng's target was the mountains ahead. Rustle! Rustle! Hearing the sound, everyone halted their steps, with Wang Feng's spiritual energy surging wildly, the golden-level aura radiating around him. Gong Yifan and the others turned their gaze towards Wang Feng. Was this the presence of a golden-level powerhouse? What an imposing aura! The rustling sounds around them scattered upon sensing Wang Feng's aura. However, there were also some that were undeterred. Squeak! Squeak! A sharp squeaking sound rushed towards them. Gong Yifan barely had time to see what it was. With a dull thud, Wang Feng had already reduced the alien beast to a pulp, making it unrecognizable. With a swift motion, he extracted the crystal core from the remains. "You overestimate yourself." Wang Feng held the burrowing rat's crystal core, gazing disdainfully at the pile of shredded flesh on the ground. A bronze-tier crystal core. Wang Feng sensed the bronze-tier energy radiating from the crystal core and stowed it away. The others watched him acquire a bronze-tier crystal core with such ease, their eyes burning with envy. "Teacher, what is this?" Zheng Shuang asked, nauseated by the rotting flesh on the ground. "Burrowing rats. A pack of sneaky mutant beasts that love to ambush," Wang Feng explained. The group found it utterly repulsive. "Let's hurry. The scent of blood will lure other mutant beasts here." Burrowing rats are pack animals, there might be a nest nearby. We must leave now, Wang Feng said with a grave expression, then quickened his pace. The others swiftly followed. The 7 of them departed the area in haste. Not long after they left the meadow, they had just been and attracted a host of mutant beasts, mostly serpents and insects. The creatures clashed in a fierce battle soon after encountering one another. Under the guidance of Wang Feng and Zhao, when the 5 finally arrived at the foot of a mountain. Well, hunt mutant beasts here at the base. Don't go up the mountain. Wang Feng addressed the 5, gesturing at the mountain. Puzzled, they looked at him. Zheng Shuang, the most impatient, spoke up. Why not? Shouldn't the mutant beasts be up there? Zheng Shuang asked, confused. Precisely because they're all up there. The mountain is teeming with bronze-tier beasts and no doubt plenty of silver-tier ones as well. If we take you up, we can't guarantee your safety. Wang Feng explained to the 5. Venturing deep into the mountains was too perilous, fraught with uncertainties. Teachers usually avoided taking their students up the mountain. They only hunted lone beasts at the base, as lower-ranked beasts tended to gather in groups. Even Wang Feng, a gold-tier powerhouse, was helpless against a swarm of them. Gong Yifan and the others nodded in understanding. Let's go. We'll take this path ahead. Wang Feng led the way. Gong Yifan and the others followed, alert and watchful. After half an hour of walking, they finally spotted a mutant beast. A 3-horned beast blocked their path, grazing on the grass. Tri-horned bull beast. A strength-type mutant beast with immense power and explosive force. Be careful. Old Zhao, protect them. He'll hunt it and see if there's a spirit orb inside. Wang Feng's eyes lit up at the sight of the tri-horned bull beast. It was a strength type, and 3 members of his team needed strength-type spirit orbs. After instructing Zhao, when Wang Feng charged forward, the tri-horned bull beast saw him rushing toward it, his body wreathed in spiritual energy, but before it could react, Wang Feng was already upon it. In the blink of an eye, before the beast could respond, he delivered a devastating punch. Thud! The tri-horned bull beast dropped dead instantly. It never imagined that grazing by the roadside would cost it its life. A one-hit kill. The 5 students watched in stunned disbelief as Wang Feng felled the beast with a single blow. Wang Feng pulled a gleaming long blade from his spatial bracelet, aimed at the beast's head, and cleaved it off. He retrieved the crystal core from its brain. He cleansed the blood from the core with his spiritual energy and examined it. Sigh. Wang Feng was disappointed. It wasn't a skill spirit orb. Both skill spirit orbs and crystal cores were found in the heads of mutant beasts. The difference was that crystal cores were crystalline, while spirit orbs were spherical. Wang Feng knew the result as soon as he touched it. Still, this crystal core was a bronze 6, a consolation prize at best. The onlookers gathered around as Wang Feng finished the fight. How is it, old Wang? A skill spirit orb. Zhao approached with the students after seeing the battle end. No. Wang Feng opened his palm to show the 6 of them the crystal core. Seeing it was a core, disappointment washed over Zhao Wen and the others. Zhao Wen had hoped for a good start. But reality was unkind. There you have it. Skill spirit orbs aren't that easy to come by. Let's keep looking. Zhao Wen comforted the disheartened youngsters. Gong Yifan and the other 4 were crestfallen that it wasn't a spirit orb. Let's move on. It'll be dark in a few hours, and we need to find a place to camp. Wang Feng glanced at the sky. Though the mountains and trees blocked the view, his strength allowed him to sense the sun's position. Strangely, Gong Yifan noticed that even though the Lingshu space wasn't on Earth, there was still a sun in the sky following the same schedule as Earth's sun. It baffled him. Wang Feng continued, leading the way. He knew the map of this Lingshu space like the back of his hand, having guided students here for over a decade. Before long, they encountered more mutant beasts, 2 of them. Shh, keep quiet. There's a fight ahead. Before Gong Yifan and the others even saw the beasts, they heard the thuds of combat. Wang Feng immediately signaled the students to lower their voices. The 7 of them crouched low and crept toward the source of the sound. Soon 2 massive mutant beasts locked in a deadly struggle came into view. It was Gong Yifan's first time witnessing a battle between mutant beasts. The 2 unknown creatures tore at each other in the most primal way. Wang Feng's face fell with disappointment as he observed them. Neither beast was the type he was looking for. They were of no use to the students. Let's go. These 2 are useless to us. Keep searching. Wang Feng led the 6 through a grove beside the battling beasts. Wang Feng wanted to avoid trouble, but the beasts had other ideas. One of them, a crocodile-like creature, was hurled into the air by a bear-like beast, and it was flying straight toward Gong Yifan. Confronted with a beast 3 to 4 meters long, Gong Yifan was frozen in shock. Could this be any worse? Gong Yifan cursed inwardly. Watch out. Zhao Wen behind him stepped forward, his ability surging as he blocked the 3 to 4 meter beast. Wang Feng, seeing the near disaster averted, breathed a sigh of relief. Then a wave of fear washed over him. The principal had specifically asked him to look after this kid. If something had happened to him, how would Wang Feng ever face the principal? He turned to the culprit, the ironclad bear. He hadn't wanted to provoke it, fearing it would attract other mutant beasts. But now Wang Feng didn't care. He was a gold eater after all. Why should he fear a bunch of bronze and silver beasts in this bronze-tier Lingshu space? With that thought, he charged forward. The ironclad bear was also stunned. How could throwing an ironclad crocodile summon a group of other creatures? Before the ironclad bear could react, the enraged Wang Feng rushed before the ironclad bear at an almost inconceivable speed. Bang! The ironclad bear was sent flying into the air. A dull thud echoed as the ironclad bear's massive frame crashed heavily onto the ground. Roar! Roar! The ironclad bear lay on the ground, gasping for breath, writhing in agony with relentless cries. Wang Feng, as if oblivious, wasted no time and charged again to the ironclad bear, delivering another punch straight to its head. This time the ironclad bear was utterly dead. Meanwhile, Zhao Wen dispatched the ironclad crocodile with a few swift moves. For Wang Feng and Zhao Wen, dealing with two bronze 9-star beasts was still a simple task. Just as Wang Feng and Zhao Wen slew these two beasts, two earth-shattering roars erupted simultaneously from the depths of the great mountains on either side of the road. Roar! It was as if the voice of the king of beasts had sounded. Within the range of that roar, all beasts prostrated themselves, as if welcoming their sovereign. Wang Feng and Zhao Wen exchanged a glance at the sound, their faces instantly turning ashen. Quick, run! Without even pausing to collect the spirit cores, the two teachers shouted. Wang Feng led the 3 male students, and Zhao Wen led the 2 female students, fleeing swiftly along the path into the depths of the mountains. Gong Yifan and the other 4 had no idea what was happening before they were whisked away by the 2 teachers. In moments, the 7 had vanished from sight. Within minutes of their departure, the mountains on both sides began to tremble. 2 beasts, even larger than the previous ones, came charging forth, followed by their clans. As they ran, trees snapped, dust billowed, and a multitude of startled creatures fled in all directions. A colossal bronze-colored bear emerged, while opposite it a bronze-colored giant crocodile stepped forward. They stood like chieftains, their clans arrayed upon the slopes of the mountains flanking the road. Neither chieftain initiated a battle. Instead, each approached the corpse lying in the middle of the road. The bronze-colored giant bear reached the carcass of the ironclad bear, whose head had been shattered by Wang Feng. It nudged the body with its forepaw, but the ironclad bear remained motionless, filling the bronze-colored bear with profound grief. Roar! Roar! The ironclad bear burned with rage, bellowing incessantly and pounding its chest to vent its fury. The ironclad crocodile, seeing its own son bereft of breath, also roared in anguished sorrow. The clans on both sides lay prostrate, not daring to move. They knew their chieftain's sons had died, and their wrath was now at its peak. To provoke them at this moment would mean certain doom. Though their intelligence was limited, the instinct of racial subjugation still kept these beasts from rebelling. Roar! Chase them! The chieftains of both clans roared their commands. Hearing their leaders' voices, the 2 clans set off in pursuit, following the scent. The movement of the 2 clans startled the beasts on several surrounding mountains. Many weaker creatures fled in all directions, throwing those mountains into chaos and uproar. Both chieftains were at the peak of white 9-star, the very limit of their bloodline. Unless some celestial treasure allowed them to break through, they would remain at this stage for life. For these chieftains, who had already reached their peak cultivation, had nowhere left to advance. Their only concern was leading their clans to survive. Now that their sons were dead, the fury of both chieftains had erupted beyond control. They had already ordered a full-scale pursuit. After hearing the beast roars, Wang Feng and Zhao Wen had been running non-stop. Along the way, they encountered some humans, but Wang Feng paid them no heed. In the Lingshu realm, danger was extreme, and entering it meant accepting the possibility of death. Here, morality and law were meaningless when one's life was at stake. Wang Feng even entertained the thought of using these people as cannon fodder. Some mercenaries on the road saw 7 people fleeing in panic, led by a gold-level and a silver-level instructor. A few clever mercenary groups joined the flight, realizing that if even a gold-level powerhouse was helpless in a bronze-level Lingshu, it could only mean a beast tide. At that thought, their faces turned deathly pale, and they hastily led their teams deeper into the wilds. Hey, what are you running from? A young man tried to stop someone to ask what was happening, but that person shoved him aside and fled without looking back. Only a few rookie supernatural users were left standing in bewilderment. As they ventured deeper, more people appeared in the Lingshu space. Seeing the crowd rushing inward, they grabbed some essentials without a second thought and joined the exodus. They were all seasoned veterans. Seeing so many people running, they knew something was amiss. Wang Feng ran for over 1,000 li without stopping until he reached a relatively large valley. All 7 were panting heavily. Gong Yifan and the 4 students were fine, mostly carried along by the teachers, so they had expended little energy and were only slightly out of breath. Wang Feng and Zhao Wen, however, were worse off. They had been dragging the students the entire way, consuming considerable stamina. Zhao Wen, who had not yet broken through to gold, collapsed onto the ground as soon as they stopped. Both were drenched in sweat. Teacher Wang, why did we have to run? Zhou Yin, who had been carried all the way, still had no idea what had happened. He had been running without a chance to ask, but now that they had stopped, he finally voiced the confusion in his mind. Wang Feng shot him a dark look, but said nothing. Zhou Yin was startled by Wang Feng's grim expression and fell silent, not daring to ask further. How infuriating! Zhou Yin fumed inwardly, but dared not show it. Wang Feng swept his gaze over the others. Gong Yifan and the rest also looked somewhat puzzled. After resting for a while, Wang Feng finally felt composed enough to speak. The ironclad bear we just killed was a member of the Ironclad Bear clan. After I killed it, an earth-shattering beast roar erupted from deep within the mountains. A roar of such magnitude could only come from the silver 9-star peak chieftain of the Ironclad Bear clan. And for it to be so enraged, it must mean someone killed its son, that bronze-level Ironclad Bear I just slew. Wang Feng recounted the events gravely. Gong Yifan and the other 4 were utterly shocked upon hearing this. Also, after I killed that ironclad crocodile, there was another beast roar, likely from the chieftain of the Ironclad Crocodile clan in that area. Zhao Wen added from where he lay on the ground. Gong Yifan clicked his tongue in amazement. 2 silver 9-star peak beasts. That's why I got us out of there immediately. If it were just one old Zhao and I could handle it, but 2 meant we had to run, especially with their clans. We might have been wiped out otherwise. Wang Feng said helplessly. Gong Yifan could only sigh in resignation. It was indeed rotten luck. Killing an ironclad bear and an ironclad crocodile had stirred up such a catastrophe. Esteemed senior, what just happened ahead? As Gong Yifan and his 6 companions rested, the mercenaries who had followed them also halted. The leader of one of the older mercenary groups approached Wang Feng and inquired with great courtesy. At his words, everyone resting in the valley turned their gazes toward Wang Feng's group. This group of several hundred had been running without knowing the cause, only seeing that even a gold-ranked expert like Wang Feng was fleeing, implying danger ahead. Had they not noticed Wang Feng's gold-level cultivation, they would have interrogated him earlier. Wang Feng felt the hundreds of eyes in the valley fixed upon him, realizing that if he remained silent, they would all be ostracized. We had just entered Lingshu and reached the territory of the Ironclad Bears and Ironclad Crocodiles when we found both clans in upheaval. Their leaders were summoning their kin, threatening a beast tide. As for the reason, we are uncertain. Wang Feng recounted the matter briefly, concealing the truth. Upon hearing this, the hundreds in the valley turned pale. These people had long resided in Lingshu and were familiar with the distribution of the exotic beasts here. The Ironclad Bears and Ironclad Crocodiles were the 2 largest clans at the front of Lingshu. Their discord had given humans an opportunity to intervene. Now that they are gathering for unknown reasons, it bodes ill. What should we do? Both clan leaders are at Silver Peak. How can we possibly defeat them, especially with their clans behind them? A young man cried out in despair after hearing Wang Feng's words. The surrounding mercenaries also looked ashen. Enough. This is not the time for such talk. We are safe for now. This is no longer the territory of the Ironclad Bears or Ironclad Crocodiles. Beasts are territorial and will not easily tread on another's land. A mercenary leader roared, furious at seeing his own men dejected. The older leader remained beside Wang Feng. Esteemed senior, I am Wang Qing, leader of the Iron Sword Mercenaries. These are my men. The middle-aged man named Wang Qing introduced himself. This mercenary leader was shrewd, recognizing that the highest cultivator here was likely the man before him, whose companion also exuded a greater aura. With 5 student-like youths beside them, Wang Qing had already surmised their identity. I am Wang Feng, the lead teacher of this group. This is my partner Zhao Wen. Wang Feng, feeling favorable toward the self-introducing, Wang Qing reciprocated. Wang Qing was overjoyed at Wang Feng's willingness to connect. In Lingshu, befriending a strong cultivator greatly enhanced one's safety. Senior Wang, we share the same surname. Wang Qing quickly sought to build rapport. Wang Feng smiled. In the valley, everyone bore a heavy expression except for Wang Feng's group, where he chatted cheerfully with Wang Qing. Wang Qing was indeed eloquent, but he did not forget their peril. Brother Wang, with the beast upheaval blocking our retreat, what should we do? Wang Qing voiced his concern with heavy heart. After only a short chat, he had already begun addressing Wang Feng as brother. It's fine. Those 2 beasts won't easily enter another's domain. We are relatively safe. I must now take my students to hunt beasts and cannot address the external threat for now. 1 beast is manageable, but 2 would be taxing. Their bodies are far tougher than humans. Even I, a gold rank, would find it strenuous to handle both, especially with students to protect. Moreover, I suspect this upheaval won't last long. Wang Feng signaled Wang Qing not to worry, that the situation was not irredeemable, and explained he had prior tasks to complete. Wang Qing felt disappointed nonetheless. If Wang Feng agreed to lead them out, their chances would be high. Yet he could not demand such a thing without appearing foolish. Oh, I see. Very well, while lie low for a while. Please take your students to hunt. Wang Qing replied politely despite his disappointment. His demeanor earned him favor not only from Wang Feng, but also from Gong Yifan. Wang Qing was wise, but not everyone was. Esteemed senior, as a gold rank, can you not handle the beasts outside? If you lead us, we can break through. Why refuse? A young man stepped forward, clearly brash. Wang Feng ignored him without raising his head, having encountered such hotheads before and unwilling to waste words. Seeing himself ignored, the young man grew indignant and tried to pressure Wang Feng with moral obligation. Senior, you are a gold rank, the strongest in bronze Lingshu. We are all human, why won't you lead us out? The young man grew more agitated, and a few of his peers nodded in agreement. Only the seasoned mercenaries looked at him with disdain, knowing the impossibility of uniting everyone in Lingshu. This valley alone held hundreds, with no fewer than 10 mercenary groups, some feuding alongside solitary individuals. Who would trust strangers with their backs? Moreover, breaking through a beast tide was no easy feat. If Wang Feng got entangled, these hundreds would likely perish without making a ripple. The best course was to hide and wait for the tide to subside. The young man saw that only a few of his peers echoed him, while others sat still, busy restoring their spiritual energy. Frustrated and powerless as a mere bronze rank with no influence, he glared at Wang Feng with disappointment. Wang Feng ignored his stare. Zhao checked the time. It's getting dark. We'll camp here, he said to Wang Feng. Wang Feng nodded and addressed Gong Yifan and the 4 others. Nightfall approaches. We must set up tents quickly and rest. Lingshu is 10 times more dangerous at night than by day. Everyone be cautious. Gong Yifan and his 4 companions nodded solemnly. Wang Feng and Zhao retrieved their tents and other supplies from their spatial rings. Gong Yifan and the other 4 took them and worked together to set up the tents. Wang Feng and Zhao provided guidance on the side, as wilderness camping was also a learning experience. These young people would eventually need to do it on their own. The others had been watching Wang Feng's group all along. Seeing them pitch their tents, they checked the time and roused their own team members to start setting up camp as well. Gong Yifan and his group set up 3 tents. Wang Feng and Zhao shared one, the 2 girls shared one, and Gong Yifan shared one with the other 2 boys. Now let's arrange the night watch, Wang Feng said cheerfully, seeing how quickly the 5 students had erected the tents. Hearing that teacher Wang Feng was going to assign night watch duties, Gong Yifan and the other 4 immediately put down what they were doing and gathered quietly around him. It's 5 o'clock now. After dinner, rest up quickly. Gong Yifan will keep watch from 7 to 10:30. Li Qingxue and Zheng Shuang will take over from 10 to 1. Su Wei and Zhou Yin will watch from 1 to 4. After 4, we'll take over. At dawn, everyone gets up, packs up, and starts the fire to cook. Wang Feng dismissed the group after laying out the schedule for all 7. Gong Yifan was a bit surprised to be assigned the first watch alone, but then he thought about the valley being crowded and that the early part of the night should be safe. He could also sleep straight through until dawn, so he had no complaints. The 2 girls and the 2 boys, however, were groaning inwardly. They had never endured such hardship in their lives, but they dared not complain and obediently listened to the teacher. Seeing that the 5 students had no objections, Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Then let's get to work. Cut some firewood, but don't go far. Cut it nearby and bring plenty. Wang Feng instructed, then took out 5 large cleavers from his spatial ring. Gong Yifan and the others nodded. Gong Yifan took the cleaver, deliberately glancing at the spatial ring on Wang Feng's hand. The spatial ring on Wang Feng's hand stirred a burning desire in Gong Yifan's heart. When would he ever get a spatial ring of his own? Spatial rings weren't that expensive, as Gong Yifan had learned before. The cheapest ones cost around $1 million. Once he could hunt alien beasts, he could easily earn that much. But the cheapest rings only had 10 cubic meters of space, far too small for beasts that were 3 to 8 meters long. Moreover, every time the space doubled, the price doubled. To get a large one would cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. And such rings were hard to come by on the market. It was said that the main material for making spatial rings, void spirit stone, was found in spirit void spaces, which were high-level and extremely dangerous. Gong Yifan took the cleaver and went to cut trees on the slope. This was a first-time experience for him. Thump, thump. With a crack, a tree trunk as thick as an arm was cut clean through. With his current speed and strength, cutting down these trees was a piece of cake. Just as Gong Yifan was engrossed in cutting wood, a shadow flashed before him. He jerked his head up to look ahead, but saw nothing. What's going on? I felt like something was right in front of me. He took a few uneasy steps forward and looked around. There was nothing but weeds and large trees. What's happening? Am I seeing things? Gong Yifan turned around and walked downhill. After a few steps, he suddenly spun around again. Still, there was no sign of anything. Maybe I really did see wrong. He scratched the back of his head, turned, and went down. He bundled the firewood he had left by the roadside, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and headed back to the camp. Unbeknownst to Gong Yifan, as he turned with the firewood on his shoulder, a pair of eerie green eyes were watching him from the shadows. Gong Yifan returned to the camp and dropped the 2 bundles of wood. Teacher, is this enough? Gong Yifan asked. That should do. Once the others come back, we'll start cooking. Wang Feng looked at the 2 bundles of firewood Gong Yifan had cut and nodded with great satisfaction. Wang Feng was quite pleased with this student. He didn't throw tantrums, was humble and polite, and had great talent. He seemed almost flawless. Old Wang were in for a treat today. Zhao Wen had already cleaned the meat from the tri-horned bull he had killed earlier. Gong Yifan saw teacher Zhao Wen carrying over 100 jin of meat. Haha, old Wang, dinner is on you tonight. Zhao Wen laughed. No problem. Wang Feng took the beef. Earlier, while they were busy, Wang Feng had been setting up a grill. He used the grilling tools to skewer the meat and placed it on the rack. Once everything was done, the other 4 also returned with their collected firewood. The 2 girls gasped when they saw the large grill teacher Wang Feng had set up. Wow, are we having a barbecue in the wild tonight? The 2 girls exclaimed excitedly. That's right, a wild barbecue. Zhao Wen laughed. The joyful scene felt less like being in a spirit void and more like a family outing. Wang Feng was lighting the fire, and as the flames rose, they drove away a bit of the chill. Everyone gathered around the fire listening to teacher Zhao Wen share stories of his experiences while Wang Feng tended to the roasting meat. Before long. Time to eat. Wang Feng shouted. Everyone's mouths watered at the aroma in the air. People from the surrounding camps were also drawn by the scent. They looked at their own compressed biscuits, which suddenly seemed unappetizing, and then glared at their respective leaders. What are you looking at? Do you think I don't want to eat too? It's dark now. Where am I supposed to find an alien beast for you to eat? Besides, there's a beast tied outside. Do you want to risk your lives just for a piece of meat? A leader cursed at his team members. Hearing this, the members lowered their heads, not out of shame, but to hide their urge to punch the leader. They knew that the reason they were here hunting beasts was to supply meat to restaurants. They were sure their leader had plenty of beast meat in his spatial ring. He was just too stingy. The team members silently cursed their leader, and some even planned to terminate their contracts and switch to another team once they got out. Meanwhile, Gong Yifan and the others were using their knives to cut pieces of meat from the grill and eat. Gong Yifan ate nonstop. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed beast meat so freely. His family wasn't wealthy, and he often had to rely on Su Wen and He Min for meals. The other 4 were in a similar situation. They couldn't afford such food normally. They hadn't expected that hunting beasts in the spirit void would come with such perks. Gong Yifan felt that this one barbecue alone made up for all the hardships he had endured today. Night. The sky was studded with stars. After a fairly hearty dinner, Gong Yifan sat alone by the campfire gazing up at the starry sky. In the surrounding camp, lights were still blazing brightly as a group of mercenaries danced and sang, as if this could dispel the fatigue of the day. Meanwhile, Wang Feng and his 5 companions had already lain down in their tents to sleep. Gong Yifan sat by the campfire, chin resting on his hand, watching groups of mercenaries sing and dance. Though there was no music or accompaniment, they were having a bonfire party around the flames. They had also invited Wang Feng's group to join, but Wang Feng politely declined. Seeing their firm refusal, they did not insist. Gong Yifan's gaze drifted toward the mercenaries, his thoughts wandering as he reflected on the day's experiences. Everything was so novel, seeing a strange beast for the first time, witnessing a battle between them, and even encountering a beast tied. Though he hadn't seen it directly, it all felt incredibly fresh to him. As for his future path, Gong Yifan felt somewhat uncertain. This world was fraught with danger. For now, being young, he still had people to guide him, but when he grew up, he would have to fight his own battles. Fortunately, his talent was not lacking, and he had a group of brothers by his side. He was still confident about the road ahead. Lying on the grass, hands behind his head, he gazed at the sky, suddenly feeling his own insignificance. I must become a strong one, the strongest in this world. Gong Yifan lay on the grass, his gaze fixed firmly on the stars, murmuring softly to himself. A gentle breeze brushed past, bringing a hint of chill. Gong Yifan shrank his neck and added some firewood to the campfire. Gong Yifan didn't know what belief sustained him. He only felt that after living an ordinary life for over 20 years in his past life, fate had given him a second chance. Though this world was perilous, his talent was formidable. Sometimes he felt his golden fingers were the tremor fruit and the dark fruit. Though it wasn't apparent now, he believed that once he grew strong, he would astonish this world. The night watch was rather long. The bonfire party nearby had ended, and the team members had gradually entered their tents, leaving only the watchman sitting by the fire, alert to the surroundings, guarding the safety within the tents. Suddenly, Gong Yifan felt an urgent need to urinate. He hurried to the side of the slope to relieve himself. After finishing, he turned to go back. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the grass. Gong Yifan's heart tightened, and he quickly turned on his flashlight to illuminate the area. Finding nothing, he instinctively walked over a short blade appearing in his hand as he stepped forward cautiously. Approaching the rustling grass, Gong Yifan held the flashlight in his mouth and picked up a branch from the ground, intending to investigate the grass. He picked up the branch for another reason, in case the grass concealed snakes or insects using his hand to touch might risk a bite. If it were venomous, he would be doomed. So after careful consideration, he decided to probe with the stick first. He parted the grass with the branch, nervously peering at what lay inside the flashlight, clenched tightly in his teeth. At the first sign of trouble, he would turn and run. Gong Yifan carefully pushed aside the grass and saw a pure white cat lying there. Yes, a cat. He didn't know what it was exactly, but it looked very much like a cat, so he instinctively assumed it was one. Gong Yifan's heart eased. Meowed. The cat let out a cry upon seeing him approach, but the sound was filled with panic and pain. Hearing this pitiful sound, Gong Yifan's heart instantly melted. So cute. Gong Yifan's eyes sparkled as he looked at the cat in the grass. As he drew closer, the flashlight beam fell upon its snow-white fur. Its amber eyes, full of vitality, stared at him in terror. As he approached, he saw a wound on the cat's hind leg, its white fur stained with blood. You're hurt. Poor thing. Gong Yifan crouched down, reaching out to touch the cat. Meowed. Seeing Gong Yifan drawing closer and extending his hand, the cat felt despair. Now severely injured, it couldn't escape and could only watch helplessly as the hand approached. Hearing the cat's frightened cry, Gong Yifan paused mid-reach, then continued extending his hand. He could sense the cat's fear and resistance, but still wanted to help. When his hands touched the cat, he felt its body trembling. Gong Yifan smiled, gently scooped up the cat, and cradled its small body in his arms. Examining the wound on its hind leg, he saw blood still dripping out. Gong Yifan hurried back to the camp. The cat squirmed against his chest, trying to escape his embrace. He carried the cat to the campfire. Seeing the flames, the cat struggled even more violently. By its beastly nature, fire was something to flee from. Don't move. He'll bandage you up. Gong Yifan, not caring whether the cat understood, spoke softly and took a roll of bandage from his backpack. He tore it into strips and wrapped them around the cat's leg. Feeling its injured leg being held by Gong Yifan, the cat kept shaking its body. From a distance, one could see a snow-white kitten writhing in a man's arms. Gong Yifan opened his water bottle and rinsed the dirt around the wound with clean water. Then he wrapped the wound with gauze. The cat, which had been thrashing, gradually stilled. Whether from exhaustion or realizing Gong Yifan's good intentions, it stopped moving. This made it easier for Gong Yifan to bandage the cat. Finally, he tied a bow on the bandage, admiring his handiwork with great satisfaction. Gong Yifan set the cat down on the ground. The cat didn't run away, perhaps too weak or too injured to move, and simply lay quietly, eyes closed, resting. Seeing the cat's listless state, Gong Yifan quickly took out the leftover roasted meat from dinner. Finding it cold, he warmed it over the fire, then cut it into small pieces, placed them on a clean stone, and brought them to the cat. The cat, perhaps hungry, smelled the aroma and began eating without hesitation. Sensing no malice from Gong Yifan, it ate with ease. It no longer resisted as before. Gong Yifan sat quietly by the campfire, head bowed, watching the cat nibble its food. The cat no longer resisted Gong Yifan.